Chapter 1 Godly Consumption Cashback System. The autumn breeze was slightly cool. Inside a rented house in a neighborhood in Magic City, a handsome teenager was boredly watching a live broadcast. This was one of his favorite projects to pass the time when he was free from work. After all, men love to see beautiful women. Even if they can't get it, they can still feed their eyes. This is a Phongtian system of beautiful female anchor. A fluent Phongtian accent is very funny. At this time, on the public screen in the comment area, a person named Eating Without Cilantro asked, "Anchor, tell me, what type of man do you like?" Song Eru, the stage name of this anchor, saw that fan's question and thought for a moment. The man I like. There is no big requirement, as long as it carries a beating. Hearing the anchor's words, the fans in the comments section underneath flirted in unison. Touch the tiger head, don't cry. The anchor is too funny. Surprisingly low requirements, but also to carry a beating on the line. I'm 1 meter 8, 190 pounds. Okay? I like the Northeast little tiger. I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Extremely strong resistance to blows. Anchor can consider it. By the way, Anchor, why did you take the name of Song Eru? How ugly is this name? I see other anchors. The name is either poetic or has connotation. What kind of name do you have? A new fan, noticing the name, couldn't help but launch an inquiry. Song Eru smiled. Because my father's name is Song Dahu, so I'm called Song Eru. Asterisk 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 anchor, just how tigerish are you? Your dad is called Big Tiger. You're called Second Tiger. Isn't this becoming a brother and sister? Ha ha. The fans were amused. This Phongtian was truly a tiger. However, the more this is the case, the more this group of fans buy, feeling that this anchor is very grounded, and there is no mouth constantly pit Big Brother's money, and there is no need to ask for gifts. Open broadcasting is to bring happiness to everyone. Song Eru is not satisfied. In the live broadcast room loudly, all give me shut up, and reiterate again, my father tiger. I do not tiger. Put. Yi Chen just drank the tea in his mouth and almost didn't choke out in one gulp. This tiger, invincible, which have so say their own father. Anchor, do you have any talent? Give us a show. Other anchors can dance and sing a song. You cannot be a little talent not whole. Hearing Song Eru's talent, Yi Chen was also interested. Don't look at this Song Eru, quite pugnacious, but the body and face value is absolutely top. If the score, at least 95 points or more. Chest greatness, not to say comparable to a cow, but also absolutely enough. The front convex back curves double body, especially wearing shorts. Thighs taut muscles, C cannot help but let a person think of. The last is that the resistance of the face value, just painted a light makeup. It is beautiful, of course, may also have a certain relationship with the open beauty, but if there is no certain bottom, open beauty may not be able to make up for all the deficiencies. So this Song Eru after the screen value is also absolutely not low, obviously can rely on the face value of the person, but in the shark platform has become a comical anchor. The tiger breath coming out of his mouth every day made people cry and laugh. Talent. I don't have much, so let me give you some of my dialect here, which you may be able to use when you come to the Northeast in the future. Song Eru changed the sitting position. 1 meter 7 height, plus long legs, let the audience eyes are taut. Boy, it's unbelievable. This anchor's legs are definitely enough. Our Northeastern girl is a one of a kind. Pavilion big, long legs, can't stand it, can't stand it. This is it for today. Toilet paper is ready. As the comments section was buzzing, Song Eru thought for a moment and said, in the Northeast there is a kind of idiot called young head too positive. There is a kind of repetition called bald counter-accounts. There is a kind of knee called pollingayer, generous called open. Finally tell everyone, if someone looks at you in the Northeast, you can politely answer what you look at. After hearing Song Eru's Phongtian words, a group of netizens all burst out laughing. Anchor, were you serious with that last sentence? Are you sure we won't get beat up? As a native Northeasterner, Yi Chen was also about to laugh his ass off, possibly because Song Eru's live streaming effect had a bit of traffic. The live room, which originally only had a few hundred people, had broken through to 1,000. Seeing this scene, some fans reminded Song Eru, anchor, on people, please continue your performance. Song Eru didn't care. Her live broadcast was just an entertainment. It didn't matter if it was hot or not, just because of the university. In the outside of the rented house, usually idle, nothing willing to go out, relatively residential, so fortunately open live talk to people, so as not to be too boring. See, Song Eru does not care. The fans did not let him live for nothing. There are small gifts have brushed up. Big cousin sent a rocket. Little Nan Nan sent 100 fishballs. Come to the earth sent a time gift constantly. Although they are all small gifts, but many fans together, there are thousands of dollars. Song Eru was still speaking a mouthful of Phongtian, thanking the fans for the gifts. Yi Chen felt that this anchor was quite grounded. and also couldn't help but rush $200 and rewarded a rocket. Morning years past sent the anchor a rocket. Ding! Right after Yi Chen had just rewarded Song Eru with a round of rockets, a mechanical system beep suddenly came from his mind. Host triggered the system successfully, binding the divine magnate rebate system. Initially for consumption rebate 10 times. For any consumption, the host can receive a tenfold rebate. Note, the cashback rewards obtained by this system are all specially processed by the system to ensure absolute safety. The system had just finished fusing when he saw a bank beep coming from Yi Chen's cell phone. Ding! Agricultural Bank, your account with tail number 7878 deposited 2,000 yuan, balance 52,500 yuan. Hearing the bank SMS tone, Yi Chen was a bit shocked and didn't react for a while. For the system, of course, he is not a stranger. After all, as a young man in the society nowadays, all have read network literature. This kind of thing's appearing in the novels. He does not know how many times he has fantasized about it, but after it really appeared, it still made him somewhat unacceptable. Chapter 2 Brother, I'll show you one. Wanting to try if the system was real, Yi Chen flushed some money into the platform. Whoosh! The live broadcast room lit up with super fire special effects. Although Song Eru's live streaming room had a constant stream of gifts, there hadn't been any direct rewards for a round of ultra fire. Yi Chen's one shot of ultra fire drew sideways glances from a crowd of netizens. Ha ha, finally a big brother has made a move. $2,000 just gone. Knowing the value of ultra fire from the mouths of netizens, Song Eru looked excited and hurriedly replied, "Thank you for the ultra fire sent by Big Brother morning years past." Seeing that a round of ultra flame was sent out and the bank once again beeped with the incoming money, Yi Chen was certain that he had really obtained the legendary system. Since he had the consumption cashback system, he certainly didn't need to be afraid of eating instant noodles. Ding! Agricultural Bank tail number 7878, arrived at $20,000. Since this is the case, let's brush more. Anyway, the system can also guarantee that the source of funds is safe. Not afraid of being checked, directly recharged again. 10 rounds of ultra fire was brushed out by him, only to see the live broadcast room. Super fire special effects flashing on the screen one after another. The fans have been shocked and do not know what to say. Is this the bravado of the rich? This is also to not take money seriously. This is not all. The system cashback of 200,000 yuan, once again by Yi Chen recharged into 100 rounds of super fire lit up one after another. On the list of gifts in the live broadcast room, Yi Chen's ranking was far ahead, one digit away from the second place. Asterisk. Worship Big Brother. Big Brother still lacks a pendant on his body, no. Hang me on his waist. The fans also started to play their own mouths, and all kinds of funny and flirtatious comments came out. Yi Chen's hands were not stopping. I don't know how much he had brushed. In any case, his bank card had already broken 20 million at this time. Song Eru live room gift list constantly refreshed, has attracted the attention of the Shark official. The head office of the backstage operations executives see the scene, and quickly let people to Song Eru arrangements for sealing push. Although Song Eru did not seal the push of the qualification, but has this kind of gold master Big Brother, but also care what the rules are not rules. Earning money is the king's way. On the platform homepage, Song Eru live banners hung high. In the blink of an eye, the popularity of the live room has exceeded 10,000. And there is a trend to continue to increase. Yi Chen doesn't care what other people think. He is still happily brushing money. The 20 million recharge was really tiring, and trying to charge it all into the platform took him half an hour. Because of the reason that Ultra Fire could only send 100 at a time, Yi Chen could only brush without stopping. All the visitors who came in asked about what had happened, how suddenly this live room was so hot. After understanding the cause and effect, those tourists also joined the kneeling army. Chen total mighty. Is there a shortage of watchmen in Mr. Chen's house? Just bolt me to the door. Bolt me on too. Ding. Triggering a rebate blitz. Rewarding a supercar worth $90 million. A Pagani top of the line wind god. And patriarchal driving skills. Right after Yi Chen swiped all 20 million shark fins, a system beep suddenly came. Blitzed? Yi Chen let out a surprised cry. And then he saw that a mini supercar key had appeared in his pocket at some point. That key was like a mini version of a sports car. Beautiful. And his bank account was already up to $200 million. Dropping. Before Yi Chen could finish admiring the car key, he saw the sound of a private message coming from Shark's background. Hello Big Brother, I'm Song Eru, this is my wiki number. Live broadcast. Song Eru already do not know what to do well. Like a dream. And even pinched his thighs. That look a little droll. Attracted a crowd of netizens laugh. And then hastily stood up and bowed. Thank you for the gift sent by Big Brother of the past of the morning years, but also pay attention to the background of the private message. There are surprises. Originally the character of the Tiger Force. By Yi Chen's this continuous reward, Made normal. Roar. Go away. Go away. Two tigers. This stream of clean water also lost in the money. No longer see the original two tigers. Netizens sighed and flirted. But Song Eru doesn't care at all. Her character is a little bit of a tiger. But not a little cute. But she is not a little bit of a tiger. But she is not a cutie pie. Yi Chen did not just reward 20 million. But from 2,000 stacked up. Gift list swept a glance. Yi Chen surprisingly rewarded up to $2,222,222,200. Shark Anchor gift share. Generally 50 to 50. If signing a company, the general share will also be in the lower point. But Song Eru is just a loose one. To Shark Live is also a pastime. So did not rely on any company name. Gifts in addition to half of the platform. All of her personal income, of course, but also have to pay taxes. But pay taxes that money do not have to care about. Yi Chen also did not refuse. Directly added Song Eru's prestige. Ding, Tiger has become your friend. You can chat now. Song Eru? Yi Chen casually sent over a message. Song Eru, who was excited in the live broadcast room, glanced down at his phone and saw that it was from Yi Chen, and hurriedly replied, "Good morning, brother." Morning. Years passed. Yi Chen smiled and replied with a message. My name is Yi Chen. Don't always big brother, just call me directly by my name. How is that good? At this time, Song Eru no longer cared about the interaction in the live broadcast. Instead, he chatted with Yi Chen regardless. Jokingly, with such a hoity-toity big brother, how could she possibly lose out on a small amount of money and leave her big brother out in the cold for the sake of his fans? It was useless to have 100 million fans that didn't make money. It wasn't as useful as a tycoon big brother. I'm actually not called Song Eru La, my real name is Song Yu. Nice name. Yi Chen replied in a complimentary manner. Right, what do you do for a living, brother Yi Chen? After swiping so much money, there won't be anything, right? Song Eru thought a lot. In case her big brother across the street misappropriated public funds or swiped all the family's savings for her, and something happened, she blamed herself too. If that was the case, she didn't mind returning all the money, lest she get into a lawsuit storm at that time. Yi Chen had quite a bit of social experience and knew what Song Eru meant. Don't worry, it's all just a small amount of money. When do you have time? Come out for a meal? Seeing this message, Song Eru only hesitated for a split second before agreeing. Okay big brother Yi Chen, I'll see you later. Downcast. Just as the two of them were chatting, a prompt to connect came from Song Eru's live broadcast room. Whoa, Sister Joe is going to link up with Eru. Is this to rub off on the traffic? You can pull back. Joe's sister is what level? Simply do not need to rub traffic. Presumably want to see what is going on here. Eru, that's still not rubbing traffic. Instantly, the fans of both sides had a scolding war. But after all, Sister Joe was a top Shark platform anchor with a large fan base, and Song Eru's fans had already been pressed into a corner. For a time, there were countless ones with rhythms, and the comments section of Song Eru's live stream had fallen. Do I take it or not? The first time a big anchor linked up, Song Eru didn't know how to be good. Answer it. What are you afraid of? Sister Joe has a high traffic volume and popularity, and the continuous mic will be of no small benefit to you. Yi Chen told her off with his wizards. Chapter 3 Playing PK with Sister Joe. Seeing Yi Chen asking himself to pick up, Song Eru no longer hesitated and directly picked up the streak. Hello, Eru can today. This list, TSK, I'm envious. As usual, Sister Joe drew bursts of laughter from countless fans as soon as she spoke. There was a kind of person who was born with a goddess who didn't speak, but became a comedian when she did. Song Eru was also a comedian attribute, and when the two spoke, they made people unable to stop laughing. Hello Sister Joe, are you doing a routine room check? Sister Joe smiled faintly. Sister, what are you talking about? I'm not seeing that your side is quite hot. I'm curious to come over and take a look. Right, which one is a tycoon big brother? Come out and let me worship. At this time, not only did big anchors like Sister Joe come, some small anchors also got off the air and came to Song Eru's live room to dive. As for Yi Chen's background private messages, they had exploded long ago, basically all sent by some female anchors who wanted to add his prestige. Under the helplessness, he could only shield the private messages. If there was this kind of treatment in the past, he would definitely come and go, but now it felt like it had turned into an annoyance. After shielding the private message, it felt like the whole world was quiet. At this time, Song Eru was being polite to each other with Sister Joe. Sister Joe, you say this, how can my big brother here be compared to yours? I heard that in the first few months of playing the annual, Sister Joe earned tens of millions of dollars in one night. How can I compare to you? Sister Joe smiled and said, Eru is too polite. That's the landlord in the luxury. Also not as good as you today. Why don't we play will PK? Anyway, idle is also idle. Song Eru some hesitation. This PK is a bit pit big brother money meaning. If they agreed, Yi Chen will not think much. It is not easy to meet a big brother. The whole without her shall not regret to die. Yi Chen, on the other hand, laughed and quickly sent a word, fight. Anyway, it is also brush money. If there is no Sister Zhou, perhaps he is ready to go out to spend money. A different way to brush money. However, playing PK to brush money was much more convenient than going out, and it wouldn't be too big of a problem if he didn't make too much of a mess. The words Yi Chen typed on the public screen were seen by the people in the live broadcast room, and they were shocked at Yi Chen's guts. To know, Sister Zhou was able to become a top shark anchor, not just relying on her face value and humor, but the big brother support behind her, and Annie will take big tens of millions of gifts. In the shark in addition to a few top anchors, no one can fight against it. This morning years past tycoon big brother may be very rich, but even richer is only one person with dozens of hundreds of tycoons behind others to spell financial strength. This is not stupid? Wilson's prompt sounded. Brother Yi Chen, are you sure? If you can't, just pull to it. There are many big brothers behind Sister Zhou. If you really PK up, you will only be pitched by them. Yi Chen smiled faintly and sent a reassuring emoji, followed by an OK emoji gesture. Don't worry, you'll be responsible for 666. I'll be responsible for brushing. See if I don't beat them to death. Receiving Yi Chen's reply, Song Arrow couldn't help but crow. This tycoon big brother was quite humorous. Alright, then I'll be responsible for shouting 666. Song Arrow didn't hesitate and directly picked up Sister Zhou's PK. Sister Zhou, it's okay, General Manager Chen said it's no problem. Good, then I'll call you in a while. You should get ready first. Sister Zhou hung up her connecting microphone and retreated. And everyone knew that Sister Zhou was going back to her big brothers. Each anchor basically has the prestige of the big brother. Basically one contact when playing PK. Those big brothers who have time will definitely not be absent. In the shark platform for so many years, Sister Zhou does not know how many big brother groups have accumulated. Not to say that everyone is super rich, but together, it is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Eru, your big brother line Don't get beaten up by Sister Zhou at that time and then beat your big brother away. Right too Tiger. Act with caution You just live how long Full counting is just over a month. The other Sister Zhou live a few years. Behind the big brother countless. Just rely on the morning total a person may not catch Fans have been concerned. There was also a bunch of uproarious ones. What are you afraid of? Mr. Chen, just brush me up. We'll wave the flag for you. 6,666. For a while, the live broadcast room was very lively. Many of the shark platform anchors, hearing that an unknown anchor was going to play PK with Sister Zhou, also all rushed over in curiosity to broadcast PK live in their own live room. Teacher P, who was known as Fat Pig, also caught wind of the situation and rushed over. Ha, Teacher Horish is also here. This is even more lively. When Teacher Horish came into the live broadcast room, he rushed to say that he came to watch the fun and said that he could be the referee. A bunch of fans called out to Mr. Horish for having a pattern and good character. On Sister Zhou's side, she had already received a message from her friend Dull Little Sister. Do you need me to call some big brothers over? In case it doesn't work, they can help you get on the ticket. Sister Zhou said, well, you call them over first, but I don't think it'll be useful. Just now big brother Lei Meng gave me a message back. Mr. Lei, hearing Sister Zhou say big brother Lei Meng, Dull Little Sister couldn't help but be shocked. This Lei Meng she had heard of. It was said to be Sister Zhou's most earthy big brother. Last time during the annual, it was this Mr. Lei who swiped tens of millions of dollars, allowing Sister Zhou to become the annual champion. Mr. Lei came, then it's stable. That Song Era's big brother. It is estimated to be that much strength. The next can brush 8 or 10 million or more. Be careful. In case people also have strength, don't turn over the boat in the gutter more face. Okay, then I'm going to get ready. Dull Little Sister did not open the live broadcast. She is the night field. Just now when she went to sleep as the assistant woke her up to say, Sister Zhou wanted PK with others. I thought it was with those famous top stream anchor. I did not think it was a third-rate small anchor. Although the face value is very high, but the strength is still to be examined. Now after understanding, Dull Little Sister also feel that the other party's big brother is not simple. Have to prepare for it. After all, a person who can brush 20 million without blinking his eyes. The reality of financial strength is certainly not ordinary. In fact, their big brother is only a few. The rest are some small rich people, can brush a few 100,000 or more, and even sometimes are behind the labor union to give them up votes. This time Zhou's PK, not only need to find the big brother, but also have to contact the labor union over there, to see how to operate a bit more to get some traffic is true. 10 minutes later, Sister Zhou's continuous microphone was finally sent. Song Arrow was also ready and directly picked up. Is little sister ready? Sister Zhou said with a smile. No problem. Let's begin. Song Arrow replied. Chapter 4 This is just my pocket money. This PK. Yi-Chen knows that it is nothing more than pit some big brother's money, but he is also lazy to care so much. Anyway, his purpose is to brush the money. Tube how he brushes it. Sister Joe pit big brother. He also needs to brush money. We use each other only. If there is no system of rebates, he may turn around and go, who is a little cute, let you fool ah, then directly typed on the public screen, don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk, to play in a hurry, I have something to be busy in a while. He did have something to do. The system rewarded that 90 million sports car he had not yet had time to go to see it. He thought Song Arrow would be off the air in a while, but he didn't expect to kill his sister Joe halfway. Aha, look at your big brother is anxious. Let's hurry to start. Song Arrow was also not a person who was murky. Since his big brother had spoken, he directly said loudly, then let's start tearing it up. When the fans saw what Song Arrow said, they couldn't help but be speechless. This Tiger Out is here again. Inside a financial company in Magic City, a man, who was quite a bit majestic, sat inside a huge office. This man's name was Lei Meng, and he was none other than Sister Zhou's godly big brother. The man has already reached middle age. Because of the lack of money when he was young, the girlfriend who had been with him for 4 years left, and from then on he made a vow that he must earn more money, and never let those gold-digging women look down on him again. Raymond does have some ability, after a few years of development, but also really let him will be a company listed, especially the financial industry, as long as the dry good, overnight wealth is still very simple. Now he has more than $1 billion. The usual entertainment program is to bubble anchor, before are some second and third line small anchor. Recently he put his eyes on the first line big anchor, and Sister Joe was his target, but after seeing Song Arrow, he felt that this woman was not bad, with an unrivaled body, especially those long legs, making people like him, who had hunted countless women, a little moved, and the face value is even more than Sister Joe is still resisting some, then thought to see if he could take it. There are not many small anchors that have this kind of face value of Song Arrow, taking advantage of this PK if he can easily take down Song Arrow, it is really a 2 for 1. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. In walked a woman who was still charming. It was none other than his personal secretary. This secretary was originally married, but was later divorced by his various tactics, and had already followed him with a dead heart. Boss, there is a contract that needs your signature. Lei Meng took it over and took a look at it. It was an investment form for a big client. After checking that there were no problems, he signed it and said, by the way Xiaowen I may need to rest for a while, don't bother me if there's nothing important to do. Okay boss. Secretary Xiaowen signaled her understanding, and then said with winks, then boss do you need me to stay and help you with a massage? This was a code word between the two, generally used for errands. Lei Meng smiled wistfully, sure, go lock the door. After Xiaowen locked the door, she rolled over and sat on Ramon's lap, and while Lei Meng was busy, he picked up his cell phone to watch Sister Joe's live broadcast. Business can't be forgotten. He had promised Sister Joe to help her win this PK. Maybe life is good. Before the PK even started, Lei Meng sent out a provocative remark. No matter who you are, don't challenge my pocket money with your entire body. I have to say one thing, you were very brave. Yi-Chen didn't care at all about this PK. The other party, no matter who they were, could they still be as rich as himself? Even if Air Ma came, he would have to obediently kneel down for him. One spends less and less money. One spends more and more money. Is there any suspense in the end? Lei Meng's provocation directly attracted a crowd of netizens 6666. Ha ha, Mr. Lei is really domineering. Don't challenge my pocket money with your entire fortune. The way this is said, I actually feel the sensation of boiling blood. Sister Joe couldn't help but feel excited when she saw her big brother being so arrogant. Song Arrow's side, on the other hand, was a bit upset. Che, having $2 is no big deal. What's the point of tugging? Song Arrow's mutterings were clearly heard by the people in the live broadcast room. Because of the continuous mic, Sister Joe's side also heard it. Lei Meng was certainly no exception. This made Lei Meng even angrier, gritting his teeth and fantasizing about making Song Arrow look good the day he took her down. This was a bitter experience for Secretary Xiaowen, whose heart was breaking. Little sister, you'd better worry about your big brother. The consequences of Mr. Lei's anger are serious. Oh, Sister Joe rolled her eyes and said with a reminder. Song Arrow bristled, and didn't continue the war of words with her. Both sides closed their mics and PK started. It wasn't known what Sister Joe was saying in the live broadcast, but looking at the mouth shape was very exciting. While the gifts had already started to brush up at a rapid pace, Lei Meng was not in a hurry to make a move. It was all some big brothers and fans who came to support the show who were intermittently brushing small gifts, but there were nearly $100,000. The PK votes were rising like crazy. while Song Era's side hadn't moved yet. Eru, did your big brother pull it? Scared by the opposite side? Yeah. Was he scared? Why isn't there a single vote on this? There were already people who couldn't bear to watch and were doing their bit by contributing a vote. Sister Joe's side saw the misery of Song Era's live room, pursed her lips and smiled. The gap between third-rate anchors and first-tier anchors is still huge. At this time, Yi Chen was not slow to recharge. He started recharging before PK, and after the live broadcast, the recharge was nearing the end. By the time the recharge was over, the fins were already in the hundreds of millions. As for the question of whether the bank card would have a limit, there was no need to worry about it at all with the presence of the system. Anyway, it was also recharged through the system, so this problem was easily solved. The purpose of the system was to allow Yi Chen to swipe money, and some restrictive issues were automatically solved. Stretching his back, after charging his balance of 200 million, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Finally, it's done." Song Era's live broadcast room was in a state of sadness. The past events of the morning years brushed 100 rounds of superfire. The past events of the morning brushed 100 rounds of superfire. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. The past events of the morning years brushed. The fans can't remember exactly how much Yi Chen has brushed. In any case, on the gift list, a string of numbers behind Yi Chen's name. Individual 10 million, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. The crowd was collectively petrified after they reached the billion. This your sister. Damn Tuho no one sex bar. A live PK. You swiped over 100 million? Not only Song Era's side of the live broadcast fans were shocked. Sister Joe's side of the live room was also shocked beyond words. There were also fans of the two live streams scurrying around, just wanting to see the listings of both sides. I thought that Song Era's big brother had gone soft, and maybe he had already run away. I did not expect that people not only did not run away, but also directly came to a heavy blow. Lei Meng, who was imagining that he was going to hold a beautiful woman after his victory, was also stunned by Yi Chen's big shot. Chapter 5A Financial Street. Yi Chen's crazy behavior didn't stop and still continued. 100 million, 110 million, 120 million. It was only after 200 million that Yi Chen finally stopped, and his platform account had been cleared, with not a single shark fin left. In Song Era's live room, the Superfire special effects had been blowing up the screen, and everyone had long been numb. If it was before, they would still be excited to see an Ultra Fire, but now they felt that Ultra Fire was nothing. Song Era's little mouth opened into an O shape, a cute and adorable look that made Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. And at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Consumption Blitz. Obtaining ownership of Magic City Financial Street. Financial Street? Yi Chen looked slightly surprised. Of course he had heard of the Magic City Financial Street. That was known as the fourth wealth center in the world, second only to the capital city, Hong Kong Island, and the beautiful country's Financial Street. The GDP created in a year reached 30% of the country, and every year, he didn't know how many companies were successfully listed on the Financial Street. Last year's statistics alone, Financial Street created thousands of billionaires and tens of thousands of multi-millionaires, and the place where he worked was in a company in Financial Street. Although it was just a small staff, it was also a senior white collar in the eyes of others. Wow! Just as Yi Chen was recalling the information about Financial Street, suddenly Song Era ghosted. Thank you for the support of Big Brother morning years past. The little woman is unable to return the favor. Here I bow to you. Song Era never thought that she would have such a day. A live broadcast gift earnings over $100 million. Yi Chen smiled faintly and stretched. His purpose had been achieved. He could take a break. At this time, he already had $2 billion lying quietly in his bank card, which was exactly the system rebate back. On the other side, Sister Joe had also been shocked, and then couldn't help but envy. This is the real Big Brother. 200 million is so easy to brush out. That morning past is not the official trust. That reality is definitely a capital Big Brother. Or that kind of cash flow is very horrible Big Brother. Those who come to support Joe Sisters Tycoon Big Brother all silent. They are now especially afraid of being mentioned. Two-Face, casually brushed 200 million. This still cannot play happily? You give us a little chance can also directly kick them into the abyss. There is no room to turn around at all. Some of them may also have hundreds of millions of dollars, but there does not mean they dare to brush out. Is it for a host also really dumped his family's money is how? Sister Joe also did not want to make things difficult for those big brothers. After all, the opposite side of that morning past is simply luxurious and inhumane. Who would like to die with him? But just at this time, Song Era's live broadcast public screen suddenly appeared a line of words. You have a right sentence. Don't challenge my pocket money with your stature. I'll send this sentence back to you. Having strength is called awesome. Not having strength is called pretending. And not having strength and still insisting on pretending is called Anyone who saw this line knew who Yi Chen was talking about. At this time, Lei Meng, who was in the office, was already furious, but endured it. With this $200 million gift, he was definitely not on the same level as others, and if he were to die, he would not be an opponent even if he dumped his family's money, and will also invariably offend a big brother. The loss is not worth it. This PK, he also brushed a lot, a total of nearly $30 million, but with Yi Chen's side of the sum, it was simply a drop in the bucket. The hundreds of millions of gift list had broken the shark's record, and even the platform's official staff were confused. This brush gift, big brother, in the end is what kind of god real money actually really brushed 200 million. The official backstage has the data. Whether or not it's really recharged so much is clear. After the financial report, Yi Chen really flushed 200 million cash, then through the background to understand some of Yi Chen's registration information, but only know the name, and did not have any details. Shark headquarters. The chairman of the board held an emergency meeting and started discussing about Yi Chen's identity. Gentlemen, who of you recognize this one called Yi Chen? A bunch of board members shook their heads. The Yi surname has many big families in our China. If nothing else, it's very likely that this person is the third generation of a bull from a certain family. I suggest pretending that we don't know and letting him toss it around. Chen Dong is right. Let's pretend we don't know anything. Less knowing more leads to trouble. Chairman Shark nodded slightly. Well, I also have the same idea. So it's settled then. The final PK ended. Sister Zhou's side was also in no movement. A sensational earthly PK match that stirred the entire Shark platform came to an end. Taking her cell phone, she sent a Weibo to Song Eru. Send me the address in a moment. I'll pick you up. Okay brother Yi, I'll be off the air soon too. Just after arriving downstairs, Yi Chen received the location information sent by Song Eru, and then smiled as he walked towards the parking lot of the district. There was a $90 million sports car waiting for him there, and at this moment in the district parking lot, there was a group of people gathered there, pointing at a sports car with a racy shape. Chapter 6 Dating Song Eru. Wow, what kind of car is this? What a cool sports car. This samurai black. Dazzling. It's awesome. I just checked. It's a Pagani Wind God. It costs over $90 million. My god. A car of more than $90 million. Won't I lose several $100,000 if I cut it off? You're right. So you're equivalent to earning hundreds of thousands of dollars if you don't cut it off. Hearing the man's words, the crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. You're a ing genius. Everyone restrain their family's bare child. Cannot let the child cut this car or hundreds of thousands of dollars gone. Some people kindly reminded. Some leading the child to walk is tightly hold the child in the arms, afraid of not paying attention to cause a big trouble. Yi Chen rented this neighborhood, just an ordinary neighborhood, and there is no underground garage, basically is the ground parking space. That's why it was seen by so many people. Who on earth is so rich? The person with this car must have at least billions in cash, right? Could it be that our neighborhood is still hiding a great tycoon? I really want to make friends. A woman wearing a revealing dress said with envy. You, forget it, people can't see it. Why don't you try me? A man said flirtatiously. Scram, old lady will not look at you even if she dies. I say this kind of landlord is definitely not our neighborhood. May be to our neighborhood to do business temporarily parked here. Hearing that Melanator's analysis, the crowd felt that this explanation was quite reasonable. To know, most of the people living in this neighborhood are outsiders who came to work in Magic City. Maybe there is a working girl with good looks, who was spotted by the tycoon and was driven back. While the crowd was discussing, Yi Chen walked over from afar. Although he was only wearing ordinary clothes, his handsome face made people glance at him. Everyone, please make way. Coming closer, Yi Chen said with a smile. Young man, don't get too close. If you cut this car, you'll lose a few years' salary. An old man kindly reminded. Thank you for the old man's reminder. Yi Chen politely returned. But what made the crowd dumbfounded was that Yi Chen walked up and took out a key and gently pressed it. Drip! The two beams of headlights lit up, and the full samurai black paint of the car, coupled with the streamlined body lines, manifested a very domineering appearance, as if a fierce beast had awakened. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Yi Chen sat in and casually said, It's fine, this car is mine. The crowd were all stunned. This car is actually this young man's. This young man in the end is what got super rich second generation. It looks like just graduated from college. Even drove on the value of 90 million super sports car. It is really more than people have to die. Goods than goods have to throw They are still worrying about the monthly income of 10,000 yuan. People already do not have to work hard. No, not only do not have to work hard is simply the peak of life. This kind of car is born to have. No will never be able to have. Gently honked the horn. The crowd got out of the way. Yi Chen stepped on the gas and left. Out of the neighborhood. to the road directly into a scenic line, waiting for the traffic light, the rear car at least dozens of meters away from him. Those car owners are afraid of their own an operational error. Let their own money. Although there is insurance, but tailgating is full responsibility. Have insurance may not be enough to compensate. Yi-Chen took a look at the positioning information sent by Song-Yaru. Surprisingly, it was in the vicinity of the Magic University. Is it still a college student? It was a good thing that college students were basically adults. Otherwise he really didn't dare to chat blindly. Although he liked women, the bottom line was that he had to be an adult, and he wouldn't even think about it if he wasn't an adult. Coming to the vicinity of Magic University, the crowd here gradually increased, and luxury cars abounded on the roadside. Hundreds of thousands of BBA into millions of Land Rover, Porsche, Martha, Ferrari and so on have. You can see that the city of Magic City is never lack of rich people. But after Yi-Chen drove here, in the luxury car also eclipsed, all eyes looked to a place. Asterisk. What kind of car is this? Someone said in a shocked voice. Simple. Baidu. Asterisk. I finished checking. It's actually a Pagani Wind God. Awesome. I've gotten a long view today. This car is actually seen in reality. A student who just passed by saw the incoming supercar. Couldn't help but ghostly shouted. Is quite powerful. This car on the 10 million it. Magic City rich people really much. Beside a companion also followed the envy of the road. The ghost called the teenager despised. What do you think? But also tens of millions? Is hundreds of millions of This thing is limited all over the world. Just the selling price of more than 50 million, plus miscellaneous expenses, landed in the country less than 100 million, and not rich on the line. You also have to have that strength to be qualified to buy. Seems to buy this kind of car. First of all, the manufacturer's side will assess your assets. If the assets do not reach their goal, simply will not sell to you. And this car is limited to 5 units around the world. Buy to the hand will not appear depreciation of the possibility of, coupled with speculation. The price will only go up. Got it. So buy this car still have to be so troublesome. Then I'd better buy an Accord to drive it. Save your heart. Accord YYDS. Fuel efficient. Power enough, but also suck can carry the crash. High configuration. Do not need to brush the car parked on the side of the road or people lick clean. No brother teenager despised. Along the way, Yi-Chen directly came to the Magic University near not far before the neighborhood. This neighborhood management is also quite good. Not the people in this neighborhood simply cannot enter. After all, it is also for those students who rent rooms here safety considerations. After Yi-Chen came, the security guard saw his car, did not think about it directly released. Although the security guard didn't know what kind of car it was, but by the looks of it, they all knew that it was expensive. And this kind of person didn't need to verify his identity anymore. Vehicles slowly parked to Song-Yu downstairs. Yi-Chen sat in the car and played with his cell phone. By the way, he also told Song-Yu the parking location of his car model, so that she wouldn't have to look for it when she went downstairs. I'm here. Come down in a moment. Okay brother Yi. Upstairs in a house of about 50 square feet, Song-Yu had already lost count of how many pieces of clothing she had tried on, and there was never one that satisfied her. Standing in front of the mirror, her perfect figure wearing only underwear was visible. Receiving the news that Yi-Chen had arrived, Song-Yu was a bit anxious. She has always been doing things are thunder and lightning. The least favorite is dilly-dallying. A rush, directly wearing a cowboy, short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of sneakers, tied in a ponytail windy downstairs. Although not carefully dressed only drew light makeup, but Song-Yu born beautiful, without powder is also a goddess level, plus a refreshingly dry sportswear, giving people a youthful gas full. Downstairs, I don't know when, a person with glasses holding flowers has come here. That person was followed by 2 friends with encouragement in their eyes. Old Zhang, we believe in you. You will definitely succeed in your confession this time. Zhang, who was holding the flowers, also looked determined. Thank you for your support. I will definitely not let you down. Chancing to look up and see this scene, Yi-Chen watched with interest. Looking at these energetic students, he couldn't help but recall when he was in school. How could it not be the same? Although he hadn't confessed his love to anyone, he had seen many similar scenes. Later stepped into society. Gradually angle was smoothed out. What the love of children. What the wind and snow. All is bull asterisk. Nothing has money to really. Without money, everything is a luxury. At this time, a silhouette appeared in front of the unit. A pair of long legs, so that people who see it will not be able to resist gulping. The belly of a nameless fire rose. Chapter 7 National Gold Center shares. Seeing Song-Yu who walked out, the teenager holding the flowers looked very excited. Song-Yu, I like. But before that Zhang student could finish his confession, Song-Yu scanned the circle and saw Yi-Chen's car parked in front of the unit door, directly sidestepped and dodged forward. Brother Yi, didn't keep you waiting, right? Sitting on the co-pilot, Song Yu said with some embarrassment. The windy and fiery character made Yi-chen feel a bit funny and shook his head. It's fine, I also just arrived. Why did you come down so quickly? I thought I still had to wait for a while. Saying that, Yi-chen took a closer look at Song Yu, feeling that this girl was even a few points prettier in reality than in the live broadcast. I was afraid of making you wait impatiently, so I hurried down. As he spoke, Song Yu, who had always been a big talker, was a bit shy instead. A straightforward woman who suddenly showed a shy expression had a different kind of beauty. Well, it's fine. Yi-chen started the vehicle, turned around and left towards the outside of the neighborhood. Alone, he left behind Zhang, who was messy in the wind. My heart is broken. My goddess got into someone else's passenger car. Zhang seemed to have suffered a huge blow and murmured nervously. Two dormitory buddies came over and patted their shoulders to comfort. Condolences. Look at the car that other people are driving. You have lost the right to choose a spouse. It's better to go back to study and become a rich man in the future. On the road, Song Yu sat in the co-pilot blowing the wind, a head of ponytail fluttering in the wind. As if she remembered something, she couldn't help but turn her head and say, Big brother Yi, where are we going now? To the mall first. The mall? Song Yu asked doubtfully, what's the point of going to the mall? Looking at the unresponsive Song Yu, Yi-chen smiled. Of course it's to go shopping. Ah, ha ha. Song Yu also reacted to the fact that he had asked idiotic questions and smiled awkwardly. Going shopping was Yi-chen's second plan to brush money. Although the live streaming brush gift thing was fast money, it couldn't be done too many times, otherwise it would attract other people's attention. Buying things was relatively low-key. National Gold Center, Magic City's largest shopping plaza, it is said to go to the inside does not consume 1,800,000, are embarrassed to take out to show off. After parking the car, the two of them took the elevator to the mall. Just after stepping out of the elevator, a welcome guest respectfully said, Welcome, may I help you? Yi-chen slightly waved his hand. No, we'll stroll around by ourselves. Okay sir, you can call us anytime if there's anything. That welcome guest's temperament was very good. Although her looks were not top-notch, she was a rare beauty. It was also Song Yu's first time coming to this kind of high-end consumption luxury place, her gaze looking around with some novelty. As far as the eye can see, brand stores abound. Many are specialty stores, Armani, Bulgari, Cartier and so on. Only what you can't think of. There is nothing you can't buy. Bringing Song Yu directly to an Armani clothing store. Welcome, may I ask what kind of clothes sir would like to pick? Something a little more casual will do. Okay sir, this way please. Our Armani specializes in men's light luxury casual clothing. You definitely didn't pick the wrong one here. Coming to the place labeled casual area, the shopper began to introduce for Yi-chen with great effort. Song Yu, how about this dress? Yi-chen asked as he walked out of the dressing room wearing a set of white casual suit. Song Yu couldn't help but light up in front of her eyes and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Good looking, too handsome. To be honest, this is not Song Yu licking, but Yi-chen's looks were originally very handsome, with a body of more than 1.80 m, paired with the Armani casual suit that highlights the temperament. It's much more handsome than all those little fresh meat. The guide are looking at the eyes straight, suffused with little stars. The heart cannot help but fantasize. If they have a boyfriend like this as a kind of experience, it is estimated that they have to not let him get out of bed every day. Rolled him to death it. Okay, then count this set as well. Yi-chen then picked a few more pieces, spending a total of more than $50,000. It wasn't too expensive. Ding, consumption blitz. Obtained 70% of the shares of National Gold. Just after paying the bill, Yi-chen heard the system's beep in his head. Although he was surprised in his heart, he didn't show anything on his face. He had gradually gotten used to this sense of surprise after experiencing the previous system's rewards. Let's go. Buy something for you too. Song Yu hurriedly excused himself. Big brother you know. No, you've swiped so many gifts for me. How embarrassing for me to ask for something from you. What's wrong with that? Give it to you and you can just keep it. With those words, Yi-chen nonchalantly grabbed Song Yu's soft and boneless hand and directly rushed to the Cartier boutique. Song Yu was grabbed by the hand. The heart is a little strange, but did not refuse, so blushing let Yi-chen pull the dock carry pickaxe handle. For you to buy Cartier. Recently very popular network words. The reel for Cartier played a wave of advertising. Come to Cartier shopping. A lot of people. Yi-chen 2 people walked in. There are more than 10 people in the shopping. Honey, how about this new Cartier necklace? Cartier has always been focusing on the young people's market. All of its products are very youthful. From watches to jewelry to all kinds of luxury goods. All in all, in China, there was quite some market. The ordinary ones were around 10,000, and the expensive ones were tens and hundreds of thousands. Speaking as a young man, wearing brand name clothing, wrist with $1 million worth of Patagonia watch. As long as the literate can see, this teenager's family is not simple. And beside the man was a delicate girl with good posture. The woman's charming eyes were like silk, and she even had a pair of peach blossom eyes. The man who was talking inadvertently glanced at the doorway, and upon seeing Song-yu, he couldn't help but sink his expression. Goo, isn't this our Magic University's school beauty, Song-yu? I heard that you're engaging in live broadcasting on your own. This is the big brother who's come out to spend money? The sudden conspiratorial voice caused Song-yu to freeze, and upon seeing the man, her face was a bit unsightly. This man's name was Chen Lifeng, a super-rich second generation who was also in the same university as Song-yu. I heard that the family is engaged in real estate. The most important thing is that there is a gray background. His father is the richest man in a district. His mother is working in the unit. The level is not low. The family also has someone in a high position. A school enrollment is the man of the hour. At first this Chen Lifeng also to her launched a pursuit. But Chen Lifeng character is not very good. Looking for girlfriends or playing even if they did not promise. In fact, as long as not stupid, will not have too much with this kind of people. After all, in the end, only to be played with the part, but also think people can marry you? In order to people's family background, not to say find a door-to-door, but also have to find a similar, mutual benefit cooperation only. No surprise, Song-yu directly rejected Chen Lifeng's pursuit. This also led to Chen Lifeng being very humiliated and had threatened to make Song-yu look good. In fact, Song-yu's moving out from the school was also partly due to Chen Lifeng, being a school goddess in her own right, coupled with Chen Lifeng's stalking. It caused Song-yu to be pointed at everywhere she went. You know him? Yi Chen asked curiously. Song-yu's face was ugly as she said, well, once pursued me. I didn't say yes. Then he stalked me, and finally attacked me with public opinion. Let's not take care of him. This person is very background and careful. Offending him is less trouble. Hearing Song-yu's reply, Yi Chen probably guessed what happened. Let's go. Seeing him is distracting. Song-yu was not willing to stay here for much longer, fearing that Chen Lifeng would look for trouble and there would be fewer verbal fights at that time. However, while Song-yu didn't want to take care of Chen Lifeng didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. His eyes swept over Yi Chen and he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This guy is even more handsome than me. Chapter 8 3 Kinds of People. Then he took a look at Yi Chen's dress and felt that he was not a poor man, but he just felt uncomfortable in his heart. The woman he didn't get. Now he even followed someone else. It was very upsetting. In fact, this was a trait shared by men. I say Song-yu, I always thought you were quite noble. This is not also looking for a man. TSK. You shut up. Chen Lifeng, I'll warn you again. If you dare to talk nonsense and tarnish my reputation again, believe it or not I'll make you lie down on the ground. As a Feng Tian, Song-yu was definitely not a good-tempered person. Don't look at the fact that she always acted good-tempered, but as a Feng Tian's son or daughter, if someone really messed with them, they wouldn't be so nice. What kind of person is this? So unqualified. I don't know how their parents educated them. The girlfriend beside Chen Lifeng, who might have seen that Song-yu was too pretty, or might have been standing up for her boyfriend, directly muttered there in a conspiratorial manner. Song-yu stared at the woman with an ugly expression. Say that again. If you dare to say one more bad word about my parents, believe it or not I'll whip you? Yo, you're so patient. Don't you know that it's a lawful society now? How dare you hit me? I told you, you have no quality. Your whole family has no quality. Pop. Before the words could fall, Song-yu directly went up and slapped that woman. The crisp sound resounded throughout the entire Cartier boutique. Even some of the passing guests stopped to look sideways. In a flash, a circle of people surrounded the Cartier boutique inside and out, all of them watching. Don't look at the IFC center to come to the people are high-grade customers. All have a certain status, but the national people like to see the problem, but not divided into high and low. The guide saw the conflict, and rushed to call the store manager over. You dare to hit me? The woman was a little confused by Song-yu's slap, and then she was ready to tear. But how could she be Song-yu's opponent? Casually flinging her arm, she pushed her to the ground. Seeing his woman being beaten, Chen Lifeng also felt his face being broken. After all, now nominally his own woman, being slapped in public and pushed to the ground was also indirectly hitting him in the face. Think he haul real estate boss's son, but also the second generation of officials. His own woman was slapped in the face in public. Spread out all have to let the circle of people laugh. Song-yu, you are looking for death, Chen Lifeng said with a bad expression. At this time, the store manager rushed over and hurriedly pulled the fight. Let's have a talk. Don't make a move. Chen Lifeng directly pulled out a membership card. This is my membership card. Your Cartier is also considered a top luxury brand. Why do you put everyone in there? If you don't give me an explanation today, I definitely won't buy anything from your family in the future. The store manager saw the membership card in Chen Lifeng's hand and was somewhat embarrassed. On one side was his own member customer, and on the other side was a new guest. According to the usual is to maintain, and looking at the appearance of both sides, are not good to mess with the Lord, and these customers are linked to their own performance. They consume their own benefits, cannot help but let him some difficult to do, but after hesitating for a while, he still chose to favor Chen Lifeng a bit. There was no way. Chen Lifeng's membership card was of a very high grade. This kind of diamond membership card can only be owned by those who spend more than $1 million a year in Cartier boutiques. The spending power of the new customer was still unknown, but Chen Lifeng's spending was indeed real. After all, the annual fixed can bring millions of performance. New customers are important, but what if people just casually come to see, do not like their own products, do not consume it? This is not a small loss. After confirming that the membership card is correct, the store manager changed his attitude just now, and was polite to Chen Lifeng. Instead, he said seriously to Yi Chen and Songyu, the two of you are making trouble in my Cartier is a bit bad, right? And now you also hit someone. Apologize. After all, there is not much. We can sympathize with each other and get over it. Saying this, the store manager had already secretly signaled the guy to go to the mall security. He knew that this kind of thing wouldn't be easily resolved. It was still convenient to let the security handle it. The security of the IFC center were all well-trained veterans. No matter who was causing trouble, they would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, the bosses of the IFC have also ordered that whoever dares to cause trouble must be severely punished, and will not be tolerated. You know, as the largest shopping mall in Magic City, the power behind the IFC is very large. That is, those hundreds of billions of market value of the boss of the listed companies, but also dare not make trouble in the IFC easily. Songyu also knew that she had caused trouble, but the other party had insulted her parents. Even if she had to do it all over again, she would not hesitate. Apologizing is impossible. She insulted my parents first. You guys can settle it however you want. Little girl, you might be taking things too for granted. You should be a college student in school, right? Let me first popularize your legal knowledge. First of all, you have been suspected of provoking trouble and hit someone. The police station is definitely going to go. And secondly, because of you, it affects my business here. Perhaps because of this delay of yours, we lost a big customer, causing millions or even tens of millions of economic losses. More and more, the main thing is that if you hit someone and go to the police station, it creates a bad influence and may also leave a record. Not only does it have an impact on your graduation, but also on your future development, and most of all it has a great impact on future generations. Don't think that hitting someone a slap is not a big thing. That depends on the parties to pursue or not. If the injury appraisal to do the truth, you have caused harm to the victim, you are criminally liable. Songyu, even in the tough, but also a small girl who has not stepped on the society, was the store manager of this flurry of scare, directly some afraid up. Going to the police station is not afraid, but leaving a record does have a great impact, and reaching the level of injury will also be sentenced. After all, she was admitted to the Magic University. Her family is very envious. Her parents in front of relatives is also very dignified, but once there is a bad influence, just wait to be mercilessly ridiculed. Of course, her parents probably wouldn't blame themselves. After all, someone had insulted them and would still encourage them, but she also didn't want her parents to be ridiculed by her relatives. That's how it is in this society nowadays. The people who want to see you laugh the most are the people around you, friends and relatives. Just when Songyu was in a dilemma, Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's fine, don't worry. After comforting Songyu, Yi Chen continued, see what you mean, store manager. Is that abusing people's parents is casual, and doing it is wrong, right? The store manager nodded. Yes. Does this gentleman have anything to say? Am I wrong? Yes, but I see that you are able to sit in this position. You should also know that there is another kind of unfairness in this world. The store manager froze for a moment. What do you mean? Chen Lifeng also looked at Yi Chen in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Yi Chen's meaning was very simple. There were three kinds of people in the world: those who followed the rules, those who utilized the rules, and those who were the rules themselves. The third Yi Chen has not reached yet, but with the identity of the first shareholder of a financial street and the National Gold Center in hand, the second set is him. The world's four major financial streets, each of which is in control of one side of the economy. The connections they have are not something an ordinary person can imagine. As for the IFC, that is one of the top shopping malls in China. A word can make any brand have no market, including these high-end brands from outside. And the meaning of what he wanted to tell these people is that some things are not useful just because you have reason. There are so many missing people every year. Don't you think about the reason? Chapter 9. Slow down. Don't do it. At this time, the clerk who went to find security had already rushed back. Behind him, there were not only security personnel, but also a middle-aged man in a suit, which was the manager of the first floor of the National Gold Center. Just coming in, the manager said in a deep voice, "I heard that there is a disturbance here. What's going on? Don't you know that the IFC Center doesn't allow disturbances?" Seeing that manager, Chen Lifeng couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth, then greeted, "Manager Zhang here." Seeing Chen Lifeng, Manager Zhang was surprised for a moment. This Chen Lifeng he knew, because always consume here. The two are familiar with each other, and Chen Lifeng's background he also has some understanding. In the Magic City is also considered a relatively background-rich second generation. His father is not only the real estate company boss, but also a little gray background. Mother's official position is not low, the whole family in the district belonging to the top. Seeing Chen Lifeng, he knew that today's matter must have something to do with him. After all, this second-generation rich man had a pretty bratty personality. Young Chen so idle today, taking your girlfriend shopping? Chen Lifeng nodded. Manager Zhang, it's just as well that you're here. My girlfriend was beaten up. Your IFC has to give a statement. If you don't care, then I'll have to let my father talk to your general manager. Hearing Chen Lifeng raise his father, Manager Zhang didn't want to make a scene. Then his eyes looked at Yi Chen and Songyu. The two of you, apologizing won't be hard. Chen Xiao's father is the real estate boss of the Longnu area. A bit of background, don't get into trouble. Yi Chen didn't care and nodded slightly. Apologize for sure, but it's not us. As the manager of the National Gold Center, you don't look at the background to speak without understanding what happened first? Is this how your general manager manages the business? If you just look at the background, then it's better to solve it. After saying his words, Yi Chen casually took out his phone and directly found a number to call. After the system storm reward, the phone number of the person in charge of its industry was automatically recorded into the phone. Yi Chen didn't need to find someone to ask, he could just call directly. And inside the general manager's office on the top floor of the IFC Center, an elegant middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was looking at the information in his hands with a gloomy expression. There was a photo on the information, which was precisely Yi Chen's photo. Underneath was the name, age and the words newly promoted shareholder of the National Gold Center. After reading the information, Wu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Where did this bull come from? Surprisingly, he directly acquired 70% of the shares of the IFC. It should be known that the IFC is a treasure pot, with an annual income of tens of billions of dollars, not to mention that it is just a shopping mall, but the rents collected are comparable to the rents of all the Wandas across the country. Of course, the IFC is not the only one in Mordor. There are 4 others. Each of these places is a metropolis, with a GDP that ranks at the top of the list in China, and they are also the highest-ranking malls in the area. No one would be stupid enough to sell a chicken that lays golden eggs. Despite this, the young man called Yi Chen was able to acquire 70% of the shares. There is only one possibility. That is, Yi Chen. This young man's identity is very uncomplicated, and has even reached the level of being able to ask for what his parents want. The ancestors had at least ridden horses. Thinking about this, Wu Yuan had a feeling of a chill down his spine. There are only a handful of people in China who can have this kind of ability, and even so few that only the top powerful families in the capital can do it. Before Wu Yuan could digest the shock in his heart, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was the new shareholder's phone number that had just been stored, and he was scared to pick it up in a hurry. Chief Wu, I'm at the Cartier boutique on the first floor of the Magic City IFC Center. Come down and deal with a little matter for me. Ah, Yi Dong, when did you come? Why didn't you give a notice in advance? I didn't even go down to pick you up personally here. Yi Chen smiled as he said, this is not a notification. Come down and take a look. Without waiting for Wu Yuan to say anything else, the phone had already hung up. Listening to the beep 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 busy sound coming from the phone, Wu Yuan directly jumped up from his chair, copied his suit jacket, and rushed towards the internal exclusive elevator to the first floor. When did this big boss come to the IFC? How come no one notified him? Especially the tone of the big boss's voice on the phone. Although he couldn't hear anything, something was definitely wrong. While riding the elevator, he was still imagining possibilities in his mind. Could it be that the hygiene was not up to par? Or is it the service? Any of these possibilities filtered through Wu Yuan's mind, and then came up with various countermeasures. On the other side, inside the Cartier boutique, Chen Lifeng felt even more amused when he saw Yi Chen pretending to make a phone call, and that tone of voice was still a bit commanding. Kid, line don't puff up your face and end up finding someone who is nothing over here. This is the National Gold Center, not your living room, haha. Some people watching also have whispered, this teenager trouble, although I can't see what identity he has, but I feel that in the end must suffer. Right, now people's side is in the right. How to say it's the teenager's girlfriend who hit the person first? As long as people grab this problem and don't let it go, they will have to obediently apologize and compensate. And look at manager Zhang. The background of the teenager should not be simple. His father can directly find the general manager of the National Gold Center, General Manager Wu. It must also be a level of people. Although many people understood the causes and consequences, and were somewhat contemptuous of Chen Lifeng and the Cartier store manager's approach. But no matter, people just have backgrounds. You can't endure but also have to endure. And make a big deal. Will only attract the senior leadership of the National Gold Center? When the time to make trouble, the National Gold Center will certainly be strictly dealt with. Song Yu carefully pulled the corner of Yi Chen's coat. How about Big Brother Yi forget about it? Not just an apology. A woman can bend. Say it later? Yi Chen smiled faintly and gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry, this place is really what he said. It's similar to my living room. From afar, Chen Lifeng saw Yi Chen and Song Yu's intimate movements, and became even more savory in his heart. Jealous. Alright, kid, don't bluff. I'm a bit annoyed. Store manager Li, call the police. If they don't apologize, let them go in for 2 days. On the other side, store manager Li had already introduced what happened for manager Zhang. Of course, tried to downplay his own responsibility. All of them put the blame on Yi Chen. Manager Zhang nodded. His eyes looked towards Yi Chen and Song Yu's side and said, alright, hurry up and deal with it. Don't affect the image of our National Gold Center. It's not that big of a deal. Just throw them out. I just received news that the National Gold Center has changed to a new boss. All be honest with me, if the new boss knows that this kind of thing has happened, it's not unlikely that someone will be held accountable. Don't give me eye candy. What? The National Gold Center changed bosses? When did this happen? A stone startled 1,000 waves. Store manager Li, Chen Lifeng, and a bunch of melon eaters were all shocked in their hearts. How could the boss of such a large enterprise as the National Gold Center change just like that? And the outside world had not received any news at all. Seeing the security guards who wanted to go forward, Yi Chen smiled and said, don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer. There might be a surprise. Ha! Manager Zhang, who was just about to leave with his hands behind his back, heard Yi Chen's words and couldn't help but turn around with a frown. Oh, kid, don't know what's good for you. Didn't let you guys take the blame. Just expulsion would be good. If you are still messing around here, don't blame me for being rude to you. At this time, Wu Yuan's figure finally appeared in the distance, huffing and puffing as he jogged all the way over. Some of the bosses who knew Wu Yuan, seeing the general manager of IFC so flustered, all wondered what had happened. General Manager Wu, what's wrong with you? Bulgari's store manager greeted and asked. Wu Yuan didn't even bother with him and went straight to the outside of the Cartier boutique. Everyone, please make way. Wu Yuan tried his best to keep his breathing even, fearing that Yi Chen would mistake him for having a hairy personality and leave a bad impression. Thinking that he was unsteady again would be disastrous. The crowd moved aside at the sound of their voices. Why is Mr. Wu here? It seems like he came to settle things here. This seems to be a bit of a fuss, right? Yes, just come to a random middle management person. Is there a need for Mr. Wu to raise a fuss? Slow down. Don't do it. Wu Yuan heard this side of the talk from a long way away, and his face was bloodless and soft in fear. This is if the new boss is thrown out. Their own this son also did the head. Chapter 10, if you can't handle it well, you'll have to pack your bags and leave. Seeing Wu Yuan, the Cartier store manager and manager Zhang were shocked in their hearts. Mr. Wu, what brings you here? Wu Yuan didn't pay attention to the duo and hurriedly came in front of Yi Chen and said, hello Yi Dong, I am Wu Yuan, the general manager of the National Gold Center. Wow! For a moment everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and was instantly petrified. No one had thought that this person who had been bullied by the Cartier store manager in Chen Lifeng, as well as manager Zhang, was actually the boss of the National Gold Center. The crowd then recalled what manager Zhang had said earlier. The IFC Center had a new boss. Now that they looked at it, this teenager was the new boss of the National Gold Center. No wonder he has been sitting steadily, not afraid at all. People have such a big background, they can still be afraid of the Cartier store manager in Chen Lifeng. This is on their turf, so it would be a hell of a thing to be afraid of them. Yi Chen looked calm, couldn't tell if he was happy or sad, and didn't know what he was thinking, only heard him faintly say, Mr. Wu, is this how you manage? Merchants unite with old customers to bully newcomers, and your manager here is even more unquestioning, directly dealing with it without authorization. If this happens a few more times, won't our IFC be discredited? And who will dare to come here to spend money in the future? Who would still be willing to come and pay the bill if we can't give others a fair and just solution to deal with the situation? Wu Yuan's head was sweating from Yi Chen's words, but he didn't dare to say a word and could only let Yi Chen count his words. Now, I'm giving you a chance to handle things here perfectly. If you can't handle it well, you'll immediately roll up and leave for me. Do you hear me? Yes. Don't worry Yi Dong, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. After saying his words, Wu Yuan turned around with an ugly expression. Everyone knew that Wu Yuan was completely enraged. A hallowed IFC center, the general manager of the most upscale shopping plaza in Magic City, being reprimanded by his boss in front of everyone. No one would be in a good mood. I'll give you 1 day to move out of here right away. If you don't leave after 1 day, I'll let someone help you. Store manager Li was on the verge of crying out in fear as soon as he heard Wu Yuan's words. General manager Wu, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I didn't know that he's the new boss of our IFC. I'll apologize to him right away and give me another chance. By the way, just now, Yi Dong applied for a membership card here. I'll give him a refund right away. Although Cartier is an international brand, but in the country, the IFC wants to block a brand is still very easy, and he, the store manager, is sure to be in big trouble, will also be pushed out by Cartier to take full responsibility, and then be sued, but not to lose a fortune. What do you mean you don't know he is the boss? He is not the boss, you can do whatever you want? The principle of doing business is fairness and justice. You reverse right and wrong. The store is big. You say you're right? Cut the crap. Cartier wants to stay in our gold center again in the future. Let them come and talk to me. As for you, hurry up and get lost. I don't want to see you again. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with this handling decision of Wu Yuan. Immediately afterward, Wu Yuan's gaze looked at Chen Lifeng again, which was even less of a concern. He didn't care about an internationally recognized brand like Cartier. A small Chen Lifeng was even less of a concern. People with no quality like you don't deserve to come to our country's gold center. In the future, your name will go into the blacklist, and any business in the IFC will not receive you. What? Chen Lifeng didn't expect that he would be blacklisted by the National Gold Center, and roared loudly in anger. What's so great about your National Gold Center? If I don't come here, I won't have a place to spend my money? Let me tell you, my father is Chen Chang, the chairman of the Changxin District Xianghua Group. Wu Yuan said disdainfully. Chen Chang, I know him, but you go back and ask your father if he dares to talk to me like that. Ask him if he dares to let people not come to our golden center to shop. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Chen Lifeng was a bit scared. Lifting up his own father didn't work well. If he continues today, he will definitely suffer a big loss. Then he turned around and left in anger. Chen Lifeng today is considered to be hit in the face. Not long, his circle will have to be spread all over the world by the National Gold Center to pull the black customer. He is probably the first one, the face of a big loss. At the same time, the heart also more angry, vowed to get this scene back. Slow down, she scolded my friend. Do you want to leave without apologizing? Yi Chen said indifferently. As soon as the security guards who were here heard the boss speak, they all gathered around. The meaning shown was clear. Don't apologize or you won't leave. The peach blossom-eyed woman looked at Chen Lifeng for help, wanting him to speak for her. Chen Lifeng had lost face himself and didn't want to stay, so he didn't have the time to care about her. Look after yourself. With no choice but to apologize to Songyu, the woman could only apologize. Yi Chen said indifferently. Didn't eat? Who can hear such a little noise? The peach blossom-eyed woman endured the humiliation and apologized loudly with a sentence. And only then did Songyu feel comfortable in her heart and let her leave. Wu Yuan gazed at manager Zhang again. Zhang Tao, go to the personnel department yourself and handle your resignation. You are not suitable for this job. This one sentence made manager Zhang's face pale and his eyes desperate. Although it was just a simple dismissal from the IFC, it was important to know that in the future, when he looked for another job, and then knew that he was dismissed from the IFC, many people would not dare to hire him, regardless of Zhang Tao, whose face was like ashes. Wu Yuan hurriedly said to Yi Chen, Boss, are you still satisfied with my solution? Yi Chen nodded slightly. Not bad. Just in time to come over. You immediately notify. Have a regular meeting. Meet with everyone. Okay boss, I'll go and notify right away. Boss, there is a lounge upstairs. You go over and wait a bit. I'll have someone prepare for the meeting. Good. Yi Chen pulled Songyu into the internal special elevator and went straight to the top floor. Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after Yi Chen left. Fortunately, he didn't leave a bad impression in his boss's mind. He had passed this hurdle. Sitting in the huge lounge, the extravagant decoration inside made Songyu feel a little uncomfortable. It was really too luxurious, especially when Yi Chen's identity background was exposed, making her feel a little unworthy. Yi Chen's gentle voice came out. What are you thinking about? Songyu was rambling when she suddenly heard the voice and was startled. It's nothing. Songyu hastily waved her hand and said, Chapter 11, driving a sports car and eating at a big stall. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, Wu Yuan's knock sounded. Yi Dong, the meeting is ready. Are you going over now? Yi Chen straightened his complexion and said indifferently, Tell them to wait for a while. Okay Yi Dong. Wu Yuan didn't say anything and hurriedly agreed. What was Yi Chen's status? That was the biggest shareholder of the National Gold Center, or an absolute holding. It could be said that the National Gold Center was Yi Chen's one word. He told those executives to wait. Those executives only had to wait. Inside a huge conference room on the top floor of the National Gold Center, the executives had all heard about today's events, especially when they heard that a new young director had been appointed. Each of them were walking on thin ice and were restless. Have you heard? Zhang Tao has been sacked. Yes, I also just heard that Zhang Tao will have a hard time mixing in this industry in the future. If you ask me, it's not that Mr. Wu is ruthless, but the background of the people Zhang Tao messed with is too strong. We'd better keep our eyes peeled in the future. Alas, I hope the new director. These three fires don't burn on us. It had been nearly half an hour before the sound of footsteps came from outside the conference room. The crowd knew that it should be the legendary new chairman coming. With that, they all sat upright, ready to stand up in the fastest position they could. At the moment the door of the conference room was pushed open, all the executives stood up in divine synchronization. Wu Yuan coughed and said, "Hello everyone, this is our new director Yi Chen. Yi Dong, good day, Director Yi." Yi Chen swept his gaze over the crowd and a smile appeared on his face. He directly came to the first seat and sat down. Just when the crowd didn't dare to gasp for air, Yi Chen finally spoke. "Well, hello everyone, all take a seat." The crowd was relieved and sat down carefully with a sigh of relief. "I came to the meeting today. There's no big deal. It's just to get acquainted with all of you." The meeting didn't last for a long time, and Yi Chen didn't know the meeting routine, so he casually said some words and asked about the future direction of development, and then the meeting was adjourned. It was only after Yi Chen left that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the new boss didn't burn the fire on them when he took office. It seems to me that the new director is only 22 or 23 years old. How did he manage to become the largest shareholder of the National Gold Center? An executive said curiously after coming back to his senses. People's background is bullish. This kind of thing is better to ask less. Do your own. A group of executives packed up their things and stood up to leave. Back to the lounge. Yi Chen snapped his fingers. "Let's go little Song." "So fast?" Song Yu sniffed doubtfully. "Well, let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." "Good." The two of them left the IFC center. Glancing at the sky, Yi Chen, who was driving the car, asked, "Thinking about it? What do you want to eat?" Song Yu thought for a moment and said, "There's nothing to eat. Just have a bite. Why don't we go eat at a big stall? It's economical." "Big stall?" Yi Chen was surprised for a moment, then nodded his head. "Okay, let's go eat at a big stall then." Song Yu saw Yi Chen froze for a moment, thinking that he wasn't used to eating in a big stall, then associating it with Yi Chen's identity. He couldn't help but feel that it was a bit hasty. "If you're not used to eating, let's go eat something else," Song Yu said in a hurry. Yi Chen smiled faintly, knowing that Song Yu had misunderstood, shook his head and said, "It's fine, let's go to the big stall then." The supercar worth $90 million appeared in the big stall, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Pagani? This is awesome Zao. Driving $100 million sports car to eat at the big stall. I'm kind of opened my eyes. Who says it's not? It used to be a plot scene in novels. I didn't expect it to really happen in reality. This kind of car, of course not everyone knows the value, only know the brand. The specific price is not allowed to say. Anyway, in their eyes, the sports car is worth tens of millions of dollars is already quite a lot. Yi Chen and Song Yu walked down from the sports car. It was even more so that the people passing by had their eyes set straight, envious and jealous. Even if they had money, the man was so handsome and the woman was so beautiful. Regardless of the gazes of the surrounding crowd, Yi Chen found a relatively hot barbecue restaurant and sat down. "You order." Pushing the menu to Song Yu, Yi Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Song Yu took the menu and ordered without any hesitation. As a Feng Tian great tiger pussy, Song Yu was heartless and never pretentious when dealing with her friends. Moreover, she also knew Yi Chen's wealth, and she didn't need to save money for him by eating a big stall. 50 lamb kebabs, a roasted leek, 10 strings of chicken wings, 2 cashews, a case of beer, slat heart tube. I don't know how many I ordered. In short, when the dishes came up, they filled a table. Song Yu rubbed his hands and said, "That brother Yi, I'll be polite haha." Yi Chen liked Song Yu's character very much and nodded slightly. "Well, you're welcome." He copied a bottle of beer, and didn't use a bottle driver, directly opened it with his teeth, reached out and handed it to Yi Chen. "Here you go big brother Yi." "Right, you're driving. Can you drink?" Yi Chen nodded. "It's fine, just let the company send someone over." Of course, Yi Chen can also find a chauffeur. But first of all, this kind of car general chauffeur dare not drive. Secondly, this car only has 2 seats. The chauffeur came. Is it possible to let Song Yu sit on him? Receiving the beer, Yi Chen directly called Wu Yuan. "Hello, Yi Dong." The phone only rang once. and Wu Yuan picked it up with a respectful tone. That Mr. Wu I drank some wine over here. In a moment you send a car over to pick me up. Okay Yi Dong, I will arrange it right away. Speaking of arranging, Wu Yuan actually acted personally, driving his Mercedes S450 and rushed to Yi Chen's location. This kind of thing of offering his favor in front of his boss, how could he possibly give the opportunity to someone else? Chapter 12 Sending Song Arrow Home. As a child of Fengtian, Song Arrow's drinking capacity is definitely not blown. How to say the words? Women either do not drink, or pick up the glass. Not many men can drink over, and Song Arrow is definitely the latter. Feet on the beer box, character bold. While chatting with Yi Chen Tianan, no matter what the topic was, he could say a few words. Big brother Yi, I'll toast you a bottle. Thank you for standing up for me today. Otherwise I would have to let that Chen Lifeng bully me to death today. Looking at Song Arrow's sincere eyes, Yi Chen could not help but smile. You don't have to be so polite. I believe that anyone who swapped with me wouldn't sit back and watch. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Song Arrow was still very grateful. No matter what the reason was, to help was to help. This was a favor. Just as Yi Chen and Song Arrow were talking, Wu Yuan had already come to the distance, only he didn't dare to go over and disturb. Beside him was a person who looked like an assistant. Mr. Wu, aren't we going over to say hello to Yi Dong? The assistant asked cautiously. Wu Yuan glared at him without any good humor. What are you thinking? You don't see the current situation. Yi Dong is having dinner with his friends. If we suddenly go over to disturb, won't we stir up the excitement? And when the time comes, we mustn't leave a bad impression in Yi Dong's heart. You do not look at Yi Dong young, but from today's performance in the National Gold Center, Yi Dong is definitely not the kind of playboy. The heart of the means of ruthless it. Let's just do our own thing. Don't mess with those who have nothing on the line. The assistant nodded his head in a hurry. What Mr. Wu said is true. I was the one who thought too simply. Wu Yuan sneered. It's not that you're thinking too simply. It's that you're too eager to get things done. I know what you mean. Being able to be more attentive in front of Yi Dong will make Yi Dong care a little more. But have you ever thought about it? How can a person of Yi Dong's status be fooled by a small trick like yours? Teach you a word. In the future, when you meet someone like Yi Dong, say less and do more. Do your job well, and be able to help the company make a profit is fundamental. Yes Mr. Wu. The assistant nodded in shame. Not knowing how much he had drunk, Yi Chen had long been dizzy, while Song Arrow was still drinking. Although Song Arrow's drinking capacity was good, more than 10 bottles of beer was somewhat too much. Yi Chen didn't like drinking too much, and was just accompanying Song Arrow today. Seeing that it was almost the same, Yi Chen called out to the boss to settle the bill. Boss, settle the bill. Not long after, a middle-aged man came over and said, Hello sir, your meal money has already been settled by someone. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Then he saw the two Wu Yuan in the distance, and his heart understood. Okay, I know. Waving his hand, Wu Yuan and his assistant hurriedly ran over. Yi Dong, are you done drinking? Wu Yuan respectfully said. Yi Chen nodded. Well, it's not bad. You drove over right. Send us back. Okay Yi Dong. Taking the somewhat drunken Song Arrow into the backseat of the Mercedes S450. Phoenix City Neighborhood. Phoenix City Neighborhood was the house that Song Arrow rented. Wu Yuan instructed his assistant to follow in Yi Chen's car and then carefully drove away. The Mercedes-Benz was worthy of being the boss's car. Whether it was comfort or maneuverability, it was very good, and it was very smooth on the way to the neighborhood. Let's go. We're home. Yi Chen helped Song Arrow out of the car. Song Arrow half leaned on Yi Chen's arms and gave a vague in. That Yi Dong? Your car keys. The distant assistant walked over, his face still suffused with excitement. He had an addiction this time. Hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury cars. Perhaps in this life he would not have a second chance to drive such a good car. Yi Chen received the keys, did not say anything, and directly helped Song Arrow to leave. Although this kind of action was very uncomfortable, when Yi Chen did it, the assistant felt it was a matter of course. He was the big boss of his company, and to allow himself to drive his car was already considered very trusting. It was only until Yi Chen and Song Arrow disappeared into the door of the unit that Wu Yuan greeted his assistant and got into the car. Sitting on the back seat of the car, Wu Yuan was also a bit tired and pinched his brow. Little Li, send me back. Okay Mr. Wu. Xiao Li adjusted his mood and regained his seriousness once again. Riding the elevator, he came to the door of the rented room. Where's the key? Yi Chen asked. Here it is. Song Arrow's drunken eyes took out a key from his shorts pocket. The door lock opened and the two of them walked into the house. Just after entering the house, Yi Chen couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. Although the house was not big, only 50 or 60 square meters, it was cleaned up very well. With Song Arrow's capable character, he thought that her home would be that kind of minimalist style. but he didn't expect that it was filled with rag dolls and exquisite decorations. Give people a very cozy feeling. Chapter 13 Medicine Group Shares. It wasn't until noon that Yi Chen got up. To be honest, if you want to see beautiful women, it still has to be Douyin. Just open the app. The big data began to push all kinds of black straight long videos. It still has to be the big data. Opened the background, directly recharged 100 million, and began to wander around in various live rooms. His purpose is simple, and that is to consume the storm. Now that money is just a number to him, the consumption blitz is his real purpose. The rewards of consuming blitzes were definitely much more meaningful than the money gained. He didn't know how many live rooms he had visited, how many gifts he had swiped. The hundreds of millions of dough coins he had recharged had been spent half of it, and the private messages in the background had exploded. Finally, after he added an unknown number of anchors, the consumption blitz reward came as promised. Ding! Consumption blitz reward. Puji Medicine Group 70% shares. Puji Pharmaceutical Group? Yi Chen opened Baidu to check it out, and then was a bit surprised. Puji Hospital Group was the largest privately held pharmaceutical company in the country today. It has no less than 20 pharmaceutical factories with independent drug research and development departments, and the treatment is very high. Many professors in the medical field want to enter Puji to work. Puji not only has factories, but also has the largest private hospital in the country. Every first-tier city has the existence of Puji Hospital. Every first-tier city has a Puji Hospital. Even many third-rate hospitals are not as crowded as Puji Hospital, and the Magic City has one of the largest hospitals. It is said that there is a top Chinese medicine practitioner inside the clinic. In the field of healthcare has reached the peak. Many dignitaries go to Puji from time to time to recuperate the body. But in terms of charges, Puji Hospital is also very expensive. It was said that a big man surnamed Zhao from the Northeast had spent more than $300 million just to recuperate for a month at Puji Hospital in Magic City. At that time, this news was spread out, but it caused a great deal of noise in the rich circle. However, this 1 month of recuperation did make the Zhao big brother feel that he had gotten his money's worth. Puji Hospital then made a complete name for itself. The last thing this world lacked was rich people, and what rich people lacked was time and a good body. If one could spend money to get a good body and live a few more years, no one would care how much money was spent. With that, he stood up and dressed up, ready to go out. Although he had now shifted and his identity was no longer simple, it was still necessary for the company to make a trip back. At the very least, he had to tell his boss about the departure first. Of course, if it were someone else, with the current situation, there would definitely be no need for such trouble. But his company was different. His company had been accompanied by himself from its establishment. The owner of the company was also a newcomer who had just started his own business, and after graduating from college, he had entered this company and had been fighting until now. Less than 2 years, although not long, but also have some feelings. And the boss of his care is also a lot. From the rent to the salary, all the best treatment. It's just that he spends a lot of money and doesn't save any money. Of course, he didn't transfer money to his family, which made him even more shy. Driving to the company, thinking of his parents, Yi Chen in the waiting traffic light period, directly find his mother's account to transfer the past 100 million, then turned off the cell phone. Green light lit up, a foot throttle rushed out, the roar of the engine attracted countless people's sidelong glances. Traffic on the street, countless people are envious eyes looking at Yi Chen. There were even some female drivers, sitting in their cars and letting out exclamations of surprise. Look, little brother, wow, it's even a Pagani wind god. There don't seem to be many of these in the country, right? A cute girl with a princess hat, sitting in the Maserati's co-pilot shocked, and driving the car is a beautiful imperial lady, glanced at Yi Chen who drove past her, said with a gloomy expression, "You're wrong, it's that there is no second one in the whole country. This car should be the Pagani Wind God limited edition. There are no more than 5 units in the world, and the country only has this one so far according to the investigation." Ah, limited edition of 5 units worldwide? Then how expensive is this car? At least $100 million. My goodness, a car is almost 1/3 of our family's assets. The young girl drolly said, "Hey, big sister, be careful." The two people were talking. Maybe the imperial sister slipped after Yi Chen overtook them. According to the navigation guy, just changed lanes successfully. He heard the sound of sharp brakes coming from behind him. Although there was no solid collision, the rear bumper also appeared a little cut. The imperial sister and the cute girl walked out of the car with green faces. "It's over. It's over. It's going broke," the cute girl muttered as she stepped out of the car. The imperial sister glared at her without any good reason. "If it wasn't for you pussyfooting around, could I have slipped up and crashed? To be honest, if it were any other car, she wouldn't even need to be spoiled and get out of the car to have a strong word first. But now, she doesn't have that much guts." However, at the sight of Yi Chen who stepped out of the car with a smiling face, the two women were both a little bit mesmerized. The royal sister was fine. She had some stamina, and recovered after just a moment of disorientation. The cute girl, on the other hand, was dumbfounded while muttering, "So handsome." The imperial sister glared at her with hatred. This sister of her own was good at everything. It was the nymphomania that made people want to stay away too much. What a shame. That, sir? I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Look, I accidentally bumped into it when I slipped up. How do you think we can fix it? The cute girl who came back to her senses was a little surprised to see the sister who had always been high and cold speak so politely for the first time. However, thinking of her sister's explanation earlier, she also knew that Yi Chen was not one to be messed with and there was nothing wrong with being polite. Yi Chen took a look at the rear of the car. It was not deformed or broken, and did not get angry. With a light smile, he said, "No big deal. A little bit of small cuts and dabs to change a car coat will be fine." When the system initially rewarded this car, it had prepared everything. Invisible car coat are in. This little cut, change a car coat will solve it. Of course, in his eyes the invisible car coat was just a small amount of money, but in the eyes of ordinary people it was absolutely astronomical. His kind of car, the car coat are all one, simply cannot be partially replaced. Just a whole set. A set would cost tens of millions to say the least. That, sir, after all, it's my reason that brought you loss. I'll pay for the car coat. Zhang Ye was embarrassed. Chapter 14, Company Bankruptcy. No need, I have to rush. That's it. Yi Chen refused Zhang Ye's compensation and waved his hand signaling to sit back in the car ready to leave. Zhang Ye, however, felt embarrassed and hurriedly walked up and said, "That, sir, this is my business card. If there are any problems with the vehicle's follow-up, you can notify me at any time." Yi Chen took the business card out of politeness and nodded with a smile. Okay. Although it was just a small episode, the people passing by had already taken videos and sent them online. The headlines were even more varied. Ask, the heavenly car accident can be okay. A beautiful woman chases after a billion-dollar luxury car in pursuit of a rich second generation. As soon as this video appeared online, various marketing numbers began to forward it. The more it was spread, the more outrageous it became, and even many of the comments began to maliciously bring up the tempo. "I support the beauty is not responsible. That man changed lanes in the first place. If I were to do it, full insurance 3-5 million. Hit him to death." A female boxing comrade keyboard up. Downstairs also began to reply. "Ha, come and see the little cutie. Ah, also full insurance 5 million. To really according to what you said. Run over him. Is full insurance 50 million is not enough for you to compensate. Upstairs is right. Your 5 million are not enough to compensate people a car door money. Do you know how much this car? 100 million and not money can be bought. If you hit it, that is, you are not enough to compensate you. Upstairs cannot dare to talk nonsense but also lose her. People want to say it. That is, you are not enough to pay for a hub money." In a short period of time, Yi Chen's sky-high car accident video has burst into flames, ascending to the top 10 of the hot search list. Even many people with status in Magic City were inquiring from all sides about which Big Brother's son was the one who drove the Pagani wind god to blow up the street. At this time, Yi Chen had already arrived at the downstairs of his company located in the financial street of Magic City. His company in the financial street is just an inconspicuous small company. In fact, the registered capital is only $10 million, less than 300 square feet of office space. The annual rent is millions. If another place, millions of rent is enough to rent a whole floor of office space. But the reason why the rent of Financial Street is so expensive, and countless companies want to move in, all because of this signboard. Mordor Financial Street is one of the top 4 in the world. According to statistics, the Magic City Financial Street creates tens of thousands of billionaire bosses every year. There are many successful cases of companies going public every year. 70% of the entire GDP of Mordor comes from Financial Street. In the past, when he came to work in Financial Street, he was dreaming that one day he would have a place here. But now he didn't care so much, because this entire Financial Street was his. When he gave Song Arrow his reward, the system rewarded him with Financial Street. After he went to the company in a while to arrange for his resignation, he would head to the property building to receive it. Building 76. Yi Chen parked his car in the parking space and stepped inside. This was the building that his company had rented. Although it is only a small office room, but go out and say that his company is in the Financial Street, will definitely make people look high. Many customers will not look at your products. The first thing to determine is your strength. After determining the strength, will determine whether to cooperate with you in the study of the value of goods. In short, with the Financial Street this signboard, when talking about cooperation will increase the chances of success. The elevator on the 25th floor opened, and Yi Chen, dressed in a casual Armani suit, walked out. What caught his eyes was a company signboard. Aushing Photonics Limited Technology Company. His company was selling imported photonic instruments. and its performance was still good. After going through the costs and various rents and utilities in a year, the profit was also in the tens of millions. Such a high profit was also the reason why Oshing had the confidence to rent office space in Financial Street. Although the rent is millions of dollars a year, but absolutely affordable. However, just walking into the company, Yi Chen felt an unusual atmosphere. When he used to come to the company every day, there was an active atmosphere in the company and everyone worked very hard, because the boss gave very good treatment, and the employees were all young. They were all vigorous, but today, they felt very low, as if they were defeated soldiers. The receptionist, Vivian, is a freshly graduated college student, and every day when he comes to the office, Vivian greets him with a flirtatious smile. But today, she buried her head in the bar and didn't know what to poke at. Vivian, what are you doing? Approaching and seeing Vivian with her head down packing her things, Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Ah, Xiao Wei was startled. Looking up and seeing Yi Chen couldn't help but say in a hurry, Big brother Yi, you're here. Well, today happens to be the end of the vacation. Just come to the company to see. What's wrong with you? Now it's work time. What are you poking at your own bit of stuff? Not afraid that Mr. Su will see and say something about you. Yi Chen was also just scaring Vivian. In fact, the general manager Su he was talking about, that is, the boss of Oshing, although he was high and cold, he was definitely not that kind of mean person. Xiao Wei carefully glanced around, then lowered her voice and said, Big brother Yi, you don't know yet, right? Blinking, Yi Chen looked at the mysterious Vivian not knowing what she was going to say. Our company went bankrupt. Bankrupt? Yi Chen froze, feeling that Xiao Wei was joking with him. The day before his vacation, he had just signed a big order for the company himself, and it was said that if this order was completed, the company would make at least tens of millions of dollars. So how come it was suddenly about to go bankrupt? Xiao Wei, you are not joking, right? I just signed a single before my vacation, and I went bankrupt in 2 days of vacation? Xiao Wei nodded her head with a bitter smile. Brother Yi, it's really what you said. It's true that you went bankrupt in 2 days' time. Seeing that Xiao Wei did not look like she was joking, Yi Chen frowned. What's going on? Vivian told it one by one. It turned out that a foreign country had stuck the source of goods, and the quota that was prepared for Oshing was given to someone else. This led to Oshing defaulting on its domestic customers and compensating a large sum of liquidated damages, and the rent expired, and the Financial Street property side came back to call for payment. What is Financial Street? How many hundreds of billions of dollars of large groups, if you cannot regularly pay the rent, have to be cleaned out, let alone Oshing, such a small company without power and influence, because of the compensation for breach of contract, just saved assets, all of a sudden exhausted. Su Xian simply cannot get money to pay the rent. She could only wait for the lease to expire and move out of Financial Street. After the company knew, they all felt very sorry for Su Xian. It was rare to meet such a good boss, but she got screwed. Understanding the cause and effect, Yi Chen didn't say much and directly walked towards the boss's office. He had come all the way with Su Xian, and had come to work here himself on the first day of the company's opening. Although the two of them were superior and subordinate, they were still relatively good friends in private. Sometimes in WeChat the two even occasionally discussed the company's prospects. Now that this kind of thing has happened to the company, one has to go and comfort it. Just arrived outside the office door, he heard a middle-aged man's arrogant voice coming from inside. I say, Mr. Su, your rent has to be paid quickly, or else I can only regretfully make you move out. Of course, the opinion I just said Mr. Su can also think about it. It's only $1 million. I can still afford it, and in this acre of Financial Street, I, Chen Jianben, still have a bit of say. As long as I reflect this to the company, more or less face will be given, and it's not impossible to extend the lease period for you. Inside the office, a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders and wearing an OL suit stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her hands wrapped around her chest, her gaze condescendingly looking down at the bustling streets of Financial Street below. In a cold voice, she said, Manager Chen, don't daydream. Su Xian can afford to lose. The big deal is to start again from the beginning. As for you to give me an extension of the lease period, it's not that I'm underestimating you. What is Financial Street? You are just a peripheral rent collection manager of the Financial Street property company. With so many two people under your hand, do you really think that Financial Street is your home? If I record what you say and send it to the inspection department of the Financial Street property company, believe it or not, I can make you lose your job. Hearing Su Xian's words, Chen Jianben's face brushed pale. He didn't expect this woman to be so powerful. He had thought to take this opportunity to use dishonorable means to force this woman into submission. He didn't expect to be threatened in return. Chapter 15. Follow me to drink the northwest wind. Su Xian, you're ruthless enough. Since you don't agree, then you'll wait to move out. Chen Jianben gritted his teeth, but looking at that delicate back, his heart was really itchy. This woman from the first time he saw, he was mesmerized, using how many times means of coercion and enticement, but did not succeed, which made him sleep and eat all day long. Now heard that Oushing company bankruptcy, thought the opportunity to come, their own hush, plus the identity of the financial street rent collection manager, to take advantage of the chaos to take down this woman who lost control. I didn't expect that at a time like now. This woman could still be so calm. It really made him a little upset. I don't bother Manager Chen with my affairs. I'll leave if I don't have any money. Sooner or later I'll come back here. I hope that Manager Chen will still be able to sweep the couch to welcome me at that time. The corner of Su Xian's mouth curved, faintly said, okay, then I'll be waiting for Mr. Su's grand visit again. Right, I forgot to tell Mr. Su, today is the rent payment day. The company issued a directive. Anyone who can't pay the rent must move out today, or else forcibly clear out. Although Chen Jianbin could not see through Su Xian's heart, he knew that Su Xian was definitely unable to refuse. After all, Financial Street is powerful. That is, penguin, beaver kind of big plutocrats, cannot be compared to it. Su Xian would not dare to go against it. And outside the door Yi Chen heard the conversation inside, could not help but frown, then coldly pushed open the door and walked in, didn't even knock on the door. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Jianbin, who was angry, couldn't help but be very upset. Who is it? Don't you know that things are being talked about inside? So impolite? Turning his head to look at the incomparably handsome Yi Chen, Chen Jianbin felt even more jealous in his heart. Reprimanding, he said, Mr. Su, is this your employee? So impolite? No wonder the company will go bankrupt. Look at what kind of people they are. It's weird if they don't go bankrupt. Yi Chen came straight to Chen Jianbin. His height of over 1 meter 80 gave Chen Jianbin a great sense of oppression. I'll give you 3 seconds. Hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Not getting his way on Su Xian, Chen Jianbin was already very angry, and now being threatened by a brat made him even more furious, and he even couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I'll have someone throw you out? Don't believe. Yi Chen just faintly returned 2 words. Although there were only 2 words, it made Chen Jianbin feel insulted and contemptuous. You. Before Chen Jianbin could finish his words, Yi Chen directly picked up his neck collar and threw him out of the office. Chen Jianbin was unsteady on his feet and directly fell to the ground. Feeling the pain in his buttocks and the mocking gazes of the many Oushing employees, he was immediately disgraced. Damn, you kid looking for death. After saying his words, Chen Jianbin took out his phone and called the security department. Hey, old Chen what's the matter? A lazy voice came from the opposite side. It was none other than the security manager of the Financial Street Property Company. Hey, brother Zhang, there's a situation on my side. Someone is refusing to pay the rent and still not moving out. Hurry and send someone over to solve it. What? Someone is so bold as to not pay the rent and still not move out? Alright, I know. I'll bring someone over to take a look. Zhang Feng had been serving as the security manager of the property company for some years, and it was the first time he had encountered such a bold tenant. One must know that the Financial Street Property Company was the steward of Financial Street. To be able to manage the Financial Street properties, the depth of the background was such that there were not many people in the entire Magic City who could compare to it. There had never been any businesses or people who dared to defy the property company's decisions. Today it looks like it's time to move some muscles. In the Financial Street Property building, a group of more than 10 people all wearing black suits and wearing headphones walked out with serious faces. Inside the general manager's office of Oushing Company, hearing that it was Yi Chen who had come, Su Xian finally turned around with a touch of joy on her face. For some unknown reason, every time she saw Yi Chen, Su Xian was extremely happy in her heart. Yi Chen, you're here? However, thinking of the miserable state of the company today, the smile on Su Xian's face gradually receded again, turning into a touch of sorrow. Looking at the person in front of him, Yi Chen inexplicably rose a touch of heartache. In the past, he had also thought about whether he could have something with Su Xian. But once he thought about his own identity, he was somewhat deterred. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Su Xian was at least a multi-millionaire big boss, so why would people be able to look at themselves? Now that his identity had changed, it made him not restrain himself. Taking a step forward, he swept Su Xian into his arms. Well, I'm back. The sudden move caused Su Xian to freeze, just leaning into Yi Chen's arms, her mind blank. When she reacted, a blush surfaced on her face. Yi Chen, you don't have small guts. Even your boss you dare to molest, isn't it? Yi Chen guffawed. What can the boss do? How happy to molest the boss. Why do I feel like you're connoting me? Su Xian rolled her eyes and twisted a hand on Yi Chen's waist. Although she didn't exert any force, Yi Chen pretended that it hurt. Agu. Seeing Yi Chen's appearance, Su Xian couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Then she said, "Alright, stop it. You've seen the situation of the company now. We might have to start from scratch again. How about it? Are you still prepared to follow me as a fallen boss?" Looking at the fallen Su Xian, Yi Chen jokingly said, "If I were to say I won't follow you, would you be disappointed?" Su Xian shook her head. "That too won't be. People go to higher places. Water flows to lower places. Human nature. I am now in this kind of situation, and really can't give you a guarantee. Cut. It's meaningless. You've been so sensible, making it hard for me to get down. Can you put down your rationality and be capricious?" Yi Chen skimmed his mouth. The thing he was most speechless about this beautiful boss was that her character was too rigid. Capricious? Su Xian froze for a moment, then said, "Probably never, because in my life dictionary, there is no such word as capricious. This society is so realistic. Being capricious will only hurt oneself more deeply." That's right, society is quite realistic, but if you're not capricious, I can be capricious. Don't you want me to follow you? Then I will follow. Surprised at Yi Chen, Su Xian's mouth curved. "What do you want to follow me for? Drink the northwest wind. I still have a few $1,000,000 in debt. Wait until the client's side sues. Directly become a negative wife. Ha ha, then I'm a negative man. It's not bad for us to be a negative couple." Yi Chen also flirted. Scram. In terms of emotional intelligence, the one Su Xian admired the most was Yi Chen. No matter what the situation was, he could always skillfully resolve it. What was originally a sad matter of the company going bankrupt had become a joyous matter after he said so. Chapter 16, I'll stop pretending and come clean. Alright, don't be poor. Hurry up and clean up. Su Xian appeared to be calm and collected on the surface. In fact, for this company's bankruptcy is also a little hard to bear. However, after Yi Chen made such a mess, her mood was also much better. Yi Chen said doubtfully, "Pack up? Clean up what?" Su Xian did not have the good sense to say. Of course is to pack up things to move away. Is really waiting for people to come to the door to chuck. Reacting to Su Xian's meaning, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, don't pack up. Financial Street is not bad here. We will still be here in the future." Su Xian, who was just about to organize her things, couldn't help but reach out and touch Yi Chen's forehead. "You don't have a fever either. Why are you talking crazy? Wanting to stay here is to pay rent. $1,000,000 a year. I could still afford it before, but now that I'm broke, where to get the money? And even if we can barely scrape together enough money to stay, what's the point? We wouldn't even have the capital to buy goods. Those customers out there still have to collect their debts. They're annoying as hell all day long. I might as well settle for the next best thing. Find a company to work for while I'm young. Become a manager with my resume, and earn a few years' salary to pay off my debt. By the way, there's still you little puppy to feed. Why is my life so bitter?" Saying that, Su Xian couldn't help but want to molest Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt speechless. "You're the one who's a little puppy. Your whole family is. Mr. Su, my boss. I don't need you to support me. It's better for me to support you. Money is it? Here, see for yourself." Took out his cell phone to call up the bank card balance, and put it directly in front of Su Xian. At first Su Xian didn't care. Yi Chen's situation she still knows. A moonlighter, every month $20,000 of salary can be spent without a penny left. But when she saw the string of zeros, she directly froze. Being a high school student, she couldn't help but count it carefully, fearing that she had misread it. 10, 100 million, 50, 5 billion? Yi Chen's bank card had 5 billion lying quietly. It made Su Xian suck in a breath of cool air. If it wasn't for the fact that this was really Yi Chen's account, the account number of his monthly paycheck card, she would have to think that it was PD out. "Where did you get so much money?" Su Xian asked incredulously. "You wouldn't have done something unseemly?" Faced with Su Xian's questioning, Yi Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Well then, I've done something shady. I've been a duck. The rich women gave it to me. Yo ho, I didn't see that you still have this ability. Does this little body eat it?" Su Xian didn't believe Yi Chen's words at all. When a duck can earn $5 billion, that man all went to be. It would still be his turn. "Do I have the ability? Do you want to try?" Yi Chen smiled wistfully. Although Su Xian was older, she wasn't much older than Yi Chen. Even if she had experienced more in society, she was after all a woman, and she was definitely at a disadvantage on this topic. "Get lost? Believe it or not, I'll roll you to death with one foot. Then I'm begging for it. Come, let me see if the beautiful Mr. Su's Giorgio is also that good looking." Hearing that Yi Chen wanted to look at his feet, Su Xian couldn't help but think of when the two of them had just started their business. When the company was just established, in order to carry out the customers, the two of them didn't walk a lot, and then because of the high heels they wore, their feet were worn out. Yi Chen helped himself to stick Bondi, and then carried the high heels to carry his own scene. Thinking back now, that time was really quite happy. Right, you haven't said it yet. How on earth did you have so much money? Su Xian wasn't fooled by Yi Chen's gag. The desire for knowledge in her heart was very strong. With no choice, Yi Chen could only think of a random reason. Actually, I've always been a hidden rich second generation. It's just that my life was too boring and I ran out to enjoy the joy of going to work. Although Su Xian was still a bit unconvinced, this answer was obviously a bit more reliable than that borderline career as a duck. Alright, barely believe you. Mr. Su, I actually think that this company can still be opened. Photonic products still have a large market in China. After joking with Su Xian, Yi Chen talked about business. What do you mean? Su Xian looked puzzled, not reacting to Yi Chen's meaning. It means that I can put up money to get shares in the company, and we'll continue to run the company down. Yi Chen slowly said, but even if we do it again, I can't trust those people in foreign countries anymore. If this yammering happens again, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to hold on. Su Xian said with a bitter smile. The reason why Yi Chen wanted to take over this bankrupt company. One is to read, and Su Xian once helped himself. Graduated from college, gave himself such a stable job. By the way, to help her. The second is to brush up on money. The system is to spend money on rebates. Anyway, how to spend money is to spend. Open the company is also a way to spend money. He had an idea in his mind. That is, to create a brand by himself. The research and development stage will certainly require a lot of capital investment. When the rebate money is not more. Domestic production has always been criticized. Then he will smash the money and make a product that everyone in the world will admire. And while the two were talking, outside the writing room, Zhang Feng had already rushed over with his men. Chen Jianben, who had been waiting all this time, seemed to have found his backbone and hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, you're here. This Brother Zhang wasn't simple, but was a famous person on the Magic City Road. He later became the security manager of the Financial Street Property Company before gradually retiring. But no one should think that Zhang Feng was honest. In reality, he was just keeping the rules. Once it came to matters of duty, the rules didn't always work well. In the beginning, there was a company's boss openly clamor with the property company. Afterward, he was secretly beaten and broke his leg. Who is it? So bold. How dare you not move out when the lease is up? Zhang Feng walked in and asked towards Chen Jianben with a frown. Chen Jianben hurriedly said, inside, it's just a brat. Brother Zhang, if you clean him up, he will be honest. Zhang Feng coldly glanced at Chen Jianben. I say, old Chen, you know all the rules. Although we are a property company, managing everything in Financial Street, the general manager has said that it is absolutely not allowed to bully others. If this situation occurs and there are still people below who conceal the facts and turn right and wrong, the company's punishment can be very serious. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Chen Jianben couldn't help but shiver in fear. But now that it was done, he could only grit his teeth and tough it out. He had to get back the face he had just been thrown out of the office by Yi Chen. Brother Zhang, don't worry. What I said is absolutely the truth. Good, I hope so. With those words, Zhang Feng led the people straight to the inside of AO Xing Company. The employees inside who had yet to move out were all startled when they saw the situation. Bad. It's the property company's security. Just now, that property company's manager Chan or whatever. It seems like he was thrown out of the office, right? This is coming over to find a scene. Who's inside the office? It seems to be Yi Chen and Mr. Su. That's right. It should be Yi Chen who threw out that manager Chen. It must be. Yi Chen looks so gentle on the outside, but he actually has a very bad temper. Last time I even saw him arguing with another company's employee and gave someone a punch to knock out his front teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so powerful. I also talked back to him in the beginning. If this punch hit my face, that's still good. Cut. You think after the fight is alright? Is Natsu overall posting employees? Compensation for others 2 or 300,000 only to solve the problem. Otherwise Yi Chen will have to suffer a lawsuit. Bang! The tightly closed office door was pushed open vigorously by Zhang Feng and walked straight in. He was studying the company's future planning with Su Xian when he heard the office door being pushed open. Yi Chen could not help but frown and look. Seeing the lanky Zhang Feng and the big men fishtailing in behind him, his face turned cold. Chapter 17, Growing Bigger and Stronger, Creating Brilliance Again. Seeing the Zhang Feng crowd that had entered, Su Xian's complexion was also very ugly. For the security manager of the Financial Street Property Company, Su Xian had also heard about it, and had heard that he was a famous figure on the Magic City Road. Although now Yi Chen's identity was also not what it used to be, but after all, he was only rich, and when he met this kind of unreasonable person, he still had to suffer. Manager Zhang, what is your intention to come to my company with such a large number of people? Su Xian asked in a cold voice. Zhang Feng glanced at Su Xian, and couldn't help but feel his eyes light up at Su Xian's beauty. However, He was only somewhat appreciative and did not have any thoughts like Chen Jianbin. Su Xin. Mr. Su is right? Zhang Feng slowly spoke. I heard from old Chen that someone is not paying rent and refusing to move out. May I ask if there is such a thing? Although Zhang Feng was a man of the road and ruthless, he nevertheless came with a first courtesy. Su Xian raised her eyebrows. Seeing Yi Chen want to speak, she knew Yi Chen's temperament. She didn't dare to let Yi Chen speak to make things worse. After all, the current situation, if they make a scene, they will definitely suffer, and directly said, Manager Zhang, who did you hear that we don't pay rent and still refuse to move out? Can't we just look into it? According to reason, the expiration date is only tomorrow. We still have 1 day today, right? If it's not due, do you want to evict people from Financial Street early? If word gets out, I'm afraid Financial Street's reputation will be tarnished. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but nod his head. Mr. Su has a point. Then I'll give you 1 more day. Tomorrow, if Mr. Su doesn't pay the rent and still doesn't move out, don't blame me for being unkind. And if anything happens then, don't blame me for being unforgiving. While Su Xian and Zhang Feng were talking, Yi Chen, who had been sitting there, took out his phone at some point and called out, Financial Street Property Company Building. The Property Company Building was the tallest building on Financial Street, with a height of 66 floors. It was said that the former boss of Financial Street, who worked on the top floor, was a very mysterious and low-key person. Not many people have seen the real face of the boss of Financial Street. Despite being very low-key, the identity of the boss behind Financial Street was also known by all the upper-class people. Only that very few people had seen it. It was only known that Financial Street had a mysterious boss. At this moment, in the general manager's office of the property, there sat a woman with picturesque eyebrows, wearing a black lady's suit with a devilish figure. Although this woman was beautiful, her body exuded a cold and intimidating temperament, and those who saw it could not help but bow their heads, not daring to look directly at it. This woman is precisely the general manager of the Financial Street Property Company, Tang Yi. It was also the strong presence that was once known as the female Rakshasa on the Magic City Road. Tang Yi was born in the countryside, did not go to college, family reasons early drop out of school to work, but after coming to Magic City, facing the cruelty of society, she just started to struggle. She worked as a waitress, also did sales, and finally because of the low income, a step into the bar. This thought that life will not have a rise, but did not want to fight. Just after entering the bar work, because of outstanding beauty in their own conditions, by countless men to pursue, there are even many big bosses who spend a lot of money and want to have a kiss. But Tang Yi, despite being from the countryside, was not blinded by money. She traveled in various circles without suffering any losses, and even those tycoons didn't even touch her hand. But in this way, it also aroused the dissatisfaction of some big bosses, and some people even did whatever they could. A tycoon secretly had someone tamper with the wine, and Tang Yi was also hit that time, but in her last ounce of sanity, she seriously injured that unsuspecting boss with a sharp weapon and fled. I heard that the big boss was very famous in Magic City at that time, and later even issued a bounty on the road, giving $1 million to those who caught Tang Yi. Now Tang Yi cannot mix in the Magic City. Just when she was ready to leave the Magic City, by chance to save an old man who had a heart attack, completely changed her life. She never thought that the only good thing she had ever done in her life was to save the boss of Magic City's Financial Street. The boss of the Financial Street remembered Tang Yi's kindness and promised to promise her one thing. Anything. Without hesitation, Tang Yi chose to recognize the old man as her righteous father. At that time, the old man was stunned for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course his words would be honored. In this way, Tang Yi had the Financial Street boss as her backer, and easily managed to smooth out that tycoon's pursuit incident. It was even the first time that Tang Yi saw the power of her righteous father. That tycoon was a famous real estate tycoon in Magic City at that time, with a very strong network of connections, and was well known in both black and white. It was such a lordly figure. After the old man made a phone call, but obediently ran over to apologize. Even the old man did not speak, kneeling on the ground did not dare to get up. Tang Yi also completely knew at this moment how terrifyingly energetic this cheap righteous father of hers was. Tang Yi is also a very strong person. At that time she was less than 20 years old, and then began to study hard, and even once went to an isolated island to receive closed cruel training. 3 years later, she came out from that isolated island, already a new look, no longer the soft and weak girl who came out from the countryside 3 years ago. Remote body changed into later Magic City female Rakshasa. That year she was 23 years old. 2 years later, half of the Magic City mob, raw from the hands of the Du family, grabbed half of the chassis. At that time, she could be said to have unlimited scenery, and was about to make a big show of force and take the whole Magic City in one fell swoop, when suddenly the old man told her to stop. Suddenly the old man told her to call it quits and start doing legitimate business. and not to be allowed to continue on like this, although Tang Yi did not know because of what, but this old man has been in the dark quietly help her. She did not disobey the old man. It was then that she created the Financial Street Property Company and took care of the industry for the old man. Has been the past 2 months of time, the old man said to go out to do something. There has been no news. Any method cannot be contacted. Instead, what appeared in front of her now was a profile of the new boss of Financial Street. The picture on it was surprisingly a young man, 2 years younger than herself. Just as her thoughts were turning over thinking about things, the cell phone sitting on the table rang. Seeing the caller ID, she felt as if she had seen it somewhere before, and unintentionally saw the phone number labeled on the information in front of her in a flash. Hello? Although it was her new boss calling, Tang Yi didn't show any nervousness. 25th floor of the Aquamarine building. The other party simply said a faint sentence, and the call was hung up. Tang Yi frowned and thought for a moment, and without giving it any more thought, he went downstairs and rushed to the Aquamarine mansion. There were 108 buildings on Financial Street, and each one had its own name. The Aquamarine building was the office building where Su Xian's company was located. Aquamarine Mansion. After Yi Chen made the call, he didn't even know if the other party was a man or a woman, but he knew that the property general manager's phone number existed in his cell phone after the system signed him up to the Financial Street boss identity. Putting down the phone, Yi Chen didn't pay attention to Zhang Feng and the others, but gently said to Su Xian, Mr. Su, actually I feel that if we continue to open the light subsidiary, the products can try to use domestic products. Su Xian didn't know what medicine Yi Chen was selling in his gourd, but still thought about it seriously. Yi Chen, although the above has been very supportive of domestic production in recent years, but domestic production, as you should know, is still not very mature, and customers are not that trusting of domestic products. It's estimated that it's hard to open the market. Yi Chen smiled slightly. No, Mr. So you think too simple. Don't look at the domestic production may not be too mature now, but I guarantee that in less than 2 years, the domestic production is bound to rise. We will not be wrong to save for a rainy day first, and we also need to build our own factory. Self-production and self-marketing, not to be someone else's agent. As long as our own brand good quality, the market sooner or later will be ours. When Su Xian heard Yi Chen's words, she couldn't help but feel shocked in her heart. Yi Chen's ambition was also too big. Unexpectedly he also wanted to make his own brand. Yi Chen, do you know how much money you need to consume in the early stages to build your own factory and create your own brand? Of course I know, but money is just a number to me. Mr. Su only needs to be responsible for the company's operation. Su Xian looked deeply at Yi Chen. At this moment, she felt somewhat unable to see through Yi Chen. Couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like she hadn't been able to see through Yi Chen either. This was an enigmatic man. No one knew what he was thinking inside. Chapter 18. What if I said I'm the boss of Financial Street? Put. Ha, listen to what he said. He even said he wants to main domestic. This is not pure cuteness, behavior. It's the richest man in China. He wouldn't dare to major in domestic products, unless he has money to spend, or he's just brain dead. Just as Yi Chen finished talking to Su Xian, Chen Jianben, who had been holding his breath in his heart, couldn't help but scoff. He was originally looking for Zhang Feng to come over and teach Yi Chen a lesson, but Su Xian's words just now had in turn squashed the conflict, putting his revenge plan on hold. Now that he had found an opportunity to scoff, he certainly wouldn't miss it. As we all know, the quality of domestics has always been an insurmountable problem. How rich people are, they won't choose domestics. That will only make their investment go down the drain. You actually want to focus on domestic production. It's true that you're worthy of being a brat. You can only talk about it on paper. Mr. Su, I suggest you stay away from this kind of person. Don't end up losing money and not even being able to eat. The group of security guards brought by Zhang Feng also laughed out loud when they heard Chen Jianben's words. All of them looked as if they were looking at a little cutie's gazes at Yi Chen. Seeing the crowd laughing at Yi Chen, Su Xian's face became more and more ugly. Su Xian was about to dislike Chen Jianben again when suddenly Yi Chen stood up. Originally, it was just a normal person's action of standing up from a chair, but Yi Chen standing up gave a very powerful oppressive force. Zhang Feng could not help but frown when he saw the scene. He felt that there was something not quite right about this teenager at the moment. That invisible aura that was not like something an ordinary person could possess. What are you laughing at? Yi Chen slowly walked in front of Chen Jianben and asked indifferently. Chen Jianben, who was grinning widely, when he saw Yi Chen in front of him, somehow, he couldn't help but put his smile away, as if he had encountered someone who scared him. This feeling made him even more irritated, and then he said with clenched teeth, I laughed at you for being a little cutie. Ah, what's wrong? Snap. Before Chen Jianben's words fell, a sudden crisp slap sounded. The crowd then saw that Chen Jianben's face was red and swollen, and blood even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Everyone couldn't help but grin a little as if they were empathetic. You damn dare to hit me. Being hit in the face in public. Chen Jianbin was no longer able to remain calm. This face was a big loss. With those words, Chen Jianbin was about to return it. However, no matter his height or physique, he was too far from the tall Yi Chen, and before he could slow down, he was kicked out by Yi Chen. Agu, ICNM, kid, today I do not screw you. ING with your last name. What are you still looking at? Don't give me a chance to kill him. Brother Zhang, you have to do it for me. While yelling and screaming, Chen Jianbin turned towards Zhang Feng for help. Although Zhang Feng also had some contempt for Chen Jianbin's wimpiness, but after all, Chen Jianbin was a member of their property company, and if this was spread out, the property company would also lose its prestige. Kid, aren't you going a little too far? With those words, Zhang Feng took a step forward and faced Yi Chen directly. The two of them looked at each other, and for a while a tense atmosphere suddenly rose up, and with Zhang Feng's action, more than 10 security guards behind him also surrounded up. Although Su Xian knew that Yi Chen could fight, but so many people would definitely suffer, and she quickly took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Right now, she didn't care if Yi Chen was the one who hit first, and the police came to find out who was in trouble first. Just make sure that Yi Chen doesn't suffer. Anyway, they had plenty of money, so they could just operate when the time came. The crowd of fierce-looking security. Yi Chen didn't even look at them. His eyes looked straight at Zhang Feng and said indifferently, I advise you to better calm down. The consequences of moving your hand is not something you can bear. Ha! Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed. He had also seen the world, and back then, he hadn't come into contact with a lot of big and small figures on the road. It was the Du family, the top-ranking family of the Magic City, that he had the honor of seeing a few times along with Tang Yi. At this moment, seeing Yi Chen's aura, he felt that this kid even had a bit of the shadow of the Du family. Consequences? I really want to know what the consequences are. Do you know that it's any bigwig from Magic City who comes to my financial street that has to be honest? A dragon has to be coiled and a tiger has to lie down? I don't care who you are. Today you beat up someone from my property. You have to give an explanation and pay the price. Just as Yi Chen and Zhang Feng and the others were confronting each other upstairs, a Mercedes-Benz S600 exuded the aura of a big brother and slowly parked downstairs of Aquamarine Mansion. People passing by stopped to look over. Asterisk 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 asterisk, which big brother's car is this? This car is so damn classy. I don't know when I can drive this kind of car. You don't dream. Look at the license plate. You just drive on. You dare to mess with it? What license plate? Ah? Hearing the reminder, the people who heard it had their eyes looking from the body to the license plate. 9 to 5? Surprisingly, it was Magic A59's. Grass. This is pure Big Brother awe. Do you guys know whose car this is? I don't know, but I often see it in the downstairs parking lot of the Financial Street Property Company. I guess it should be the property company owner's car, right? Very likely. I've always heard that the owner of the property company is the owner of Financial Street. Can we see the true face of the mountain today? Just as the crowd was discussing, a woman with glittering eyes and a perfect figure pushed the door down from the driver's side. The crowd's eyes lit up. This is so pretty. But isn't this Financial Street boss a bit too young? Yeah, I also feel a bit too young. Can this be 25 years old? Before the crowd could finish their discussion, the woman came straight to the back seat of the car and pulled open the door. Immediately afterward, another straight long leg was printed into the eyes. Looking upwards, the face that was so beautiful that even the woman who was previously regarded as a goddess by the crowd was eclipsed. The crowd saw two goddesses in a row, and they were all a bit unable to come back to their senses. Tang Yi stepped out of the car, and Zhou Jiwei respectfully said, Elder sister, Aquamarine Mansion has arrived. Let's go. At this moment, Tang Yi's heart was heavy. She very much wanted to see Yi Chen quickly and ask about her righteous father, whether he was dead or alive. There had to be an explanation. The elevator door on the 25th floor opened, and Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei walked out. Tang Yi's big brother's aura couldn't help but intimidate people no matter where they were. All the way through, the employees who stood watching from afar autonomously moved out of the way. Who is this again? The aura is so strong. Who knows? It's definitely not an ordinary person anyway. This is even more lively. I don't know who Yi Chen has messed with, making such a big fuss. Just after walking into the opening, Tang Yi heard Zhang Feng's harsh words coming from Su Xian's office. I don't care who you are, you have to pay the price. Big sister. Zhou Jiwei was just about to speak when she was interrupted by Tang Yi raising her hand, shaking her head slightly. Don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look first. Seeing Yi Chen, who was surrounded by a group of security in the center and remained unperturbed, Tang Yi said with interest. Yi Chen heard Zhang Feng's words and faintly said, Is that so? Really, no matter who it is, they have to pay the price? Zhang Feng didn't care if Yi Chen was really chesty or bluffing, and said without hesitation, Yes, no matter who you are, you have to pay the price for beating up our property company's people in Financial Street. So what if I have to say that I am the boss of Financial Street? Yi Chen said with a smirk. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Feng didn't believe it in the slightest, although he hadn't seen the mysterious boss. He had heard that the mysterious boss was an old man, definitely not so young. Kid, you're pretending that you're not finished, are you? You might still have a chance to live if you beat me up, but you're waiting to die if you impersonate the boss of Financial Street. Who does not know that the Financial Street boss is stomping a foot? The entire financial circle of China have to be shocked on the 3 shock. How many big men to see the Financial Street boss have to salute 3 times? If you impersonate the boss of Financial Street, you will not be beaten to death. Chapter 19. Don't want to see you in Magic City in the future. Chen Jianbin was fantasizing that when he finished teaching Yi Chen a lesson today, he would spread the word that he was posing as the boss of Financial Street. A faint voice rang out. He's not wrong, he is indeed the boss of Financial Street. At the sound of the voice, everyone's complexion changed drastically, and then they looked behind them with puzzled gazes. Only Zhang Feng, on the other hand, paled when he heard that voice. Big sister. No, it's General Manager Tang. Zhang Feng hurriedly turned around respectfully. Tang Yi nodded slightly, not looking away, and stepped out amongst the parted crowd. Looking at Tang Yi, Yi Chen had a playful look on his face. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Tang Yi respectfully said, "Hello boss, I am Tang Yi, the general manager of Financial Street Property Company." Looking at the sultry woman in front of him, Yi Chen nodded. "Hello General Manager Tang. Boss, since you have come to Financial Street, let's go to the company. There are still some handover procedures that need your approval." "Good, let's go." And at this time, Su Xian had long been stunned. She had already imagined Yi Chen very high in her heart, but she didn't expect that it would be so high. Yi Chen he was actually that mysterious boss of Financial Street? She had also heard about the mysterious boss of Financial Street, but she had only heard of his name and not seen him. Unexpectedly all along that big shot was actually beside her and she had no knowledge of it. "Good you Yi Chen, even lied to me for so long, wait and see how I'll clean you up later." After the shock, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a touch of excitement rise in her heart. With a person of Yi Chen's status standing behind her, then all her original dreams would no longer be dreams. Yi Chen turned toward Su Xian and smiled. "Mr. Su, I'll go deal with business first. I'll contact you later." "Okay, you go and get busy first. Let's talk about it when you're done." From the moment Tang Yi appeared, Yi Chen was never looking at Chen Jianbin squarely from the beginning to the end, and even Zhang Feng was not even looking at him. While at this moment, Zhang Feng and Chen Jianbin had fear in their hearts. Chen Jianbin was even worse. His legs were weak, and the whole person seemed to be stupid. Although Yi Chen didn't mention Chen Jianbin one more time, Tang Yi went very good at figuring out people's hearts. "Manager Chen, go to the personnel department in a while to deal with your departure. I don't want to see you in Magic City in the future." "Ah, General Manager Tang, Chen Jianbin still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Feng. "Manager Chen, didn't you hear what General Manager Tang said?" "General Manager Tang said that he doesn't want to see you in Magic City again. If you let my people see you in Mordor in the future, the consequences should be clear to you." As Zhang Feng's words fell, Chen Jianbin directly sat paralyzed on the ground. He knew that he would never want to come to the metropolis of Magic City in his lifetime. Everything he had worked so hard for in the first half of his life would all come to nothing. The house needs to be sold. His wife and children will be uprooted from their home. It wasn't that he was timid, but he deeply knew that Tang Yi's strength and ruthless methods on the Mordor road, and his character of saying one thing and not another. He didn't want to sink the river. Arriving outside the aquamarine mansion, Tang Yi respectfully pulled open the door of the Maybach. Although there weren't as many onlookers as earlier, there were still quite a few curious people who wanted to witness the owner of this Big Brother's car. Earlier, they had seen Tang Yi walk out of the car, whether it was because they were looking up to the Big Brother or looking at the goddess. In any case, some of the people watching didn't leave, but when those people saw that Tang Yi, whom they considered a Big Brother, was actually opening the door for a young man, their collective jaws dropped. "I've got a big go. What a mess this is. And who is this teenager? Surprisingly letting the Big Brother personally drive the door for him?" At this time, a Maserati drove by. The cute girl sitting on the passenger side was watching the scenery of Financial Street. Suddenly seeing a back, she was a bit puzzled. "Ha, what's wrong again?" Zhang Ye, who was driving the car, was really speechless towards her nervous sister. One day at a time. Today, if it wasn't for her startling herself, could have crashed into that sky-high luxury car. Fortunately, the owner of the car family generosity and did not pursue, or to their own rear end full responsibility for the accident identified. Just repair the car half to hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to collect the paint. That is, People's invisible car code is enough to drink a pot of their own. Sitting in the back seat of the Maybach and resting his eyes, Tang Yi on the side is also silent, sometimes the corner of the mouth tugging, as if to ask something, but ultimately did not say it. Yi Chen also did not know whether he felt Tang Yi's difference, has been crossing his legs and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Not long after, the car stopped at the downstairs of the Financial Street Property Company. Boss, the company has arrived. Aha! Zhou Jiwei nimbly got out of the car and ran to the back to pull open the door. Boss please. Yi Chen smiled as he stepped out of the car and glanced at Zhou Jiwei. How old is little sister? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Tang Yi felt funny in her heart. Still little sister. If you know that this little sister in front of you, wants one person alone to fight more than 10 big men, the other party all crippled words, probably not called little sister. As for Zhou Jiwei, when she heard Yi Chen's words, her face unexpectedly showed a shy look. Back to the boss. People 21 years old law, 21 years old? Yi Chen surprised a sound, took a look at Zhou Jiwei's peak, as well as the pure face. His mind could not help but flash over a term, child what to come, and when Tang Yi saw Zhou Jiwei's appearance, she was so angry that she wanted to go up and kick her. Hey, that's enough. What kind of look is this? You even know how to be shy? How come I've never seen it before? To be honest, although Zhou Jiwei was her right-hand man, privately, the two were also good sisters. Ever since she rose to power and became the big sister of the Magic City Road, she recruited Zhou Jiwei in the underground black boxing tournament. Later, Zhou Jiwei had done a lot of things for her, and even saved her who was in danger. For Zhou Jiwei's miserable same year, Tang Yi was very sympathetic to her. Zhou Jiwei's parents had died since she was young, and she was later raised by her uncle. Her aunt was a mean person who didn't even let her go to school for a few days and let her go out to work. Unfortunately, because of her young age, she was trafficked again. Fortunately, Zhou Jiwei lucky, traffickers road accident, she ran out. At that time, she was penniless, and because of her young age, many regular companies did not dare to recruit him, and finally had no choice but to enter the boxing gym work. Maybe Zhou Jiwei's character is a little masculine, surprisingly like boxing. In this way, while taking care of health for the boxing center, while learning boxing, surprisingly, without the master's teaching, self-taught, but after all, is a woman, the body above the natural disadvantage. However, Zhou Jiwei also studied the human body acupuncture points, specialized in boxing to hit the human body vitals, out of the hand to hurt. In this way, after the formal boxing cannot fight, into the underground black boxing ring. The first time she entered the black boxing ring that year, she was only 16 years old. The whole 3 years of black boxing, set 100 consecutive victories of the myth. Until she met Tang Yi, she stopped playing black boxing, and this has become a legend of the underground black boxing circuit. Nicknamed King Kong Lori. Chapter 20, only $10 million of wine. Take it back to dad to drink it. Yi Chen is only interested in casually ask. He is not the kind of people who see women cannot walk. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a woman, so he just had to tease the little girl. Immediately followed Tang Yi into the exclusive elevator, all the way to the 66th floor. The property company was the highest office building on Financial Street, a total of 66 floors. The entire office building stood on Financial Street as if it was a signboard. The property building could be clearly seen from the Thompson EP next door, as well as the surrounding upscale neighborhoods. Tang Yi led Yi Chen all the way to the office belonging to the boss. Just after opening the door, Yi Chen felt his eyes light up. The decoration was not brilliant and so full of money, but that kind of Chinese-style atmospheric decoration could definitely make the people who came here feel a sense of majesty coming from their faces. Coming behind the boss table made of an unknown type of wood, Yi Chen gently turned the chair. This feeling is not bad. Yi Chen stopped the chair, sat on it and smiled. Tang Yi explained. Yes boss, Financial Street is the economic center of China. It's even the core of Magic City's GDP. As the owner of Financial Street, of course everything should be the best. Right boss? After the handover formalities in a while, let me take you to the Sky Villa to have a look. Sky Villa? This new word made Yi Chen a little curious. Air he had heard of. Villas he had also heard of. But linked together, he had not heard of it. Is it a villa that floats in the air? Yi Chen's mind was already fantasizing about the immortal blessings in a metaphysical novel. Tang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. This boss was top-notch everywhere. No matter if it was his looks or his domineering personality. It was this problem of being a good bull **** that was really a bit unbearable. Seeing Tang Yi's expression, he knew he had gone a bit overboard. Tang Yi said, Boss, the air villa is just an exaggeration called. Of course it is not floating in the air. In a moment I will take you to see it. You will know why it is called so. Okay. Yi Chen also knew that he was overthinking. Just because he had the system, he would associate more outrageous things. Looking back now, It seemed like he was overthinking it. What he had obtained was the divine magnificent system, not a cultivation system. Where did he get the immortal blessed land? Before Yi Chen could come back to his senses, he saw Tang Yi take out a stack of documents from within a distant safe. What for? Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Tang Yi placed the documents on the table and said, "Boss, these are all the formalities of the financial street. There are property rights certificates, land certificates, and various data of the financial street. Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it." It was also the first time for Yi Chen to hand over this kind of large-scale industry, and he was ready to enjoy the pleasure of those capitalists. But as a minute passed, Yi Chen felt a headache. "Well, put it here." After flipping through a few pages and looking at the densely packed small words on it, Yi Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He directly threw it aside without a care in the world. This move of his, in Tang Yi's eyes, was not because of the many words and headache, as he thought. Rather, it caused shock. In Tang Yi's eyes, these documents were worth a lot of money. It was a bit too much to say they were rich, but they were definitely close. If it were an ordinary person, not to mention an ordinary person, even if it were her, she would have to be extremely excited. One must know that having these documents would be a step towards becoming a top powerhouse in China. It was some of those bigwigs in Kyoto. When they saw the person who possessed these documents, they all had to be courteous and respectful. There was nothing else, just because it was synonymous with wealth. "Don't you take a good look at that, boss? If there's even the slightest mistake, it might have an impact on your interests," Tang Yi asked carefully. Yi Chen slightly shook his head. "It's fine. I'm relieved that you're doing your job." To be honest, Tang Yi, who was originally an Iron Maiden, was really a bit touched at this moment. Financial Street, this kind of industry handover procedure. Yi Chen could trust her so much. You say, how could this kind of boss not follow with a dead heart? "Okay, boss, earlier I have already carefully checked it long ago. It's absolutely not different." After the business was done, Yi Chen was thinking about the matter of the air villa when Tang Yi suddenly asked, "Boss, can I ask one thing?" Yi Chen didn't think much about it. "Well, go ahead and ask." "That, can I ask where Elder Yi went?" "Elder Yi?" Yi Chen first froze for a moment, then figured out what Tang Yi meant. "Ah, you're asking about that boss from Financial Street earlier, right?" "Yes," Tang Yi said expectantly. "He traveled to the 4 seas in the clouds, and now he doesn't know where he's gone." Yi Chen didn't lie. He really didn't know where that previous Financial Street boss had gone. He was just receiving rewards from the system. Who knew what the previous person had done? "Then is he alright?" Tang Yi said with concern. In her heart, she really took Yi Lao as a relative. In her most helpless time, it was Yi Lao who gave her a chance for a new life. Perhaps in the eyes of others, she had some sort of relationship with Yi Lao. In reality, Yi Lao treated her just like he treated his own child. Other than spoiling, there was no emotion. "If you really want to look for him, I'll keep an eye out for you in the future and inform you when I have news." Yi Chen tapped his finger on the table and nodded. "Okay, thanks boss." Tang Yi's low mood improved when she heard Yi Chen's words. "Boss, let me take you to see the air villa." Not knowing where Tang Yi knocked, a hidden room door opened. The two of them walked in, took the elevator, and came all the way to the top of the building. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a 2-story villa. The villa occupied the entire roof of the building, although this villa did not have a garden, parking lot and so on. But in terms of indoor luxury, there was more than enough. Around the villa there was also a lookout platform. If you sit on it at night, you will be able to see the night view of the entire Magic City. Walking into the villa, the decoration inside was no longer Chinese style, but instead was brilliant. Just that series of internationally renowned brand furniture and appliances were worth several $1,000,000. There were also all kinds of extravagant decoration materials. If this villa was placed outside, it would be sold for at least several $1 billion. All the way through the tour, it came all the way to the isolated wine cellar. The wide array of famous wines inside made one's breath catch. The $1 million Romanée Conti, Lafite, limited edition red wines. Each bottle was above $100,000. As for the $10,000 or $20,000 wines, they were all placed in boxes in the corners and were not treated as good wines at all. A bottle of independent wine cabinet, placed Moutai, caught Yi Chen's attention. Walking forward, looking at the bottle with a golden dragon pattern, Yi Chen asked curiously, "Mr. Tang, is this Moutai wine?" Back to the boss. "Not bad, this is Moutai, but it's the Emperor of Moutai. I heard Yi Lao say that this bottle of wine seems to be called Han Emperor Moutai, and there are no more than 10 bottles in existence in the world. This bottle of wine was auctioned back by Yi old man, and has not been willing to drink it, so it has been stored here." "I see." Yi Chen nodded, then said, "How much is this wine worth now?" "Tens of millions to say the least." Tang Yi had expected Yi Chen to be shocked, but she was disappointed. "Just in time, my father's favorite is white wine. I'll take it back for him to drink sometime." Yi Chen stroked his chin and nodded his head. Ah, Tang Yi was speechless. Is this the world of rich people? Wine worth $10 million. Say drink it and drink it Although 10 million was nothing, the collection value of this wine far exceeded money. If it was put up for auction, those collectors would have to ask for an astronomical price to buy it. So isn't it a bit of a waste to drink it? However, everything here belongs to Yi Chen, so people can use it however they want. Chapter 21, from now on, you'll stay in Magic City. While Yi Chen was studying how to drink all this wine, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, a scene of laughter surfaced on Yi Chen's face, waving his hand for Tang Yi to retreat. Then he answered the phone. Hey, big brother Yi, where are you? Song Era's voice came from the phone. I'm at the company. You're up? Taking a look at the time, it was already afternoon. Song Era should also be up. Well, I'm up. Are you coming back today? Of course I'll be back. It just so happens that I'll be fine now. You pack up and I'll go pick you up. Why go? Song Era puzzled. First I'll take you to buy a car. If there's still time, then I'll buy a house. You can't always live in a rented house, right? Yi Chen sat on the sofa made by Bagley and smiled. Okay, Song Era said. Inside the 17th floor of Tianbao Mansion opposite the property building, Lu Rohan, who was wearing a princess hat, was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window board and yawning. On the side, Imperial sister Zhangya handled the documents. Hearing her sister's yawn, Zhangya said in dissatisfaction, I say Missy, if you really don't have any fun, just go to the lounge and play with your cell phone. Can you not annoy me here? How am I annoying you? I just didn't sleep well enough to yawn. How is that wrong? Lu Ruhan crossed her waist and shouted at her own big sister. I'm really speechless to you. I'll go back and tell auntie so she can marry you off earlier. How dare you? As soon as Lu Ruhan heard that her big sister was going to persuade her mother to marry her off, she was scared in her heart. Big sister. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll listen to you in the future. Lu Ruhan is a person who likes to fall in love freely. She will never agree to a marriage arranged by her family. Just at this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to suddenly see something. Big sister, look, it seems to be that luxury car. What luxury car? Zhang Ye, who was just about to get into her work, was startled by Lu Rohan's shock. It's that handsome guy's car. Which handsome guy? It's the one that you had to compensate people for, and they didn't ask you to compensate for that one. Zhang Ye's face darkened at once. Who did I accompany? Still dare not let me accompany? This young lady is born beautiful. Which male I want to accompany him? Dare to refuse? Dead girl, can you watch what you say? Big sister, what are you talking about? It's not that accompaniment, it's the compensation for money. Lu Rohan also knew that Zhang Ye had thought wrongly, and quickly corrected herself. Compensate money? Zhang Ye was puzzled at first, then recalled. Are you talking about that Pagani? Yes, big sister, it's that handsome guy. I saw his car. It's parked under the property company across the street. Lu Rohan said excitedly. Zhang Ye walked up and looked downwards and couldn't help but frown. It's so high. Looking down there are small black spots. How did you see it? Lu Ruhan took out her cell phone and directly pulled the lens closer, and indeed clearly saw Yi Chen's Pagani supercar. Sure enough, it's that car. How come he parked his car under the property company? Zhang Ye was a bit puzzled. One must know that the Financial Street Property Company was very overbearing. The parking spaces only allowed people from their own company to park, and outsiders would be directly towed away if they parked. Even if Yi Chen's car was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if it wasn't someone from the property company, the other party wouldn't be polite. Big sister, could that handsome guy be someone from the property company? Lu Ruhan made a bold guess. Zhang Ye shook her head. It's unlikely. First of all, the people in the property company are all ordinary employees, or else they are just punks on the road, and they definitely don't have the ability to do this financially. Those at the managerial level are basically middle-aged, definitely not that young. As for the leadership, it seems like there's only General Manager Tang, so that person definitely can't be from the property company. That's strange. Since that handsome guy is not from the property company, then why would he dare to park his car in front of the property company? I don't know. It is possible to come to the property company to do business. Alright, mind your own business. While the two were talking, the office door was knocked. Come in. The door was pushed open and the assistant walked over with a document. General Manager Zhang. Recently, Lay's finance from the company next door has been sidelining us more and more. At this rate, it won't last much longer. Hearing the assistant's words, Zhang Ye's face sank. Lei Meng is bullying people too much. Isn't it just that he operated a good trade once and made him earn? What a villain. The assistant wanted to speak. Zhang Ye waved her hand in annoyance. Alright, I know. I'll think of something. You go out first. Okay, General Manager Zhang. After the assistant left, Lu Rohan frowned. Big sister, That scum bullied you again? Zhang Ye nodded. Although this Lei Mang is not a good person, this business tactic is quite impressive. 2 days ago, I heard that he rewarded anchors and lost the company's money, but I didn't expect to make the money he lost back from the stock market that night, and he even made a lot more. Recently Raymond has been discussing with the property company again about renting out the whole floor. If the property company agrees, our company will have to move. Ah, that's so excessive. The company is going to lose customers if it moves, and it's going to be a waste of work time to reorganize. Lu Ruhan worriedly said, forget it, I'll talk to that Ramon later and see if I can negotiate for him to rent another office floor. Zhang Ye rubbed her forehead. Lu Ruhan skimmed her mouth. I guess it's hard enough. The previous 2 times you didn't also contact that Raymond. Every time I look at that Lei Mang, look at us, that look, like they don't have good intentions. Who knows what kind of nastiness that person has in his heart. Anyway, try it. I opened the company here for a few years. Don't really want to change the place. Zhang Ye helplessly said. After talking to Song Eru, Yi Chen greeted Tang Yi and came directly to the door of the property company and drove away. Parking was not allowed in front of the property company, but Yi Chen had the privilege. Who made him the boss? Like a black lightning, Yi Chen drove on the busy streets of Magic City. Wherever he passed, all the cars hastened to avoid him. It wasn't that they were afraid of hitting him, but those people didn't want to cause trouble, even if they were fully responsible. So what? If they wanted to find you in trouble, they could really make you restless. Chapter 22 Babs G800. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Song Era had already waited here. Being a northerner's characteristic long legs, just standing there attracted countless side glances, coupled with his angelic face. No man could resist not taking a look. However, Song Era was oblivious to those gazes, because at this moment, there was only one man in her heart, and that was Yi Chen. Buzz! The roar of the car's engine came as if it was black lightning coming quickly. A beautiful tail swing, and stopped directly in front of Song Era. Looking at the handsome Yi Chen in the car, Song Era had a happy smile on his face. Big brother Yi, you're here. Get in the car, Yi Chen said with a smile. You missed me so much after not seeing me for a few hours. Song Era himself was a brash character, and was not shy to directly say, well, especially want, I guess I can't leave you in the future. Listening to Song Era's words, Yi Chen could feel that it was sincere. The heart was very satisfied. In fact, Song Era was definitely the kind of character that dares to love and hate. Even if Yi Chen has no money, he will not leave. Only if he didn't have money, the two of them wouldn't have been able to get to know each other and finally develop to this point. Of course, without money he could not ask out Song Era. All said that Wang Duoyu and Xiaozhu are true love. Xiaozhu just loved Wang Duoyu's person, not money. But every moment that Wang Duoyu touched Xiaozhu was also done with money. Many women say that poor men don't know how to be romantic. In fact, they haven't thought about it. If any man has money will not know how to be romantic? Rich people want to create romance is too simple. A birthday to send a car. Usually live a day to buy a luxury as a surprise. Is not so romantic, but this kind of day, and how many men can do? The romance you see on the internet is just a part of what those rich men send out to show off. In fact, 95% of men are incapable of doing that. It's not that those men are incompetent, but the economy of China is now dominated by capitalists, and if you don't have a deep background, you'll just be working for the capitalists even if you're competent, becoming an object to be sucked for blood. Where are we going? Sitting in the car, Song Yu asked curiously. First buy a car, then look at houses. Okay, Song Yu happily answered. In fact, Song Yu's current fortune was already enough for her to buy a caravan, but buying it herself and Yi Chen buying it for herself were two different moods. The money that Yi Chen had swiped for her in the live broadcast yesterday was already enough for her to splurge. Magic City Radiant 4S car dealership. It was said that this was the largest car dealership in Mordor, with cars of internationally renowned brands for sale. Porsche, Maserati, Lamborghini, BBA and so on. Parked the car, the two walked into the door of the car dealership. Just after entering the hall, there was a better-built salesman who greeted them. Welcome. The saleswoman wore a professionalized smile. Hello. Yi Chen nodded his head in greeting. His personality was actually relatively mild. It was only when he encountered something intolerable that he would become very irritable. Typical character of I don't commit crimes if people don't commit crimes, and I'll stomp on you if people commit crimes. Sir, may I ask if you are buying the car or this beautiful lady? Yi Chen pointed at Song Yu. Buy a car for my friend. Okay sir. With that, the sales put his eyes on Song Yu again. At the first glance, he felt ashamed of himself. Song Yu was just too beautiful. It was those female celebrities that were no better. Beautiful lady, do you have a target in mind? It's the brand of the car, and the performance configuration, and price requirements. Song Yu shook her head. Brand, performance configuration aspects for the time being no. Price, how much money does not matter. You first introduce me to it. Okay ma'am, this way please. The sales brought Yi Chen and Song Yu to the Porsche area. Ma'am, this is the Porsche exhibition area. I see your temperament. If you drive a Porsche, it should fit in very well. And the ladies that come to me here, basically all choose the Porsche brand. Whether it's the performance configuration, the branded car's face value is very good. In front of the trio was a Panamera, the face value of the coupe, but after Song Yu looked at it, he slightly shook his head, somewhat not looking at it. How much does this car cost? The sales said, ma'am, the naked price of this car is at 1,300,000, and if you add some options, the full payment comes down to around 1,500,000. Song Yu nodded, the price is okay, it's just that I don't have a good opinion of the car. Introduce me to some other cars. Right, you try to pick me one with a higher chassis and more space. You also know that our women's driving skills are not so good. The chassis is not high, there will always be scratching and rubbing, and then always repair is very troublesome. Sales face with a smile, meaningfully said, I understand. The only car with a high chassis and lots of space is an SUV. How about this Cayenne? It's a bit cheaper than the Panamera in price, and it still sells well in luxury SUV cars. A glance at the toad-beaked Cayenne was not in Song Yu's aesthetic. Porsche's front beak is a bit off-putting to me. Change the brand. Okay ma'am. The sales patiently took Yi Chen and Song Yu to roam around the various showrooms. The BMW X5, Range Rover, Audi Q7, and Land Cruiser were all looked over, and Song Yu didn't have a favorite. When they were at the Mercedes-Benz showroom, Song Yu finally fell in love with one, Babs G800. This car feels fine to me. Seeing that Song Yu had his eye on the Babs G800, the sales couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. It was important to know that this car was not an ordinary Big G. Rather, it was a product of the Mercedes-affiliated tuning company. It was far higher than the market price of an ordinary Big G. Ma'am, you really fancy this car? Fearing that he had misheard, the sales held back his excitement and asked, yes, I have my eye on it. What's wrong? Song Yu asked suspiciously. Yi Chen, however, knew what the sales meant, which was nothing more than the high price of this car, which was a little less daring to believe. Although he didn't know much about cars, he knew some information about Babs. The cars produced by Babs were all upgraded models of Mercedes. Any one of them was twice the price of a comparable Mercedes. Okay ma'am, let me introduce you to the performance of each configuration of this car. This Babs G800 is one of the last ultra-luxury imported SUVs sold by my family's car dealership, and will not be on sale if it is sold out. Why? Song Yu asked suspiciously. It's like this ma'am, a super luxury SUV like this one is too expensive and not cost-effective. Secondly, those who can afford it won't look at him, and those who can't afford it aren't likely to buy it. Why would those who can afford it not give it a glance? Isn't the more expensive the car the more dignified it is to drive out? Song Yu still didn't quite understand what sales meant. Lady, put it to you this way. First of all, this car is troublesome no matter whether it's repairs or maintenance. It's hard to deal with this kind of imported car after sales in China right now. Then there is the price aspect. Just the bare car price will be more than 8 million, all down to 10 million upwards. Ma'am, you think about it. This kind of 10 million luxury car, and it is the same level although not many, but each one is famous. Rich bosses will choose Rolls-Royce or Bentley Mulsanne, and young people 10 million level will choose sports cars, such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, Big Bull and so on. Besides, young people, even if they buy 10 million level luxury cars, will try to choose sports cars. One is to drive out of the wind. Pickup girls convenient. Women's recognition of sports cars is still very strong. And this car, it's big and bulky, and it's hard to find a parking space. Plus women generally don't pay much attention to this kind of car. I see. Song Yu nodded. Chapter 23, The Evil One. With a full carbon fiber body and a V12 engine, 0 to 100 acceleration takes only 4.1 seconds. It is the king of running among SUVs. After listening to the sales introduction, Song Yu became even more satisfied. Okay, no more choosing. Just this car. MS. You ordered it? Sales had thought that with a car priced so expensive, the other party would deliberate carefully and would even go home to study it. She was still thinking about how to chase this customer, but she didn't expect that it would be so easy to order it. Well, it's ordered. This car can be driven away today, right? If it can't be driven away, I won't buy it. Song Yu didn't know the twists and turns of 4S stores and why many people wanted to pick up their cars on the same day. She wanted to pick up the car today. She just wanted to drive it earlier and didn't think of anything else. Of course you can pick up the car today. Ma'am, I'll go through the formalities for you now. With those words, the sales let the two each and wait for a while and hurriedly ran upstairs to inform the manager. After all, tens of millions of dollars of cars for sale need the manager's cooperation. Brother Yi, this car is still okay, right? After the sales left, Song Yu asked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. If you like SUVs, this car is considered very good inside. Let's go. Get on the car and take a look. I guess this is the only G800 in this car dealership. This car should be yours. Okay, big brother Yi. Song-yu couldn't help the excitement in his heart. While the two were visiting in the car, a male salesman came over in the distance with a pulled face. Recently, Chui Jingfeng was in a bad mood. His performance pulled across, and many of those who came to buy cars were cut off by those female sales. Even one of the bosses who had been with him for 2 months ended up losing him. Coupled with the recent reception of customers, all a bunch of shameless Netflix came to pretend to buy a car, and then in the car a photo, patting the ass away. This makes his heart hate. In the future, to meet this kind of people absolutely cannot be spoiled. A little face cannot give. Coincidentally, I passed by the Mercedes-Benz exhibition area and saw 2 people sitting in the unattended Babs G800. They seemed to be touching each other, and sometimes they raised their hands to stab each other. He thought that this pair must be those shameless netizens who came to take pictures of the internet to pretend to be a pussy again. Then he coldly walked up and knocked on the car window. Knock knock knock. The 2 Yi Chen, who were studying in the car, saw someone knocking on the window and thought that the sale was back and looked sideways. They saw that it was a male salesman that they hadn't seen before. Song-yu sat in the driver's seat and dropped the window. Hello, and you are? Come down. Chui Jingfeng didn't respond politely and directly scolded. Ha! Yi Chen frowned. Before he could say anything, the car door was pulled open and Song-yu was unexpectedly dragged down by that salesman. What are you guys doing? If you don't buy the car, hurry up and get lost. Taking pictures is not allowed here. One by one, dressed like a man. All day long you don't think about earning money. You know that the internet shows off your wealth and pretends to be a pussy. If you don't hurry up and leave, believe it or not, I'll have someone throw you out. Song-yu was grabbed by Chui Jingfeng's arm. His heart was annoyed. Slightly exerting himself, the joint technique was used, which in turn made Chui Jingfeng unable to stop himself from crying out in pain. Who are you moving your hands with? Song-yu was not a vase. Since childhood, she had been sent by her family to learn sparring. Ordinary defense was still easy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pain. Let go. UING. Before Chui Jingfeng could finish his next sentence, he felt a black shadow emerge in front of him, and the tall and handsome Yi Chen stood in front of him. You'd better shut the up, or you'll be miserable. Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, Chui Jingfeng's throat rolled and the words he wanted to say were held back. The conflict that happened over here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. Some customers who were looking at the car as well as the sales staff gathered around. When those salesmen saw their colleagues suffer, they all looked bad. What are you guys doing? Why are you causing trouble here? A middle-aged man who seemed like a steward stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Yi Chen pinched Chui Jingfeng's neck and said in a cold voice, making trouble? Then you have to ask your employee what he did. He even dared to pull my girlfriend out of the car. Is he living impatiently? Facing the crowded sales, Yi Chen didn't have any fear at all. Although the people who could open a 4S car dealership had a very strong background, coupled with the chain of interests, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. But they were also ordinary people. Was he, Yi Chen, an ordinary person? If he really wanted to fight for strength, he could shut down this car dealership with a single word. With his status as the boss of Financial Street, if he said a word, I don't know how many officials and dignitaries would squeeze their heads to show themselves in front of him. Even if this car dealership was powerful, it would have to be honest. Hearing Yi Chen's words, that manager frowned. Even so, you shouldn't be so excessive, right? And it's just your side of the story. You say yes or no? Hurry up and release the person. Yi Chen sneered and glanced around. If you don't believe me, just pull up the surveillance and take a look. The surveillance is broken. That person in charge didn't have the good sense to say. Those customers shook their heads and their hearts once they heard the person in charge's words. It was true that old excuses never go out of style. Such a big car dealership. Who would believe you when you say the surveillance is broken? This young man is going to suffer. The car dealership has its own background. Now or that little guy firsthand. Really make a scene. Do not know how to be taken by the car dealership. Monitor is broken? Yi Chen smiled. Oh, then you guys are in trouble. At the request of the relevant departments, any business monitoring is broken and not repaired in time is a violation of the law. You guys wait to be inspected. The person in charge skimmed his mouth. He didn't care about this little thing at all, even if it was really what Yi Chen said. So what? It was still not a matter of the boss's words, and the small matter was trivialized. Mind your own business first. If you don't let go of him, you'll be waiting for the law to deal with you. Oh no, you've broken the law now. Provoking trouble, plus maliciously assaulting another person. What's a vicious assault? This is it. If he were someone else, of course he would be afraid. After all, the arm can't twist the leg. But Yi Chen was not afraid. Fine, I'll wait for you to sue me. Saying that, The strength of Yi Chen's hand increased by a few more points, hurting that salesman who constantly cried out in pain. Let go of me, ah, it hurts. At this time, two people came down from upstairs. One was the female saleswoman from earlier, and the other was a rich middle-aged man. At this time, the female saleswoman was smiling, ready to wait for this big order to be completed and collect her commission. The two of them had just arrived downstairs when they heard noisy sounds coming from the distance. What's going on? The manager frowned. The saleswoman glanced over and realized that it was the Mercedes-Benz exhibition area, and couldn't help but feel a bad premonition rising in her heart. Manager, it seems like there's a quarrel. Go over and take a look. Chapter 24, I can shut you down. Your Thai car dealership. Call the police. That person in charge couldn't help but say angrily when he saw Yi Chen continue his violence. He was already prepared. When Yi Chen was taken away, he had to make his boss clean up this arrogant guy. Yi Chen didn't care and wasn't intimidated at all. At this time, the manager and the saleswoman hurried over. What's going on? Seeing that it was the manager, that person in charge hurriedly told the story. As for Cui Jingfeng reaching out and pulling Song Yu out of the car, it was not mentioned. It was only said that Yi Chen was looking for trouble, and the saleswoman saw that the rightful owner was actually the two Yi Chen. Hurriedly beside the manager, she said, Manager, I told you that the ones who bought the Barbos G800 are these two people. It's them? To be able to sit in the manager's position. Of course he would not be that stupid. Although the person in charge did not say whether Cui Jingfeng had made a mistake or not, he had already guessed something. Hello sir, I'm Lin Lu, the manager of Radiant Auto Row. What's the problem? Let's sit down and talk slowly. Can you release the person first? Seeing that this manager's speech was okay, Yi Chen didn't want to make things too difficult for this small sales. After all, the other party didn't do anything to Song Yu. Well, you this manager speak okay? Okay, give you a face. With those words, the force in his hand loosened, and Cui Jingfeng was pushed out. He stumbled and almost fell on the ground. Fortunately those sales came forward to help. Cui Jingfeng, who was loosened up, felt his body loose, then the anger in his heart came. Pointing at Yi Chen with a trembling hand, he shouted, You wait, this matter is not finished. Cui Jingfeng has already thought well. Wait until the police station will not spare Yi Chen. At least blackmail a few 100,000. Ha! Hearing that Cui Jingfeng was still arrogant, Yi Chen's eyes glared. That aura directly scared Cui Jingfeng's neck. Alright, shut up. The manager chided and turned his head to Yi Chen. Sir, let's go over there and have a chat. Yi Chen brought Song Yu and followed the manager to the rest area. Sir, can you tell us what happened earlier? The manager asked calmly. Yi Chen pointed at Song Yu. Your people pulled my girlfriend from the car. That's why. Manager Lin, is it? If you say you want to stand up for your employees, then let's try. Today is the day when things are not too big and my girlfriend didn't suffer any harm. Otherwise I can make you close your doors just for this crappy car dealership of yours. Believe it or not? Listening to Yi Chen's arrogant words, the manager was a bit confused whether he was bragging or really powerful, but he thought Yi Chen should be real. To be honest, as the biggest car dealership in Magic City, as long as it wasn't a cutie pie, would not put this kind of harsh words. To be able to say this kind of words means that people really have this strength behind them. His own boss is certainly very powerful in the Magic City high society, but not everyone can be messed with. There were always those who needed to be feared. Sir, how to solve this matter? Need the boss to decide. Wait for me to make a call, okay? Sure. Yi Chen nodded indifferently. Since she had seen Yi Chen's strength at the National Gold Center, Song Yu wasn't worried anymore. The saleswoman sat in the distance, a little fidgety. She felt that she was going to lose this big order today. Lin Le took the phone and walked to the distance to call out. A lazy woman's voice came. Hello? Inside a huge bedroom in the Moon Lake Villa area of Magic City, a shapely woman was leaning on the head of the bed, lighting a cigarette and picking up the phone. Boss, there's something I want to report to you. Thinking of her boss's coldness, Lin Lu was careful when she made the call. What is it? Chen Xingya said indifferently. It's like this. There was an incident at the car dealership just now. A salesman got into a fight with a customer, and there was physical contact. Lin Lu recounted what happened. Chen Xingya impatiently said, Just this little and you come to bother me? No boss. Originally I could have solved this kind of thing, but I talked to that customer, and that customer seems to be very powerful, saying that he can make our car dealership close down whenever he wants. Oh, hearing Lin Li's words, Chen Xingya's demonic eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Any information on the other party? Only know the surname Yi, a young man in his 20s. Surname Yi, or a young man? Chen Xingya thought for a moment in his mind. The surname Yi was a large clan. As far as he knew, there weren't really many locally famous big clans with the surname Yi in Magic City, but they basically all knew each other, and wouldn't come to their car dealership to cause trouble, nor would they speak out of turn. Then there was a flash of light in his mind. It couldn't be him, could it? but this thought was again eliminated by her. It seems like that G big brother doesn't have any children, right? Okay, I know. You send me one of the photos secretly. I'll give you the news in a while. Okay boss. Hanging up the phone, Chen Xingye thought for a moment and directly dialed a phone number. Tang Yi, who was far away in the Financial Street Property Company, had his cell phone ring on his desk. Glancing at the caller ID, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why is this old woman calling me? With regards to Chen Xingye, Tang Yi still recognized her. Chen Xingye wasn't a local of Mordor, but a native of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The means of starting out wasn't all that honorable. She was also very famous in the Yangtze River Delta and was known as Bamboo Leaf Green. The two of them had dealt with each other before, but Tang Yi felt that this woman was dangerous. And in the end, they didn't have too deep of a friendship, just ordinary friends. Only after 20 seconds did Tang Yi slowly pick up the phone. Hey, Gu, Mr. Tang is so busy with his affairs that he's so slow to answer a call. Listening to Chen Xingye's conspiratorial voice, Tang Yi was unmoved. Is Mr. Chen so idle? Nothing to call me just to take advantage of a few words? Ha ha, that's not true. I still know Mr. Tang's character, so I wouldn't dare to make a random call over nothing. Can I ask, does your boss have any juniors? Hearing Chen Xingye suddenly mention her boss, Tang Yi's vigilance instantly came up. What does Mr. Chen mean? Are my boss's affairs something you can ask about? Chen Xingye smiled. Don't be nervous, Mr. Tang. It's like this. Today I had a young man come here to buy a car, and had a small conflict with the store's sales, but the other party said that a single word could make my car dealership close down. Also called himself Yi's surname. I thought that Magic City is just such a little circle. Yi's surname family I also basically know. The only thing I'm not very familiar with is your boss here. Just mind to ask, is not your boss's late generation or something? After all, the person who dared to let my Chen Xingye's business close down is not many. Tang Yi frowned. Is it called Ji Chen? I don't know yet, but a photo might be sent over in a moment. I'll send you a photo. If it's this person, you'll be on your own. Hey, who the hell is it? Chen Xingye still wanted to ask more, but Tang Yi's phone had already hung up. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Tang Yi's mouth curved as she looked for a photo of Yi Chen and directly sent it to Chen Xingye. As for Yi Chen's photo, it was of course picked up from the Financial Street Formalities information. Chapter 25, Beautiful Imperial Sister's Temptation. Receiving the photo of Yi Chen sent over by Tang Yi, Chen Xingye was interested in admiring it. Well, the looks are good. It's one that my old lady likes. I just don't know how the body is. Is it strong enough? This side was admiring. On the other side Lin Lu also secretly sent over Yi Chen's photo. When the two were compared, they were indeed exactly the same person. Interesting, it's really the right person. Chen Xingye put down her cell phone and slowly burned out the cigarette in her hand. Then he picked up his cell phone again and called Tang Yi. Seeing Chen Xingye call, Tang Yi already had a number in her heart. It must be Yi Chen. Otherwise Chen Xingye wouldn't have made this call and would have let someone handle it long ago. This time, Tang Yi picked up quickly. Hey, what's wrong with Mr. Chen again? Asked knowingly. Chen Xingye skimmed her mouth for a moment, then slowly said, Mr. Tang you have to tell me who this teenager really is, right? Can't let me guess myself. The corner of Tang Yi's mouth curved. He's my current boss. What? Before Chen Xingye finished being shocked, Tang Yi hung up the phone very coolly. Although she didn't have too much of a beef with Chen Xingye, the two women didn't see eye to eye with each other either, and the other party was naturally happy to be defeated. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Chen Xingye couldn't sit still, joking, even the boss of the Financial Street, even if her strength is great, in Jiangsu and Zhejiang countless bigwigs to look at her face to act, but also cannot afford to offend the boss of the Financial Street to know, people a word, Kyoto have to be someone out to clean up her. Lift the quilt, a delicate person naked stood up. Open the closet, a variety of brand name clothing. After casually matching a set of decent clothes, Chen Xingye came to the garage where more than 10 luxury cars were stored, and chose a Ferrari 488 before rushing to the car dealership. On the way, she also gave Lin Lu a call. Manager Lin, this Mr. Yi, you give me good hospitality. I'll kill you if you slack off. Snap, the phone hung up. Lin Lu held the phone and was confused. How is this going to kill me? What did I do? However, he was confused, but he still had to do what the boss said. Especially he also guessed that Yi Chen's identity must not be simple. Otherwise it was impossible for the boss who had heavenly strength to pay so much attention. Lin Lu walked back, a smile already piled up on his face. That Yi Xiao, my boss. Stop, no need to call me anything less quite a bit. Change your name. This Yi Xiao Yi Chen sounds uncomfortable. Feeling a bit of dude suspicion. He is not dude, but arrogant is right. People are not frivolous in vain. There are times when the high profile or to be pretend to eat a tiger's play he does not like. Look at those God Ho novels. The main male wear stall goods, go anywhere or look down upon. He always feel a little behavior. The clothes he was wearing were not cheap. They were all bought at the National Gold Center. A set of them would cost more than 100,000. As long as those who knew what they were doing could know the price. Mr. Yi, it's like this. My boss said that she will come over immediately to deal with your matter. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Okay, I'll wait. Half an hour later, Chen Xingya finally killed her way through the crowded traffic to the car dealership. In the past, driving, it would take about 2 hours from Moon Lake to the car dealership, but now she only used half an hour. From this, it was clear how much importance she attached to Yi Chen, especially when she thought of Yi Chen's identity. Her heart had long been calculating. This conflict was not an opportunity. She was certainly very powerful, but it was basically a gray industry. Now the upper control is strict. Even if you have a backer, it is not necessarily so guaranteed. If you can take this opportunity to make a good relationship with Yi Chen, if you can take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yi Chen, then you don't have to be so scared if you enter some other industries and completely clear your name. She had never underestimated the power of the above. Once the top named who they wanted to clean up, the end was basically set. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't just have power in the business world, he also had face among the upper echelons. If Yi Chen was willing to bail her out, he would be able to save her life even if something went wrong. The wind and fire came outside the lounge. Chen Xingya calmed her breathing, pushed the door and walked in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the crowd looked over. In his 30s, his figure did not lose out to Song Eru in the slightest, especially that taut and powerful thigh. It was Song Yu, who was known as God's leg, who was also 3 times weaker. Coupled with that kind of imperial temperament, mature charming intellectual beauty, all is a young man's killer. The buttocks, all of them make people linger. Seeing Chen Xingya, Lin Le didn't dare to look at him much at all, and hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Boss, you're here." Chen Xingya waved her hand, and Lin Lu hurriedly left with the saleswoman. Coming closer, Chen Xingya fell down and extended her hand and said, "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the owner of the car dealership, Chen Xingya. You can call me General Manager Chen, or you can call me sister." With an admiring gaze, Yi Chen unashamedly swept a glance at Chen Xingya's perfect body, sitting there and not getting up. "Hello Mr. Chen. I don't like to call others sister easily." Yi Chen stretched out his hand and gently shook Chen Xingya's hand. Chen Xingya didn't care about Yi Chen's rudeness. People had that strength to be arrogant. "Mr. Yi, I've heard about what happened in the store earlier. I apologize for the earlier incident. The hospitality was not good." Yi Chen shook his head. "It's not a big deal. I won't hold on to it if I can make a big boss like Mr. Chen personally come to apologize." Mr. Yi atmosphere. In order to express my apology, all the cars in the store today, Mr. Yi, choose whatever you like. Which car you like, I will give it away for free. Of course, if there is a limited edition model that is not available in the store, as long as Mr. Yi likes it, I can also notify the people overseas to pre-order it for you. Yi Chen shook his head. "I have a car. I came today to help my friend look at cars. She can order whichever model she likes." At this time, Chen Xingya gazed at Song Yu. There was a touch of satisfaction in the bottom of her eyes. As expected, the women beside the big brother were not simple people. Just for this looks, they were rare in the world. Song Yu was not as relaxed as Yi Chen, facing the Chen Xingya with a powerful aura. He quickly stood up and said, "Good day, Mr. Chen." Chen Xingya nodded slightly. "Hello little sister." Snapping her fingers, outside Lin Lu walked in. "Take this beautiful young lady to see the car. The car she likes doesn't charge any fees. Just do the formalities directly." "Okay, boss." Lin Lu was completely shocked in his heart. What kind of person was this teenager, to make the boss so bashful? Of course he knew what the boss meant. It must be that this teenager's identity was not simple and wanted to pull some strings. When Song Yu went out to do the formalities, Chen Xingya came to sit beside Yi Chen, crossing her legs. Her slender legs were undeniably beautiful. "Mr. Yi, do you have time in the evening? I would like to invite you for a meal to show my appreciation for the poor hospitality today." Yi Chen thought for a moment. "Let's talk about it when we have time." "Okay Mr. Yi, is it convenient to leave a contact information?" "Sure." By the time Song Yu came in, Chen Xingya had already demurely resat opposite Yi Chen. After the formalities were completed, Yi Chen greeted Chen Xingya and left with Song Yu. As she watched Yi Chen leave, Chen Xingya pondered. From today's brief contact, she felt that Yi Chen wasn't that easy to deal with. She was still confident in her charm, but through the contact in the restroom, Yi Chen surprisingly didn't show anything. Those common problems of men didn't manifest themselves in Yi Chen. In the end, Yi Chen didn't force himself to pay the bill. Although spending money would give himself a tenfold cashback, he wasn't in a hurry for this cashback money. There were many places where he wanted to spend money, and a few $100 million in cashback was nothing at all. Citing the departure of Yi Chen and the two of them, the smile on Chen Xingya's face slowly disappeared, and she faintly said to the manager, "Let me lose $8 million. Break the legs of that sales and throw it out." Of course, in fact, this 8 million spent was worth it. If there was no this conflict, even if she wanted to get acquainted with someone like Yi Chen, a mere 8 million would probably not be seen by others. Now well, spent the least amount of money, but also with Yi Chen acquaintance, and also deepened the impression, but that sales well, or to deal with, do the wrong thing to recognize. Chapter 26. My industries are all too high profile, not too good to offer awe. Leaving the car dealership, the two Yi Chen drove a car alone to rush to the sales office. His own woman, of course, to give the best, directly came to Thompson's sales office. One is that the houses here are very famous, and the second is that it is also close to Financial Street. It will be convenient for him to come back in the future. Townsend Epin's sales office is relatively cold. After all, the price of housing here is too expensive. Coupled with some years, the people who should buy have already bought out. Those who cannot afford to buy are also unlikely to come to buy. The two of them walked into the hall, and as sales greeted them, "Welcome to the Townsend One sales office. May I ask if you're looking at houses?" "Not looking at houses, looking at cars," Yi Chen casually joked. The sales froze for a moment, then covered his mouth and laughed softly. "Sir is really good at joking. How can you come to a sales office and not look at houses, but look at cars?" Song Yu also couldn't help but roll her eyes. This man of his own was all quite perfect. It was the sometimes amusing character that really made people laugh and cry, but this also highlighted Yi Chen's charm even more. After all, being overbearing with a bit of down-to-earthness made people feel more realistic. Too overbearing and high-cool. The genus is a bit too much for people to approach. Since you know that we came to see the house and still ask, why don't you hurry up and introduce it? As long as you can make my friend satisfied with the house, you can count on earning it today, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Okay, sir. Although it was always said that sales looked at people and sometimes underestimated them, but the sales that Yi Chen encountered were all quite qualified. It was also true that these high-level sales, all of them had gone through special training, and there were very few of those snobs. Coming to the sandbox, the sales took the folder and said, "We, Thompson 1, have a total of 4 buildings. Building A and B are all focused on large households. Building C and D have slightly smaller household types, and of course there will definitely be a difference in price. I don't know if Miss prefers large or small household types." In fact, the sales were also testing the strength of the two Yi Chen. If there was money, they would definitely choose a large home, and if there was no money, of course it would be a small home. At that time, she could also recommend the right house depending on the situation. Song Yu didn't hesitate and directly said, "A large house type. It's good to buy a house in one step." Sales had a bottom in his heart. It seemed that this duo was very powerful. Thompson's large type of house would cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Without a bit of strength, they normally wouldn't dare to look at it. "Then ma'am, are you in a hurry to move in?" There are renovated and undecorated large homes. If you want to decorate it yourself, you can choose a rough house. Customers are all different. Some like to turnkey a renovated house and save the trouble. There are also those who like to decorate in their own style. There are still decorated houses? Song Yu asked suspiciously. "Yes ma'am, of course there are decorated ones. After all, every client's situation is different. Some who have busy affairs and are in a hurry to move in will choose the renovated ones." "Then let's go with the renovated one. How tiring it is to renovate it yourself." Song Yu was thoughtful. Although Yi Chen seemed to have nothing to do all day and was a hedonistic rich second generation, but people just liked to play, and didn't like to watch the decoration of the house all day, and she needed to go to school, so she had even less time. Well, there are a total of 7 sets of decorated houses. Among them, Building A has an area of around 800 to 1,000 square feet. Building B has an area of 500 to 800 square feet. "What size do you want, ma'am?" 1,000 square feet. "I think 3 sets of renovated ones in Building A, but one set is the king of the building, customized by a foreign tycoon. The upper and lower sides of the building are open, with an area of around 1,900 square feet. All of them are luxuriously decorated. The materials used are all well-known brands. The decoration alone is at over $30 million. As for the remaining 2, they are all created by my Thompson's own decoration team. Although the decoration above is not as good as that set of King of Floor, it's also around $10 million. King of Floor? Song Yu was somewhat moved. How much is the price? Hearing Song Yu ask about the price of the King of Buildings, the salesman felt that he had met a big customer today. This King of Floor is the one that foreign tycoon has listed with us to help sell. The house has definitely not been occupied, and has been put on hold since it was renovated, because that tycoon's business overseas has been affected in some way, and he won't be able to return home in the short term, so let us help sell it. The price is $450 million. The price is okay. Yi Chen was more satisfied after hearing it. The price per square foot of Townsend has been speculated to over $200,000, with super deluxe decoration and more than 1,900 square feet. Selling for $450 million wasn't too much. Okay, then this one. Take us to see it. Okay sir, I'll go to the manager to request for the key. After all, it's the king of the building. It's not something to just go and look at. Every time before you take a customer to look at it, you need to apply for the key to pass before you can do so. Upstairs in the manager's room, listening to the sales report, the manager frowned slightly. Have you seen their qualifications? Don't come here to see the world. Leave after a glance. When you run around, it's also easy to dirty the house. Hearing the manager's words, the sales also felt a bit anxious. Manager, I haven't seen their qualifications yet. I'll go down and take a look. Alright, work furtively. You directly bring them up. I'll just take a look. Okay manager. Sales came downstairs and spoke to the two Yi Chen about the qualifications. Yi Chen nodded and didn't care. He had also heard of buying a house and looking at the qualifications. It seemed like he had heard that Ferrari had introduced this kind of rule before. If you wanted to buy a Ferrari, you had to submit your qualifications first. It wasn't like if you had $1 or $2 million, people could sell it to you. First you have to have a certain identity and strength. Coming to the manager's room, Yi Chen said indifferently, what kind of qualification do I need to see the property? The manager felt that Yi Chen was too young. It might be possible if he bought an ordinary Thompson, but that king of the building, the cost was up to more than $400 million. It was some listed company owners who couldn't come up with that much cash. Even if they have these funds, they have to keep them as reserve funds at work. And this teenager, certainly not the boss, should be rich second generation only. Can the family this get him so much money to buy a house? Sir, firstly, you need to show your bank card balance. And secondly, you need to provide a bit of industry with strength. The balance is not a problem. It's this industry. Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. When the manager saw this scene, he was even more convinced that Yi Chen was a rich second generation. There were some questions about the strength of purchasing the king of the building. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Chen couldn't provide a powerful industry, but that his industry was too powerful and wasn't very convenient to take out. The boss behind Financial Street. The qualification is definitely enough, but it is also too high profile. Taking it out is estimated that the boss of Thompson's must be scared enough. There is no need for such fanfare. Just buy a house. Come to think of it, it seems that only the shareholders of the National Gold Center is considered a little low-key, right? Chapter 27, Inform My Boss? To be honest, Yi Chen didn't have many industries. Financial Street, the National Gold Center, and the Puji Medicine Group. Although there were only 3 of them, each one taken out was astounding. Needless to say, Financial Street is the economic center of China. National Gold Center, the largest shopping mall in Magic City, with an annual income of tens of billions of dollars. Puji Pharmaceutical Group, the largest private pharmaceutical company. Its hospitals are all over the major provincial capitals. Each hospital to see the patient is not weaker than those 3 hospitals. So Yi Chen felt that the National Gold Center was considered one of the lowest profile. Let's look at the bank balance first. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and found out the bank card balance to show. When the manager and sales saw the balance, they all opened their mouths wide for a long time without words. 10 million. The sales even couldn't help but count it. 9 billion? This was the largest balance that the manager and the salesman had ever seen an individual with. The two gazes looked at Yi Chen one after another. What level of rich second generation was this? It was that former richest man's son, Principal Wang, who had a balance that was just like that, right? Yi Chen put away his cell phone and smiled. The balance is enough, right? Songyu beside her couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw the surprised expressions of the manager and sales. She had seen too many shocks by Yi Chen's side, so it was nothing. The manager and sales, on the other hand, were there for the first time. I didn't know it was so troublesome to buy a house. If I provide the industry, is it possible that I am the largest shareholder of the National Gold Center? The manager and sales, who hadn't recovered from Yi Chen's balance, heard the powerful news again and almost didn't die of fright. What? You are still the largest shareholder of the National Gold Center? My God, what level is this teenager in the end? Rich second generation he had seen. As the manager of the Townsend, not only had he seen many rich second generation, he had also seen all kinds of bosses, but there is absolutely no such bold, especially the identity of the largest shareholder of the National Gold Center, definitely among the people he knew, the top stream of characters. Enough, Xiao Lia, don't you still hurry to take the 2 of you to see the room? The manager directly took out the key of the king of the building in the drawer and urged. Good manager. The sales, who came back to his senses, hurriedly responded. The sales office was not far away from Thompson's Ipin. The three of them came to the courtyard of the neighborhood, and the security guards let them go after verifying the identity of the crowd. To be honest, as far as the environment in the courtyard of Tomson-Epine is concerned, it's really not great, if it is not a good house speculation, plus geographical advantages, absolutely not up to today's sky-high prices. Medium greenery, artificial fountains and the cornerstone of the road have been somewhat broken. The style seems quite a bit outdated. Song-yu first came to this kind of nationally famous high-grade neighborhood after seeing some disappointment, but facing the first line of Huangpu River scenery, Tomson-Epine still has some advantages. The two of them only hoped that the house would not let them down. The highest floors of Tomson 1 are all on the 44th floor, and the king of the building they were going to see was the 43rd and 44th floors opened up. A large flat floor hardened into a duplex. It should be said that foreign tycoon is quite wealthy. To have the developer change the layout for him, he definitely put down a lot of money. As a super luxury building, it is a one-staircase one-family system. Walking out of the elevator, there is the brilliant and grand entrance door, the world's most advanced combination fingerprint lock. Entering the wrong password 3 times automatically sends out an alarm. If it encounters forced destruction by external forces, there will also be an early warning notification. This kind of door could not be broken open by force unless a powerful hacker, or that kind of powerful explosives. Sir, ma'am, this is the most advanced security door in our world today. Only the owner who entered the system can open it. After opening the door, what you see in your eyes is the luxurious to the extreme decoration. When the three of them walked in, the human body recognition lights at the entranceway were already on. This kind of lights were all set up with a fully intelligent central control. As long as the human body is sensed, it will automatically light up. Out of the entranceway, there was the oversized flat living room, with a ceiling height of more than 5 meters. Hanging above the exquisite chandelier is a world-renowned lighting customized. The sofas were all carefully crafted by Bulgari, TV and other appliances, each worth more than 100,000 yuan. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, equipped with electronic curtains. The outside was facing a line of scenery on the river. In the morning you can also see the cruise ships and other beautiful views. There is a separate elevator and staircase leading to the second floor. The elevator is equipped with an automatic safety device that will stop the elevator in case of a malfunction, ensuring the safety of the passengers inside. The staircase is made of the finest luxury materials and the handrail alone is said to cost millions. Independent check room, private home theater, study, gym and so on, everything. The master bedroom and second bedroom add up to more than 10. After looking at the entire house, Yi Chen and Song Yu were very satisfied. It's very good. Let's finalize it then. Yi Chen nodded his head. Song Yu of course had no objections. Back at the sales office, the manager who had learned the news personally brought tea and ran forward to prepare the formalities. Mr. Yi, the formalities for the house have long been authorized. Just sign here. Yi Chen pointed at Song Yu. Bought it for her. Let him sign. The manager froze for a moment. Such an expensive house, giving it away just like that? The rich man's world was indeed luxurious. Song Yu signed with a blushing face, holding the real estate license and other formalities. Song Yu was like a dream. She was a little bit of money. Yi Chen gave her a lot of brushes, but all of them manifested out, but also not enough to buy this house. Alright, in the future, this will be your home. Yi Chen stood up and said with a smile, right, prepare a few parking spaces for me. After finding the sales that was responsible just now and adding his prestige, Yi Chen wanted to purchase parking spaces again. Sir, you want to prepare a few? We are all 1 parking space per household here. Because of the reason of your house, you can only buy 2. The sales was a little difficult to say. 2 parking spaces? Yi Chen frowned. Although 2 parking spaces were enough, but he was afraid that Song Yu's car skills were not good. 2 parking spaces might not be enough. My wife's car skills are not necessarily too good. 1 or 2 parking spaces are not enough to park, and my family may have a lot of cars in the future. 2 won't be enough either. How many cars do you want to prepare? Sir? Sales asked curiously. Dozens of cars are always needed. Yi Chen thought about it for a while. He preferred cars, not necessarily to drive, but he definitely wanted to buy a luxury car when he saw one. Dozens? Sales was speechless. Can you keep a low profile? Buy so many cars can drive over. She was a bit envious of Song Yu, finding such a luxurious boyfriend. If she were her own boyfriend, how nice. But after comparing the difference in face value between the 2 sides, she was a bit ashamed of herself. Sir, this parking space is a notice from above. A household can only buy 1 parking space. I can't prepare more parking spaces for you. Notice from above? Whose notice? Your boss or? Yi Chen asked. It's the boss's notice. I heard that all the people staying at Townsend 1 are big shots, and the parking space can only be 1 for 1 family, for fear of conflicts in the back. Yi Chen nodded. He understood the concerns of the boss of Thomson First product. After all, those who stayed in Thomson First class were all prestigious figures, and there was no lack of stars and bigwigs. If they couldn't be fair, those people would also look for trouble. Alright, I know, the parking space definitely needs to be prepared more. I'll talk to your boss. Sales was speechless. Why are you so powerful? Is it good to talk to me? Would the boss offend the bigwigs who live here for you? Chapter 28, My Boss in Trouble Again? It didn't matter what Sales was thinking. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and called Tang Yi. Hey, boss. The phone was picked up just as it rang. Mr. Tang, can you get in touch with the owner of Townsend 1? The boss of Townsend 1? I can get in touch. Does the boss have any orders? Tang Yi thought that the people from Townsend's 1 product had offended Yi Chen again and couldn't help but feel as if Yi Chen could save her the trouble. Previously it was Chun Xingya from Radiant Car Dealership. Now it was Townsend 1. Are you out looking for something to do for nothing? It's like this. I bought a house in Thomson First. The parking space can only be one for a family. I feel that it might not be enough in the future. So inform him and ask him to prepare a few more for me. So it's this. Tang Yi sighed in relief. Although Thomson Epine was not good, it was also a famous real estate company in China. More or less a bit strong. If there was a conflict, it would also be slightly troublesome. Then how many parking spaces do you want, boss? Just book 10 in the early stage. Too many, I guess Thomson Epine can't take them out. Yi Chen still lowered his request. If he wanted dozens in one breath, the boss of Thomson First could not do it either. Okay, I'll go deal with it. I'll give you a message from the boss in a while. Tang Yi asked Zhou Jiwei to find a phone and directly call the current chairman. Inside a vacation villa with beautiful mountain scenery, an old woman past her prime was teaching a young girl to water the flowers. Xiao Jia, I've watched you grow up. My elder brother only has you as a granddaughter, and your father passed away early. You're the only one in our Su family's generation. Sometimes you have to look at things from both sides. Don't get bent out of shape. Learn to think differently. Just like this watering flowers. It seems simple, but there is a lot of learning inside. Can't water too much. Can't be too little. Also have to have patience. To be carefully cared for. Like you, the status of powerful children. We are not many in China, but there are also many. Sometimes you meet some people. You more or less have to leave a little bit of mercy, so that you can meet each other in the future. There is no undefeated family. Look at your aunt and grandma. I have my hands on a big enterprise like the Tang Group. Don't I also have to be careful? Afraid that one day I will fall. Auntie, I know. Don't worry. I'll keep your teachings in mind. Just at this moment, the cell phone held by the servant behind him rang. Boss, your cell phone is ringing. Who's calling? MS. Sue asked as she stood up and moved her waist. I don't recognize it. The ending number is 56. Local to Magic City? MS. Sue asked in confusion. Yes, boss. Bring it over. Someone with this kind of number and local to Mordor definitely wouldn't be that simple. Hello there, who is it? MS. Sue picked up the phone and asked politely. Hello, Director Sue. I'm Tang Yi from the Financial Street Property Company. Tang Yi? Mr. Tang? MS. Sue was shocked in the bottom of her heart. Why did this person call herself? The two sides didn't seem to have any interactions, did they? A formal entrepreneur and one with a heavy gray background were two worlds in themselves. Hello, Mr. Tang. You must have something here, right? People who had reached their level no longer needed to beat around the bush. Dong Su is like this. My boss would like to purchase a few more parking spaces in your Thompsons. I heard the manager of the sales office say that you gave the order that a family can only purchase one, right? MS. Sue was startled when she heard Tang Yi's words. Mr. Tang, are you saying that your boss bought a house in my Thompson Epine? Tang Yi said. Yes, Mr. Tang, the matter of the parking space seems to be a bit difficult. You know the people who mainly live there. If we can't be fair, I'm afraid we'll make trouble. Tang Yi sneered. Dong Su, just say if you can sell a few more parking spaces for my boss. Those people's affairs don't need to be your concern. If they want to make trouble, I'll naturally deal with them. MS. Sue knew that there was no way to refuse today. Although overriding her own orders would be detrimental to her prestige in the company, she knew that the words had been said to this extent. It was no longer possible not to agree. After all, in this acre of land in Magic City, people Tang Yi still had a bit of a grasp if they wanted to clean up their Tang Group. At least in real estate, people do not want you to start. You absolutely cannot start. Material merchants. Earthworks are people who used to work for them. Okay, Mr. Tang, with your words, there is certainly no problem on my side. Okay, Dong Su, I'll notify the boss. And on the sales office side, you can let them handle it as well. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaojia curiously said, Auntie, who is this Tang Yi? Why do I feel like you're a bit scared of her? MS. Su told the maid to go down and said to Su Xiaojia, you haven't heard of Tang Yi normal. Let me tell you something. A few years ago, do you know who was the biggest on the Magic City Road? Su Xiaojia said without hesitation. Of course I know, who was honored in Magic City. Only the Du family. Hasn't the saying always been circulating? Ms. Su sneered. It was indeed true a few years ago. After all, that big brother of the Su family's ancestor was the king of Mordor during the war years. I told you just now, there is no undefeated family. A few years ago in terms of grey industry, it was also true that it was the Du family, but a few thousand years ago a woman rose to prominence, and the Du family was directly robbed of half of its territory alive. Su Xiaojia, who was already an intelligent woman, couldn't help but guess, could it be that Tang Yi? Ms. Su nodded her head faintly. That's right, it's her. Tang Yi is definitely a legend. Although her grade is not yet 30, her methods are extremely ruthless. It's rumored that she became the righteous daughter of the Mordor boss, and coupled with her ruthlessness, it's the Du family that's been scared. The Du family's 4 great Vajra, 3 died, and 1 was scared out of his wits. In the end, the Du family had no choice but to beg for peace. If it wasn't for the change of times, the above strict crackdown, half of the Du family's current industry can't be kept. Ah, so powerful? Su Xiaojia covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. Of course, didn't you say I'm afraid of this Tang Yi? Actually, it's not fear, but scorn. We're serious businessmen, and our greatest fear is dealing with people of this background. Above us, we can use merit, urban development as leverage, whereas with someone of Tang Yi's status, people simply don't eat that. Messing with this kind of person, we're sure to be constantly harassed by trouble, and we might even have to lose our investment. Even though we are rich and have a strong family, we can't afford to be tossed around like this. Su Xiaojia nodded. I know, auntie. By the way, I've heard that boy Du Qi has been pestering you lately? Ms. Su stopped talking about Tang Yi's matter and asked Su Xiaojia about her personal problems. Hearing the mention of Du Qi, Su Xiaojia's lips pouted. Yes, auntie, I'm sick of it. Obviously a person of such status, but he used rogue behavior, making it so that I can't even go to the company now. Ms. Su smiled faintly. Before I might not have had too good a solution. After all, the Du family is not to be messed with. But now, well, auntie, what you mean is, Su Xiaojia also thought of something. Isn't that financial street boss going to buy a parking space? In a while, you personally go and run a trip, do it beautifully for him, and try to make him feel your sincerity. There's a business reception tomorrow night. It seems like it's in Financial Street. You invite it. I know, auntie. After saying her words, Su Xiaojia left in a hurry. Ms. Su couldn't help but shake her head in amusement as she looked at her fidgety grandniece, still a child at heart. Ah. Chapter 29, The Circle of Friends explodes. Ding, consumption of 450 million, 10 times rebate, 5 billion, consumption blitz reward reshape body. After paying the bill for Townsend, the wonderful sound of the system reward finally rang out. He hadn't spent a lot of money recently, but he hadn't been able to get a blitz reward, which couldn't help but make him a little disappointed. Now that he had once again received a spending reward, it was a bit like an ordinary person winning $5 million in the lottery. One word: cool. Through the system introduction, this reshape body is not simple, is a kind of strengthening the body, is also a kind of special physique. In short, after reshaping the body, all aspects of his attributes are upgrading, is no longer within the scope of ordinary people. Just as Yi Chen was enjoying the system's blitz rewards while waiting for the news of the parking space, outside the sales office, a cute pink Porsche 918 slowly drove up. Although this car was not as good as Yi Chen's Pagani Wind God, it was definitely a top-tier luxury car. Su Xiaojia, who was wearing limited edition sunglasses, stepped down from the car, attracting countless side glances. Su Xiaojia was not the kind of woman who was particularly stunning, but she was definitely a very durable woman. She has the unique flavor of the Jiangnan water town, and her body is delicate, giving people a gentle feeling. Just as she stepped out of the car, the manager of the sales office had already greeted her. Miss, you're here. Although Su Xiaojia wasn't a member of the Tang clan, she also had a high status in the Tang group because of her relationship with her aunt and grandmother. Ms. Su, well, is Mr. Yi inside? Yes, miss. Hearing the manager's words, Su Xiaojia nodded and walked in. All the way to the VIP room, she saw Yi Chen, who was leaning on the sofa with his legs crossed. At the first sight, Su Xiaojia had a feeling of amazement. This Yi Chen was too handsome, the most handsome man she had ever seen since she was so big. Yi Chen himself was very handsome, and was at the grass level in school. Coupled with the system reward for reshaping his body just now, it was as if he had been transformed into a new body. No matter if it was his figure and appearance, or his temperament, all of them had been upgraded by a large margin. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen and Son Yu looked up. Su Xiaojia walked over with a smile, and graciously extended her hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Su Xiaojia. I'm the person in charge of arranging the parking space for you this time, sent over by Thompson Group. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. Hello. After a polite greeting, Su Xiaojia sat opposite Yi Chen and slowly said, Mr. Yi, the 10 parking spaces you ordered were already prepared on the company's side before you came. But you know the situation of Townsend 1. We made an exception for you to arrange 10 parking spaces, and there might be some trouble to follow up. Yi Chen waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You only need to arrange the parking spaces. You don't need to worry about the follow-up. Su Xiaojia hurriedly said. Mr. Yi, I don't mean that. Since we decided to make an exception for Mr. Yi, we will naturally find a way to solve the subsequent troubles. Our Thompson Group just wants to sincerely make friends with Mr. Yi. Hearing Su Xiaojia's words, Yi Chen's heart was like a mirror. It must be that Thompson Group knew about his identity and wanted to flatter. Well, since that's the case, I'll keep this favor. In the future, if the Thompson Group has something to do, just say it. After the formalities were completed, Yi Chen stood up and led Song Yu to prepare to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Yi. Su Xiaojia called out to Yi Chen. Is there anything else, Ms. Su? It's like this, Mr. Yi. There's a reception at Financial Street tomorrow night. I don't know if you have time. Tomorrow night? There doesn't seem to be anything. Yi Chen thought about it for a while. He had the most free time right now. Alright then, Mr. Yi, it's a deal. I'll call you tomorrow night. Good. Back inside the Thompson house, Yi Chen sat on the sofa with his arm around Song Yu, admiring their future home. At this moment, Song Yu was still as if she was dreaming. How could she not have thought that she would one day be able to live inside a house with more than $400 million? She could also have a perfect boyfriend like Yi Chen. Wrapping his arms around Song Yu and feeling her perfect body, Yi Chen was a little moved. Wife, let's go rest for a while. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Song Yu's face flushed. Although she was a typical northeastern woman, facing this kind of thing was more or less still a bit shy, but didn't refuse, and gave a fine mosquito-like In fact, Yi Chen was not such a pushy person. It was just that he had just finished his body strengthening and wanted to try out a certain ability. At this time, it was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it wasn't until more than 6 o'clock that the commotion in the bedroom subsided. Yi Chen had a look of unfulfilled intent floating on his face, and Song Yu's entire body was paralyzed, as if it was in a state after an intense workout. Song Yu, who was about to prepare for a nap, was woken up by the sudden ringing of a cell phone. Hey, Song Yu, where are you? A woman's voice came from the phone. I'm outside. What's wrong? Song Yu replied as she listened to her roommate's question. Come back quickly. I just heard that the evening study hall is the black-faced god and may take roll call. If you don't come back, be careful of getting flunked. Hearing that it was black-faced god's class, Song Yu couldn't sit still and hurriedly stood up to put on her clothes. Yi Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Song Yu said. The evening self-study is our instructor personally coming over. If I don't show up for roll call, it's easy to get flunked. Although Song Yu no longer needed a university graduation certificate from the district, but after all, she had to give an explanation to her family. Yi Chen didn't force her to stay, and after telling her to drive safely on the road, he let her leave. Looking at the empty room, Yi Chen was bored and casually shot a video of the mansion and sent it to his circle of friends. Boredom is so hard. In fact, this friend circle was just a casual shot, but he didn't expect it to blow up his friend circle. Previously, he didn't know how many anchors he had added, as well as his original friends and some recently added friends. A little fairy gave your friend circle a like. Su Xiaoxiao has liked your friend circle. Lin Xiaoxiao liked your friend circle. Chen Yujia, wow. Big Brother's house is so beautiful. I really want to go and live there. Chen Xingya, this is the Thompson one, isn't it? Mr. Yi really knows how to enjoy himself. Tang Yi sent a sneering emoji. Song Nan clicked the like. Just 10 minutes after sending it out, Yi Chen's cell phone started ringing with a constant beep. When he opened his phone, it was a flurry of messages. Big brother of Chun Yi. I didn't expect you to be so rich, even living in Thompson. Su Xiaoxiao's words were followed by an envious emoticon, because sending a circle of friends has a positioning, so they all know that Yi Chen's house is in Thompson Epine. Lin Xiaoxiao stale past Big Brother. Do you have time? I haven't thanked you properly for the gift you brushed for me last time. Have a meal? Chen Xingya, Mr. Yi, see you have nothing to do now. Please have a meal? Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Xiaoxiao's messages were filtered out by him. Both of them were anchors he had casually added last time at teasing voice. As for Chen Xingya, he thought for a moment or replied, okay Mr. Chen, you find the place, I'll be there in a while. Okay. Chen Xingya returned an okay emoji. Chapter 30, If I Want to Come and Eat, He Has to Host Me. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate Western Restaurant. It is located on the Bund in Magic City. It is said that this Western restaurant is the top Western restaurant in Magic City. The per capita consumption is as high as $5,000, and only receive 10 guests a day. Many people want to go to eat Western food need half a month before the reservation. Even the business hours have special regulations. Bund 18 6th floor. The location is excellent. You can look directly at the river scenery. Luxury enjoyment. Let a person be mesmerized. But this kind of restaurant was only accessible to a small number of people. Most people looked away. And the restaurant that Chen Xingya had booked was here. After Yi Chen parked his car, he looked at the building in front of him with a historical precipitation flavor and smiled slightly. Although he wasn't a local of Mordor, he still had heard about this Mordor's one Western restaurant. This place was not something that could be entered just by having money. It also required a strong identity background. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Chen Xingya waiting there with a smile. Hello Mr. Chen. Why are you waiting here and not going in? Chen Xingya was wearing a dress with an open skirt today. Her hair was coiled up high, giving her a mature and intellectual beauty. A pair of beautiful legs were hidden in the skirt's openings, and there was always a thought that made people want to explore. It was Yi Chen who couldn't help but have his eyes flooded with light and looked a few more times. Chen Xingya noticed Yi Chen's gaze and couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. It seemed that no matter what status a person had, he could not escape the nature of men. The rules of this restaurant are a bit special. I was afraid that Mr. Yi would be neglected if he came, so I simply waited here. Although Chen Xingya had only come into contact with Yi Chen on one side, she understood a bit about it. Although the owner of this Western restaurant was very powerful, and his network of connections above was not bad, but if he made Yi Chen dissatisfied, he could not help but be made to suffer enough. In the end, it could only be the restaurant owner who would suffer. Moreover, the owner of this restaurant had some friendship with herself, and she didn't want to make things difficult for the owner of this store. Special rules? Yi Chen froze for a moment, then shook his head in amusement. It's because Mr. Chen is afraid that I will find trouble with this store, right? Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Very easygoing. Chen Xingya couldn't help but despise it in her heart. Just you are still very easygoing? During the daytime a small sale in the store you are all bothered with others. If not for your own intervention, it is estimated that the car dealership will be implicated. Ah yes. What Mr. Yi said is what? Yi Chen's face was dark, somewhat speechless. How do you feel that this Chen Xingya doesn't quite believe in his own words? Let's go. Just don't be here. I've heard about this restaurant. I just haven't been here. Just to see what's so special about it. Chen Xingya and Yi Chen walked inside the restaurant jointly, while saying, Mr. Yi, this Western restaurant has a history of several decades, and it is said that the biggest shareholders are still people from romantic countries. Absolutely authentic French Western food. The romantic country is known as the most romantic country with the best performance above the restaurant. Definitely won't let Mr. Yi down. The 6th floor elevator opened. As far as the eye could see, there was a romantic and cozy decoration. The welcoming guests at the door all wore proper cheongsams. Each one of them was upper middle class. If placed outside they were the goddesses of the beggars. And in this restaurant, just the lowest waitress. Welcome to Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. The best service will be provided here for you, sir and madam. Chen Xingya waved her hand and said, Room 1. The waiter sniffed and respectfully said, Yes ma'am, please follow me. Along the way, everywhere they passed, romance and luxury were evident. Hello sir and madam, this is table number 1. Next there will be professional staff to serve you. I wish the two of you a happy dining experience. After saying his words, the waiter turned around and left. The dining tables here were all open-air style, only they were all separate. French-style dining table with gorgeous candles on it. The knives and forks and all the cutlery were neatly arranged. The tables look out over the Huangpu River and the Bund. A perfect location. Absolutely refreshing. Very good. Very upscale. Yi Chen couldn't help but comment after his visit. Chen Xingya covered her mouth and smiled lightly. It seems that Mr. Yi is satisfied with today's arrangement. Satisfied. Mr. Chen's arrangements are spot on, but it's just that Mr. Chen is so polite. I don't know what is the intention. Suddenly, Yi Chen turned his words around and asked with a smile or not. Chen Xingya was worthy of being a veteran. Her complexion did not change in the slightest. Mr. Yi, in fact, I just sincerely want to make a friend with you. Oh, Yi Chen pulled a long voice and said meaningfully, then it seems like I'm honored. Chen Xingya smiled. No, it's me who is honored to get to know someone like Mr. Yi. Alright, too lazy to ink with people like you. Hurry up and serve the food. Oh no, serve the meal. I want to see if things will be that good in such a high-class restaurant as well. Chen Xingya snapped her fingers, and one by one, the service staff outside who had been waiting for an unknown amount of time walked in. Each one of them was a long-legged beauty with good posture wearing light makeup. There was even no lack of some who were even prettier than those internet celebrities. Yi Chen smiled and admired. Although he wasn't a fastidious person, he also liked to appreciate beautiful women. After all, men's true colors. Stacks of exquisite dishes were placed on the table. Finally, there was a bottle of red wine. This bottle of red wine, Yi Chen knew that it was Romane Conti. It was worth millions. It seemed that Chen Xingya didn't put in a lot of money for this meal today. May I ask if this bottle of wine is open now? The waiter asked politely. Chen Xingya nodded. Open it. The red wine was slowly poured into the sobering vessel. Enjoy your meal. Sir, ma'am. Yi Chen counted the number of people serving them. There were 35 in total. This kind of treatment was worthy of the name of a top restaurant. Looking at the Kobe steak in front of him, Yi Chen picked up a knife and fork and gently cut a piece into his mouth. After savoring it, he couldn't help but nod his head. Not bad. Very fresh steak. Chen Xingya shook her wineglass and said, the steaks in this restaurant are all flown in on the same day, and are definitely the freshest. If it doesn't sell out that day, it won't be used again the next day. Hearing Chen Xingya's introduction, Yi Chen was slightly surprised. No wonder the consumption of this restaurant is so high. It turns out that the loss is not small. That's for sure. Jack is a person who strives for perfection, and the restaurant he opened is also dedicated to creating the top of the line, and of course the ingredients and other aspects will be as good as they can be. Yi Chen nodded. Not bad. Looks like I'll have to come more often in the future. When Chen Xingya heard Yi Chen's words, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Mr. Yi is too much of a joker. Do you know how long it takes for this restaurant to book a place every time? 2 to 3 months. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm friends with the owner of this Western restaurant and made an exception and pushed a table for me today, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to eat until 2 months later. Yi Chen waved his hand unconcernedly. It doesn't matter. If I want to come and eat, he will have to receive me. This is a point of confidence that I still have. Chen Xingya froze for a moment and then reacted. She did overlook Yi Chen's identity just now. If Yi Chen really wanted to come here to eat, he only needed to let Tang Yi notify. The owner of this store really didn't dare not to receive him. Chapter 31. Those 20 or so people couldn't have been passing through, could they? The wine had passed 3 rounds. Both Yi Chen and Chen Xingya were a bit drunk. Of course, after Yi Chen remodeled his form, this amount of alcohol was still no problem. As for Chen Xingya, she should really be a bit drunk, but with this kind of woman, you couldn't tell if she was really drunk or fake drunk. It was possible that everything she did was an act. Sticking out her tongue and gently licking the corner of her mouth, Chen Xingya leisurely said, Mr. Yi, do you know how vigilant and careful you need to be every day when you reach a position like mine and are still a woman? Yi Chen nodded. I understand some women are vulnerable after all. To reach this status position of Mr. Chen, the surface looks like scenery. In fact, I do not know how many people secretly thought about it. Chen Xingya laughed bitterly, picked up a glass of wine to the railing, looking at the river. Alas, who says it is not? Since I walked on this society, I have been constantly missed. Not strong when those small people miss. After being strong, those big people miss me. In order to protect myself, all sorts of means have been used. I am also lucky, although there are some bumps along the way, but also finally still have the ability to protect myself. But, Chen Xingya paused when she said here. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Xingya, who was like a weak woman at this moment, and did not answer. After an unknown period of time, Chen Xingya continued. I'm a bit tired, so I want to find a man who can let me not be in fear all day long, not have to be scared, and be used as a backer. But I can't trust any of them, because I don't know which ones are scheming against me and which ones are true to me. One wrong step would completely ruin everything I have today. Mr. Yi, who do you think I should trust? Facing Chen Xingya's icy pity gaze, Yi Chen sneered in his heart. However, it didn't show the slightest bit on his face. Instead, it was suffused with pity. Standing up and walking up, he came in front of Chen Xingya and softly said, Mr. Chen, don't think too much. Aren't we friends now? If Mr. Chen has something, if I can help, I will definitely help you. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Chen Xingya's heart was happy. Really is a brat. This young lady slightly means. It is easy to pinch. Anyone with a heavenly background will have to fall under the old lady's pomegranate skirt. Really, Mr. Yi, if one day something happens to me, are you really willing to help me? Of course, Yi Chen, say one thing and never go back on my word as long as I promise something. Mr. Yi, you're so nice. I like men like you, a great man with a strong top. As she said that, Chen Xingya took a step forward and actually gently relied on Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen didn't reach out to hug her. Instead, his eyes gazed at the river in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A breeze blew, causing Chen Xingya's delicate body to tremble slightly, and she rubbed herself even more forcefully into the embrace, as if she wanted to blend in. Yi Chen reached out his hand and finally hugged Chen Xingya's waist. The wind is picking up. Let's go. Good. Chen Xingya left the embrace with an unwilling face, as if she was so attached to it. This meal consumed a total of over $1,300,000. Among them, The bottle of red wine alone was 1,300,000 was the cost of the Western food that was eaten. Don't drive if you're drinking. I'll have someone come and pick us up. Coming outside the restaurant, Chen Xingya said. Yi Chen nodded. Good, Mr. Yi, the driver can arrive in a while. Let's stroll around for a while. Good, just in time to be at the Bund. The two of them, Yi Chen, walked directly down the pedestrian street. Walking along the riverside, Chen Xingya was probably too tired, took off her high heels and carried them in her hands, as if she was a happy young girl, and from time to time, she would go up the stone wall for a while. Mr. Yi, do you know? Today with you, I feel so relaxed, as if I'm far away from the yin and yang, far away from the complicated and incomparable strife. Yi Chen casually took the high heels in Chen Xingya's hand and said with a smile, if Mr. Chen likes it, I can be fine to accompany Mr. Chen to relax more. It's a deal. As if Chen Xingya had been waiting for Yi Chen's words, she affirmed without hesitation. Of course. Yi Chen smiled while taking out his cell phone and looked at it. A person's information appeared on the phone, and the person who sent the information was none other than Tang Yi. Chen Xingya. Gender, female. Age, 28 years old. Domicile, from Jiangxia province. Nickname, Bamboo Leaf Green. A famous wealthy businessman in the Yangtze River Delta. Marriage, unmarried. Profile, chairman of the Radiance Group, with a market capitalization of $12 billion. Main business, import and export trade. It is said that there are gray businesses such as smuggling contraband. Not sure yet. Pending investigation. This was the information on Chen Xingya that Tang Yi had investigated for him. Then Wilson sent another message. Boss, you must be careful if you're with Chen Xingya. Just now, I found out again that Chen Xingya used to be a member of the Money Chamber of Commerce. What is the Money Chamber of Commerce? Seeing Tang Yi's message, Yi Chen queried back. The Money Chamber of Commerce was formerly the #1 gang in the Yangtze River Delta, but later disintegrated for unknown reasons. At one time, the heads of the various halls inside the Money Chamber of Commerce were all rich and powerful existences, people who secretly controlled the economic lifelines of the Yangtze River Delta. Each one of them in reality is very powerful. The Du family from Magic City has been in the Money Chamber of Commerce before, and it's heard that the Du family can only be considered one of the people in charge in there. As for what Chen Xingya's role is in the Money Chamber of Commerce, I don't know yet. My people can't find out anything too useful at all. Alright, I know. After reading the message sent by Tang Yi, Yi Chen became even more wary of this woman. Chen Xingya. This kind of woman was definitely not that simple. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Chen Xingya turned around in the distance and saw Yi Chen standing there straightening his cell phone. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Oh, nothing. A friend said a couple words. Female, right? Chen Xingya asked meaningfully. Mr. Chen really understands me. It's really a woman. Ha ha, of course, a man like Mr. Yi. I don't know how many women are rushing to grab him. What about you? Yi Chen suddenly asked a rhetorical question. Me? Chen Xingya froze for a moment, then blankly glanced at him. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen said indifferently. I feel it's impossible, because Mr. Chen's vigilance is too strong. I guess anyone is just an object of utilization in Mr. Chen's eyes, right? If there is no more utilization value, they will soon be kicked out. Chen Xingya was completely surprised this time. Why does Mr. Yi say so? Yi Chen knew that Chen Xingya would definitely not admit it without exposing her. Mr. Chen, you said that you got a driver to pick us up, but in fact, those people have always been by your side, right? In fact, the reason why Mr. Chen delayed the appearance of that so-called driver of yours was just that he wanted to get a little bit closer to me again, and then use some means to pull me onto your boat completely, right? At this point, Chen Xingya stopped pretending and directly laughed without hiding it. The sound of clapping rang out, and Chen Xingya gave a thumbs up. Mr. Yi, it's true that nothing can be hidden from you. You're right, those people have indeed been by my side all along, but you should also know something about me. My identity goes out and I have to do all this security work. Those people are my bodyguards. Each of them is well trained to protect me at the first sign of danger. Chapter 32. Doesn't Mr. Yi feel disgraced? As their identities were revealed, those Chen Xingya's men walked over. Each of them wore black suits with wireless headphones. At a glance, they were well-trained bodyguards. Boss, a man who was 1 meter 9 in height, as if he was a strong man with an iron tower, walked forward and respectfully said. Chen Xingya nodded slightly while the man lowered his head, not daring to look at him more than once. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that this Chen Xingya was not just as simple as the information. Go prepare a car for me. Mr. Yi and I are going back. Yes, boss. The bodyguards escorted Yi Chen and Chen Xingya all the way to the outside of the pedestrian street, drawing countless side glances from the people they passed along the way. Those who saw it speculated that Yi Chen's two were both bigwigs. and this traveling platitude was almost as good as making a movie. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Chen and Chen Xingya sat in the back row, in front of a cold man driving the car, eyes like a falcon, very sharp. For Mercedes-Benz S followed behind them, imposing. Moon Lake Villa area. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. In front of Villa 23, the vehicle stopped. Mr. Yi, going in to have a seat? Chen Xingya invited with a smile. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Then go sit down. Can you still eat me up? Chen Xingya smiled evilly. That may not be possible. The decoration of the villa is very luxurious. A total of 3 floors. The living room is 10 meters high, and the decoration is not even worse than that of his Thompson. What to drink? Entering the house, Chen Xingya casually threw her high-heeled shoes aside and walked towards the bar with bare feet. Whatever. Not long after, Chen Xingya walked over with 2 cups. Her cup contained red wine, while Yi Chen's cup was water. Originally, Yi Chen didn't like drinking and would get thirsty afterward. After receiving the water cup, he gently took a sip. The two of them chatted casually, not realizing that the moon was high in the sky. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery of the moon lake, Yi Chen could not help but TSK and TSK. I didn't realize that there was such a beautiful scenery in the Magic City Villa area, Chen Xingya said. Well, the scenery of Moon Lake is indeed beautiful. In Magic City, although Moon Lake Villa is not the top of the line, the environment is definitely top of the line. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you see the villa area in the distance? Yi Chen nodded. I see it. Chen Xingya continued. Over there is our Shishan Villa. The greenery there is double that of the Moon Lake Villa, and it's also an island villa. If Mr. Yi is interested, then you can purchase a set there. It definitely won't disappoint you. Shishan Villa. I feel it's also fine. Yi Chen was also a bit moved by the Shishan Villa. After accompanying Yi Chen to talk for a while, Chen Xingya reached out and fanned the wind and said, Mr. Yi, you sit down first. I'll go change my clothes. It's too hot. Yi Chen blinked. Hot? You are not a thermostatic room? Suddenly Yi Chen's heart moved and he took a step towards the upper floor. The door of a room was hidden, and a soft light shone out. Quietly came to the door of the room to look, and saw a scene that made his nose almost spit blood. He only saw a woman with a voluptuous figure, white skin and mountains standing in front of the fitting mirror, admiring her body alone. Since Mr. Yi is here, why don't you come in and have a seat? Being a gentleman on the beam can be a loss of your status. Hearing Chen Xingya's words, Yi Chen wasn't embarrassed and walked in with a big smile. Chapter 33, The family called the police. Just as Yi Chen was sleeping, inside a county city in the Black Province, in a small tavern, a middle-aged couple was sitting there with worried brows. Old Yi, why don't you say something? What should we do? The woman first couldn't hold her tongue and couldn't help but stare at her eyes and ask. Yi Hancheng smoked a cigarette and didn't say anything. You're mopey whenever things happen. How did I see you in the first place? You said that the son suddenly transferred such a large sum of money to us. How can it be okay? Maybe he did something illegal. Otherwise, how could he have graduated for more than a year and earned so much money? You hurry to call your son. Ask him what's going on. If it's really illegal, we also have to find a way to persuade him to turn himself in, but also to land a lighter punishment. Yi Hancheng finally stopped being silent. What kind of bull are you talking about? I can let my son in? It's just that whatever happened, my old man took the blame for him. I'll contact him now and see what's going on. With that, the two families began to call Yi Chen. On Yi Chen's side, he had just finished his quickie, and his cell phone had long been muted, so he couldn't pick up his parents' calls at all. After dozens of calls in a row, no one picked up, which immediately made Yi Hancheng's two families unable to sit still. No, the son must have an accident. This matter we cannot, even if we do not report to the police. Even if we send our son in, we cannot let him have an accident outside. Mother Xia Wanru said in a deep voice. Yi Hancheng also nodded. Well, this time I agree with your decision. My son still has a way to live inside. If he meets bad people outside, he may not even have a way to live. The two of them directly closed the store door and rushed to the police station. Previously, Yi Hancheng did not agree to call the police, just wanted to see if there was any possibility for his son to redeem himself, and try to make the charge a little lighter. Now that the person is missing, who cares how big the crime is? The person can come back is the real thing. Inside the police station, because it is early in the morning, basically on-duty police officers have gone to rest. Only a young female police officer is still struggling in the front line. That female police officer was very beautiful, although she was wearing light makeup and simply tied a ponytail, but with that uniform, she gave people a valiant feeling. The face value was already more than 90 points. In combination with the police officer's heroic spirit, it simply filled people with a desire to conquer. Seeing the two couples of Yi Hancheng who walked in, Lin Yamong hurriedly stood up and asked, Uncle and Auntie, are you guys up to something? After all, Xia Wanru was a womanizer, and when she really entered such a serious place, she was still afraid in her heart. Yi Hancheng opened his mouth and said, "That you are good. We are here to report a crime." To report a case? Lin Yuming's eyes lit up at once. She had just graduated from the police academy and returned home to arrange her job. Her tenure hadn't been more than 3 days, and she was very excited to take over a case for the first time. "Uncle and auntie, don't be in a hurry. You guys sit down and talk slowly." Yi Hancheng, two families which can still say slowly. "Anxious, we will not do. The little female comrade, you listen to me." "Okay, uncle." Thereupon Lin Yumon took out a pen and a book ready to make a statement. "It's like this. My son transferred me a large sum of money. We feel that this money does not look like my son can earn. I'm afraid he did something illegal outside. Now people and cannot contact, so want you to investigate. See now my son, people, how it is not out of danger." "Where is your son now?" Lin Yumong asked. In her perception, a large sum of money wouldn't be that big, at most 1 million or 800,000. After all, this was a small county, and the resident population was less than 1 million. The richest man in the area could have 10 million in assets, always in Magic City. Magic City, that's good. I'll reflect with the leadership in a moment to see if I can contact my colleagues in Magic City. Right, uncle, you just said that your son transferred a large sum of money to you. How much is this large sum of money? There is a specific number. We can also characterize the case. Old Ji, you take out the cell phone bank. Let this police comrade look down. Yi Hancheng, under the urging of his old partner, took out his cell phone bank with his hands in a frenzy. Lin Yuming saw this scene and felt amused. This uncle and aunt must not have seen so much money. Then her eyes fell on the cell phone. First reaction, so many zeros. 110 million, billion, 1 billion. Lin Yumling said casually, but then it came to an abrupt end. What? 100 million? Uncle, are you saying that your son transferred this money to you? Yi Hancheng nodded. Yes, we received the transfer tip yesterday. Because the store was busy, we never had time to look at it. My family Xiaochan has always had the habit of giving points to the family on his monthly paycheck. We thought it was Xiaochan's transferred salary. Also did not rush to see the results of the store closed after a look. Surprisingly, so much money. Xiaochan has only just graduated from college more than a year. Even if again had the ability to not be able to earn so much money in a short period of time. So this money must have a problem. We also sought to call to ask a good question. And now people cannot be contacted. We are afraid that he had an accident. So we rushed to the police. A lot of news on the internet had young people mistakenly joining criminal gangs and ended up being injured and maimed. And even had their kidneys cut out. Thinking that if their son turned out to be like that, then they must not regret it to death. Okay, uncle and aunt, with such a large amount of money flowing from an unknown source, we will definitely investigate thoroughly. You guys shouldn't worry. Maybe your sons are just under control and nothing has happened to them. I'll report to the leader right away and let him come over to deal with it. Lin Yuming's first time taking over such a big case, she had long since suppressed her excitement, leaving only nervousness. It wasn't long before the director had arrived. Behind him were the deputy institute and others. The director was a rich middle-aged man, holding a big belly, and said, "Who reported the case?" Yi Hancheng hurriedly said it was himself. "Oh, that's fine. First freeze your stolen money and wait to find out." Seeing the director of this temperament, Yi Hancheng two families did not dare to speak. Then the director said, "The money is frozen. In a moment I will notify the above. Let them contact the Mordor police. You give me all the information of your son. Let the Mordor side investigate now." The efficiency was still very fast. In less than an hour, the Mordor side received the news. Captain He, who was in charge of the Economic Investigation Department, received the news and notified the bank side at the first time. "Hello, is this bank President Chi?" The department leader greeted over the phone. "Oh, Captain He, what's the matter this early?" "Governor Chi, it's like this. I've accepted a large stolen money case on my side. According to the investigation, the transfer account head is from your bank. The head of the account is a man named Ji Chen. So investigate if there's any abnormality in his recent account." "Okay, Team He, I will inform the following to investigate now." Hanging up the phone, Governor Chi hurriedly picked up the phone and ordered. It didn't take half an hour for Governor Chi's side to get the news. But after getting the news, Governor Chi was dumbfounded. "What did you say? You said that the owner of the bank card is from the Financial Street Property Company?" On the other hand, Team He had already grasped Ji Chen's track and was now in the Moon Lake Villa area. He had already ordered all his men to wait for the confirmed news from the bank side to come over, and then he would carry out the arrest. The phone rang. Team He saw that it was Governor Chi calling and hurriedly picked it up. "Hey, Governor Chi, has the source of funds been identified?" Hearing Team He's words, Governor Chi almost didn't roar out in anger. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What unknown source of funds? Do you know who the owner of the account is?" Hearing Governor Chi's tone, Team He also knew that things weren't simple. Whose is it? Team He's tone slowed down a little. It belongs to a big shot that neither you nor I can afford to offend. Because of your mistake, it almost caused our bank to lose a big client. And we also had to offend an unimportant character. Hurry up and close the line. Do what you need to do. Team is still puzzled. Pursued, President Chi you say clearly in the end who is it? It's the owner of the Financial Street Property Company. You go and arrest it. Beep 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 sound came. The phone hung up point. And Team He, who was holding the phone, was confused. Financial Street bosses? Chapter 34, go to your Uncle Ya's place for some dinner if you're fine. Captain, a junior police officer asked in a small voice. What's wrong? Hanging up the phone, Team He, who had just come back to his senses, asked, Captain, are we still operating? It looked like that junior police officer was a newcomer, a little excited about capturing the enemy for the first time. His face was red. Team He was being shocked by Yi Chen's identity background. When he heard the junior police officer ask, he couldn't help but wave his hand and said, What are you arresting? Close the team. Close the team? The men all froze when they heard their own captain's decision. After making such a big fuss, how could it end with a tiger's head and a snake's tail? A middle-aged man who looked like a lieutenant frowned and asked, Captain, what's going on? This kind of case that involves hundreds of millions of unknown sources of funds, how can you say that you won't arrest them? This lieutenant was an old bureaucrat, still dreaming of moving up the ladder even though he was in his 40s or 50s. It's just that his ability is limited, and he's only climbed to the position of vice squad after staying up for his whole life and making 2 meritorious achievements. He wants to be a full team member before he retires, especially this time. If the case can be successfully completed, there will definitely be a share of his credit. He'll also have a chance when Team He transfers out. Recently heard the news from above. Team will be promoted, and he is waiting for this day. Economic investigation is not only his advice team. There are 2 other people, but they have other cases. So this involves 100 million of the big case on his turn. Team He was just counted down by Governor Chi. His mood was not very good, and he said in a bad mood. The source of the other party's funds has been clearly investigated. There is no problem, so this case can be closed. Checked out? How is this possible? That middle-aged vice squad was a bit disbelieving. According to the information investigation, the suspect was only 23 or 24 years old, just graduated from university for a year, and his family background was extremely simple. Even his parents were just small restaurant owners in a small town in the Northeast. How is it possible to graduate for a year and earn $100 million so quickly? When I say I've checked it out, I've checked it out. Do you still think we can fake and harbor criminals? Close the team. Team He didn't even bother to explain. In fact, he also had his own idea. That is, Yi Chen's identity should not be revealed first. It's best that fewer people know about it. He himself was about to be transferred to the Finance Bureau of Magic City to work, and at that time, this kind of identity was exactly the kind of character that he needed to befriend. Originally, a huge operation ended because of Team He's words. On the other hand, the news of the investigation was also sent back to the northeast side. Yi Hansheng and his family, who were nervously waiting for news at the police station, also saw the director and others who walked out. Even the director was followed by a few leader-like people, the executive vice mayor of the city of Shuiming County, the director of taxation, and the finance bureau. A total of 3 giants had appeared. The executive deputy mayor, Lin Wen, smiled and said, Mr. Yi, right? The chief of the police station hurriedly introduced the trio for Yi Hansheng's 2 families. Hearing that it was actually the Grand Master in charge of people's livelihood, Yi Hansheng said with some constraint, Hello, Mayor Lin. I'm Yi Hansheng. Seeing Yi Hansheng like this, Lin Wen smiled. Mr. Yi doesn't need to be formal. Although I'm the executive deputy mayor, I'm also the people's parent official and not superior. Just now we received news that your son's matter has been investigated clearly, and there is nothing wrong with that $100 million, and the person is also fine. So these money you should spend how you want. I guess in a while your son will call you. Director Lu informed the bank side. Mr. Yes, frozen money can be unlocked. Bureau Lu was the director of the finance bureau. Hearing the leader give the word, Bureau Lu hurriedly nodded his head in response. Okay, Mayor Lin. Until Yi Hansheng's 2 families walked out of the police station, the 2 of them were still in a bit of a trance. Their son, surprisingly, had really graduated and earned so much money in a year. They now very urgently wanted to know how exactly their son earned it. After Yi Hansheng's 2 families left, Lin Yamong whispered, Dad, why are you here? Mayor Lin lovingly turned around and said, Xiamang, you said you don't want to find a good job, but have to do the police line of work. Because of this matter your mom has nagged me how many times. I tell you, you want to change the position now, there is still a chance. When your internship period is over, there is no turning back. A stubborn color surfaced on Lin Yuming's face. Dad, don't worry about my problems, I chose my own path. I have to start and finish, and I love this job as a police officer. Punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil has always been my childhood dream. Seeing his stubborn daughter, Mayor Lin sighed and shook his head. He really had no way out for this daughter. Then he swept a glance around and saw that no one could hear him before whispering, "That's fine. Your job is finalized. But I have something to tell you." "What is it, Dad?" Lin Yumeng asked suspiciously. "You saw that Mr. and Mrs. Yi Han Chang, right? When it's okay, you take your colleagues to his family restaurant to show them a good time. If there's something you need help with, you do a favor. If you can't help, call me. I'll do it for you then. You hear me?" Lin Yumeng was confused. "Dad, why are you suddenly saying this? I remember when I was a kid you told me that we officials have to serve the people and definitely not engage in privileges. Why have you changed now?" Stunned by his daughter's words, Lin Wen gave her a blank look. "Is it wrong for your dad to ask you to help Mr. Ye's family? Aren't they also people? And you can see that both of Mr. Ye's families are honest people. Shouldn't we help them out when they're in trouble?" Lin Yumeng nodded her head as if she understood. "Okay, I know, Dad. It just so happens that Uncle Ye's and their family's hotel isn't far from my office, and it's not a high-grade hotel. So taking a colleague for dinner isn't exactly wasteful and against the principle. I promise." Lin Wen smiled with satisfaction, lowered his head and sat inside the Audi A6L, rushing to the city government. The reason why Lin Wen was called the mayor was because Shuaning County was a county-level city. That's why the leadership all became mayors. After sending his father away, Lin Yumeng glanced at his watch. It was almost noon, and directly stepped into the institute. Looking at the colleagues who had been busy all morning because of the Yi family, Lin Yumeng said, "Everyone don't be busy. It's almost time to get off work. Today I'm treating everyone to a rub down. Gu, our police flower is going to break the bank." "That's great. We won't be polite." Seeing that Lin Yumeng was going to treat her to dinner, the director said with his eyes smiling into a slit. Of course he knew Lin Yumeng's identity. She was the mayor's daughter, so she would be lucky to have a good relationship in the future. Lin Yumeng drove her own Mako, followed by 2 police cars, all the way to Yi Hancheng's hotel. At this time the hotel has opened. Yi Hancheng 2 mouths of the hotel mainly operating fast food, night with some northeast fried dishes. Every day there are 300 to 500 income, is also good. The kitchen just finished preparing the dishes. Lin Yumeng walked in with her colleagues. Yi Hancheng's 2 mouths froze. "Ha, Officer Lin, why are you guys here?" Seeing the group of police officers that walked in, the 2 families were a bit formal. Lin Yumeng said, "It's nothing, it's not time to eat. Bring my colleagues over to eat some of Uncle Ye's family's meal." Dinner? Then Officer Lin, you can rest assured. My family meal is absolutely delicious and clean. There is a little problem, we do not charge. Yi Hancheng 2 mouths are honest people. Business will not be sneaky. The main is really, reputation in the neighborhood street is very famous. Just when the 2 families are busy, Yi Hancheng's phone rang. Chapter 35. Yi Chen, who was urged by his parents to get married. Magic City. Yi Chen probably tossed and turned too late last night and slept until almost noon, and the person on his pillow was long gone. Sitting up and leaning on the head of the bed, he picked up his cell phone and was about to play for a while when he realized that it was dead. Naked in the house to rummage around for a while, found the data cable charged up. A minute later, the phone turned on. Just after the phone was turned on, the overwhelming beeps rang out. There were dozens of missed calls. A large portion of them were from his parents, as well as Su Xin, Song Yu and other women. The calls from Su Xin and Song Yu and the others, Yi Chen didn't rush to return them. They definitely didn't have too big of a deal. But with so many calls from his parents, there must be something big. The phone dialed. It was picked up just as it rang, but before Yi Chen could say anything, he was chopped up by his father. "Hey, Yi Chen, what have you been doing? Called you so many times and didn't answer. Don't you know that your mom and I are in a hurry?" Yi Chen put the cell phone away from his ear a little bit, saw his father nagging finished, before interjecting, "Dad, what's wrong? What is it I hear so big temper? It's not that my cell phone is out of battery." Yi father may have vented some of his anger. Finally his voice eased a bit. "Why don't you charge your cell phone when it's out of battery? The family can't find you. They don't know how anxious your mom and I are." "Right, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Over there." Yi Hancheng took his cell phone and talked to Yi Chen. Lin Yumeng and a group of other junior police officers all pricked up their ears and listened. They knew that it must be Yi Chen calling. Otherwise Yi Hancheng couldn't have scolded so righteously. Definitely his own son. "What's the matter, Dad?" Yi Chen picked up the Fuchin Mountain Resort cigarettes that Chen Xingya had prepared for him and lit up to smoke one. It was said that the market had already speculated to a few thousand a box, and there was even some oversupply, and people without some strength couldn't even buy them with money. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen felt that Chen Xingya was quite thoughtful. The fact that a female boss of the Yangtze River Delta mob could carefully prepare cigarettes for a man made Yi Chen a bit touched. Did you transfer $100 million to me and your mom? Yi father asked. Yi Chen didn't think much about it and nodded. Yes. He remembered that he had just obtained the system and transferred $100 million to his parents after he had the money. How did you get this money? Earned it. After transferring the money, he thought of an excuse. How did you earn it? Yi father asked in a deep voice. Speculating on stocks. Buying land. Just earned it. Ah. Yi Chen answered correctly. Really? I know that speculating in stocks makes money fast, but don't you have to hoard the land you buy? Can you sell it in a year to make money? Although Ye's father was not a capitalist, he knew some of the rules. People have to hoard land for a few years or even more than 10 years. Where there is a year of appreciation, people's real estate predator Li Jiaqing still hoarded land for more than 10 years before making money in China. Of course I can. I'm not our small county. This is the magic city. As long as you choose the right place, maybe the next day the government has a document down. It can be tens of hundreds of times. Hearing Yi Chan's explanation, Ye's father also kind of agreed. Indeed, People's Magic City was not compared to the small place in his own county. It was really possible to get rich overnight. Alright, count on your explanation. This side of Yi father and Yi Chen were talking. Over there Yi mother also came over. Son's phone call? Father Yi nodded. Aha, give me the phone. Yi mother directly grabbed the phone and said, Son, how are you doing over there? Are you tired? If you're tired, come back. The family has money, so it's good to live a peaceful life at home. I heard that the hearts of people in big cities are complicated. Let's buy a small villa at home, and then find me a daughter-in-law. How nice. Hearing his mom say daughter-in-law, Yi Chen knew his mom's real purpose. She was urging for marriage. Yi Chen said speechlessly, Mom, how old am I? Isn't it a bit early to get married now? Yi mother said anxiously, Not early, not early. It is those friends who played with you since childhood. I heard that people's children are 2 or 3 years old. You say it's still early. Okay son, you don't say. Mom at home this side to give you a look. If there is a suitable, we'll give you set a marriage. Yi Chen cried and laughed. Okay mom, don't worry about it. Didn't I transfer money to you guys? That money is for you to spend. You don't have to worry about my business. Let's talk about it when the time comes. My dad is not like Karat. You have nothing to do to go to Harbin City to look at the car. To buy a body face car for dad. Like villa. You two buy a set. Do not worry about money. Your son is not bad money. After perfunctory parents for a while, Yi Chen hurriedly hung up the phone. He was really afraid that his mom would get excited on a whim and find herself a blind date with the next door village flower or something. He didn't like this feeling. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen gave Song Yu a call. After all, this was his first woman and still needed to be concerned. Hey hubby, what did you do last night? You couldn't get through on the phone and didn't answer the video? Yi Chen coughed. I drank too much last night talking to others about work, and I didn't know when the phone was dead. Song Yu didn't think much about it and then said, Ah, then I know husband. In the future drink less alcohol. Oh, it hurts the body. Well, I know wife. Where are you? Yi Chen casually asked. At school. Ah, don't mention it husband. Didn't I go back to school yesterday night? Almost missed the roll call session. Fortunately in time, or else I would have to be hung up. Scared to death. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, it's fine. So what if I got hung up? My wife doesn't do anything in her life, and there aren't many people who can compare. Song Yu, who was far away from the dormitory of the Magic University, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even if our family is rich, we can't waste our studies. Ah, okay hubby, you'll be busy first in these 2 days. My side of the school is going to have some kind of graduation party, and I heard that there'll be some kind of big leaders to come over at that time. Maybe I won't have time to accompany you in these few days. Yi Chen comforted. Okay, wife, you should be busy with your own. We have plenty of time to be together in the future. If two loves are together for a long time, is it not in the morning and evening? Song Yu heard Yi Chen flinging on a poem here, and rolled her eyes without any good humor. But pull it down. Now your wife wants you to think of you, but also in the morning and evening. I can't wait to be with you every day. Ha ha. The two of them chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Inside the dormitory room, the three women listened to Song Yu on the phone with their ears perked up. Just after hanging up the phone, a youthful girl wearing hot pants and a small t-shirt said, "Yo, look at this. What did I say? One of our Magic University's flowers has been taken down, right? Yes. This husband called so affectionate." When Song Big Schoolgirl led the person out for us to meet, gatekeeper a corner, looks a little foxy girl eyeballs turning said, "I heard Song Big Schoolgirl last night back to school driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, right? That car must be $3 to $5 million, and the person she's looking for has a lot of money, right?" Song Yu's least favorite thing was this kind of atmosphere, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to move out. Although they lived in the same dormitory, these three roommates were very strong climbers, and each of them had a strong sense of vanity. Anyway, as long as you are living better than them, they are not happy. And at this moment, the foxy woman in the corner secretly sent out a file. It was precisely the recording of Song Yu's phone call with Yi Chen just now. Young Chen, things are done. Settle the bill. The message was just sent out, and the opposite party sent over a transfer of $10,000. Chapter 36, I like to be a hands-off boss. On the other hand, after talking to Song Yu on the phone, he called his once beautiful boss and now his partner Su Xin. Hey Gu, my big boss. You are busy. Want a contact to quite not easy Want to match a secretary. Looking for you to make an appointment? The phone just connected. Yi Chen smelled a vinegar flavor. Ha, secretary even if Mr. Su wants, I can hire you as my private secretary. Su Xin, barefoot and wearing only an undergarment, stood in front of the standing mirror with a phone in her hand, admiring her perfect body. To be honest, if there was no comparison between Tang Yi, Chen Xingya and the others, Su Xin was definitely at the level of a national goddess, a beauty with a score of 95 or more. The reason why Su Xin was a bit worse than Tang Yi and Chen Xingya was mainly because of her temperament. The other two were both big men of the Jianghu, that kind of superior, the temperament of holding the power of life and death. It really wasn't something that an ordinary person like Su Xin could compare to. Although Su Xin was also considered a strong woman, she was only a serious businesswoman. Tang Yi and Chen Xingya had not only experienced many business ups and downs, but had also struggled for many years in the cruel world of the underground. They have seen life and death, and have also experienced the sword and shadow of the sword. But Su Xin also has a place that people want to conquer. People like Chen Xingya and Tang Yi, when they were with them, they were usually calculating or studying how to take the next step, whereas with Su Xin, usually discussing about work. From time to time, they could be a little cozy, for example, joking around, or flirting, in not letting them meekly do some rather shy things for you. But Tang Yi and Chen Xingya, if you come up with a sentence, let them do that kind of thing that feels shameful. It is estimated that if you do not take a knife to cut you, it is almost the same. Yi Chen could now say with certainty that it was fine to let Song Yu fulfill any of his fantasies, but Chen Xingya definitely couldn't. She could roll in bed with you, but don't even think about asking for something more excessive. Su Xin finished admiring her figure and skimmed her lips, but pulled back. I'm afraid that I can't afford to be that angry when I see you dabbling with women all day long. Yi Chen laughed, which is not true. In my heart, I know our beautiful general manager Su alone. Bah, scum, right, get to the point. The two of them flirted for a while. Su Xin went straight to the point. Well, you say, I'm listening. Yi Chen stood naked in front of the window while admiring the distant Moon Lake scenery. Didn't you say last time that we want to focus on domestic production and build our own factory? I've studied it in the past 2 days. It's indeed feasible, and as long as we produce our own products, as long as the quality goes up, we'll definitely be rolling in money after opening up the market. Su Xin seriously said. Yi Chen was indifferent to earning money or not. Anyway, if he didn't earn money, he couldn't lose money. Okay, if Mr. Su agrees, then let's do it. Su Xin continued. I contacted over here. First of all, to build the factory, we need to find people with the right specialty, who can manage the factory well, and also have to be skilled. I have someone to manage the factory. It's in terms of technology. We may need to introduce a bit of foreign technology. Do you have contacts in this area? Yi Chen said. Introducing foreign technology, I can let someone get started on it. The person who manages the factory can only be handed over to you, Mr. Su. Also, you know my character. I like to be a shirker. The company can look for me if there are big events. I don't have time to manage the usual operational aspects. Su Xin had known Yi Chen's character for a long time and didn't say anything more. That's fine. In a while, if you have time, come with me. We'll go see my eldest uncle. Your elder uncle? Meet the parents? Yi Chen asked doubtfully. Su Xin was really speechless, and then her face turned a little red. Hey, what's in your head? What parents to meet? When did we reach that kind of relationship? Yi Chen heatedly smiled. Sooner or later. Come on, but give me a break, Yi Duke. I don't want to be angry with you for the rest of my life. Can't be angry for the rest of your life. At most have 10 or 8 children. I'm a pygmy. Su Xin gritted her teeth. No, who wants to have children with you? What nonsense. I'm just asking if you're going to go with me to see my eldest uncle. He's a very experienced teacher. Once worked as a factory manager. Although he's about to be 60, his body and spirit are very good. Yi Chen wasn't flirting with Su Xin. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed like he didn't have anything to do during the day. Then he said, okay, I don't have anything to do right now. Good, then it's a deal. A moment you come to pick me up. Right, You don't open your broken sports car. I may have to buy gifts. Your broken sports car can't fit much. Su Xin was right. Sports cars are all front trunks. The space is small and narrow. It's hard to load a suitcase. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, I'll change a car. You send me the location. I'll pick you up in a while. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen made a call to Tang Yi. Hey, boss. Talking to Tang Yi was a bit more serious, and it was impossible for people to flirt with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who originally had the heart to flirt, also lost interest when he thought of Tang Yi's cold face. To be honest, it was rare for a woman to achieve such an iceberg image as Tang Yi. Look into contacting a foreign expert in photonics technology for me. My company has business in this area and needs technical support. Tang Yi didn't say much, and directly said, alright, I'll contact them here. Hanging up the phone, Tang Yi called Zhou Jiwei, big sister. In private, Zhou Jiwei had always called Tang Yi big sister, only calling her boss in public. Tang Yi said, notify Fei, and tell him that no matter if he robs or spends money to find one, he must find an expert in photonics technology to come over. Zhou Jiwei said in a deep voice, don't worry big sister, within 3 days, the person will definitely arrive. 3 days is too long. This is a task issued by the boss. Tomorrow morning at the latest, I want that expert to be on the plane to Mordor. Okay big sister. Zhou Jiwei, who walked out of the room, took out her phone and called. Far away inside a bar in the beautiful country. It was nighttime here at this time, but it was also the time when the nightlife was at its richest. A cynical man in casual clothes was drunkenly scanning the bar for those exposed women. He was very fond of hunting for women, once even targeting Tang Yi, but in the end, he ended up in a miserable state, being captured by Tang Yi's men and tortured for 3 days and 3 nights, so close to not using the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty. In this way, Fei became Tang Yi's henchman after he saved his life. He was also sent by Tang Yi to develop underground forces in the beautiful country. Tang Yi wasn't a cutie either. The situation in the country was getting tighter by the year, and a gray industry outlier like her would become an object sooner or later. Don't say how clean you are. As long as you've done something illegal, there are 10,000 excuses for the top to want to move you. That's why Tang Yi wanted to leave a way out. Just saw a beautiful woman wanting to get down Fei. Pocket phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, the wine instantly sobered up by a large margin. Hey, Sister Weiwei, what's up? Chapter 37, If I Want to Borrow. Does anyone else dare to disagree? Although he loved beautiful women, when he thought of Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei, Fei had a feeling that he wanted to cut off his 7 emotions and desires. These 2 women, one is more ruthless than the other. When he first grabbed himself, it was this Zhou Jiwei who made the move. He remembered clearly, the stance that he thought was very strong. In front of this woman, it was just a flowery fist. 3 strokes just 3 strokes. He was beaten and could no longer get up. Big sister has an order for you to find an expert in photon technology before tomorrow morning, and send it to Magic City. Is the time so tight? Fei asked in surprise. Well, the big boss gave the order. If you can't do it right, come to big sister yourself to take the blame. Zhou Jiwei directly hung up the phone after saying her words. Fei still wanted to say something when he heard a beeping sound on the phone. Damn, it's really killing me. With that, he stood in the bar and yelled, call me all the people for a meeting right away. Clattering, instantly 20 to 30 burly men in the bar stood up, and most of them were black and white. Obviously Fei was a Chinese, but his men were all foreigners. Upstairs in the bar, inside a huge conference room that could hold hundreds of people, Fei was sitting there with a serious look on his face. Below him sat some juniors who didn't dare to breathe. In this country, as long as you were strong and powerful enough, it was easy to make people submissive. This country was a society of the weak and the strong. The people here also all believe in the strong. Far from like the Chinese domestic, everyone is equal. You have the strength, I can also not you kind of. Now I only have one task, and that is that no matter what means you use, you must find me a photon technology expert before tomorrow. A series of English cacophonies ensued. Hey boss, I know an expert in this area of photon technology. I heard that he's idle at home right now. I can get him. Okay black skin, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, since you've received the mission, you have to complete it. You know the consequences of failing to complete the mission. If you complete it, I'll give you a reward of 1 million meters of gold. Hearing 1 million meters of gold, that black man's eyes instantly lit up. A mouthful of big white teeth also leaked out. A bunch of other juniors envied that black man. Ha ha, Blackie, you have to buy us drinks when you have money. A bunch of people patted Blackie's shoulder and flirted. Sure, we're all buddies. The other big gangs that had been fighting against Fei's gang received news that Fei had a big move, and all of them were like enemies, fearing that Fei would suddenly give them a sneak attack. It was actually a small matter, but the whole thing felt like a gang war. On the other side, after Yi Chen sent Tang Yi the order, he called Chen Qingya. He only had one car in his hand right now, or a sports car, which might be expensive in terms of price, but it really wasn't practical to pull things. He could only find Chen Xingya's car dealership to borrow a car. Chen Xingya, who was in the company office, saw the caller ID and couldn't help but pick it up and said, "Hey, you're up?" Yi Chen heard Chen Xingya's bottomless voice and wondered, "Mr. Chen, are you in such good shape? Not tired?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Xingya's face flashed with a flash of redness, and then she recovered. "It's not bad, it's just that my waist and knees hurt slightly." "Right, you're up. I've sent your clothes to be washed, and prepared another set of clothes for you, so you should deal with wearing them first." "I know, by the way, I'm looking for you because I want you to prepare a car for me." "What car?" Chen Xingya asked calmly with her color unchanged. "Yi Chen, the person I might be meeting today is a bit formal, so just prepare a car that you can almost drive on formal occasions." "Okay, I know. I'll let the driver send it to you in a while." This side hung up the phone. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Yi Chen opened the door to his room in his pajamas. He saw a wonderful woman wearing a black suit, holding a bag in her hand, standing playfully at the door. "Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Yi?" Yi Chen nodded. "I am." "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Chen Dong's secretary. She asked me to send over your custom-made suit." "Customized?" Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Li Kerson said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, this suit is handmade by the topmost dressmaker in Magic City. You try it on to see if it fits." "Good." Yi Chen took the clothes and walked back to the villa to change. Taking a look in the mirror, he felt very satisfied. He didn't expect that Chen Xingya's vision was not bad. He was able to know his size by visual inspection. "Alright, you go back and tell your Chen Dong that the clothes fit well." "Okay, Mr. Yi, goodbye." After leaving Chen Xingya's villa gate, the shock in Li Kerson's heart hadn't receded yet. She had followed Chen Xingya for a few years now, and had never seen any man beside Chen Dong, and it was still this kind of man who lived directly at home. She couldn't help but secretly guess in her heart what kind of god this man was that he could be favored by Chen Dong. Not long after Li Kerson left, a Bentley Mulsanne slowly came. The license plate was surprisingly Jianghe 99999. At this time, Yi Chen had already walked out of the door after receiving the news. The car was parked at the entrance. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm the driver Chen Dong sent for you. My surname is Dong. You can just call me Xiao Dong." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Good, go to Long Xin Yuan neighborhood." The place where Su Xin lived was Long Xin Yuan. It was not considered top-notch in Magic City. It could only be considered mid to high grade. Nonetheless, this set of house was worth tens of millions of dollars. From this, one could see how difficult it was to fight in the city of Magic City. Just one suite was something that ordinary people could not earn in their lifetime. While on the road, Yi Chen had already sent a message to Su Xin. The car had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, and the pavilion like Su Xin was already waiting there. Dropping the car window, Yi Chen said loudly, "Mr. Su, here." Lifting his head, he first saw a Bentley Mulsanne Extreme Edition, a luxury car limited to 100 units worldwide. Then came the license plate, which shocked Su Xin even more inside. "Where did you hold this car? This doesn't seem to be a ride that an ordinary person can own, right?" Sitting in the back seat, Su Xin looked at the luxurious interior and was surprised. "Didn't you say you wanted to meet your eldest uncle? I felt it was good to be formal, so I borrowed this car from a friend." "You can even borrow this kind of car?" Although Su Xin knew that Yi Chen's status was high, but this kind of big brother's car, it wasn't something that could be borrowed casually. "Right, a bad relationship was absolutely impossible. What can I borrow? If I want to borrow it, would anyone else dare to disagree?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, the corners of Su Xin's mouth twitched. She felt that after not seeing him for a few days, Yi Chen was doing things more and more high profile. Speaking was also getting more and more overbearing. Previously, she only felt that Yi Chen's personality was overbearing, but now it was that he was doing things very overbearingly as well. On the other hand, the driver who was driving in front of him was shaking in his heart. What kind of background did this teenager have? Speaking is also too domineering, but think about it is also true. Chen Dong's this seat driving, after buying, in addition to their own, has not been used by any outsiders yet. If this teenager does not have a strong strength, it is absolutely impossible to do. Chapter 38, High-Speed Chance Encounter with Old Ma's Car. "Xiao Chen, don't worry, I'm looking for my eldest uncle to help us manage the factory this time. I really can't find anyone else. I don't mean anything else." On the highway from Mordor to Hangzhou, Su Xin hurriedly explained. Seeing Su Xin's nervous appearance, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Su, what are you saying? I didn't think much about it. Moreover, even if you bring all your family's 7 great aunts and 8 great moms to work in the whole factory, I won't say anything. You should also have some understanding of my situation. In fact, in my eyes, This company we opened is nothing at all. The reason why I gave you money and still want you to continue running this company is mainly because I still have some feelings for this company and don't want to go bankrupt just like that." Hearing Yi Chen's comfort, Su Xin sighed in relief. In fact, she had thought about this explanation all night last night. One had to know that the reorganization of the company was all because of Yi Chen. The money was given by others, and even the company's office building was rented to her for free. If she gave the most important position to her own family, it would be bad if she let Yi Chen have ideas, misunderstanding that she had other plans and wanted to take the company for herself. To be honest, although she had only been with Yi Chen for more than a year, since he graduated into this company, but she already had a bit of fondness for Yi Chen. Although this teenager's personality was a bit overbearing, his talent was really there. She still remembered that when Yi Chen first joined the company, he went to a drinking table with himself to negotiate. A few dealers wanted to bully a woman, but Yi Chen was the one who carried a bottle of wine and drank all those dealers down. In the end, the dealers raised the white flag and signed a big contract. You have to know that those local dealers are all old and tough. Do not see the rabbit, do not spread the eagle's mane. Do not give enough benefits. People will not enter your company's products. Nevertheless, those dealers also raised many conditions. If not for the cornerstone laid by Yi Chen, the company would not have developed so quickly. Photonic technology products for sale. There are many companies in China. If there is not enough ability, people dealers simply will not take care of you. Today's Su Xin, wearing a set of long dresses, both showing elegance and generosity, but also without losing the charm. Although this time she was looking for her eldest uncle to talk about business, but it was also after all a family member. There was no need to wear a suit or anything, as long as it was not rude. Su Xin then introduced Yi Chen to her great-uncle's family. After listening to it, Yi Chen realized that Su Xin's startup capital was partly lent to her by her uncle. No wonder Su Xin took such good care of her uncle. They are now building their own factory to create their own products. In fact, as long as there is money, the good masters can be invited. Su Xin's eldest uncle's family is not too rich, but in order to support her business startup, or the family savings lent to her, this kind of sentiment, it is worth bearing in mind. This year my eldest uncle also said that his son is going to get married. Originally I wanted to return to my eldest uncle with interest when my elder brother got married. I didn't realize that because the source of goods was cut off, leading to the company's bankruptcy, not only do you have to take the money you earned, but you also have to pay for the breach of contract and carry a large amount of debt. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Chen, I'm afraid I would have to work for the next 10 years to pay off my debts. Su Xin looked complicated. She still felt as if she was dreaming until now. The company went bankrupt overnight, and then Yi Chen was like a godly warrior, letting her turn a blind eye. Not only did she not have to worry about living in debt, but she was also able to continue to make the company bigger and stronger. Everything was due to the man in front of her. Her feelings towards Yi Chen were a bit unclear. She didn't know if she liked him or what. Anyway, when she was fine, Yi Chen's shadow would always appear in her mind. Listening to Su Xin's exclamation, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved and he reached out his hand to hold the catkin tightly. Mr. Su, why do I feel that you're about to cry when you talk? Come, brother's shoulder lend you to lean on. Originally, when her hand was held, Su Xin was still a bit overwhelmed, but when she heard Yi Chen's words, the warmth was all destroyed in an instant. Scram, you have to call me sister. Okay sis. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. First call sister, then sister, and finally little baby right. Can you not be poor? Worthy of being a tens of millions of luxury car. Traveling on the highway, there was no noise at all. The car was like another world, out of place with the outside. The driver is still very professional, and did not drive fast, always keep the average speed of 102, very smooth. While traveling, a blue Cadillac CT5 drove up from behind. Inside the car sat a man and a woman. The man was already in his 30s, while the woman was only 25 or 26. A day. The power of this Cadillac is too strong. It's 106 and the car doesn't even float at all. De probably got compliments from the beautiful woman and his desire for satisfaction skyrocketed. This is just where to When I first bought this car, the salesman told me that in the highway there are not many can run past me this car. Want to feel the speed and passion? Yes, I like excitement. The girl was probably also young and liked that kind of excitement, so she couldn't help but nod her head repeatedly. Then you do it right. With those words, Tak dashed out as if he was flying with a kick of the gas. When overtaking Yi Chen and the others' cars, he didn't even look at them. Originally, it was nothing to be overtaken, but after that Cadillac overtook the car, it was actually slowing down at a rapid pace. If it wasn't for the fact that the driver was experienced enough to see no cars behind him in the rearview mirror and changed lanes in time, he might have crashed. The car shook and Yi Chen frowned. How the hell do you drive? To be honest, at that moment just now, Yi Chen was startled. although the speed of the car was not fast, only 102. If it rear-ended and crashed, it was definitely not light. Although the driver had defused the flying disaster, he was also scared into a cold sweat and had some anger in his heart. Sudden braking and slowing down on the highway is indeed prone to causing traffic accidents. Only after changing lanes did Ji Chen's three men see the situation in front of them. It turned out that it wasn't the Cadillac, but there were many cars blocking in front. Why are these cars driving so slowly? Taking a look at the mph meter, which was about to reach below 80, Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Is there an accident in front? The driver shook his head. Back to Mr. Yi, I don't look like it. If there's an accident, it's impossible that the traffic is still moving forward. It should be that someone in front of them is driving at a low speed, causing a traffic jam behind them. Drive over and see what's going on in front, Yi Chen ordered. Okay, Mr. Yi. The old driver was worthy of being an old driver. Although the Bentley Mulsanne had a large body and wasn't that dexterous when changing lanes, it was able to make its way towards the front within the crowded traffic. 10 minutes later, the three finally realized what was going on. Seeing the slow-moving car in front of them, there were also people showing their heads from the windows taking pictures with their cell phones. It turned out that there was a Big Brother's car in front of them, and those who were traveling at low speeds were recording videos and sending them to their friends to show off. The person who leaked his head out of the car window, while taking a cell phone video, said excitedly, "Guess who I saw on the highway? Papa Ma haha." There was also someone sitting in the car secretly videotaping and with a text, "Following Boss Ma on an errand. What size meal should I prepare?" Chapter 39 Overtaking Boss Ma's car. In short, when they saw the old horse's car, those who videotaped it either sent a circle of friends to show off or bragged about it in all kinds of ways. Some people say that the highway accidentally met the old horse. This life is enough to brag. There are also people bragging that they are with the old horse as a circle and so on. Maybach 62S. Yellow license plate Jiang A9A353. This is Boss Ma's car. No wonder it's so jammed. The driver saw the tens of millions of dollars worth of Maybach 62S in front and said with some envy, "Boss Ma's car? Which Boss Ma?" Yi Chen asked doubtfully. Su Xian couldn't help but pinch him. Which Boss Ma can it still be? Aren't there only 2 or 3 Boss Ma's in our China that can make people's ears familiar? Yi Chen reacted. Oh, you said it's the big horse or the small horse. Of course it's the big horse. Su Xian didn't have the good sense to say. People's father Ma is at least a top-stream netizen among the capital predators, and you don't even recognize him. Yi Chen nodded, his expression unchanged. Big Ma's car but you can't block the road just because of Big Ma's car. Honk the horn, let's go over first and let them take pictures behind themselves. Superma Boss's car? The driver froze for a moment. Nonsense, can't his car be overtaken? I still have a reception at night. I have to come back for the reception at night after I finish dealing with the matter in Hangzhou, Yi Chen said with some impatience in his voice. The driver reacted, and only then remembered that this lord of others was not something to be messed with, although he didn't know which identity was more powerful, Boss Ma or this lord, but he definitely wouldn't be afraid of Boss Ma. Other people do not dare to overtake. How can they not dare? 1 foot of gasoline blasted up. Bentley Mulsanne is like an angry bull. Don't think that Bentley Mulsanne is just a boss driver business sedan. In fact, people's power is not weaker than those sports cars, even more than ever. For example, Maybach and so on, has always been in the public eye, are defined as the boss driving, the main comfort and body stability. In fact, these bosses driving, in terms of power is also top. When it comes to real running, there are not many cars that can match. The roar of the engine was accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the horn. The Bentley Mulsanne was like black lightning, instantly overtaking the vehicles in front of it, and even Boss Ma's car was left far behind. Who is it? So bullish, nothing dares to overtake Boss Ma's car? Isn't this not giving face? Those drivers who were overtaken were all a bit dissatisfied and curious. However, there were some who noticed the license plate of Yi Chen's car. Holy, another big shot. Jiang A9-5. Which Big Brother's car is this? The style is not inferior to Boss Ma's. Not only is it not vain, people don't care about Boss Ma at all. Good guy. I'm directly a good guy. With the good people, sending this video online, it instantly burst into flames. On the highway leading from Magic City to Hangzhou, 2 big guys were battling it out, and one of them turned out to be Boss Ma. Just like this, there was nothing between Yi Chen and Boss Ma, but it was actually fired up by the netizens as if they were at war. Sitting inside the car, Boss Ma was resting his eyes when he suddenly heard the driver say, "Boss, that car in front seems to be Radiance Group's director Chen's car." Hearing the driver's words, Boss Ma frowned. Chen Qingya's car? Why is she back in Hang City again? Is there going to be another move? Although Chen Qingya was not named on the rich and powerful list, as a person within the circle, Boss Ma knew Chen Qingya very well. This lord's assets were definitely not less than those on the rich and powerful list. even in a certain field. Those on the rich list had to be respectful. After an hour or so of speeding, the driver drove from Magic City to Hangzhou. Inside Wanda Plaza, Yi Chen and Su Xin were carrying many designer bags. Little Chen, it's too broke, right? Su Xin was a bit staggered when she thought of the money Yi Chen spent on buying these things. Just the set of cosmetics bought for her aunt was over $70,000. Not counting those designer clothes, this shopping trip cost nearly $1 million. In the past, she wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of situation, because this kind of consumption, even a family with billions of assets wouldn't dare to spend like this. Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's the first time I see my eldest uncle in them. Of course I have to make my manners thoughtful. You're being too considerate. I have a feeling that you're not there to talk business." "I didn't go to talk about business. What did I do?" Yi Chen said flirtatiously. "I suspect you have ulterior motives." Su Xin jokingly said, "Oh, it's what you say it is. But when we meet your parents, I'm talking to them about marrying you. Asterisk 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 off. I'm not marrying them. Then I'll hit them with money and make them sell their daughter to me. Ha ha." The two of them jostled and walked out of the mall. The driver hurriedly opened the trunk and loaded those gifts in. Su Xin's eldest uncle's family really wasn't rich. The house they lived in was only in the suburbs, but despite that, the house cost $3 million. "How much did your eldest uncle lend you?" Arriving at the small area and carrying the gift into the elevator, Yi Chen casually asked. $950,000. The rest was taken by my dad for me. I thought that when I returned my eldest uncle's money, I would just give him $1 million and forget about it. After all, borrowing money for this kind of thing, even relatives don't have a few willing to borrow. People can lend me money. I have to remember this favor. I see. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, I know. What do you know? Su Xin asked suspiciously. Nothing. It's just that I know how much money your eldest uncle borrowed from you. The elevator doors opened and they saw a smiling couple over 60 years old or so waiting there. Xin, you're back, an old woman said kindly. Auntie, why are you guys waiting outside? Quickly enter the house. Why are you so polite? Su Xin hurriedly greeted her and helped the old woman walk towards the house. Su Yuming gazed at Yi Chen and nodded with a smile. Xin, aren't you going to introduce this young man? You called yesterday and said you were coming back, but you didn't say you were bringing your boyfriend back. Hearing her elder brother's words, Su Xin's face blushed. Elder brother, this isn't my boyfriend his name is Yi Chen. He's a partner in my company. Now it can also be said that he is my boss. Your boss? Su Yuming looked puzzled. I remember that your company is fully owned by yourself, right? Since when do you have a boss? He still remembered last year's New Year's Eve family gathering. Su Xin said something about the company. At that time, Su Xin seemed to say that the company was all her own, right? Hearing his eldest uncle's inquiry, Su Xin smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, this matter is a long story. Let's go in and talk about it. By the way, Xiao Chen also bought many gifts for you guys, just in time for you guys to take a look. You this girl, come back, just come back. Why so polite? We do not want all family, behold those false why. Auntie scolded. Uncle, aunt, these gifts are just a little tribute. Things are not expensive. This is my first time to your home. How can I come empty-handed? Otherwise I would still have the honor to come next time. Yi Chen advised at this time. This young man can talk people also look talented. Okay, that can be said. Next time you come not allowed to buy things. Even if you bring us will not want. The eldest uncle glanced at Yi Chen with satisfaction and smiled. With those words, the people walked into the house. On the sofa, Su Xian explained the company's affairs to the two elder brothers. After listening, the eldest uncle Su Yuming sighed. It's true. I knew you would have this day sooner or later. I told you before, pinching the source of goods in someone else's hands. Sooner or later, something will happen. Fortunately Xiao Yi was there, or else this time you'll be in big trouble. Those dealers are not easy to deal with, and you're a daughter. They might bully you. Auntie also nodded her head and said, yes, your elder brother is right. Those dealers are all powerful people in the area. If you breach the contract, they definitely won't let you off that easily. Su Xin said, eldest uncle, auntie, I know, this is not me and Yi Chen studying about it, preparing to build our own factory and create our own products. Also lest there will be problems with the source of goods in the future. Chapter 40, this company is my company for Su Xin. Build your own product? Eldest uncle Su Yuming's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. If we can really create our own product, at that time and opening up the market, it can definitely be very profitable. Immediately Su Yuming said with some concern, but Xin, have you thought about it? Creating one's own product is a good idea, but the amount of energy and money needed to put it into action is absolutely astronomical. The birth of every brand is not by chance. It is the number of people who need to go through days and nights of research and exploration and slowly figuring out, coupled with strong financial support to succeed. Su Xin nodded. Uncle, this you can rest assured. Before coming to you, the technical aspects, as well as the financial aspects have all been prepared. From the last time the company went bankrupt to now, it's only been a few days. It's ready so soon? Then tell me, how did you prepare it all? Su Yuming asked curiously. In terms of technology, Yi Chen has already helped me contact foreign professionals. I heard that they are also experts in photonics technology. As for the money, the initial period will be set at $100 million, and will be added if needed afterward. 100 million? Foreign technology experts? When Su Yuming and his wife heard Su Xion's words, shock surfaced on their faces. Then both of them looked towards Yi Chen. They already knew that Yi Chen had accomplished all these things by his own strength. Facing Su Yuming and his wife's gazes, Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's like this, uncle. In fact, the preliminary investment of 100 million is just an appetizer. I've long studied it. If I want to do it, I'll do it bigger. Don't make a whole lot of trouble. Although $100 million is nothing, but if I don't make any achievements, I won't have any face in front of my friends in the future. Wait until the foreign technicians arrive. I will also add an additional $1 billion of investment. Try to make the domestic photonics products the strongest. And my ultimate dream is for the products to go out of the country and compete with those foreign products." Listening to Yi Chen's grand ambitions, not only Su Yuming's two mouths, but also Su Xian felt his blood surging. Su Yuming excitedly said, "Good, good, good. The young man's dream is really big. I also hope to have the chance to see that day. Our country's products are really bad. Faking, quality and whatnot. I don't know how many foreign countries despise them. Do you know what foreigners say about our domestic products?" Yi Chen shook his head. How to evaluate? The name doesn't match the reality. It's just garbage goods. When I first saw these comments, I almost got angry. Thinking back then, when I was the factory director, the things made in the factory, the quality of each was outstanding. Just an ordinary screw cap can be used for decades without breaking. Look at those screw caps now, either off the buckle, or a twist on the deformation. Cutting corners is extremely serious. Said the times are progressing. I see. Really a generation is not as good as a generation. Su Yuming sighed. Yi Chen still had some discernment in looking at people. The first time he saw Su Yuming, he felt that this old man was definitely the kind of person who was a down-to-earth officer. With a country face, he gave off a very righteous feeling. Seeing that the chat was almost over, Yi Chen and Su Xian looked at each other. Su Xian coughed and said, "Eldest uncle, in fact, this time when I came back, I didn't just want to take a look at the two of you. It's that there's one more thing I want to talk to you guys about." After reminiscing for a while, Su Yuming did not think much about it and said, Xin you say, as long as elder uncle can help you, he is absolutely obliged to do so. It's like this, big uncle. Since we're building a factory, we definitely need to find a trusted person to be in charge of the factory hitch. I recommended you to Yi Chen. Back then you were also a factory manager. If possible, I hope you old man can come out to help us manage it. You can also rest assured, uncle, there is no need for you to labor too much. As long as it's on the right track, you don't need to go and watch it every day. Su Xian was afraid that his eldest uncle was old and his body could not hold up to the intense work, so he explained. Hearing this, Su Yuming froze, feeling as if his body was charged with strength. Of course I don't have a problem. It's also good to utilize my residual energy. But you can tell Comrade Xiaoyi clearly, our Su family is not that kind of person. You guys hire me as the factory director. I will take the salary, and I will definitely not engage in any nepotism. Nor will I end up taking the company for myself. Su Xian hurriedly said, Uncle, don't worry. I finished explaining with Yi Chen before coming. Yi Chen believes in us. Yi Chen also followed. Yes, uncle. I don't need you to worry about my side. I still know how to use people without suspicion. I have a lot of businesses, and I don't always have the time to come to the company. You guys just play with your ideas as much as you want. And, speaking here, Yi Chen glanced at Su Xian and continued. This company is actually opened by me for Su Xian. After all, this company is Su Xian's first business venture, and I don't want her dream to be dashed just like that. It would be good if I can let her have no regrets. Founded for Xin? Su Yuming and his wife were even more shocked in their hearts. With that, their gazes ambiguously looked at the two. Ha ha, Xin. You still say that you don't have any relationship with Yi Chen. Without a relationship, can people just take out $1 billion to play with you? Big uncle I. Su Xian's face blushed, still wanting to explain. Su Yuming waved his hand. Okay, we all know. You are just embarrassed. Got us not to pry. Your young people's affairs, we do not want to get involved. Just happened to come over. A moment, your big brother off work. Let your aunt do some cooking, eat some together. Seeing that she and Yi Chun were completely misunderstood, Su Xin gave Yi Chen a somewhat grudging look, and no longer forced an explanation. Changing the topic. Uncle, how is Big Brother now? I just saw him once in New Year's Eve, asked him what he was doing, and also stammered that he was working in the factory. Speaking of his own son, Su Yuming is a little hateful. How can it be? I trust relations, former old friends to find a factory to arrange a workshop director for him. But this kid is overambitious. Always come back to think that only as a workshop director is not interesting. He does not think he has the ability. Just a workshop director he cannot understand. If it wasn't for my old friend's introduction, they would have fired him. By the way, your big brother, this is not an object. The woman and want money and want a car. To the family have talked several times, said to let him change a decent job, but also in Hangzhou City to prepare a set of large flat, but also to buy a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. In short, this daughter-in-law I especially do not look good, but your big brother you also know, character since childhood is stubborn. We do not agree with it does not matter, can only go along with him? It's this request of the woman's side that really makes it difficult for our two families to accept. Su Xian listened to her eldest uncle's words and frowned slightly. With the financial conditions of the eldest uncle's family, these requirements were indeed a bit difficult to fulfill. Just a large flat in Hangzhou City would cost $18 million. A car would also have to be in the millions. There were also decent jobs and whatnot, all of which were hard to be able to do for a family without any background. Just as Yi Chen and the others were talking upstairs, a Toyota Camry slowly drove into the neighborhood downstairs. There was a man and a woman in the car. The man was around 30 years old and the woman was around the same age, but the woman was dressed extravagantly. LV bag, a brand name clothing, a set down to say the least tens of thousands of dollars. Su Daxiang hair combed meticulously, a suit formal dress, embracing his wife to go upstairs, happened to pass by Yi Chen's car. The two are new age people, naturally very knowledgeable about cars and whatnot. Wife, look, isn't this the Bentley Mulsanne we were discussing a few days ago? Which big brother is this coming to our neighborhood? Su Daxiang was surprised. Envy surfaced in his wife Gao Ying's eyes. What a luxury car. I don't know if I'll have a chance to drive this car in this life. Hearing his wife's words, Su Daxiang smiled awkwardly and did not pick up the conversation. He was aware that his wife was very vain, and he also knew his own ability. Maybe it would be good to drive $1 million or $800,000. This kind of luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars is not even dare to think about it. Look at the license plate number. Gao Ying's eyes were sharp, directly pointing at the license plate number. This is really Big Brother not ordinary Big Brother. Zhang A5995 What kind of person can have this kind of license plate Chapter 41, Head of the Underground Organization Department. It's not easy to find out this license plate. I'll just find some friends and ask them, Gao Ying said confidently. Su Daxiang frowned when he heard Gao Ying's words. He very much disliked Gao Ying contacting her friends. Most of her friends were people on the road, and those people sometimes spoke out of turn and behaved like punks. Sometimes when they talked to Gao Ying, they even used a flirtatious tone. People who don't know think that the two have some kind of relationship, probably feeling her husband's discomfort. Gao Ying hurriedly pulled his hand and said, Oops, I'm not curious. Hubby, you don't want to know who the big brother of this car is. What do you say in case we know which big brother's car it is? We can even say hello when we meet by chance. If you perform better, and that big brother recognizes your talent, you'll be on the rise. Hearing about flying high, Su Daxiang couldn't help but brighten up. Well, what you said, wife, is also right. Then let's inquire about it. Over here, Gao Ying had already made a call. It was someone called Dog. The phone just rang and that side picked up. Hey Gu, isn't this my dear little Ying sister? Why did you think of me calling up Brother Dog today? It can't be that you miss me. Why don't you ask my sister to have a drink at night? The phone had just been connected. Gao Ying hurriedly lowered the volume and walked a little farther away. She was afraid that Su Daxiang would hear it and get angry then. That Brother Dog, there's still time for a drink, right? I want to ask you something. Oh, so okay, sister, you say it. What is it? On Brother Dog's side, the phone was a bit noisy, as if he was at some entertainment place. Brother Dog, do you know the license plate of Zhang A59? Whose car is it? Far away in a bar that was not yet open for business. This was the venue that Brother Dog was looking after. The employees around him were cleaning up to prepare for the opening of the bar at night. And when Brother Dog heard Gao Ying's question, his body, which was originally lazy, sat up straight all of a sudden. Why are you suddenly asking about this car? Hearing Dog's serious voice, Gao Ying knew that the owner of that car was definitely not simple. I just saw it downstairs in my object's neighborhood, so I was curious to ask about it. Ying, when brothers tell you a word, the identity of this car owner is not simple. When you meet it, you must not provoke it, otherwise at that time you will die without knowing how to die. Ah, dog brother, you do not scare me. Ah, in the end, who is ah? I just encountered to say hello, cannot say hello? Brother Dog's face surfaced a color of disdain. To put it bluntly, are you worthy? Gowing was a little embarrassed, but didn't dare to say anything more. Brother Dog, just tell me, whose car is this in the end? I'm too curious in my heart. It'll be hard to die if I don't know. Ha hard ah, want brother to help you solve the heart wide? Brother Dog flirted. Brother Dog, just tell me. Gowing was still asking curiously. Okay, I'll tell you. The owner of this car belongs to Sister Chen, the chairman of the Radiant Group. Radiant Group? Gowing looked perplexed. Racking her brain, she couldn't think of a familiar company with the name Radiance Group. If Beaver and Penguin, she still knew some. It's normal that you don't know about Radiant Group. But do you know the term Minister of Underground Organization? Dog said with a cold smile. Just like that, still ask about Sister Chen. Saying it out shall not scare you to death. Minister of Underground Organization? She had heard of this term. Wasn't it just a mob boss? Gudong. Just reacting. Gowing froze. Then her face turned pale. Brother Dog. Dog, you won't say that the owner of this car is our Hangzhou city's mob boss, right? Almost. There are not many people who dare to discuss Sister Chen behind her back. If you like, go to Baidu and look up the Radiance Group. I won't say more. Hanging up the phone, Gowing is still a little afraid. At this time, Su Daxiang came over and said, "Wife, did you find out?" Gowing nodded her head. Then she didn't even dare to look at the Bentley Mulsanne one more time, and hurriedly pulled Su Daxiang upstairs. "Hubby, I've inquired. Guess who owns this car?" Su Daxiang rolled his eyes. "If I know, do I still need you to ask? It's Radiance Group's Chen Dong's, and what's even more scary is that people are still our black bosses in Hangzhou." "What? Our Hangzhou's black boss? I heard that our Hangzhou city's black boss is not Brother Quan." Although Su Daxiang was not a mixed person, he had heard many people chatting about it after tea. "That's unknown. It's better to pry less into social matters." On the other side, after Dog hung up with Gowing, he hurriedly made another call. "Hey!" A low and cold voice rang out from the opposite side. "Hello, Brother Quan?" Brother Dog gulped and asked cautiously. The current Brother Dog was very different from the Gowing call just now. "Speak up if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say." Far away in a villa, a man covered in carved dragons and phoenixes climbed up from a woman's body and impatiently said, "Brother Quan, Sister Chen is back." "Who's back?" Having just poured a glass of wine, the man couldn't help but shout loudly, "Chen! Sister Chen! A friend called me just now, saying that she saw Sister Chen's car in their neighborhood. It shouldn't be didn't Sister Chen recently go to the Magic City to do business? And there is still Zhao at home. You inquire to see which neighborhood." Brother Quan didn't continue, but asked Brother Dog to inquire. "Okay, Brother Quan." Although Dog was curious in his heart, he didn't dare to pursue the matter like Gowing did. In Brother Quan's eyes, he was just as small a person as Gowing was in his own eyes. Hanging up the phone, Brother Quan found a phone with a trailing number of 48s and called it. Beep beep beep. 1 beep and 2 beeps. As time passed, Brother Quan's heart grew more and more apprehensive. Although he was very powerful on the Hangzhou road, in the eyes of this lord, he was an ant that could be pinched with his hands. It wasn't how powerful the identity was, but the family was too strong. It is said that the elders of the family are all serving in the province, and one is higher than the other. People are the pure prince. Shao Quan didn't I say, don't call me when there's nothing going on? Aren't you clear about your identity? It's hard for me to explain if I let others know. An indifferent voice rang out over there. "I know, Brother Zhao. I really have something important to report on my side. That's why I called." "What is it?" The other party probably also knew that if Brother Quan was calling, it must be something important. Otherwise he would definitely not dare to casually call himself. "Sister Chen is back." "Qinya is back?" The voice over there suddenly rose, with excitement and surprise. "Yes, a henchman just called me and said that he saw Sister Chen's car in a neighborhood in Hangzhou." Brother Quan was aware that Mr. Zhao had always had thoughts about Chen Qinya, so he happened to take this opportunity to sell a favor. "Send me the address right away." After saying the words, the other side hung up the phone. Within a short time, Dog had inquired about the address, and then Quan sent it back to Mr. Zhao. On the other side, Mr. Zhao got the news and rushed over. Chapter 42, This company is no good. Upstairs, the sound of a key opening the door to the room rang out. Yi Chen and Su Xian had their gazes towards the door. Su Daqiang and his girlfriend Gowing walked in. Just after coming in, Su Daqiang excitedly said, "Dad, Mom, guess what I saw?" Just coming in, before he could see the people in the room, Su Daqiang shouted in a loud voice. Su Yuming frowned. There was really some dissatisfaction with this hairy son of his. "What are you shouting about? Didn't you realize that there are guests in the house?" Only then did Su Daqiang notice Yi Chen and Su Xian sitting on the sofa. Yi Chen he didn't recognize, but Su Xin he did. Agu old sister is here. Why are you so idle today? You have time to come and visit the door? Su Xin smiled as she stood up and said, Big brother is back. I'm not doing anything on the company side. I just happened to be looking for uncle for a bit, so I came back to stop by. This is sister-in-law, right? Hello, I am Su Xin. Gaoying saw that no matter in temperament or looks, she was much stronger than Su Xin, and was a little jealous in her heart. Nodding her head in a gesture, she did not extend her hand to shake hands with Su Xin. When Yi Chen saw this scene, he shook his head a little in his heart. This woman. It is estimated that it is not a good to get along with the main. Also do not know how big brother Su Xin will live with her in the future. Su Xin frowned, but didn't say anything, pulling over Yi Chen to introduce. Big brother, this is Yi Chen, my friend. When Su Daxiang saw Yi Chen, who was even more handsome than himself, he had a bit of inferiority complex, but did not act like Gaoying, but warmly greeted him. Hello Yi Chen. Gaoying's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Chen, and she scored a perfect score for Yi Chen's face value. After all, it wasn't only men who were attracted to beautiful women. Women were also attracted to handsome men. Gaoying, hello. However, Gaoying was not overly enthusiastic and only nodded her head. Ha, so many gifts were bought by you, Su Xin? Seeing the pile of wrapped bags placed at the corner, Su Daqiang was surprised. Gao Ying's gaze also looked over, and then her heart fluttered. She might not be strong in anything else, but she had done a lot of research on famous brands. The logos on those bags alone were familiar. All of them were internationally renowned brands, and those nutritional products were even more world famous, with a market retail price of up to 100,000 or more. Especially that small box of masks, a paste will have to be more than $10,000. No money people simply cannot afford to use. Hubby, these things are not cheap. Gaoying secretly poked Su Daxiang. Su Daxiang didn't really know much about brands. He just liked cars, so he was only familiar with car labels. Not cheap? How not cheap? Gaoying introduced Su Daxiang one by one. Initial estimation, these things together have to be $1 million. Ha! Asterisk. Suddenly Su Daxiang reacted and said loudly, this can damn well buy a Mercedes S. Su Yuming was also shocked. He guessed that these gifts would not be cheap, but he just expected it to be around tens of thousands of dollars. He didn't expect it to be worth millions. Now Su Yuming couldn't sit still. He quickly stood up and said, Su Xin, Yi Chen, this can't be done. These things are too expensive. I can't accept them. Hearing that their father wanted to send the things back, Su Daqiang and Gaoying were both anxious. Even if these things were not used, if they were resold at that time, it would still be a considerable amount of money. Gaoying quickly poked and cooed Su Daqiang to stop the old man. Before they could speak, Yi Chen said with a smile, Uncle, it's all been said. This is just a small token. No honor. If you guys don't accept it, then I won't feel comfortable when you guys work for me in the future. Yi Chen made a joke to ease the atmosphere. Su Xian also hurriedly said, Uncle, just take it. Su Xian followed and persuaded. This is too expensive. Su Yuming refused. Yi Chen rounded up in time and said, Big uncle, just keep it. At this moment, Su Daqiang and Gaoying resized Yi Chen. At their first glance, they only thought that Yi Chen was a white boy, and even if he had a bit of money, it wouldn't be a lot. For Su Xian to be with Yi Chen, it might be because of the face value. Now they realized that Yi Chen was a rich man. Casually giving away something was in the millions. The two of them glanced at each other and both saw shock in the other's eyes. Dad, my brother-in-law has said so let's just accept it. The big deal is that we'll return it later when we're rich. Su Daxiang began to persuade his dad. Su Yuming glared at his son without any good reason. Return it? With what? You can earn $1 million in your lifetime. Even if you earn $1 million, you won't eat or drink? Can you save up $1 million? Being reprimanded by his dad, Su Daqiang blushed and was very embarrassed. At this time, Gaoying said, Uncle, these things are a piece of Yi Chen's heart, and Yi Chen is not bad for money, so it's better to accept it. It just so happens that Daxiang and I still need to use money to get married, so these things can also be used. Su Yuming glanced at Gaoying. He was really a bit irritated with this future daughter-in-law of his, but there was no way around it. Although he didn't like this daughter-in-law, but after all, it was his son's choice. He couldn't possibly reprimand Gaoying either. It wouldn't be good if he caused his son and daughter-in-law to be at odds. Alright, regardless of your crap, if you want to receive it, you can receive it, but I'll tell you, in the future, the matter of returning the gift, you'll study it by yourselves. Anyway, Su Yuming had made up his mind that he wouldn't want any of these gifts. If his son wants them, then let them figure out how to return the favor in the future. Su Daqiang and Gaoying don't think about the future. Anyway, they have money now. Now Su Xian can also see that this gowing is definitely not a good color. This has not yet entered the door. To be the head of the family. Without saying anything, Su Xian pulled Yi Chen to sit on the sofa. In the kitchen, Su Yuming's wife also heard the commotion and walked out to see it, and couldn't help but say, "Son is back, sit for a while, the rice will be ready soon." Okay mom, by the way, just now you entered the door stammered saying what? Who did you see? After everyone resumed their seats, Su Yuming remembered what happened earlier when Su Daxiang came in and couldn't help but ask. This interruption was forgotten. I said I saw Big Brother. What Big Brother or not? What the hell is going on? Su Yuming impatiently said. It's like this. Su Daxiang then introduced Chen Xingya's car, and finally talked about Chen Xingya's background and so on. Radiant Group? Su Yuming looked surprised. Dad, you know about Radiant Group? Seeing his father's appearance, Su Daxiang asked curiously. Well, no some. These things are still things I drank with an old friend and he told me. Radiance Group is the largest import and export trading company in our Hangzhou city, mainly engaged in import and export trade. It went public 3 years ago with a market capitalization of over $300 billion. But import and export trade is only one of the businesses of the Radiant Group. There are also car dealerships, media companies, real estate, etc. In short, the group is huge. There's another thing, and that's that the Radiant Group isn't as simple as it seems. My old friends have had business dealings with the Radiant Group. Of course their businesses are small. In spite of this, some of the project payments were not returned, and they were threatened, and in the end, the police were unable to settle the matter. You guys better stay away. This company is not a good thing. Chapter 43, I actually drove that car. Hearing Su Yuming say so, Yi Chen was a little embarrassed. What the hell had Chen Xingya done here? Her reputation was so bad. Su Xin, however, glanced at Yi Chen without any good humor. That meaning Yi Chen could see. It was nothing more than, what kind of friends do you know here? Even ordinary people like your own eldest uncle know that it's not a good thing. Dad, this is what represents that people have strength. Without strength how can you default on the project payment and not pay, and still be able to set things right? If I have that strength, I also do so. Anyway, let yourself rich before conscience is worth a few money. Hearing his son's words, Su Yuming wanted to go up and kick him. Nonsense, let me tell you, our old Su family is a serious family. You absolutely can't engage in crooked ways that way for me. Let me know, and I'll take it as if I don't have you as a son anymore. Su Daxiang skimmed his mouth. Although he wasn't retorting, he didn't listen to what he said. Su Xian couldn't help but say, Big Brother, actually, that car was driven by Yi Chen. The family was all shocked. Yi Chen, you drove it? You're from the Radiance Group? Su Yoming's face turned interesting all of a sudden. While Su Daxiang and Gao Wing were a bit excited, they had been looking for the Big Brother, but they didn't expect that he was right beside them. Yi Chen touched his nose and said awkwardly, I'm not someone from Radiant Group. I'm friends with the chairman of Radiant Group and borrowed the car to drive. Friends? Su Daxiang and Gao Wing were a little disappointed. Then they remembered. This Yi Chen is friends with the chairman of the Radiance Group. That energy is not small. After all, if you can borrow the car, the relationship is definitely not ordinary. The two of them raised their hopes again, and began to play a small game in their hearts. If it is possible, they have a good relationship with Yi Chen. Does it mean that they can use the platform, and the sparkling group contact? When the time came, if they gave themselves some business, wouldn't they be rich? A big group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. A random finger leakage would be enough for a lifetime of food and drink. That brother-in-law, just now I heard my little sister say that you've come to find my father to talk about business. What is it? Su Daxiang felt that this time Yi Chen and Su Xian came over, presumably to bring them to get rich. It's that my company wants to build a factory and start its own branded products. It just so happens that Big Uncle has experience in managing a factory, so I'll see if Big Uncle can do it. Of course I can. My father can, I can too. Although I'm only the workshop director now, I feel that being the factory director is not a problem, Su Daxiang said in a big way. Su Daxiang rebuked, shut up, just your little ability, but not the factory management of the mess. I have heard your Uncle Wang say, you take chicken feathers in the factory, is not their own affairs are in charge. If you really want to do a good job, stay with your father and me for a few years. When you are really good, naturally you will be given a chance. Su Daxiang hurriedly said, no problem, Dad, don't worry. From now on I will definitely learn from you seriously. Seeing his son's sudden enlightenment, Su Yuming was very pleased. After chatting for a while, the meal was ready. They were all home-cooked meals, but it was this kind of meal that had the flavor. Eating the meals cooked by Aunt Su Xian, Yi Chen somewhat missed his parents. When these few days of busyness were over, he should go back to see his parents. During the meal, Su Daxian kept asking Yi Chen to eat more dishes, acting very hospitable. And Gaoing also wanted to behave, but this kind of occasion was a bit inappropriate, so she held back and kept signaling Su Daxian to liaise with Yi Chen. On the other side, a supercar came outside the neighborhood. The first car was a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull. Behind them all were Ferraris and the like. Zhao Qifeng was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, and a bunch of rich second-generation officials followed behind him. Haha, brother Zhao is handsome today, a teenager complimented. Zhao Qifeng glanced down at his attire and was also very satisfied. For Chen Xingya, he had been in love with her for a long time. In the past, when he was in Hangzhou, he often went to the Radiant Group to look for Chen Xingya. Given his identity, although Chen Xingya was disgusted, she didn't go too far. It just found a reason not to see her or said a few words to get rid of her. And going to the Magic City also had something to do with Zhao Qifeng. Although it wasn't great, there was an aspect to it. Zhao Qifeng's family are all senior leaders in the province. If they are really in a stalemate, even if they are very strong, they can't afford to consume with this group of people, and really make a mess, be noticed by the top. The consequences are even more serious. So Chen Xingya was exploring the Magic City market while hiding from the rest of the world. Brother Zhao, the news is correct. Chen Dong's car is indeed inside the neighborhood. Zhao Qifeng heard the report from his follower's little brother and his expression was a burst of excitement. He had also called Chen Xingya before he came, wanting to make sure. However, Chen Xingya didn't answer, so Zhao Qifeng could only take a gamble, betting that Chen Xingya was in this neighborhood, sell in and out of the people. See this kind of situation, all stopped to watch. After all, this is not what upscale neighborhoods, living people are not what big people, more than 10 sports car party, or rarely seen. Even some of the women who think they are quite beautiful, also can't help but tidy up a bit of grooming, want to be noticed by these rich second generation. Unfortunately, these second generation rich men are either rich or powerful. Who would pay attention to these vulgar women? If there is really a good looking one, it's just for fun, for a fresh feeling. In their eyes, a woman is just a piece of clothing. Upstairs, after dinner, Yi Chen still had to attend the reception invited by Su Xiaojia in the evening, so he didn't stay much longer. He told Su Yoming's family that they could go to Magic City after packing up recently. As for food, clothing, housing and transportation, they were all arranged by the company. Su Yoming's family nodded in agreement. Su Daqiang and Gaoing insisted on sending Yi Chen and Su Xian downstairs. In the end, they couldn't argue with them and could only nod their heads in agreement. The four had just arrived downstairs when they saw a big scene. The small area was surrounded by people, and it was watertight. In the very center, more than a dozen sports cars formed a circle. The property owners in the distance simply did not dare to come forward. At this time, the property can be shrewd. A look at these young people is either rich or noble. They bully ordinary people line. On this kind of identity background of people, will not go to ask for trouble. Struggling to squeeze through the crowd, Yi Chen and Su Xian walked in. It wasn't that they wanted to watch the fun, but their car was inside. How can they go back without a car? Taking a taxi on a high-speed train would be fine, but why would you want to suffer if you have a car? Took out his cell phone and gave the driver a call. Notify him to come back and prepare to go back to Magic City. After they went upstairs, let the driver go find a place to rest on his own. No need to wait in the car. Make way, make way. Yi Chen escorted Su Xian inside. On the way, he was also afraid that someone would take advantage of Su Xian. After all, this was already his own internalized woman. Right at this moment, a teenager with a bratty face came over and said nonchalantly, "What's the squeeze? Can't you see that Josh out here is doing his business? Wait outside. We'll leave when we're done." Yi Chen frowned. "Sorry, can't wait. Our car is inside. No way to leave without driving." "Che, a broken car is still quite nervous. Cut the crap. Your business is not important." When Zhao Xiao finished his business, saying that teenager saw Su Xian, and couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. Just a glance, he felt his belly bath fire skyrocket. This woman is definitely the very best. The body and looks were all top-notch. If this could be gotten, this life would be worth it. Chapter 44. Do you believe me when I say I was acting in self-defense? Where are your eyes looking? For other things, perhaps Yi Chen could be indifferent, but his own woman. He was not happy when others took one more look at her. Directly blocking in front of Su Xian, he said in a cold voice, "I advise you to hurry up and get out of my way, or else suffer the consequences." Now Yi Chen didn't have a good face either. His eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of dangerous aura permeated out. Ha, ha ha. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No one has dared to talk to me like this since I grew up. That rich second generation directly exploded. He could be willing to be a little brother in order to flatter Zhao Qifeng, but in front of others, it wasn't a little yakuza. Try saying that again. The situation over here had already been noticed. someone came to Zhao Qifeng and said, "Brother Zhao, Xiao Yuan seems to be arguing with someone else over there." Zhao Qifeng's mind was now filled with what to say and how to behave when he met Chen Xingya later. He simply didn't have the heart to care about anything else. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, "You guys see to it yourselves." With that, 5 or 6 people came over, and a teenager who seemed to be somewhat older said, "Hey, Xiao Yuan, what's going on?" Xiao Yuan hurriedly said, "Brother Cui, I told this kid that Brother Zhao was here on business and asked him to wait for a while, but he refused and insisted on picking up his car and leaving now." Brother Cui frowned. "Brother, we really have an emergency here. You've seen the situation. If we had to move all these cars just to get you out, we've been posing for half a day for Brother Zhao's sake, and today Brother Zhao is proposing. You're spoiling the atmosphere. It's not good, right?" Yi Chen said indifferently. "I have something here, and I don't like to wait. You guys handle your own business, and this is a public area. Don't affect other people's passage because of your business." Yi Chen did not give face in the slightest. It wasn't that he was unkind, but these went too far. You guys are making it inconvenient for everyone just for a marriage proposal site? Coupled with that little faraway teenager's talking attitude earlier, it was even more unlikely that he would be spoiled. Really ing ran into a ballast. "Today I'll tell you explicitly, you can't leave. When we are busy, when can you leave?" Another teenager temper also came up. "What kind of thing are you? In front of us, do not look in the mirror. See yourself count a hair." Several teenagers said one thing to another. Their aura was very bluffing. At this time, the driver also rushed back. "Mr. Yi, what's going on here?" This driver had also seen big scenes. After all, he was the one who followed Chen Xingya around to do his job. If he wasn't a beloved, he wouldn't have been sent by Chen Xingya to be a driver for Yi Chen. "It's fine, it's just that our car is blocked, and these people won't allow the road," Yi Chen said indifferently. The driver swept his gaze over. Then his expression changed. "Aren't these people Zhao Qifeng's people? You recognize?" Yi Chen said doubtfully. The driver whispered, "Mr. Yi, this matter might be in trouble." "What trouble? These people should be coming for Dongchen. How do you know?" Yi Chen asked in surprise. The driver slowly said, "I guess it should be because our car was exposed, and that Zhao Qifeng thought that it was Chen Dong who came back, so he chased them here. That Chen Qifeng is a bull 3rd generation. His family are all senior leaders in the province. He has been pursuing Chen Dong. I have had the honor of seeing this situation a few times before in Hangzhou. Red-faced scourge." Yi Chen cursed in his heart. It was true that beautiful women had trouble everywhere. However, Yi Chen was even more unhappy. Su Xian was still not considered a woman in the true sense of the word for himself, and it was not even possible for others to take a lustful look, not to mention a woman like Chen Xingya who had already become his own woman. Other men wanted to propose to their own women. "What kind of thing was this?" Yi Chen said in a deep voice. "Have Zhao Qifeng come here." While the atmosphere was heavy and tense, Yi Chen suddenly shouted. The driver froze. "What did this Mr. Yi want?" He had said Zhao Qifeng's identity and background, and he was still in someone else's land. "How can you end it if you make a big mess? Mustn't you suffer when the time comes?" Su Daxiang and Gaoing also saw the row of these rich 2nd generation in front of them. The heart is a little nervous. That brother-in-law, can't even forget it. These rich 2nd generation can't afford to mess with. Are all the head of the snake can't afford to mess with? Yi Chen laughed coldly. "Can't afford it depends on who." Yi Chen, don't put them in my eyes. A senior leader in the province is powerful, but a cow's 3rd generation is powerful? Today, he wanted to see what Zhao Qifeng could draw out. "You're looking for death. How dare you call Zhao by his first name?" Xiao Yuan instantly felt that the opportunity to express himself had come. However, before he could finish his words, Yi Chen directly reached out and peeled his hand. The thin and frail physique Xiao Yuan was then pushed out more than 10 meters, and finally fell directly to the ground with unsteady feet. "Goo, my ass." With Yi Chen's physical quality now, not to mention these rich 2nd generation men who had emptied their bodies of alcohol and sex, even a dozen or so big men would be easily dealt with. He might not have experienced systematic training or learned sparring taekwondo, but as far as the system's reward of remodeling his form, his physical quality was unknown how many times stronger than an ordinary person. With his feeling, it was boxing champion Tyson who came. He could easily deal with it. After all, having a physique strengthened by hundreds of times was no joke. He pickpocketed Xiao Yuan that a bit or collected force, really full force, can let him out of the neighborhood. You dare to do it. There were a lot of people, and these rich kids were usually used to bullying people. Seeing Yi Chen dare to make a move, they directly swarmed up. In less than a minute, a miserable scream rang out. A bunch of rich 2nd generation lay on the ground grunting. Things got so big that Zhao Qifeng finally noticed this side. With an icy complexion, he walked over and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Zhao Qifeng thought about it in his head for half a day, but he couldn't recall that there was this number of people in Hangzhou. I don't care if you're Yi Chen or whatever Chen is, you're in big trouble. Do you know who they all are? Do you know who all their fathers are? Yi Chen glanced at those rich second generation who fell on the ground and said indifferently, I don't care who they are. It's not a good idea to be anyone anyway. Arrogant. I'll tell you, if you move them, you won't even be able to walk out of Hang City today. As the two of them were talking, those rich second generation had already started to call home. The entire Hang City was all alarmed. Is that so? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Do you believe me when I say that if I can't go back to Mordor today, those leaders of the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang province will have to come to my door tomorrow to apologize to me? You keep blowing. I'm listening. Zhao Qifeng didn't believe it at all. Even if those princelings from the capital came over, they wouldn't dare to say that they would let the leaders of a province come to the door to apologize. Then you just watch. And you, let me warn you, don't bother Chen Qingyai in the future, or your family will be in trouble. Finally Yi Chen warned Zhao Qifeng. That depends on whether you have that strength or not. Zhao Qifeng sneered, and within his narrow eyes, there was a ruthless gaze. Not long after, a siren sounded. A group of people in uniform arrived, and after only briefly inquiring about the situation, they took Yi Chen away. Let's go. You assaulted someone for no reason and caused disability. It already involves serious criminal law. When the time comes, after giving them an injury examination, you will be told the final sentencing result. Do you guys believe me when I say I was defending myself? Yi Chen didn't have the slightest fear when facing these police officers, but said with a faint smile, whether it was self-defense or not is not up to you. Take away. The one in the lead was simply unwilling to talk nonsense with Yi Chen. Before leaving, Yi Chen instructed the driver to follow Su Xian first. Then he swept his gaze at Zhao Qifeng and said with a faint smile, you brought this on yourselves. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 45. You don't want anything to happen to your boyfriend either, right? As Yi Chen was taken away, everyone was confused. How could a good marriage proposal scene turn into this situation? Especially when they saw the vehicles of various units parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Some people couldn't help but grin straight. That lad is in big trouble. This is offending the entire Hangzhou department. Alas, it will be difficult for the young man to come out in this life. An old man sighed and walked away with his hands behind his back, shaking his head. Su Xian, on the other hand, was so anxious that she was about to cry. Although she was a strong woman, she had never seen this kind of scene before. Especially the comments of the people around her made her worry about Yi Chen. She did know that Yi Chen was rich and had a deep background, but that was in Magic City. But here is Hangzhou. Who should be looking for? Old sister. What about this? Su Daqiang's two families also don't know what to do. Wait, I'll make a call. Su Xian thought for half a day and finally felt that the only person who could contact Yi Chen's side seemed to be that Financial Street Property General Manager Tang Yi. In a hurry, she took out her phone and wanted to call Tang Yi, but before she could call out, she was snatched by someone. Gu, little beauty, you don't want anything to happen to your boyfriend either, do you? Xiao Yuan held Su Xian's cell phone with a bruised nose and said with a sneer, what are you doing? What are you doing with my cell phone? Quickly return it to me. Su Xian was anxious to grab the phone, but Xiao Yuan was still a man even though he had been beaten up by Yi Chen. How could Su Xian snatch him? At this time, Zhao Qifeng looked at Yi Chen who was taken away by the police car. His complexion became more and more gloomy, as if he could drip water. Humph, no matter who you are, when you come to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, it's a dragon that has to be coiled for me. It's a tiger that has to be lying down for me. If I don't clean you up this time, I don't even have the surname Zhao. After knowing that Chen Xingya's car was driven back by Yi Chen, Zhao Qifeng had no more interest in proposing and turned away, ready to think about how to clean up Yi Chen. Big brother, quickly help me snatch the cell phone back. Su Xian saw that she really couldn't snatch the phone back, and couldn't help but look for Su Daqiang to help, while Su Daqiang stood there coyly, not daring to go forward. These people were obviously rich second generation with backgrounds. Messing with them was inviting trouble. How would he dare to move? Rubbish. Seeing that Su Daqiang didn't dare to make a move, Su Xian couldn't help but curse. However, just at this moment, a loud shout rang out, only to see Su Yuming's two families walk over. Su Yuming was worthy of being a person who had been a factory manager in the last century, and was quite a bit imposing. What for? You hurry to return the phone to my niece, forcibly robbing a cell phone in broad daylight. There is no king's law anymore, is there? Because there are a lot of people from the government office here. Xiao Yuan didn't dare to be too arrogant and returned the cell phone to Su Xian, but said in a low voice, I tell you, your boyfriend will not want to come out if he goes in this time. You should know what to do if you want to save your boyfriend. After saying his words, Xiao Yuan followed and got into the ambulance to rush to the hospital. On the way, Yi Chen sat calmly in the police car. The two policemen beside him all looked at Yi Chen with some surprise. "Young man, you really have guts. You dare to beat up these people too." A police officer gave a thumbs up. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. "What's the point? I'll beat them up again. Their parents spoil them, I don't." The two police officers looked at each other and shook their heads. And driving the car may be an old police officer. Heard Yi Chen's words. Could not help but say, "Young man, I advise you not to hold too much ideal. This time your trouble is not small. It's best to go in and honestly admit your faults, and fight for a leniency." He. Yi Chen gave a disdainful laugh and did not speak. After Su Xian retrieved her cell phone, she directly called Tang Yi. Tang Yi, who was in the general manager's office of the property company, saw an unfamiliar caller and picked it up suspiciously. "Hello, this is Tang Yi." "Hello, Manager Tang? I'm Su Xian, Yi Chen's friend. Something happened to him here in Hangzhou." "Something happened to the boss?" All of a sudden Tang Yi couldn't sit still and spoke faster. "What happened to the boss?" Su Xian hurriedly told Tang Yi what happened briefly. Tang Yi angrily threw his cell phone on the table. "Zhou Shiwei." As the words fell, the pretty lowly Zhou Jiwei opened the door and walked in quickly. "What's wrong with big sister? The boss had an accident in Hangzhou, and beat up a bunch of rich second generation. You immediately bring people and lawyer Luo over to deal with it. No matter what, even if you can't save the boss, try to maneuver around first. Don't let the boss suffer." "Okay, big sister." Hearing that Yi Chen had been arrested, Zhou Jiwei also knew the seriousness of the matter. After Zhou Jiwei left, Tang Yi directly took out her cell phone and called Chen Xingya. "Hey, why is Manager Tang so idle that she has time to call me?" Chen Xingya, who was dealing with documents at the company, saw that it was Tang Yi's call and couldn't help but smile. "Dong Chen, you're playing a good game. Now that the boss has been arrested in Hangzhou, if there's any problem with the boss, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in the entire Yangtze River Delta." "What? Mr. Yi was arrested?" Chen Xingya was aware of Yi Chen's trip to Hangchang, and had also seen Zhao Qifeng's call to her. However, she didn't answer it and already guessed that Zhao Qifeng knew that her car was in Hangzhou. She just didn't expect Yi Chen to have an accident in Hangzhou City. "Mr. Tang, what's going on? Tell me clearly." Chen Xingya was also anxious, whether she was utilizing Yi Chen or not, but Yi Chen was her man anyways, and the two of them were married. It was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. Tang Yi spoke about what happened, then said, "I've already sent my men and lawyers over. They should be able to stabilize the situation for now. Now you tell me in detail what backgrounds those people have." Chen Xingya slowly said, "I don't know about the others, but I know that there is definitely Zhao Qifeng in there." "Zhao Qifeng? Who is Zhao Qifeng?" Tang Yi said suspiciously. "His father and grandfather." Chen Xingya described Zhao Qifeng's background. Tang Yi sneered. "I see. The matter of you designing my boss will be put aside for now. I'll settle the score with you after I've solved my boss's troubles." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yi pondered for a while, then took out another cell phone in the drawer with only 2 or 3 phone numbers on it. Memories surfaced in her mind. She remembered that the last time she saw the old master, he had given himself this phone and told her not to call the number in here until the critical moment. If it was in Magic City she still had a solution, after all it was her own place, but in Hangzhou, she couldn't whip it out. Only hope in this phone stored in the person. A phone with a confidential number called out. An old man's voice came from the opposite side. "Hello, how did you old man spare me this call after so many years?" Tang Yi didn't know who the other party was or what their background was, but knew that it definitely wouldn't be simple, and then respectfully said, "Hello there, I'm Tang Yi, the general manager of the Magic City Financial Street property. This is the phone number Yi Lao gave me. He said that you can call this number when there's something big going on." The opposite party was silent for a moment. "Okay, go ahead." The old man changed his attitude from when he first answered the phone and became authoritative in voice. Chapter 46, Capital Qin Family. "It's like this. Something happened to my boss in Hangzhou. Can you do me a favor?" Tang Yi didn't know what to say, so he could only be honest. "Your boss? Your boss isn't Yi. Isn't it that old guy? There's still someone in Huaxia who dares to touch him." The opposite side was obviously a little surprised. Someone dared to move the boss of Magic City Financial Street? That's the one who stomps his foot. The whole business world in China must tremble 3 times. The tax revenue contributed to the country every year is comparable to that of a first-tier city. And not only tax, also has a significant position in the business community, which capitalists do not look at the face of others. If you really want to move him, unless all the bigwigs above nodded their heads, it would be possible to do so. But this situation is simply impossible. As long as they don't sell their country, what reason do you have to move them? Tang Yi was also a bit confused, not knowing whether the other party knew that Financial Street had changed bosses or not. "Old sir, my boss is the one who just took over Financial Street, and it's not Elder Yi anymore." Although he didn't know if the other party knew, Tang Yi still explained. The financial street boss has changed? Changed to who? He was very surprised that he hadn't received any news about such a big event. My boss is called Yi Chen. A young man. Yi Chen? Also surnamed Yi? The voice on the opposite side changed a little. Okay, I know. Wait for my news. Both parties hung up the phone. Tang Yi still didn't know who the other party was. Confused. No matter who the other party was for now. Since he asked himself to wait for news. Let's wait for now. If this doesn't work, call another number. With that, Tang Yi stood up and asked someone to prepare a car. Also moving to rush to Hangzhou. Gathered downstairs at the concierge department, Tang Yi walked out of the office and directly ordered. As the order was issued, more than 50 big men in black suits appeared downstairs of the property company in an instant. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan made its way out of the parking lot. The value of these cars alone was no less than $10 million. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan is around $1,340,000. 10 would be $13 or $14 million. And the cars parked in front of the property company were almost close to 20. Tang Yi's Maybach car was protected in the center. And the huge platoon drove directly into the Ring Road Expressway, rushing towards Hangzhou City. All the people on the road avoided the car, and countless people scrambled to take pictures. This kind of scene was comparable to making a movie. And making a movie cannot be so exaggerated. It seems that the movie is still small after all. Reality was often more terrifying than movies. Within a mountain in Kyoto, several villas stood. Although the mountain peak was large, there were very few villas, so few that there were only 6 or 7. Inside one of the villas, a hale and hearty old man wearing a tang suit slowly walked down from the second floor. At this time, within the huge living room, there was only a cynical teenager, boredly lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Seeing the old man coming down, the teenager hurriedly put away his cell phone and respectfully said, "Grandpa, isn't it time for you to sip tea? How did you come out?" The teenager looked very afraid of the old man. The cynicism on the old man's face had long been thrown out of the sky when he saw the old man. Only apprehension remained. The old man looked a bit gloomy. Seeing the teenager's earlier appearance also did not get angry, but said, "You go and check out the teenager named Yi Chen for me." Yi Chen? The teenager was a bit embarrassed. "Grandpa, you're just a name. This makes me look for a needle in a haystack. There are 80 people named Yi Chen in all of China. Not even 100. So where do I start?" That teenager is now the new boss of Magic City Financial Street. You should know how to check, right? Ah, the new boss of Magic City Financial Street? The teenager looked surprised. This status was really not low, at least not much different from even himself. And to know that he was one of the top 3 generations of bulls in the capital, to be about the same as himself, how terrifying his identity had to be. "Grandpa, isn't the Financial Street boss Yi Lao? Why has it suddenly changed?" the teenager asked curiously. The old man impatiently said, "What's the point of wasting words? There's no time to ink with you so much right now. Hurry up and go check it out for me." "Okay, Grandpa." The teenager stuck out his tongue and hurriedly took out the phone and called. Right at this moment, the sound of a car's engine resounded outside the villa. Immediately afterward, he saw the gate open and a valiant woman with a devilish figure and wearing a military uniform walked in. Seeing the woman, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face. It was very different from that to the teenager. "Egu, my eldest granddaughter has returned." Rarely. When the woman saw the old man, she nodded slightly with an unchanged expression. "Grandpa, the team happens to be fine today, so I came back to see you." Her eyes swept a glance at the teenager who was on the phone in the distance ordering things. The woman said with a frown, "What is Chin Yu doing?" The old man said, "Oh, I asked him to help me check on someone." "Checking up on someone?" The woman's complexion finally changed a bit and a look of surprise appeared. "Grandpa, I'm afraid that the person who can make you personally check is not simple, right?" The old man let out a bitter smile. "More than not simple. You know the Magic City Financial Street, right?" The woman nodded. "I know. I just received news today that Financial Street has changed owners, and I heard that it's still a young man. What's even more strange is that it's also surnamed Yi. Do you think it's a coincidence?" The old man said with an odd expression. "Eh?" The woman raised her eyebrows. "Grandpa, do you mean to say that Elder Yi has descendants?" "You could say that. For so many years, no matter how we investigated, we didn't know that old man had any relatives. We didn't expect that a teenager with the same last name suddenly came out to take over everything from him. Could this possibly be a coincidence?" "Grandpa, found out. Take a look. This is that Yi Chen's information. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 23. Marriage, unmarried. Family, only child. Place of origin, Shuiming County, Black Province. Graduation school, Fudan University. Life history." After reading Yi Chen's information, the old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Ha ha, too interesting, too interesting. Good you old man. It's quite hard to hide it for so many years, isn't it?" "It's really hard for you too. Even us old friends are on the defensive. Really have you? Okay, I know. You guys go and busy yourselves. Right, little feather, you go to Hangzhou. That kid Yi Chen has something for you to deal with. Remember, do it beautifully for me, don't weaken our Qin family's reputation. Qin Yu had been suffocating at home for a long time. Hearing that his grandfather had named himself to go and act like a pussy. That's not good enough. Okay, Grandpa, I know Lu. You see well. After saying the words, Qin Yu was going to go out. At this time, Qin Yao called Qin Yu. Wait a minute, little Yu. I also go with you to a trip. Being in the team, there is nothing to do. Ah, sis, you also go? Ah? Qin Yu's face collapsed at once. He knew that he couldn't pretend to be more than he was this time because her sister was even more capable of pretending than he was. However, this was only in his heart. He didn't dare to refuse and hurriedly said, okay sis, with you going with me? Then I'm even more confident. When the old man saw this pair of grandchildren, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Their Qin family was not prosperous, and they were all single heirs. He only had one son on his knee, but his son had given him a grandson and granddaughter, which made him quite satisfied. As for the sidelines, there were more, but after all, sidelines were sidelines, and it was impossible to take over his position. Chapter 47, I never breach my trust. When Qin Yu and his duo left, the old man thought for a moment, then the corner of his mouth curved. Looks like it's time to give those old guys a surprise. Taking out his phone, he called one after another. Hey, old Lia, I've got a bit of good tea here. Come over and have some ah? Hey, old Lua, come over for a cup of tea ah? It had been 6 calls before the old man was satisfied and put it down. The descendant of the Yi family has appeared. I don't know what face that old man from the Chow family will have. I really want to see his big black face ah. As he said that, the old man himself couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, Hang Cheng, after Yi Chen was brought to the bureau, he was directly put into the interrogation room. A middle-aged man with some majestic hair, holding a teacup in his hand, walked in. Beside him sat a small police officer with a laptop, looking like he was about to take a statement. Tell me, what's going on? The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and asked lightly. At a glance, he was very experienced, coming in and giving Yi Chen a sense of oppression first. Yi Chen, however, didn't eat that, although it was his first time to come in this kind of place, but his strong underlying energy made him not afraid at all. What's going on? Hearing Yi Chen's words, that middle-aged man's eyes stood up. Kid, let me tell you, confessing is lenient, resisting is strict. We've investigated the matter clearly. Now it's up to you to admit your guilt or not. The middle-aged man vaguely remembered what the leader had said to him before coming to the interrogation room. Lao Dong ah, this incident is very bad. You have to do it beautifully. Although the leader only said this, but after so many years of work, how could old Dong not know what the leader meant? Sorry, I don't think I have committed a crime. So many people made a move on me. Am I not allowed to fight back? Yi Chen said with a cold smile. The truth is also true. It is true that those rich second generation first moved their hands, only without touching him for a moment. They were all put down. It was really a bit too lame. Really, since you won't admit it, then I'll talk about the case. You injured 12 people. 5 of them were more seriously injured. Someone's eye socket was ruptured, and someone's incisors fell out. The injury appraisal is not out yet, but based on the injuries on the surface, it's already reached first-degree light injury, and the sentencing result will be at least 1 year or more, and less than 3 years. This is still only one person's injury sentencing. If more than one person, maybe the criminal law will also be aggravated. In short, no 10 years is almost the same. Think about how many 10 years you can have in your life. If you obediently confess to the crime, when the time comes to fight for a leniency, you can also come out earlier. You are still young. Come out earlier, there is a better life. I'm sorry, I won't stay inside for a year, and I have a reception to attend in the evening. If you delay me from attending that reception and make me let someone else off the hook, I'll be very angry, and there will be serious consequences. Attend the reception? You're dreaming. According to the process, you all have to stay here for enough 24 hours. The middle-aged man saw Yi Chen's lack of oil and salt. His heart was a little annoyed. Then he said, you first reflect here. I will come over to you in a while. After saying the words, the two of them stepped away. No way. This kid is not into oil and salt. We have to think of a way to make him loose his tongue. After walking out, the middle-aged man found some colleagues and said in a deep voice. The crowd also began to come up with ideas, but before they could work out a countermeasure, they saw the leader walk over. Beside the leader, there was also a man in a suit. The man was gentle and elegant, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared to be a cultured person. Lawyer Luo, we can't do your bail right now for the time being, because this case is a bit too egregious, so we can only let you meet your client. Good. Lawyer Luo didn't say anything, just agreed. The door of the interrogation room opened and Lawyer Luo walked in. Seeing Yi Chen, he couldn't help but respectfully say, "Hello boss, I'm from the legal department of our property company, and this time, I've been specially sent here by General Manager Tang to help you handle things." Seeing that it was the lawyer sent by Tang Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Okay Lawyer Luo. Boss, can you tell me everything?" Yi Chen didn't refuse and directly told Lawyer Luo everything. "I see, that's even more okay. Boss don't worry, I'll definitely let you out today." "What time is it now?" Yi Chen suddenly asked. Lawyer Luo froze, glanced at his watch and said, "Boss, it's already more than 1 in the afternoon." "Lawyer Luo, I have a reception to attend at 8 o'clock in the evening. You'd better think of a way for me to go to that reception." Lawyer Luo was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. "Boss, I'll try my best." "Wrong, not try as much as possible, but make sure to get it done for me," Yi Chen said in a deep voice. He might have lied when he grew up, but he definitely hadn't broken his promise, so what he promised Su Xiaojia, he had to deliver as well. Lawyer Luo quickly said, "Boss, I will definitely do it for you." On the other side, after Zhou Jiwei sent Lawyer Luo to Hangzhou, she drove to the highway intersection to wait for Tang Yi's arrival. Not long after, a fleet of imposing cars slowly came on the highway. Although there were a lot of cars traveling to and from Hangzhou, when they saw the convoy, they couldn't help but avoid it. Stepping off the highway, Tang Yi dropped the window and said to Zhou Jiwei, "How's the boss?" Zhou Jiwei said with a gloomy expression, "Boss, things are a bit troublesome. It seems like someone is pressing. Lawyer Luo can't handle bail." "Okay, I know. Go meet someone first." Su Yoming's home neighborhood. Now even though the people had dispersed, there were some people sitting in the neighborhood talking about the big scene that happened earlier. At this time, before the previous fallout passed, Tang Yi's fleet of cars rushed over again. Seeing that colorful Mercedes sedan, everyone was shocked. Su Xian had received Tang Yi's call and had long since come downstairs to wait. Seeing this kind of row, Su Xian also froze for a moment. "Get in the car." Tang Yi dropped the window and said indifferently. Sitting in the car, seeing Tang Yi, Su Xian was a little constrained. This was the aura. Despite being very reluctant, Su Xian had to admit that she couldn't raise her courage in front of Tang Yi. As for Su Yoming's family who saw the situation downstairs upstairs, they were all silent, especially Su Daqiang's two families. Excitement and envy filled their eyes. "Is this Mr. Yes man? This row, it's too scary, right? This is even more high profile than on TV." Su Daqiang said as he sucked in cold air. Gao Ying's eyes were all envious. Su Yuming sighed. "This is really a fight between gods and goddesses, and I don't know if Mr. Yi, the over-river dragon, will be able to suppress the snake on the ground." At this moment, it was Su Yuming who was a little hot-blooded, itching to have an old man chatting about youthful madness, but thinking about his own family's situation. If he was really stirred into it, he probably wouldn't even be able to make a wave and would have to be drowned. Chapter 48, The Ruthless Yi Chen. Inside a villa, Zhao Qifeng called Brother Quan. "Hey, Brother Zhao." The phone was connected and Brother Quan respectfully said, "Little Quan, there's something you should go and do for me." "Brother Zhao please speak." "Find some people to go in. Give me a hard time to clean up that Yi Chen. Better give me a death and disability. Do you hear me? I won't allow the existence of such a powerful person in Hangzhou." "Yes Brother Zhao, you'll see." Over there, Brother Quan received Zhao Qifeng's call and looked excited. Finally, he was finally able to do something for Zhao Qifeng. As long as this was done, then in the future, with just a word from Zhao Qifeng, he would be able to soar, and he wouldn't have to be guarding an acre of land. Although he is very powerful in Hangzhou Road, but finally it is Gray Xingyi, simply cannot be on the deck, even his gray, then Chen Xingya even thicker. People Chen Xingya has long been whitewashed, truly black and white have a doorway, and he can only go one way to black. As long as something happens, he has to be cleaned up. Now that Zhao Qifeng was going to reuse him, sooner or later he could become like Chen Xingya, appearing in the public eye with the face of a successful person, going up to high society and discussing future developments with those tycoons. On the other side, after Chen Xingya finished talking to Tang Yi on the phone, she also hurriedly called out, "Hello, what's the matter with you?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. Chen Xingya said indifferently, "I've recently heard that Bureau Wu is having a good time." "What do you mean Chen Xingya? Didn't I tell you that our deal is over? In the future, each of us will go our own way, and no one will bother anyone." The man on the opposite side seemed to be a bit angry and couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Chen Xingya sneered, "How is it possible to eat my stuff and only spit out a little bit? You ask around about me Chen Xingya, who has taken advantage of me in my hands and was able to walk away in one piece. The last time I had people send you things, you received them all, but only did a little something for me. This time you get things done for me. We'll clear the air." The opposite party took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Okay, go ahead. I hope this is the last time." Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Xingya sneered. My friend offended Zhao Qifeng in Hangzhou. Now that the person is inside, I'm asking you to release him to me. You mean that teenager Yi Chen? Oh, you know? Chen Xingya was surprised. I'm sorry, I can't do this matter. You also know the strength of the Zhao family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. I can't possibly go and turn my back on the Zhao family for you. The man refused and said. Chen Xingya faintly said, really? Then I know that if I hand the thing over, at that time, even if you have heavenly powers, you will have to shed your skin. Chen Xingya, don't go too far. As I said, the Zhao family is already acting on this matter. And Yi Chen doesn't have any background at all in Jiangxia province. Everyone is watching the fun. What do you want me to do? Do I come forward now to make the Zhao family stop? The man's tone seemed to be somewhat softened. Chen Xingya, however, was unmoved. How to choose is your business. I, Chen Xingya, will do what I say. If you don't agree then the fish will die. I certainly won't be good, but you definitely fell deeper than I did. Damn it, what exactly is that kid Yi Chen's relationship with you that makes you defend him at all costs? The man gritted his teeth and asked. Chen Xingya faintly said, he is my man. This time, it's also because of me, so I'm going to protect him. Also, I forgot to mention one thing. I'm not asking you to help me because something will happen to him. I'm actually helping you as well. What do you mean? The man asked suspiciously. Yi Chen's identity is the owner of Magic City Financial Street. Do you think something will happen to him this time? I just don't want anything to happen to Yi Chen in there. That Zhao Qifeng guy is shady. I'm afraid he'll use underhanded tactics. What? Yi Chen is the boss of Magic City Financial Street? Okay, I know. I'll try my best to solve this matter. Hanging up the phone, Chen Xingya sighed in relief. Since that person had said so, it meant that Yi Chen's matter would be resolved sooner or later. Jiangxia province wasn't the Zhao family that was dominant. There were still other forces that were able to counteract it. Among them was this Wu family. Although the two sides weren't world enemies, they were also hostile in many areas. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After being unable to do anything about Yi Chen, he had no choice but to lock him up in the confinement room. At this time, inside the confinement room, there were 5 or 6 people sitting or standing. All of them had tattoos on their bodies, and all of them had gnarled muscles. Seeing Yi Chen, who walked in with a fine skin, one of the big men said, "New here?" Yi Chen glanced at him and didn't say anything, finding a seat at random. Seeing Yi Chen's appearance, the corner of that big man's mouth curved and his eyes signaled. The other 5 people walked towards Yi Chen and surrounded him in the center. "Kid, you're arrogant. Our boss asked you a question. How dare you not answer?" Yi Chen gently raised his head and swept a glance at the 5 people, and finally sneered, with a look of contempt in his eyes. This further enraged the several big men. Just this one milquetoast brat, how dare he look down on them? Thinking of this, a man with a tattooed flower arm stretched out his palm and grabbed towards Yi Chen's chest. "Kid, I think you're just refusing to drink until you're punished." Just at the moment when he was about to touch Yi Chen's collar, the big man suddenly screamed miserably. "Ah, my hand, it hurts me to death. Quickly let go of my hand." Yi Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and with a slight force, a sound of bones breaking was heard. Ka 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 ka. By the time he let go of his hand, the big man's wrist was already bending irregularly. Before the other 4 people could react, Yi Chen stood up violently and kicked at the Han in front of him. Dang! The powerful force directly caused the big man's body to fly backwards, directly hitting the wall 2 meters away. A side-swinging fist was swung out, and with a crunching sound, the other Hanyo's cheekbones instantly collapsed in a horrifying manner. In the blink of an eye, the 5 big men were all already lying miserably on the ground, only wailing. The ruthlessness scared the leading Han into trembling. A shadow appeared in front of his eyes, and he saw Yi Chen looking at him with a cold smile from above. "Tell me, who sent you here? If you say it, your fate might be better. Otherwise you'll be 10,000 times more miserable than them." Gulp. The Hanyu subconsciously gulped, but after all, he had also come in with a knife. At one time, he had also chased 7 people with a knife each, and although he was scared inside, he didn't say who had sent him. "Very good, you have guts. I'll see how long you can hold out." As the words fell, he saw Yi Chen slamming a back whip leg, directly kicking the big man to the wall. Pinching one of the big man's little thumbs, he gently broke it, and an ear-piercing bone-cracking sound rang out. It caused the big man's forehead veins to rise, but he was unable to make any sound. This was because his throat was being stepped on by Yi Chen with his foot. "My patience is limited. If you don't say anything, I will break all 10 of your fingers in one go." Crunch! The sound of the second finger breaking rang out. Yi Chen then grabbed up a third finger, possibly due to pain or fear. The big man finally couldn't hold it together and said that Brother Quan had sent him. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Very good." After saying his words, Yi Chen turned around and went back to his seat to sit down, not even looking at a few people. Half an hour later, It wasn't known whether they had been notified or had discovered the situation inside. Some people walked in, but when those people saw the situation inside the confinement room, they all turned pale with fear. Looking at Yi Chun, who was calmly sitting there, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Bold, how dare you fight and hurt people here? Kid, you're finished. Chapter 49. My client belongs to the emergency evacuation. Seeing the police come in, those Hans seemed to see the backbone. A change in the fear of a moment ago. Instead, they shouted, "Officer, this kid hit people. I want to complain. I want to report." The 6 Hans were scrambling to be the first to shout. It was as if they were small children who were aggrieved and were complaining to their parents. The police officers were stunned. They had all received notification. The agreement was for 10 minutes, and now the 10 minutes were up. But it seems that the result is very different from what they expected. Do not say to clean up as that young man? How does it look like it was these big strong men who were cleaned up, even though the battle just now was a bit intense? Yi Chen's clothes were not the slightest bit messy. Tidying up a little, Yi Chen said indifferently, "It's good that I didn't mess up my clothes, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if I sold you guys." Seeing Yi Chen's arrogant demeanor, even those police officers were a bit unable to look away. They had been working for so many years, but it was the first time they had seen someone who came in here and was still so arrogant. However, before they could say anything, a group of people came from the end of the corridor. Among them were the leaders of the police department. The first and second in command were all present. However, those people were all careful to accompany a middle-aged man. That person's face had a faint majesty, although he didn't wear an official uniform, but just by looking at his aura, he wasn't an ordinary person. Wu Hall. For such a small matter, why did I let you personally make a trip? The leader said with a compensatory smile. The level of Hangzhou police detective was already not low, especially in a first-tier city like this. However, facing that majestic middle-aged man, he still had to accompany him carefully. From this, it could be seen how high that man's rank was. At a glance, it was the one who came down from the province. I received a report from the people that there was a Xingji bad incident here, so I came down to take a look. Hall Wu, it really wasn't much. The person in question is already under control and the evidence is being collected. It won't take long to close the case, and it's still under the watchful eye of Ministry Zhao himself. Don't worry, Wu Hall sneered. What? I can't care if he's watching over it, can I? That detective's meaning was very clear. There are big shots greeting this matter, so you should stay out of it, right? But Wu Hall already knew who the person in question was from Chen Xingya's mouth, and at a time like this, whether it was to return Chen Xingya's favor, or in order to make good relations with Yi Chen, he had to intervene. He was still young, only in his 40s, and still had room to rise. Moreover, there was already news from the family side that he would soon be transferred, and the biggest possibility was that he would go to serve in the Magic City. If this matter was true, then with Yi Chen's position in Mordor, making good connections would be of great help to his future. As long as the people in the system know, to be able to go to Mordor, then the next step must be to go to the capital, and magic is a ticket to the capital. As long as the step-by-step seniority up into the capital, this power center is just a matter of time. The crowd had just arrived and saw the situation in the confinement room. Wu Hall frowned. What's going on? A few junior police officers didn't know who this person was, and their gazes looked at their leader. The leader hurriedly said, "What are you all waiting for? Can't you see that Wu Hall is asking questions like you guys? Why don't you tell us what's going on?" Wu Hall was in charge of the political and legal system, and was their highest leader. Even if they were a faction of the Zhao family, they didn't dare to blatantly offend them. With that, the 3 junior police officers nervously said it all. After listening, Wu Hall said in a cold voice, "This matter may have a cause in it. You can't just look at it from the surface. You need the person himself to say something about the situation." Yi Chen glanced at Wu Hall suspiciously. It was obvious that this person was here to help him. He didn't think much about it, thinking that it was someone Tang Yi had found. He then told the fact that he was locked in the confinement room and these people were going to make a move on him. Wu Hall nodded. "Don't worry about this gentleman. If that's really the case, I will definitely return your innocence. We won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person off the hook. Take these people away. I want to interrogate them personally." This is out of order. Right, Wu Hall? That detective was a bit unable to sit still. "You're being a bit too obvious with your favoritism, right? Even if what Yi Chen said is the truth. But those people are now also victims. According to the rules shall not be beaten 30 big boards first? What's out of order? Immediately the documents will be issued. This case will soon be handed over to my hands. If Qi Bureau has an opinion, when the documents come down I will personally take it to you." On the other side, lawyer Luo was also in communication with the department's leader. "I'm sorry, my client belongs to the emergency avoidance, and I've got the surveillance in the small area. If you guys are adamant about not releasing the person, I can only hand over the video surveillance to the top. At that time, I can't say whether you are guilty of reckless disregard for the truth. Lawyer Luo had always done his work and would not be so unforgiving. He had used a soft knife to cut slowly. The arguments left people speechless. But now, Yi Chen clearly wanted to go out before 8 o'clock in the evening, so he also started to act tough. As soon as they heard Lawyer Luo's words, all of those department heads fell silent. The matter was still under control, and the Zhao family wasn't all alone up there. If it becomes a big deal, and someone really commits a problem of principle, it is bound to attract the involvement of the supervision department. Who doesn't have something on their body? If they really want to investigate you, someone will definitely have to suffer. Good. Give us a little time. If the investigation is clear, surely release as soon as possible. That leader had no choice but to delay. A little bit of time is a little bit. Let's see what the Zhao family decides. No one was unclear. If it really got big, they, the little people, would only be used as scapegoats. It wasn't easy to get mixed up to this point, and no one wanted to lose their hard-won gains. Lawyer Luo shook his head and glanced at his watch. It's now 2:05. I'll only give you 50 minutes. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I can only go by the rules. Coming outside the police station, Tang Yi's convoy was already waiting there. Lawyer Luo came to the side of the car, and seeing the half-fallen window with Tang Yi sitting inside, he respectfully said, Mr. Tang, has already pressured those people, and it's expected that without any accidents, the boss will be able to come out soon. Tang Yi nodded slightly. I hope so, but there's no need to worry. If you can't on your side, someone else will step in as well, but this time it won't just be over. The Zhao family must be gotten rid of. In the front co-pilot, Zhou Jiwei was holding a computer and suddenly turned around and said, Big sister, the Zhao family's information has all been found. Alright, Lawyer Luo, go down. I still have some things to deal with on my side. After Lawyer Luo left, Tang Yi raised the car window and said, Show me. Zhou Jiwei handed the tablet to Tang Yi. Big sister, the Zhao family is a deeply rooted local nature family in Jiangxia province. The Zhao family's old man was originally the governor of Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. He later became the finance director of Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, and later transferred to the minister of prefecture, and has now retired. But the influence is still there. The family members are extremely numerous, scattered in various departments. Ni 3 sons, each in the real power sector, of which the eldest daughter-in-law is the chairman of the Jiangxia province Zhongshe group, although not listed, but the initial valuation has exceeded $100 billion. However, only the eldest of the 3 sons gave him a boy, precisely the current Zhao family's first of the 3 generations, Zhao Qifeng. Zhao Qifeng already had a public salary at the age of 15, but Tiger's Mouth's age is falsely 2 years older. Zhao Qifeng is now 29 years old and has been secretly pursuing Chen Xingya. After listening to Zhou Jiwei's introduction, Tang Yi nodded, casually handing the tablet to Su Xian beside him. Mr. Su, you take a look as well. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with your boss, but it's also appropriate to let you know about the upper circles, Tang Yi said meaningfully. Su Xian knew what Tang Yi meant. Presumably she had already determined inwardly that she and Yi Chen were in some sort of relationship. That's why she would let herself know about these things. Su Xian didn't refuse and picked up the computer to look at it carefully. Chapter 50 Arrival of the Qin family. A military Hummer slowly drove down from the Beijing-Hangzhou expressway. Along the way, the people who saw it all had bright eyes. Not only was the car stylish, but the person driving it was also so stylish. Driving the car is Qin Yao, a military uniform, high-hanging ponytail, give a person a kind of valiant, capable and incomparable temperament. When many men saw it, their desire to conquer rose inexplicably. Unfortunately, they were only thinking about it. A woman of this level, not to mention ordinary people, or even rich people, was probably not seen in the eyes of people. Call and ask Zhao Qifeng where those people are. Before coming, Qin Yao had already asked Qin Yu to investigate the ins and outs of the Hangzhou matter. Qin Yu's mouth was tinged with a bitter smile. He knew that his big sister had come over with him, pretending that there was definitely nothing left for him to do. Don't worry, big sister. I sent out a notification a long time ago. In a moment when we exit the highway, someone will tell us. Sure enough, the Hummer had just stepped out of the highway exit, when a teenager was leaning on the side of a sports car waiting. Seeing Qin Yao's car, the teenager hurriedly greeted him. Brother Qin, here. The teenager waved his hand and said, crunch. The Hummer stopped with a sharp brake and Qin Yu almost didn't vomit. Somewhat grumbling, he glanced at his big sister. That means, can you slow down a bit? I'm about to be tossed apart. Qin Yao ignored Qin Yu's eyes and her gaze looked directly at the teenager. Glancing at the Ferrari sports car on the side of the road, Qin Yu said with interest, your kid is mixing quite well here. This Ferrari is driving on. The teenager scratched his head and said, Brother Qin, You're not mocking me. I'm mixing well, but I can still compare with you. Brother Chin. Brother Chin, if you want this kind of car, not have plenty of it. With the status of Chin Yu's family, the teenager said it is also good. Really is what you want. As long as he opens his mouth, I do not know how many people rush to send. Can be discharged a street to go. Okay, less poor. Where is Zhao Qifeng? Chin Yu asked straight to the point. Hearing that Chin Yu was really running towards Zhao Qifeng, the teenager looked excited. Brother Chin, I've already asked around. Zhao Qifeng's boys are drinking at the Drunken Immortal House. I should be able to find them if I go over there now. Drunken Immortal House, a 5-star restaurant in Hangzhou, was also a gathering place for the second generation of wealthy cattle. Not only was it high class, the decoration was also very popular with young people, and more importantly, the service staff inside were all beautiful women. I don't want should. What I want is certainty. At this time, Xin Yao indifferently opened her mouth. Hearing these words caused the teenager to freeze. Xin Yu awkwardly explained, "This is my big sister." After saying his words, Xin Yu even winked at the teenager, meaning to tell him, "Don't make my big sister angry. The consequences will be serious." Hearing that it was Xin Yu's big sister, the teenager was even more startled. Although he hadn't seen it before, who didn't know that there was a female Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Qin family in the capital? Back then, at a top circle party, the worst of the worst inside were the male sons of the second-ranking official families, and it was this party that a cattle third generation whose status was not in the least inferior to that of the Qin family was brutally beaten on the spot and finally thrown out of the venue. And the one who started it all was this big sister Qin Yu, the big sister of the younger generation of the Qin family. This heavenly and earthly fearless lord, he didn't dare to mess with. It's big sister. I'm sure I can find them. The teenager no longer hesitated and said with certainty, "Good." After saying the words, a foot of gas pedal rushed out, Hummer as if an angry bull, directly in Hangzhou highway speeding up. Xin Yu grabbed the armrest tightly in fear. Big sister, you're taking gunpowder. Although the Yi family is important to our Qin family and has a good relationship, you don't have to be in such a hurry, right? Xin Yao's eyes did not slant as she faintly said, "I'm not in a good mood." Xin Yu's eyes rolled as if he had discovered something, and suddenly asked wistfully, "Big sister, you wouldn't have suffered a loss in the army, would you?" He is aware of his own big sister's character. When she is in a bad mood, she must have suffered a loss. Cut the crap. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Or don't blame me for not being polite. Xin Yu scrunched his neck in fear, but his curiosity was still high. Big sister, if you really have something to say, just say it. My brother will help you take revenge. Xin Yao faintly said, "I lost to Chao Lingshan in the internal competition, so go and help me take revenge." Ah, so that's how it is. Xin Yu knew his big sister's character. With a little trickery, he would be able to get words out. His big sister's character was just straight in nature. As long as you grabbed this weakness, you could ask anything. Xin Yao also knew that she was set up by this younger brother of hers, and could not help but grab over Qin Yu's hair and press it on the center armrest. "You want to die, right? Dare to set me up? Sister, pro-sister, let go bald, drunken immortal building." At this moment, Zhao Qifeng and a group of rich second-generation people were drinking in a private room. Everyone had a cheongsam-clad waitress standing by their side. Surprisingly, all of them were around 80 points. Although it was only 80 points, it was already considered upper middle class. "Brother Zhao, now that kid won't be able to come out without 10 years, right?" The swelling on Xiao Yuan's face had gone down after treatment. Zhao Qifeng snorted coldly. 10 years? He won't be able to get out in this lifetime. Thinking about what he had instructed Ah Fun to do, he couldn't help but feel very comfortable in his heart. Finally, he had gotten out of this bad breath. In fact, Zhao Qifeng dealt with Yi Chen this way. The fact that the rich second-generation juniors were beaten up and pouted their own face was only secondary. The biggest reason was still jealousy. It was important to know that Chen Xingya's car was not driven by anyone, and Chen Xingya lent the car to Yi Chen, the meaning of which was self-evident. The relationship between the two was definitely very close. He himself had pursued Chen Xingya for several years, but he hadn't even sat in Chen Xingya's car. While Yi Chen was able to drive Chen Xingya's car, how could he be comfortable? When the crowd heard Zhao Qifeng's words, they all understood. It seemed that the boss was arranging people inside. He didn't want that kid to come out alive. Ha, that's great. I can't see that kid's eyes, but that kid's girlfriend is very good. When this matter is dealt with, I have to get that kid's girlfriend to have a good time. Ha, Xiao Yuan this human wife hobby of yours, it hasn't been broken yet. Of course, this life won't be broken. You don't know what it's like. Last time that Qing Yuan construction boss, his wife is a masterpiece. I'm really comfortable to death. While the crowd was talking, the door of the private room opened and a middle-aged man walked in with a nodding head. "Hello everyone, this is the wine I gave you. Don't be polite, drink slowly." there's more when you run out. The one who walked in was the owner of the drunken immortal residence. He was aware of the identities of these people. Each one of them had a huge amount of energy at home. As long as he served these lords well, in the future, in Hangzhou City, and even in Jiangxia province, he would have huge development. More than 10 bottles of wine were placed on the table. The worst of them were several $1,000s a bottle of Maotai. Xiao Yuan impatiently said, "Okay, got it. Put the wine down and you go out." "Right, these waiters stay." "Okay, I'll go out." "This is going out," the boss hurriedly said back. At this time, in front of the drunken immortal residence hotel, a domineering military Hummer slowly stopped. That Ferrari teenager also rushed to catch up here. This was a chance to flatter. How could he not come? His family was a first-rate family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, and his father was currently serving as a hand in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. Looking at the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, he was a top son. Zhao Qifeng would have to be a head shorter in front of him, but facing this behemoth that was the Qin family, to be honest, he was just a little bit better than an ant. Chapter 51. My name is Qin Yao, capital city Qin family. Lead the way, Qin Yao said in a cold voice. Lu Xiao hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to talk nonsense at all. The 5th floor of the drunken immortal residence. The elevator sounded and Qin Yao's trio slowly walked out. "Welcome, may I help you?" a waiter respectfully asked. "None of your business, get lost." At this moment, Lu Xiao really had a bit of a fox and tiger aura. In the past, he didn't dare to be high profile because he was afraid of bringing influence to the family. But now there is the Qin family behind the crown prince backing. Even if the sky stabbed a hole, there are people who can give him a shoulder. The 505 private room. Outside the drunken immortal residence's boss has been waiting. As long as there is something he can go in at the first time. Although the people who could open a 5-star hotel were all worth more than a few $1 billion, compared to the people inside, they were nothing at all. As long as you can make good relations with these people, not to mention billions, and then doubled are possible. At this time, he happened to see Qin Yu's trio walking over. Zhao Qifeng is inside, right? Coming closer, Lu Xiao directly treated his boss as an ordinary lobby manager and asked, "Young Zhao is inside. Are you guys friends of Young Zhao?" The boss didn't know the identity of Qin Yu's trio, thinking that they were also friends from a circle, and didn't dare to offend. However, he looked twice more at Qin Yao's body, an incomparably beautiful woman, even wearing a military uniform. Although the rank on her shoulder was taken down to hide it, and she didn't know the exact rank, but it shouldn't be low either. "It's good to be inside," Lu Xiao sighed in relief. He was really afraid that Zhao Qifeng and the others would leave, then he would really be in trouble. "I'll go and notify them for you guys." The boss was very eagle-eyed and was about to go forward to knock on the door. "Knock the hell what knock? Get the hell out of my way," Qin Yu directly shouted. Before he could do so, a figure rushed out and kicked the door of the private room directly with a powerful kick. Boom! The sturdy double-opening door directly cracked from the center. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lu Xiao's and Qin Yu's mouths tugged, coincidentally thinking, so violent. A long straight leg stepped into the private room. Who is Zhao Qifeng? At this time, Xiao Yuan and the others were molesting the waitresses in the private room, causing those waitresses to blush, but they dared not say anything. Being disturbed in his pleasure, Xiao Yuan directly exploded. "Who the hell? Disturbing my pleasure? Who do you think it is, old man?" A grim voice came out. Qin Yu hurriedly covered his face. "It's over. What's finished?" Lu Xiao hadn't reacted yet. He saw the special warfare boots Qin Yao was wearing kick Xiao Yuan in the stomach. Dang! A body of more than 100 pounds was directly kicked more than 10 meters away and ruthlessly smashed on the dining table. Holy! Lu Xiao's eyes directly widened when he saw this scene. "Shoo, don't make a sound." Qin Yu hurriedly covered Lu Xiao's mouth. "When his old sister is angry, no one should mess with her. If she is not good, she will have to be beaten up." Zhao Qifeng and the others were all shocked. "I'm asking you guys, who is Zhao Qifeng?" Qin Yao retracted her long legs and asked impatiently. "I am. Who are you?" Zhao Qifeng asked as he stood up with a gloomy face. At a time like this, he couldn't even stand up if he didn't want to, and it was still in front of so many people's eyes. Admitting weakness would only make people laugh, and in the end, he couldn't escape being recognized. "Very well, you're Zhao Qifeng. Were you the one who had Ji Chen arrested?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Qifeng was a bit unresponsive. "This person was here to back up Yi Chen? Remember my name. My name is Qin Yao, capital city Qin family." Hiss! Instantly there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. "Yi Chen is also something a little person like you can move? You have a 1-minute limit to release the person to me. Otherwise I'll make your Zhao family history." Qin Yao directly stepped forward and coldly looked at Zhao Qifeng. That overbearing aura pressed Zhao Qifeng so much that he didn't even dare to breathe. His status was indeed high, but only in front of others. In the eyes of the Qin family, a single word could make them disappear. Behind him, Qin Yu sought his old sister's domineering aura and secretly sighed. Why is it that he can never imitate it? In theory, he was the future helmsman of the Qin family, but compared to his old sister, he was still much worse. Zhao Qifeng is now also afraid. Can't not be afraid. Ah, the Qin family's name comes out. One has to obey even if one doesn't. That's Sister Yao. Pa! Qin Yao slapped up and directly staggered Zhao Qifeng, with blood vaguely flowing from the corner of his mouth. Who is your sister? Are you worthy? 10 seconds have passed now, and there's still 50 seconds left. Zhao Qifeng felt very humiliated at this moment. Growing up, even his parents hadn't beaten themselves like this. Today, he was hit in the face in public. In the future, he wouldn't have the face to mix in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, but he didn't dare to have any complaints. This breath could only be swallowed into his stomach. Immediately, Zhao Qifeng didn't dare to hesitate any longer and directly took out the phone and called out, "Hey, we are not going to pursue Yi Chen's responsibility. Release him immediately." The person on the other side of the phone was still a bit confused. Xiao Xiao, is something happening? Cut the ing crap. If you're told to release someone, hurry up and release them for me. Yes. The opposite party didn't know who it was. Anyway, it should have the right to deal with the department leader of Yi Chen's case this time. On the other side, inside the police station, Wu Hall was still interrogating those Quan's juniors. Before the results were out, the formalities for Yi Chen's departure had already begun outside. Receiving the news, Wu Hall froze for a moment. He hadn't even made a move yet. How come Yi Chen was acquitted? Lawyer Luo also received the news and hurriedly stood outside the confinement room to greet him. Yi Chen, who walked out of the confinement room, didn't have the slightest change in his complexion, as if this had all been expected by him. Gu Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, we got it wrong. This time the matter is really your self-defense. It's not self-defense, it's emergency avoidance. Lawyer Luo emphasized. Right, it's emergency avoidance. Now that the Zhao family had gone soft, how could he, a lowly little man, still dare to offend Yi Chen? Yi Chen didn't even look at the leader and directly stepped towards the outside. At this moment, Wu Hall greeted him. Are you alright, Mr. Yi? Seeing Wu Hall, Yi Chen nodded. Wu Hall right, have time to have tea at my place. Ha, Mr. Yi invited. I will definitely go when I have time. Looking at Yi Chen's back, Wu Hall was shocked in his heart. He felt that Yi Chen was far more uncomplicated than the background Chen Xingye said. Although the identity of the financial street boss was already enough to be on par with those bigwigs in the capital, but this time, there were some legal issues involved. Even if it would be fine in the end, it was absolutely impossible to resolve it in such a short period of time. It seemed like he would have to maintain his relationship with Yi Chen in the future. Arriving outside the police station, Yi Chen casually threw his suit jacket to Lawyer Luo and walked towards Tang Yi's car wearing a white shirt. The car door opened and Tang Yi walked down with Su Xian and Zhou Jiwei. Boss, are you alright? Yi Chen nodded. It's fine, but I encountered something inside. Someone sent someone inside to make a move on me. I already know the person behind it. You guys proceed to deal with it. That person should be someone from the Dao. Try to see if you can ask something else. Tang Yi comprehended the meaning. He knew that the boss was trying to move the Zhao family. Alright, I know boss. Alright, I'm tired. I still have a reception to attend in the evening. Send me back to rest first. Yi Chen yawned and faintly said. Tang Yi turned towards Zhou Jiwei and said, you heard what the boss said. Fix that what's his name brother Quan for me. I'll accompany the boss back first. Yes, big sister. Leaving behind 2 cars, the rest followed Yi Chen as he left. Chapter 52, I agree to this marriage. On the highway leading to Magic City, Yi Chen sat in the back seat with his eyes closed. Tang Yi beside him wanted to say something. General Manager Tang, this time for my matter. You also suffered, and you are also counted as my beloved. There is something you should say. Tang Yi pondered for a moment and said, boss, after my investigation, this time the matter is because of Chen. Yi Chen faintly said, there's no need to say anything about this. I know, I will deal with Chen Xingye's matter myself, so you don't have to worry about it. Regarding this trip to Hangzhou, whether it was calculated by Chen Xingye, Yi Chen had guessed it long ago, but so what? Chen Xingye was now his woman. Some troubles had to be solved sooner or later. This time he came to Hangqing to solve it, by the way, is also to avoid trouble in the future. Boss, are you in Shendong already? Tang Yi asked quietly again. At this time, Yi Chen snapped his eyes open and glanced at Tang Yi and said, Mr. Tang, could it be that you also want to pry into my personal affairs? Tang Yi hurriedly said, Boss, I'm sorry, it's just that this Chen Xingye is not simple, and the Zhao family is just one of her troubles. You've read the information I sent you last time. She was once a member of the Money Chamber of Commerce. So what if the Money Chamber of Commerce? Do you think I will be afraid of them? Yi Chen laughed coldly and slowly closed his eyes once again. Tang Yi felt that she was indeed a bit talkative. Just by relying on the phone number stored in that phone left behind by the old master, the district money chamber of commerce was really nothing. But Yi Chen wasn't relying on that phone number. He didn't even know about that phone number until now. The reason why he was confident was because of the system. Recently, he was so busy with various things that he forgot to spend money. It wasn't that he was short of money, but it was the blitz rewards for spending money. It seems that this time when he returned to the Magic City, he had to spend more money. It is better to get some investment. What burns money? What he does, try to make the rewards a bit more, and when he faced those various troubles, he could also solve them more easily. By the way, this time, thanks to you for helping me outside. Otherwise I'm afraid it won't be so easy if I want to come out. For his subordinates, Yi Chen wasn't just a one-track-minded bully. Grace and mercy were the means that a person in power should have. Boss, you don't need to thank me. In fact, being able to get you out so quickly is all because of the bottom card left by the old master. Undercard? What bottom card? Yi Chen said with a puzzled look. Boss, you don't know? Tang Yi asked in surprise. She had always thought that Yi Chen had some kind of relationship with the old master, and this kind of bottom card should have been explained when he left, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen didn't know. Hearing about the bottom card, Yi Chen became interested. Tell me, it's just a cell phone. There are several phone numbers stored in the cell phone. According to my speculation, the owner of the several phone numbers in there is not a simple one. I just made one of those calls today, and it easily solved your matter. Interesting, bring the phone to me. Tang Yi didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly handed over his cell phone. Looking through the address book, he only saw the call records of one number. You called this phone number? Yes, boss. Yi Chen casually dialed it. At this time, in a mountain in the capital, inside the villa's tea drinking room, Old Sheen was drinking tea and chatting with 6 old men. I say, Old Sheen, you're such a stingy person. How come you're willing to treat us to such a good tea today? This tea is the king of tea in the Wui Mountain Grand Flagstaff. Only 100 taels a year, and all of them are specially supplied. Drink a little bit less. With your character there's absolutely no way you could have invited us to drink it for no reason. An old man with white hair and rosy face flirted. The other 5 also laughed out loud, all of them somewhat surprised by old man Sheen's perversity. It's still old Lou, you understand me? Of course I didn't just find you guys to come over today to just drink tea. There is actually a good thing to share with you guys. What is it? Although old man Sheen spoke easily, the 5 of them had grave faces, because by the time they were in this position, old man Sheen would not be so vocal if it wasn't a shocking event. You guys guess? Old man Sheen sold his words. Shay, don't say it. Let's leave after tea. Another crane-haired old man bristled. Don't. Can't I say it? Old man Sheen hurriedly said. The other 5 looked at each other and laughed. This old man Sheen was an acute person. If he wasn't allowed to say something, he definitely couldn't hold it in. The Yi family's people have appeared. What? The 5 people, who had just now been in front of Tarzan without changing their faces, instantly moved. Which Yi family member are you talking about? Which else could it be? Of course it's the one from Magic City. How is this possible? We've investigated for how many years without a single bit of news. How can a descendant suddenly appear? It's true. I also just got the news. Old man Sheen was very dejected and continued. As you all know, that old fox has a phone number and never calls easily. And if it really calls with that phone number, it must be something big. I got that call today, but it wasn't from that old fox. It was from a girl doll named Tang Yi. She told me that the old fox has given financial street to a young man named Yi Chen. The reason for this call to me is that Yi Chen has encountered some trouble in Hangzhou City and asked me to do a favor. Old man Sheen said so much in one breath that he couldn't help but pick up his teacup and take a sip. And then, did you help? An immortal old man spoke. Daoist Jiang, why are you so nervous? You said old Sheen could not help. Back then, they almost had their Qin family marry the Yi family, and now that a descendant of the Yi family has appeared, he shall not do things beautifully. Oh, ha ha. Daoist Zhang froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. I see, I remember. There was this incident back then, but at that time, everyone thought it was a joke. After all, old Ghost Yi was known to have no descendants. They all thought it was a flirtation with old Qin. Hearing the crowd's words, old man Qin's face darkened. Hey, you guys are still my old friends. Is there such a thing as burying a friend? Besides, I don't care if it's a joke or not. Anyway, if someone from the Yi family shows up, that marriage will have to be recognized. It just so happens that this time I've sent Yao Yao over there, so the 2 of them should be able to meet, and it'll be easier for them to talk about marriage in the future. Old man Qin, you won't come for Rial, right? You're Yao Yao's character. Can she agree? She would still beat the Qi family kid to death. Right, old man Qin, your Qin family is small. Why don't you let my family take over? My family has many maids, and all of them are great girls. I'll suffer a little bit, and take the blame for you. Roll roll roll. Old man Chin was not happy at once. I am treating you as friends before telling you this news. And this marriage, whether that girl agrees or not, I am sure to agree. If that girl doesn't agree, I will tie her up and send her away. While the crowd was talking, a cell phone ringtone sounded, interrupting the crowd. Chapter 53, Dad. Inquire about something. Is Grandpa really dead? Taking a look at the caller ID, Elder Chin smiled and said, Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Hello, this is Yi Chen. Thank you for your help. I don't know how to address you. On the other side of the phone, Yi Chen respectfully said, this was the basic rule of being a human being. When facing an enemy or someone with unequal status, there was no need to be polite, but when facing a benefactor, one must return the favor with a spring. Ha ha, Yi Chen I know you kid. Is your grandfather's body alright? Qin Lao opened his mouth and asked. In fact, asking this sentence also had another meaning, which was to test the waters. Prying a word from Yi Chen's mouth. My grandfather? My grandfather died a long time ago. Ha! Yi Chen was a little confused by Qin Lao's question. His grandfather had died a long time ago, and it was estimated that his bones had all become dregs. It was buried in the ancestral grave in the countryside. Dead? When was it? Yi Chen's words made Qin Lao and the others all confused. Impossible. That old guy was in good health. How could he die just like that? Taoist Master Zhang stroked his beard and said in utter disbelief. Yes, he died for some years. It seems like he was gone before I could remember much, or my father personally buried him. Yi Chen replied with certainty. Qin Lao and the others were all dumbfounded. Yi Chen wait, I'll talk to you later. After speaking, Qin Lao covered the phone and said, do you guys believe it? Several people all shook their heads. It seems like there should be something in between that we don't know about. That guy killed the enemy on the battlefield back then. A big sword singled out hundreds of small days, killing blood, and then after that happened, he righteously vowed not to step into the circle of power. After that, he disappeared for more than 20 years, and when it appeared, I heard that he became the boss of Magic City Financial Street. Didn't you guys meet with him a few years ago? Like someone who was going to die. An old man, who had always been silent, suddenly spoke up. Elder Qin nodded slightly after making sure. Alright, I know. We'll talk again after I get rid of Kiji. Yi Chen was not in a hurry when he heard no sound from the phone for a long time. Hey, Yi kid that was my misremembering. Your grandfather may really be gone. You don't need to thank me. This is the favor I owed your grandfather back then. This time it's as if I'm returning the favor. Right, you've met my incompetent grandson and granddaughter, right? Yi Chen said. Your grandson and granddaughter? I'm sorry old sir, I haven't met them. I came out of the police station and went straight back to Magic City. They were the ones who rescued me? Then I'll go back now to thank them in person. No need. I'll let them go to Mordor to look for you in a while. You should be busy with your business first. They're fine. Let them play over there for a while first. Qin Lao said with a smile. Alright then, if your grandchildren come to Magic City, have them call me. I'll be sure to extend my hospitality. Good. I'll tell them. Yi kid come to Grandpa Qin's house in the capital to play when you have time. Okay Grandpa Qin. Both sides exchanged pleasantries for a while and hung up the phone with each other. Yi Chen thought about something wrong, then took out his own cell phone and called his father. Hey, son, what's wrong? Yi Hanchang, who was busy at the restaurant, received his son's call and asked suspiciously. Dad, inquiring about something, is Grandpa really dead? Bastard, your grandfather is not really dead, can still fake death even when he was buried. I personally buried him. At that time, my family was poor and didn't have the money to buy a coffin. Or I personally found a few wooden boards and nailed them. Hearing his dad's words, Yi Chen grinned. A coffin made of wooden boards? It was shabby enough. Then I know. When I go home after a while, I'll give Grandpa a new grave at that time. Yi Hanchang said. This is still like a human sentence. Okay, developed not forgetting ancestors. When you come back your father I will go with you to repair your grandfather's grave. By the way, why did you think of asking your grandfather? Yi Chen said. Nothing. Just suddenly thought of it and asked. Okay, then I'll hang up first if there's nothing. The store is still quite busy. Yi Hancheng didn't think much about it and directly hung up the phone. Shuiming County City, inside the Yi family's old vegetable restaurant. Xia Wanru walked out from the back kitchen and asked suspiciously. Whose call is it? Son's. What did the call say? Inexplicably asked if his grandfather really died or faked his death. When this brat comes back, I will give him a good talking to question whether his grandfather is dead or not. Do you think there is such a thing as a grandson? Xia Wanru gave him a blank look. What's the point of talking about the son? Your father is still a war veteran. Other veterans have a good way out, either their own position of power, or the children of the family to become an official. You look at our family. What kind of life did we have in the past? We didn't have anything to eat after the first meal. I left a pair of broken brass and iron badges that can't be exchanged for money, but can only be used as ornaments. Okay, my father that does not want to fight those. You a woman understand what? Yi Hanchang is not willing to let others talk about his father. Impatiently said. I don't understand. Just you understand. I don't care about your family that point of it. I am now thinking about when I can find a daughter-in-law for my son. Give me a big fat grandson it. Speaking, outside the hotel walked into a short-haired beauty wearing a police uniform. You men came quickly sit down and rest. If I say Yumon you don't be this people's police. Look at this tired. These 2 days seems to be thin again. Lin Yumon shook her head and said, Auntie is fine. To serve the people is deserved. Today the store is busy? I just got off work. Just came over to help Uncle Auntie busy a bit. But don't. This kind of small business is busy and exhausting. Don't wear out your little body. I'll be able to make it. Have you eaten yet, Yumon? Auntie asked the kitchen to make you something delicious. Looking at Lin Yuming's heroic face, the more Xia Wanru looked at it, the more she liked it, and in her heart she secretly plotted how she could set up her son with Lin Yumong. This daughter-in-law was really good, and since Lin Yumong had been instructed by her father, she had brought her co-workers here for dinner. Although she didn't know what it was for, she was bound to listen to her father's words. Through the short contact of coming here for dinner, she felt that these two people were quite nice, and it just so happened that she was passing by from work just now, so she was going to come in and see if there was anything she could do to help. On the other side, after Yi Chen hung up the phone, he didn't say anything else. As for the speculation in his heart, he could only wait until he got home to be sure. With no words along the way, Yi Chen and the others' convoy slowly drove into Magic City. Even if it was low profile, it was still there. More than 10 Mercedes-Benz S-Class $1 million luxury cars escorted it before and after. And when it came to the busy street, countless people had a sideways glance. Chapter 54, Nothing to Show? After returning to Magic City, Tang Yi asked with concern, Boss, where are you going? Is it back to the company or? Yi Chen shook his head. You first have someone send Mr. Su back. I guess someone will take the initiative to find me in a while, so you don't have to care. Okay boss. After coming out of the police station, Su Xin cared to sit in another car with great eyesight. She knew that Yi Chen and Tang Yi must have something important to talk about. She didn't want others to think that she was unintelligent. Tang Yi knew who Yi Chen was talking about. It should be Chen Xingya. With Chen Xingya's intelligence, this time, she definitely had to give Yi Chen a statement. Some people weren't something you could just pat on the back when you were done using them. If that was the case, then I'm afraid that there was no place in the whole of China where she could gain a foothold. Sure enough, this side of Yi Chen and Tang Yi had just finished talking when Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved. Hey, hello Mr. Chen. Mr. Yi you're back? Chen Xingya asked carefully. Although the two of them had a relationship, neither of them were the kind of kids that liked to flirt in front of outsiders. If it were Song Yu, she would probably say husband or something in the first sentence when she called. This was the change brought about by personality and status position. It was destined that a person like Chen Xingya would not be able to act like a small woman. Well, just arrived in Magic City. Yi Chen returned indifferently. Can we meet? Chen Xingya asked carefully. This sentence also had the meaning of testing. She knew that Yi Chen already knew that she was using him, just to see if Yi Chen was angry. Of course, I'll go directly to your company in a while. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen turned towards Tang Yi and said, have someone send me to Chen Xingya's company. You go back first. Okay boss. Tang Yi stepped out of the car and switched to another car. His own seat was directly given to Yi Chen. Magic City Radiance Group headquarters. A Maybach with a Magic City 9-5 license plate slowly drove up, and in front of the downstairs gate, Chen Xingya, dressed in a short OL suit, quietly waited there. Originally a scourge, standing there drew countless side glances. However, those who knew its identity did not dare to look at it much at all, just sweeping the afterglow and hurriedly retracting it. Why did the chairman personally come downstairs to wait for someone? Which big brother is this coming? An employee asked in a low voice. Shoo, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't want to do it? This is not something you should be concerned about. After saying the words, the two employees hurriedly left, not daring to say one more word of nonsense. Stepping out of the car, Yi Chen said towards the driver, you go back first. No need to wait for me. Okay boss. Walking into the Radiance Mansion, the first thing he saw was Chen Xingya, who was wearing an OL short skirt suit with black silk on her legs. Well, stocking tape letters were always the focus that men could never get around. Seeing Yi Chen, Chen Xingya hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Coming closer, Chen Xingya asked with concern. Yi Chen smiled faintly. What can I do? Or do you wish something to happen to me? Chen Xingya hurriedly said. How could I possibly want something to happen to you? Now that the relationship between the two was already like this, she definitely didn't want anything to happen to Yi Chen. Knowing that there were some things that the two of them couldn't say here, Yi Chen directly said, "Go upstairs and talk." Riding on the exclusive elevator, he came all the way to the top floor. This building was bought by Chen Xingya at a cost of $2 billion. There were 50 floors in total, which was still taken down by Chen Xingya using means and coercion. Otherwise, with Mordor's current status of an inch of land, $2 billion would not be able to take it down at all. Chen Xingya's office is very large. The space alone is 200 to 300 square meters. The surrounding shelves were filled with all kinds of expensive decorations. There were even some antiques. The decoration was also very atmospheric, giving people a bright feeling when they came in. Ringing the internal phone, he informed the secretary that no one was allowed to come over to disturb him without his orders. After the notification, Chen Xingya invited Yi Chen to sit down. "You sit down first, I'll go make you a cup of tea." "Good." Yi Chen directly sat on the imported European-style pure leather sofa. This trip to Hangzhou had indeed made him a little tired, and he directly sat there to rest his eyes. At some point, a pair of hands gently kneaded his temples for him. "If you're tired, I have a lounge here, so rest for a while." Enjoying Chen Xingya's massage, Yi Chen faintly said, "Things have been set right for you. I'm also working on the Zhao family's affairs. You can always go back to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province in the future." The pair of catkins paused for a moment. Then Chen Xingya said, "Then you won't blame me if I utilize you, right?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. "What's there to it? Our relationship is also clear to you. Yi Chen, can't do the extent of lifting my pants and not recognizing others." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Xingya's heart was touched for a while. From the time she stepped into the society, the people around her were all deceitful, so that she only had a defense mentality towards those people. Every day, her spirit was taut, and now Yi Chen was the only person who made her feel so much like she wanted to sincerely cling to. "Thank you for understanding me," Chen Xingya sincerely thanked. Hearing Chen Xingya's words, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved. "After the trouble is taken care of for you, is there nothing you want to show?" Chen Xingya rolled her eyes, already knowing what Yi Chen meant. She couldn't help but have a blush appear on her face. "Hangzhou." Zhou Jiwei inquired about where Brother Quan was currently located. She directly rushed over with her people. Inside a bar, Brother Quan was having a drink with more than 20 minions. These people were all Brother Quan's inner circle. As the current underground big brother of Hangzhou, of course, Brother Quan's men were not just these 20 or so. If he was doing something, he could call in hundreds of people at any time. It was just that when it was time to relax now, there was no need for those people to follow. "Brother Quan, the little ones toast to you. Having gotten on the boat of Brother Zhao, you'll be flying high in the future. Big brother." Brother Quan laughed. "Of course, you guys don't worry. When I'm rich, you guys will definitely be spared." This bar was Brother Quan's. It was not yet time for business, just right for them to gather. While Brother Quan and the others were imagining what kind of scenery they would have in the future, two Mercedes-Benz drove up outside the bar. Two Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans drove up outside the bar. The doors pulled open and a big man in a black suit respectfully said, "Sister Wei, it's here." Zhou Jiwei slowly opened her eyes, nodded slightly, and stepped out of the car with an icy face. Go in." With those words, Zhou Jiwei took off her decent suit top and threw it to her men. Striding towards the entrance of the bar, there was a little brother standing at the door. Seeing Zhou Jiwei and the others walking over, he said with a frown, "Sorry, it's not open yet. Come over later." Just as the little brother's words fell, a big man behind Zhou Jiwei suddenly stepped forward and without saying a word, slapped the little brother across the face. His head hit the wall with a thud and slowly fainted. Zhou Jiwei didn't even look at that little brother and walked straight into the bar. Chapter 55. I told you this thing wasn't very safe for you. Brother Quan, who was drinking with his minions, his eyes inadvertently swept the doorway. At some point, a very beautiful woman had appeared at the door. Especially the woman's great winchi in front of her chest directly made the nameless fire rise in his belly. When did we have such a beautiful woman in our store? Brother Quan stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Since becoming the underground big brother of Hangzhou, he had quite a few women, although not to the extent of being a groom night after night. It was close, but he had never seen such a beautiful woman. With a lowly face and a devil's body, she was simply the best. This kind of woman would be worth it in this life if he could get his hands on her. Hearing the boss's words, those little brothers also looked over. I'll go. It's so damn pretty. Where is this chick from? When the little brothers saw Zhou Jiwei, they also exclaimed. They had already been drinking, making their desire even stronger. Old boss, how about? He. A junior brother rubbed his hands together and laughed cheaply. Brother Quan was now at a time when he was having the time of his life. If it was before, he wouldn't be so blatant. Now, with the Zhao family behind him, as long as he didn't make people angry, he could not worry at all. He then gave his junior a look. That little brother understood and directly stood up and walked towards Zhou Jiwei. Hey, little sister, how about accompanying your brothers for a drink? Zhou Jiwei looked indifferently at the little brother who walked over and nodded slightly. Fine. Really? That little brother didn't react. This woman is so good at talking. Just invite and agree? Then his heart became even more excited. If this woman is really that kind of open person, then when Brother Quan is done, is it that we can also have some soup? This kind of woman, if we can get it, this life is also worth it. Sister Wei. A big man behind him was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhou Jiwei waving her hand. Get me the clothes. As the words fell, Zhou Jiwei took a step towards Brother Quan's side. The little brother had long ago excitedly run back first. Old boss, it's done. It's done. People are coming over. Looking at Zhou Jiwei who slowly walked towards him, Brother Quan's heart thumped rapidly. Breathing was a little short of breath. However, just as Zhou Jiwei came closer and met those icy eyes, Brother Quan's intuition from his years of socializing gave him a horrifying feeling of his hairs standing up in sweat. Who is Zhang Quan? Intuition told Brother Quan that this woman wasn't right. Half of his wine woke up, and he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Glancing at Brother Quan with both eyes, Zhou Jiwei faintly said, "You are Zhang Quan? Asterisk 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 asterisk. My boss's name is also something you can just call?" Zhou Jiwei's eyes suddenly turned cold, and before that little brother could react, she directly copied a chopstick on the table and instantly nailed that little brother's palm to the table. Brothers? Him. Brother Quan knew that Zhou Jiwei was coming from a bad place, and without saying anything, he directly greeted his juniors to make a move. There were several junior brothers with bottles in their hands, rushing towards Zhou Jiwei. There were also some who ran to the bar and drew out machetes. Brother Quan even touched his waist, until he touched the cold. Only a little peace of mind. The gangsters are always licking blood with their knives. How can they not be on guard at all times? Zhou Jiwei looked unmoved. When a bottle fell, a fist swung out violently. The bottle shattered in response to the sound, and then bullied her way forward, and a miserable scream came out. That junior brother's calf unexpectedly twisted irregularly. Surprisingly, Zhou Jiwei's calf was broken by a kick. This was the result of Zhou Jiwei's many years of studying human acupoint studies. Back then, after she learned boxing and knew that she was a woman and innately weaker than a man, she studied various joint vitals, as long as the strike, often a deadly move. Because of this tactic, she was undefeated in the underground black boxing tournament and was finally taken under Tang Yi's wing, not to mention these juniors who only knew how to fight and punch. Even if they were all well-trained bodyguards here, they were not put in her eyes, only to see Zhou Jiwei's ghostly figure, weaving through the crowd. Wherever she passed, there would definitely be a person lying on the ground wailing in pain. Cold sweat had appeared on the forehead of Brother Quan, who was standing there. His throat subconsciously rolled a bit, and his legs went weak. He hadn't been in many fights, and had seen even bloodier scenes, but it was the first time he had seen someone so fierce. With his hand grasping the coldness around his waist, he didn't even feel that safe anymore. With the fall of the last junior brother, Brother Quan finally couldn't bear it and instantly pulled out his gun and said, "Don't move. If you move I'll kill you with one shot." Although he knew that the consequences of moving the gun were serious, he had to use it. Zhou Jiwei sneered and glanced contemptuously at the gun in Brother Quan's hand. "For you, what's in your hand might make you feel safe, but for me, it's just a chicken rib." As soon as the words fell, a wine bottle instantly flew out. While Zhou Jiwei's figure had long since disappeared in place, with her sensitive figure, she was even faster than boxing champion Tyson's ghost steps. Bang! The wine bottle smashed into the wall behind Brother Quan, and just as Brother Quan was dodging the wine bottle, Zhou Jiwei had already arrived in front of her, and a white palm gently pinched on the gun's bolt. No matter how hard Brother Quan pulled the trigger, there was no response. "Ah!" Brother Quan screamed miserably, only feeling unbearable pain in his wrist. The pistol had already changed hands. Zhou Jiwei's movements skillfully disassembled the pistol, and the parts clanked and fell to the ground. "I told you, this thing isn't very safe for you." Obviously a playful loli, at this time in the eyes of Brother Quan is like a witch, so evil and fearful. "Who are you? Why do you want to cross me? I'll give you money, I'll give you anything, I only beg you to spare me." Brother Quan was able to bend, and in the face of a life and death crisis, he even put down his boss's face. Zhou Jiwei smiled faintly. "Sorry, it's not for me to say whether to let you go or not." A hand knife was swung out, and Brother Quan was knocked out. It was definitely impossible to knock someone out without systematic training. It was once studied that it was possible to knock someone out by striking them on the neck, but the chances were very small, and there was a high possibility that it would cause irreparable injuries to the person, or even kill the person by mistake. But Zhou Jiwei, who studied human acupoint studies, could do it easily, as if carrying a small chicken. She carried Quan in her hands and casually threw it to her men. Bring it back to Mordor and hand it over to Big Sister. Zhou Jiwei knew what Tang Yi meant. This brother Quan should know many of the Zhao family's inner workings, and if they could all be dug out, moving to the Zhao family would be a breeze. Perhaps an ordinary person wouldn't be able to move the Zhao family even if they knew these insider secrets. But in Tang Yi's place, there was no problem. Some people only needed an excuse to move the Zhao family, and as long as brother Quan loosened his tongue, that was when the Zhao family would perish. Directly stuffing brother Quan into the trunk, the two cars drove away from Hangzhou in a low-profile manner, heading back to the Magic City. Chapter 56, The Warm and Adorable Su Xiaojia. On the other side, while Zhou Jiwei finished solving brother Fun's matter, Qin Yu, Qin Yao and Lu Xiao were sitting in a hotel eating a meal. Brother Qin, Sister Qin, how long are you guys planning to stay over this time? Lu Xiao felt that this time was an opportunity to draw closer to the Qin family. Qin Yu thought for a while and said, I don't know yet. If the old man's side doesn't look for us, I guess we can have a good time for a few days. Qin Yao did not say anything, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Xiao also didn't mind. What was Qin Yao's status, although he also had a dream, whether he could have something with Qin Yao and directly marry the Qin family. But this was just his fantasy, and as soon as this idea appeared, it was wiped out by him. The scene where Qin Yao cleaned up Zhao Qifeng was still fresh in his mind. He didn't want it to happen to him. Moreover, with the Qin family's power, if people wanted to get married, they would also look for the right match. Although his own family was not bad, it wasn't enough to look at in others' eyes. Brother Qin, is the matter of the Zhao family just over? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Qin Yu shook his head. I don't know. The old man asked me and my sister to come over. He just said to help Yichen. He didn't say what he would do to the Zhao family. Moreover, the Zhao family is a faction of the Chao family in the capital. If we directly intervene and move the Zhao family, it might make the Chao family dissatisfied. The Zhao family is really the Chao family? Lu Xiao was shocked. This had only been rumored and no one could be sure. Now that Qin Yu said it, he knew it was true. Qin Yu sneered. Of course it's true. Do you think the Zhao family can sit so securely without a big backer behind them? Lu Xiao had some fear in his heart. Fortunately their family did not have too much conflict with the Zhao family. Otherwise even if they were fine, they would have to have a lot more trouble. His Lu family's old man was a first grade, while the Zhao family's old man was a second grade, second only to the Lu family's old man in rank. Although the price was almost, it was also one of those who held the highest power. The first grade was in charge of military and politics. The second rank was in charge of people's livelihood. But the second rank is not just one. There is a head and a deputy, each with their own duties. Zhao family is in charge of the financial sector, all kinds of grants, or the approval of the accounts. All need Zhao family nod. It could be said that the Zhao family's real power was no weaker than their Lu family. For so many years, their family had been wanting to put their hands into the financial department. But unfortunately, the Zhao family didn't give others a chance at all. It was all controlled by the Zhao family themselves. But well, this time, I don't think it will be that simple. The Zhao family will most likely be in big trouble. What do you mean? Lu Xiao didn't react. The Qin family wasn't going to move the Zhao family. What kind of trouble would there be? Qin Yu faintly said. The Yi family. Ah, Yi family? Which family is this? Lu Xiao racked his brain but could not come up with which Yi family in Huaxia had such strength. The four great families of the capital also did not have the Yi surname. Ah. Qin Yu smiled and said, you don't have to think about it. The Yi family you haven't heard of is normal. In short, the Zhao family is definitely going to be planted this time. It's just that I don't know how the Zhao family will turn out. Whether it will be uprooted or greatly injured is hard to say. Lu Xiao didn't dare to ask more questions and continued. Then just now, Brother Qin said that the Zhao family has the Chao family behind them. Will the Chao family stand by and watch the Zhao family fall? Qin Yu sneered. Interesting right there. The Chao family and the Yi family are world enemies. You shut up. At this time, Qin Yao chided. And Qin Yu also knew that he had said too much. So he hurriedly covered his mouth and stopped talking. Lu Xiao also did not dare to ask more questions. At this time, Qin Yu's phone rang. Seeing that it was the old man's, he quickly picked it up. Hey, little you just now I passed the phone with he kid. You and your sister just play a few more days in Magic City and then come back. This time I allow it. Really grandpa? Qin Yu looked excited. What really fake? If you don't want to play in Magic City, come back and let your sister be there by herself. I'm willing. Of course I'm 10,000 times willing. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Alright, that's all. You should know what I mean. Don't just play and forget about business. Qin Yu said. Got it grandpa. Hanging up the phone, Qin Yu turned towards Qin Yao and said, Sis, grandpa asked us to go to Magic City to play. Qin Yao nodded. I know. It just so happens that I'm also curious about what's going on with the Yi family for so many years, and why grandpa and elder Lu and the rest of them attach so much importance to the Yi family. Alright, don't eat. let's go directly to Magic City. Hearing that Qin Yu and the two of them are going to leave, Lu Zhao's eyes rolled and he quickly said, Brother Qin, wait, that I am also fine. I also want to go to Magic City to play. Qin Yu thought for a moment and saw that his old sister didn't say anything. Then he nodded his head and said, alright, let's go. Magic City, Radiance Group Headquarters Chairman's office. At this time, the office was quiet and silent, with only the sound of two calming breaths, one of which was a naked body that gave people the urge to have a nosebleed. At 7:05, Yi Chen slowly woke up. After glancing at Chen Xingya beside him, he directly sat up from the bed. At this moment, Yi Chen only felt refreshed. The system reward for reshaping the body was really a good thing. It wouldn't get tired, not to mention that it was also very energetic. Tonight's reception. According to Tang Yi, it was necessary for him to attend it even if Su Xiaojia didn't invite him. I heard that the person who held this reception was initiated by the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce was the leader of the entire Magic City business circle. His connections and resources were all very wide. This time, the people who initiated the reception were all those powerful capitalists in Magic City. Of course, there were also some medium-sized business owners who would attend. All in all, the specifications of this reception were very high. Without informing Chen Xingya, he directly came downstairs and drove his car, rushing to Financial Street. This time, the reception was held at the Global Center building on Financial Street. Seeing the location set there, Yi Chen frowned. If he remembered the Global Center building correctly, it seemed like it was built by the people from Little Life, right? It was more or less filled with Little Days companies. He also didn't know what the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce thought. How did he put the venue of the reception there? While on the road, he received a call from Su Xiaojia. Hey, Mr. Yi, are you busy right now? Not busy. Why? That you conveniently come over to pick me up? I'm wearing an evening gown. It's not convenient to drive. Okay, send me the address. I'll be there in a while. The Thompson place. You live there too? Yi Chen said with some surprise. Yeah, this was given to me by my aunt, saying it's my dowry in the future. Su Xiaojia said with embarrassment. Okay, I know. Wait for me. Half an hour later, Yi Chen drove his car slowly to the underground parking lot of Thompson Epine. The elevator door leading to the underground parking lot opened. He saw Su Xiaojia walking out with light steps. Seeing Su Xiaojia, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This woman had the gentleness of a Jiangnan Watertown woman. Her skin was delicate, and her figure was not as tall as that of a northerner, but instead, she gave off a feeling of being petite and delicate, plus the temperament that the family had inculcated in her. It was as if she had seen an ancient famous girl, and between her knitted brows and her smile, she gave people a heartwarming feeling. To say looks, Su Xiaojia is definitely not as stunning as Chen Xingya and Tang Yi. It was unforgettable after one look. Her face value was about the same as Song Yu's, both around 90 points, but that's it. With the temperament of a great lady, there is always a feeling of wanting to be pampered and married. Yi Chen sked in the car. Women really do come in all types. No wonder the ancient emperors in the past liked to have a harem of 3,000 beauties. If he were an emperor, he would also definitely collect all styles of women together. Chapter 57. I've never seen such a request. Sorry to trouble Mr. Yi. Coming in front of the car, Su Xiaojia apologized. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's nothing troublesome, to be able to be a driver for MS. Su, I believe it's something that many people can only hope for. Su Xiaojia covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Mr. Yi is really good at joking. I didn't see that Mr. Yi has such a sweet mouth. Today, Su Xiaojia was wearing a black fish scale model evening gown. Although Yi Chen couldn't tell how much the evening gown was worth, it shouldn't be cheap. After all, Su Xiaojia's identity was there, so how could she wear cheap goods? Although the evening dress, but while Su Xiaojia's exquisite body highlights the concave and convex, the skirt has a split, a long leg is hidden. Let a person cannot help but arouse the desire to explore. Yi Chen smiled and said, no, what I said is true. Really Mr. Yi? Su Xiaojia said as her eyes flashed brightly. Yi Chen nodded. 1,000 times true. If you don't believe me, wait until we get to the venue. Ms. Su will know her charm. The two of them rushed to the Financial Street Global Center while talking. What does Ms. Su do for a living? I heard that the core of today's reception is not the financial circle? Driving the car, Yi Chen casually asked. Su Xiaojia nodded. Yes, the purpose of tonight's reception is the financial field, and I'm also in finance, so I was invited along with it. Ms. Su is also in the financial sector? Don't you work at Thompson Group? Yi Chen asked doubtfully. He still knew something about Su Xiaojia's background. Ms. Su, the chairman of Thompson, was her aunt, and she had been working at Thompson. As for the specifics, he didn't know. Yeah, I work for the Townsend Group. but a group develops in a variety of fields, and Townsend also has financial companies under its umbrella. I see. Yi Chen had forgotten about this. A group indeed had to dabble in many industries. After all, without a few listed companies, it could not develop into a group. Thompson Epine was not far from Financial Street, all in the same area, driving more than 10 minutes away. Although it was already nighttime, basically all the companies on Financial Street were already off work. But because of the reception tonight, there were quite a few people coming and going. Among them were also some tourists who came to Financial Street to see the world. The parking spaces underneath the Universal Center building had long been filled with all kinds of luxury cars. If someone who was well informed, they would definitely be very surprised. It was because most of those luxury cars were famous and wealthy people. After looking around for a while without finding a parking space, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Su Xiaojia could see Yi Chen's difficulty and couldn't help but say, "Why don't we park farther away? Mr. Su, it's okay to walk through." Yi Chen shook his head. "Forget it, it's not convenient for you to walk in this. I'll make a call first." The phone was connected and Tang Yi's voice rang out. "Hello, boss. Mr. Tang, I've arrived at the reception site, but there's no parking space left. Have someone find me a parking space." Although the Global Center building was not under the control of the property company, the property fees were all collected by the property company, so Yi Chen believed that Tang Yi could solve it for him. "Boss, there is an exclusive parking space for you nearby. I'll give you the address." Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen directly drove to the exclusive parking space. I didn't expect the original owner of this Financial Street to be quite thoughtful. Financial Street had its own exclusive parking spaces everywhere. Arriving at an empty lot next to the Universal building, there was just one place here with a parking space painted on it. However, when he drove closer and saw that there was already a car parked on it, Yi Chen frowned. Wasn't this his own exclusive parking space? Why was someone else parked? After giving Tang Yi a call to make sure it was his own parking space, Yi Chen got out of the car and came to the side of the car. The car was good. A Lamborghini Big Bull worth $10 million, but it didn't have any effect on him, finding the phone and calling it directly. At this time, inside the reception venue, a gentle, well-dressed man was holding a glass of wine and chatting with the people who came over to greet him. The man's name was Du Qi, and he was the only direct descendant of the Du family in this generation. Originally, he was not a member of the financial circle, but due to his status, since he wanted to participate in the reception, the conveners of the reception would of course not refuse. After all, behind Du Qi was the Du family. The Du family controls half of the underground forces in Magic City, and their gray industries are spread in all corners of Magic City. No one dares not give face. After all, legitimate businessmen. Who would want to mess with this kind of person? Mr. Du is so young and has 3 listed companies. It really makes us admire him. A rich middle-aged man said in a complimentary manner. Du Qi smiled. Not bad, compared to all the big bosses. This is just a small business. I still need to learn more from the bosses. If there is an opportunity, I hope to cooperate with the bosses once. Hearing Du Qi's words, those bosses all smiled sarcastically. Just kidding. Who dares to cooperate with you? Who is not afraid of being eaten in the end without any bones left? Although Du Qi had a good look, at first glance he looked very comfortable, but that pair of narrow eyes, but affects the overall beauty. Seeing those eyes was like seeing the eyes of a viper. While talking, the cell phone in Du Qi's pocket rang. Seeing that Du Qi had a phone call, those bosses had the sense to leave. Hello, who is it? Seeing the unfamiliar number, Du Qi was not polite and asked indifferently. Being from a triad family, Du Qi's humble and courteous behavior all along was just something he pretended to show to outsiders. In reality, he had a deep sense of arrogance in his bones. Only those who truly understand Du Qi will know how perverse his character is. He was ruthless and would do anything to get what he wanted. Back then, Bluetooth Group was such a strong enterprise, not also because Du Qi looked at their newly developed software and took it by force. In the end, the Blue Tong Group went bankrupt, and the chairman of the board of directors lost his family. This matter, at that time in the Magic City, but set off a lot of wind and waves. Some people who knew those things were all dissatisfied with Du Qi, but there was nothing they could do. No one dared to come forward to do justice. The Du family is powerful, and does not reason with you. No one is willing to offend. Of course, after all, this matter is not honorable. Du family head also reprimanded Du Qi, but Du Qi is the only male in this generation of the Du family. Even in the dissatisfaction, cannot put him how. Also because of this, Du Qi in the Magic City did not do those unscrupulous things. He can have 3 listed companies under his banner, but basically all of them are robbed by him with means. The phone was connected and Yi Chen said, "Hey, your car is parked in my parking space. Can you come over and move it?" Yi Chen was usually very polite. As long as no one messed with him, he would not bully anyone, but he was quite polite. Du Qi was not. "Okay, I know. I'll come over when I'm done, Duchi said impatiently. No, I'm in a hurry to park now. You come over and move it right away. Seeing the other party's attitude, Yi-chen was also dissatisfied. I said I told you to wait. Do you hear me? Duchi gloomy gradually lowered. Yi-chen was a bit speechless. What the hell are all these people? I'm polite with you. You stumped your nose with me? I'm sorry, can't hear you. I'll give you a minute of time. Come over and move away even if. Don't move away, I'll let someone move away for you. Ah, ha. Duchi was angry and laughed. Grew up so big. Has not dared to talk to himself like this. Then you try. Have the guts you smash it all. There's this kind of request? Yi-chen froze for a moment. He had never seen someone with such a request. Alright, I know. The phone hung up. Duchi didn't take Yi-chen seriously at all. Just kidding. Smashing his own car. The old lifer ate arsenic. Too long to live. Chapter 58. He said he wanted me to smash up his car. Looking at Yi-chen who hung up the phone, Su Xiaojia asked, what did the owner say? Yi-chen looked strange and said, he said let me smash his car. Ah, Su Xiaojia covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. This was the first time she had heard of such a request since she grew up. Letting someone smash his car? That Mr. Yi, is the owner of the car sure he won't come over? Yi-chen nodded. Well, the owner said he doesn't have time. Moving the car is impossible. Alright, I'll solve this matter. You go to the venue first. I'll be over there after it's solved in a while. Alright, Mr. Yi, I'll go over first. After saying her words, Su Xiaojia turned around and left. After Su Xiaojia left, Yi-chen directly called Tang Yi. Come over to meet me right away. Tang Yi still didn't know what had happened, but listening to the phone call, the boss's tone seemed to be very angry. Without daring to hesitate, he directly went downstairs and rushed to Yi-chen's side. 5 minutes later, Tang Yi drove over. Boss, what's wrong? Yi-chen pointed at the car parked in his exclusive parking space and said, tow this car away and smash it. After saying his words, Yi-chen threw his car keys to Tang Yi. Finish your business and park my car. Yes boss, Tang Yi hurriedly answered respectfully. Not long after, a tow truck and more than a dozen security personnel from the property company rushed over, directly dragging Duchi's Lamborghini Big Bull to the dumpster. A bunch of security guards clanked and smashed it. The first time to smash tens of millions of luxury cars. This group of security guards are all riveted. The excitement makes them full of strength. At this time there are people passing by noticed the situation here. Curious to take a closer look. Found a group of security guards are surrounding a sports car happily smashed. All looked shocked. Holy, this is the Lamborghini Big Bull, right? It's the Lamborghini Big Bull, priced at nearly $12 million. This brother is right. My friend just picked up one the other day, and it did land at more than $12 million. Your friend is awesome. The melon-eating crowd watched the bustle while discussing cheerfully. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, they all felt very excited. After instructing Tang Yi, Yi-chen walked into the Universal Center building. Just after walking into the mansion, his eyes lit up. Although it was said that this building was built by people from the small days, but the decoration was really good. It deserved to be ranked among the top 3 commercial buildings in Magic City. Upstairs on the 51st floor, inside a huge meeting room. At this time, hundreds of people have gathered. Men dressed in suits, women also dressed in modest evening dresses, all of them with enchanting postures, giving people a sense of flavor between the looks. Most people are standing together in groups of 3 or 5, shaking the red wine glass in their hands, a style of successful people. At this time, the doorway walked into 2 women. As soon as these 2 women came in, they made many men's eyes light up. Zhangya also belonged to the financial circle, and although her company was not very strong, she had received an invitation. As for Lu Ruhan beside her, she was purely here to see the world, and because she had Zhangya's invitation, she could enter together. Each invitation could bring a companion. In fact, this kind of rule was prepared for those big bosses. After all, places like cocktail parties were places to show off their status. Many big bosses would bring female companions with them, and the prettier the female companion beside them, the more they would also show off their status. Unfortunately, Zhangya simply didn't have a suitable male companion by her side, so she could only bring Lu Rohan. Wow, sis, is this the financial reception? It's also too grand. When she walked into the hall of the venue, Lu Rohan couldn't help but be surprised. Zhangya frowned and said, Rohan, the people coming to the reception today are all prestigious people in the business world, so don't be a dick. How can I? I'm the one who doesn't know the rules. In fact, Lu Ruhan's family is also a wealthy family, but Lu Ruhan did not like to do business since she was a child, so she did not participate in the wine party and so on. This is the first time she has grown up to participate in a cocktail party. At a corner of the venue, Lei Mang was holding a wine glass and talking and laughing with a few bosses. Goo, look at Mr. Lei's red-faced and spirited appearance. He hasn't earned much recently, right? One of the bosses complimented. Lei Meng sniffed. A touch of arrogance appeared on his face, but on his lips, he said modestly, "This is my small business, how can I compare to Boss Kai? But I have recently discovered a potential stock through observation. I wonder if a few of you are interested in studying it." "Oh, Mr. Lei, quickly tell us. We wouldn't mind if it's possible." Hearing about business, those few bosses all came into the spirit. Although they despised Lei Meng's character, they still admired his ability. Since Lei Meng said it was a potential stock, it definitely couldn't be worse. Lei Meng's eyes twinkled, and he hemmed and hawed. "Boss Chow, Boss Kai, Boss Li, this potential stock is what I found. We have to be in business. Cooperation can be, but I'm only out of the news. The money thing has to be you guys, and the split has to be equal." Lei Meng did not say further, but the meaning several people have understood. "Ha ha, Lei always still have to be you line. If this share really make money, the equal share is not unavoidable." "Alright, General Manager Lei, don't sell the story. Tell us, how much potential does that potential share have?" Only then did General Manager Lei nod his head in satisfaction. "Do you guys know about Puji Pharmaceutical Group?" Hearing Lei Meng talk about Puji Pharmaceutical Group, the several bosses all stared down. "Mr. Lei, the stock market of Puji Pharmaceutical Group seems to be saturated, right? Where is there any oil left for us?" Boss Kai said with a frown. "If we're talking about the past, then it's definitely saturated. But recently I've learned a shocking secret through the news, as well as information I've gotten from my connections." "What secret?" The several bosses were all drawn in. "If I guessed correctly, Puji Pharmaceutical Group is going to change its chairman." "What?" The several bosses all looked shocked. "This is impossible. The current chairman of Puji Pharmaceutical Group is still in his prime, with 35% of the shares in his hands. How can he say change the chairman just to change the chairman? And now Puji Pharmaceutical Group's stock for many years has been continuously high. Change the chairman of the board fell how to do. Who can guarantee that after replacing the new chairman, it will be able to do better than the current chairman?" Ramon spread his hands a bit. "That's their internal matter. Reasonably speaking, I don't believe in changing the chairman either, but that's what I've inquired about. A friend of mine is the management within Puji Pharmaceutical Group. He said that Puji Pharmaceutical Group had a large number of shares in the hands of its shareholders acquired 2 days ago. Even the current chairman's shares were acquired. Although I also feel it's unbelievable, but that's just the way it is." Upon hearing this, the several bosses glanced at each other, all of them seeing each other's gravity. "Mr. Lei, let's find a place to discuss this matter when the reception is over." Lei Meng nodded. Of course. In fact, this kind of opportunity, it wasn't that he didn't want to keep it to himself, but he really couldn't eat it. The last time he gave a reward to anchor Sister Zhou, he was pitched a lot, and just recently slowed down. The company was short of funds, so he could only share this opportunity to get rich, a little bit to others. Chapter 59. What are you, asking me to go with you? As he was speaking, the corner of Lei Meng's eye swept a glance at the venue's main entrance. After seeing the silhouettes of Zhang Ye and Lu Rohan, he couldn't help but look pleased. "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, we'll talk when the reception is over." "Alright, Mr. Lei, you go ahead and get busy." The several bosses also responded. After saying his words, Lei Meng walked straight towards Zhang Ye's duo, and because of Zhang Ye's duo's arrival, there were countless people watching them. After all, wherever a beautiful woman was, she was a sight to behold, and there would be no shortage of gazes. Before those people could make a move, they saw that Lei Meng had already arrived in front of Zhang Ye's 2 girls. "Yo, MS, Zhang is so pretty today, scanning up and down," Lei Meng said with glowing eyes. When Zhang Ye saw Lei Meng, she couldn't help but frown with a boredom in her eyes. This Lei Meng was the lace finance next to her company. It was also the boss behind the scenes who had been trying to annex her company. Of course, Lei Meng wanted to take Zhang Ye's company not only because he valued her company's prospects, but also because he had his eyes on Zhang Ye. "Mr. Lei, you're here quite early." Zhang Ye returned a sentence in a salty manner. Lei Meng smiled faintly. "This is not to wait for Mr. Zhang, so I came a little early." He, "Thank you for Mr. Lei's kindness, but I'm sorry, I already have a companion. So Mr. Lei should find someone else." After saying her words, Zhang Ye was about to leave with Lu Rohan. However, Lei Meng had no intention of giving up. Mr. Zhang, don't always reject Lei so much. My last offer, I wonder if Mr. Zhang has thought about it? Harmony makes money. As long as Mr. Zhang agrees, we will become a family in the future, and with your ability, coupled with my connections, we will definitely be able to make our business bigger and stronger. Think about it, Mr. Zhang. In the future, when the market value of our company doubles, how much money will it be? I'm sorry, Mr. Lei, it's better for someone else to draw the pie. I'm not blessed to enjoy it. While Lei Meng was about to say something else, a figure once again walked in outside the venue's main door. As soon as the gentle Su Xiaojia walked in, she instantly became the center of attention of the entire venue. Even Zhang Ye and Lu Rohan were compared to her. It's Su Xiaojia. Someone recognized Su Xiaojia and couldn't help but whisper. As for some asset bigwigs, the moment they saw Su Xiaojia, they gazed at Du Qi on the other side. Anyone who was slightly well-informed knew that Du Qi had been pursuing Su Xiaojia. Of course, many smart people also guessed another meaning of Du Qi. That was that Du Qi had set his sights on the Thompson Group. Nowadays, Thompson Group was controlled by Su Xiaojia's aunt, Ms. Su, although Ms. Su also had children, who would take over the Thompson Group in the future. But after all, Su Xiaojia is Ms. Su's mother's family, and also has a very high position in the Thompson Group. If you can take down Su Xiaojia, you can rightfully intervene in the Thompson Group. Sure enough, with the arrival of Su Xiaojia, Du Qi, who had not been moving, finally made a move. With an evil smile on the corner of his mouth and a red wine glass in his hand, he strolled over. Xiaojia, you're finally here. Originally I was going to pick you up and come with me, but no one answered your phone call, so I came over to wait for you first. Looking at the beautiful Su Xiaojia, a strong desire rose in Du Qi's heart. He must get this woman. Su Xiaojia was as if she had some kind of magic power that made the man who saw her want to hold her in his arms and love her. However, Su Xiaojia had a calm face. Sorry Mr. Du, I already have a male companion tonight. Hearing Su Xiaojia's words, a touch of icy coldness instantly rose on Du Qi's face, and the air around him seemed to have dropped several degrees. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Although everyone here was a successful person who had weathered the storm and had a strong mentality, but the name of a man is the shadow of a tree, and Du Qi, as a member of the Du family who controlled half of the underground world of Magic City, that killing intent, when it came out, still caused a wave of fear to rise in their hearts. Is that so? Then I would like to see who dares to be your male companion. Su Xiaojia was also a bit afraid of Du Qi. That's why she looked for Yi Chen as a shield. She had also heard some things about Du Qi. This man was ruthless and psychopathic, and she didn't know how many women had been ravaged to death by him. If she fell into Du Qi's hands, she would definitely not have a good ending. When the atmosphere of the entire reception was gloomy, Yi Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the venue. Ms. Su, I didn't keep you waiting, right? Yi Chen had a sunny smile on his face. The venue that originally had a heavy atmosphere was instantly like spring flowers blossoming, and there was no more oppression like icebergs melting. The gazes of the crowd looked at Yi Chen, and the first impression people had was handsome. Handsome in all directions without any dead angles. In the eyes of women, Yi Chen was the kind of person that the more they looked at him, the more they wanted to get on. This teenager is Su Xiaojia's male companion? This looks like he's only 22 or 23 years old, right? Did he just graduate from college? It's over. This teenager is being targeted by Du Qi. He definitely won't have a good ending. Yes, it seems that there will be one more person at the bottom of Huangpu River this year. The crowd all secretly mourned for Yi Chen in their hearts. Are you done with your work, mister? Yi? When Su Xiaojia saw Yi Chen arrive, she couldn't help but have a smile appear on her face. And once Su Xiaojia's smile came out, it was like 100 flowers blooming, making people's eyes glaze over. Seeing that Su Xiaojia actually revealed a smile to Yi Chen, the fire of jealousy in Du Qi's heart grew even more intense. However, even though Du Qi had a bratty and ruthless character, he still took a deep breath and resisted the urge to make a move. Today's reception was convened by Shen Rui, the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce. This person was not simple. It was his own family's old man who said that if he could not provoke, try not to provoke. It seems that Shen Rui was also once a member of the Money Chamber of Commerce. Although the Money Chamber of Commerce disintegrated now, those people from the Money Chamber of Commerce were still there, and no one knew how huge a network Shen Rui had behind him. Yi Chen seemed to have sensed Du Qi's hateful gaze, looked at him with surprise, and did not care about him, smiled towards Su Xiaojia. Well, I'm done with my work. By the way, has the cocktail party not started yet? Su Xiaojia shook her head. It's still a few minutes away. Alright, then let's find a place to sit for a while. With those words, Yi Chen was about to take Su Xiaojia away, but right at this moment, a figure blocked in front of the two. Du Qi's stature wasn't short, about the same as Yi Chen. Suspicious eyes looked at Du Qi. Excuse me, please give way. Kid, I have something to say to you. Follow me. But after turning around and taking 2 steps, Du Qi realized that Yi Chen behind him didn't follow, which made him almost turn his back in embarrassment. I said for you to follow me. Yi Chen looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at Du Qi. First of all, I don't know you, and secondly, what are you, asking me to go with you? Yi Chen wasn't a good-tempered person. Seeing Du Qi acting so pretentious, he really couldn't take it anymore. Wow! The moment Yi Chen's words fell, the crowd gasped. That was Du Qi. This teenager dared to scold him like that. Really living impatiently? Chapter 60. My name is Tang Yi. Have you heard of me? The sudden clash between Yi Chen and Du Qi made the crowd not react. After all, with Du Qi's status and position, no one in the entire reception dared to talk to him like that. But what the crowd did not expect was that this unfamiliar teenager had made such an unexpected move. Su Xiaojia was also a little worried about Yi Chen. Although using Yi Chen to help her block Du Qi's harassment was her aunt's trick, but thinking about Du Qi's unseemly methods, she couldn't help but worry about Yi Chen again. After all, it's easy to hide from the dark arrows, even if Yi Chen's status is higher. It's impossible for him to not go out and be on guard against being assassinated all day long, right? It was also true that Du Qi was much more dangerous than Zhao Qifeng, because the two people's identities were different. One could only rely on reasonable and lawful means to clean up people and talk about rules, while the other didn't talk about any rules, and it was even possible that when you crossed the street, a car would come rushing over and run you over. In the end, it can only be treated as an ordinary traffic accident. In comparison, it is the latter that comes to be much more dangerous. However, for others, they might be afraid of Du Qi, but Yi Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. Right now, what Yi Chen lacked was an official background, and a mob background. Sorry, that was his strong suit. Not to mention Tang Yi, the underground king of Mordor, or Chen Xingya, the female godfather of the Yangtze River Delta, was enough to arm wrestle with the Du family. Of course, Yi Chen didn't know who Du Qi was, nor did he care who he was. His character was that, if people didn't offend me, I wouldn't offend them, and even those who were polite to him, he would treat them with courtesy, but those who intentionally pick a fight, or want to use him as a face-slapping tool, sorry, no face at all. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Du Qi was furious and laughed. His eyes' killing intent could no longer be hidden. Growing up, no one dares to talk to me like this in the entire magic. Yi Chen snorted a laugh. 2 strokes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Du Qi really couldn't tense up the culmination that his family had taught him by ear to maintain outside. As a Yakuza family, the Du family had always given people a very bad impression, so wanting to change their senses in the eyes of others, since childhood, they had specifically found someone to cultivate Du Qi's culmination and temperament, so that he could be a nobleman's son. But this time, Yi Chen's behavior of pouting his face finally made him give up his disguise, and just when the gunpowder was in full swing, suddenly Du Qi's cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID was a subordinate junior, he picked it up with a cold face. Hello, boss, something happened. An anxious voice came from the phone. What is it? Du Qi's voice was low. He was now in a very bad mood. He had long run out of patience. The urge to kill kept lingering in his heart. While holding the phone, his eyes looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead person. Those who came into contact with its eyes didn't even dare to look at each other. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was unaffected, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was looking at a clown. Your car seems to have been smashed by someone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This time, it was simply murderous. Du Qi directly exploded. Grass mud horse. Give me check. Which smashed? I want to sink him into the river. The little brother over there. Hearing the boss so furious, his throat rolled down and he was shivering. Old, boss, who smashed it don't know, but I saw your car was smashed after his car parked there. Very well, then smash his car as well. Then find me the owner and wait for me to deal with it. Ah, okay boss, but his car. Don't ing. I still have things to deal with on this side. Give me a smash. I'll take the blame if something happens. The little brother over there heard Du Qi's words, and instantly bottomed out. The boss personally said, to give him a pocket, that still hesitate In this part of Magic City, there is nothing that the boss can't handle. The phone hung up. Not far from the Universal Center building Yi Chen exclusive parking space, instantly gathered up more than 20 people, all holding sticks in their hands. The boss gave the word, smash the car first and arrest the people later. Those punks were just about to make their move when they saw a group of well-trained security guards rushing over not far away. Tang Yi said in a deep voice, take them all down. Although those punks had also fought, they were no match for a group of well-trained security guards. More than 10 minutes passed, and all of them were lying on the ground wailing. Tang Yi walked over step by step and said indifferently, who told you to smash my boss's car? Those punks were also tough-talking. Surprisingly none of them spoke. Finally the punk leader who had called Du Qi, gritted his teeth and said, you'd better let us go. Do you know who we are? Oh, who are we? Tang Yi asked, feigning curiosity. I'm afraid of scaring you to death by saying it. We're from the Du family. Tang Yi nodded. Who did I think it was? So it's the Du family. As he spoke, Tang Yi raised his foot violently, and as soon as it landed, a bone-cracking sound could be heard. Du family? What a big bully. Go back and ask Du Ruffing if he dares to say that to me. The punk's leg bone was stepped on and he sucked in cold air in pain. My name is Tang Yi. Have you heard of me? After Tang Yi said her name, those punks instantly turned pale. Tang, Sister Tang. Ah, Sister Tang, I'm wrong. It's us who have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai, please let us go as a fart. We won't dare next time. Joking aside, which of those who mixed in society in Magic City hadn't heard of Tang Yi's great name? She was truly a female god of killing. Back then, Tang Yi had killed the entire underground forces of Magic City with one person and one sword. It was the Du family that was robbed of half of its territory. This kind of existence, who dares to provoke? I don't even know how many people idolized Tang Yi. Many people on the Magic City road went out to chop people up, and instead of worshipping Master Guan Er, they worshipped Tang Yi. They didn't seek peace, they only sought to be as powerful and successful as Tang Yi. Tang Yi sneered, "Release you guys? Do you know whose car you're going to smash?" The punks were too scared to speak. It's my bosses. In this matter today, not to mention you guys, even the Du family will have to give me an explanation. After speaking, Tang Yi said indifferently, "Arrest them all. I'll go to my boss's place." Yes, those security guards gave those punks a disdainful glance. They were all just some happy colors. Back when they followed Big Sister to chop people up, these people still didn't know where they were playing in the mud. The security of the Financial Street Property Company, and even the concierge department, were all beloved by Tang Yi back then. After Tang Yi cleared her name, she arranged some legitimate careers for her men. But even though they were doing legitimate jobs, their bloodlust hadn't worn off. As long as Tang Yi had a word, they could still pick up their swords and continue to charge into battle. Chapter 61, This is Trouble. Little brother even messed with the Du family. Global Center Mansion. Inside the reception site. After Du Qi hung up the phone, his murderous eyes stared at Yi Chen once again. Yi Chen's extreme humiliation of him had already made him not care where this place was. The words that the old man at home had instructed him before he came were also thrown out of his mind. What Shin Rue? What to give face? All are bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Today he will get his face back, but also let Yi Chen shall not die. And in the crowd of people watching, the gazes of the two women implied shock. Lu Rohan exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this that little brother?" Zhang Ya also recognized Yi Chen at this moment. Although the two parties had only met once, they had a vivid memory of the two, especially Yi Chen's luxury car that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It was the most expensive car the two had ever seen in their long lives. This is troublesome. Little brother even messed with the Du family, Lu Ruhan said worriedly. Both of them had heard the surrounding chatter and knew the identity of Du Qi. The Magic City Du family, that was a complete bully family. As long as it was an industry that made money, no matter what means were used, they would get a piece of the pie. After so many years, no one knows how many assets the Du family has mastered, and how many industries they have monopolized, both openly and secretly. What is known is that 70% of the liquor industry in the entire Magic City is distributed by the Du family. In this one industry alone, the benefits are unknown. As an international first-tier city, the amount of liquor consumed in Magic City every day was simply astronomical, and monopolizing 70% of the liquor industry. From this, you can see how profitable it is. And that's not all. I heard that the Du family is also involved in the real estate industry. The shadow of the Du family is also behind the Earthworks company. The bosses of the earth-moving companies are basically the Du family's henchmen or minions. In fact, the biggest profit maker is also the Du family. I heard that there are also large entertainment venues such as bars and bath centers. In short, in the gray industry, the Du family was definitely the most deservedly dominant. And Lei Meng heard that Zhang Ya and Lu Rohan knew Yi Chen. He couldn't help but let out a proof of laughter. You guys know that kid? The two of them didn't bother with him. Lei Meng continued. It doesn't matter if you know him. Anyway, this brat's end is doomed. Messing with the Du family, even Jesus can't save him. You shut up. Listening to Lei Meng's chatter, Zhang Ya couldn't help herself and directly scolded. Although they only had a one-sided relationship with Yi Chen and didn't have much to do with each other, Lei Meng's ramblings were very distracting. Big sister, think of a way to save little brother. Zhang Ya glared at Lu Rohan without any good humor. You're bewitched, aren't you? How can this save? Who can mess with the Du family? Do you want your old sister me to get myself involved as well? They had heard about Du Qi, and had heard that he had secretly victimized many women. As long as he likes what he sees, he will get it no matter what means. I remember someone described Du Qi as a groom night after night. In other words, Du Qi will change a different woman every day. Just when the atmosphere was gloomy, a few people walked out in the backstage of the reception. The one walking in front was a middle-aged man in his 50s, quite a bit powerful, with a smile on his face, and beside him, followed by an islander, speaking fluent Chinese, was talking to that middle-aged man. Shun sang, this time the project, we must cooperate well. The land of Nanxing Park I am determined to win. Listening to the words of the islander Kenjiro Ono, Shinrue nodded his head and said, Mr. Ono, don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with the land plot of Nanxing Park. I've also spoken to old Mr. Du. They will help us operate, and once the land is in our hands, we will cooperate in the development. Ono Kenjiro's face contained a smile. As expected of Shinsang, I didn't expect to be able to contact the Du family. Then this matter is 9 out of 10. And behind Shinrue and Ono Kenjiro, followed by their assistants and men, saw their own boss has reached cooperation matters. Can't help but all of them followed and laughed. Shinsang, I heard that Mr. Du is also coming to participate tonight, right? Is it convenient to introduce me? Ono Kenjiro asked with a smile. Of course, Shinrue also did not refuse the cooperation with the Du family. Except for him, Shinrue, no one else had that ability. It was just for Kenjiro Ono and the Du family to get to know each other, and it was impossible to do anything. This was Shinrue's bottom line, and also his bottom line to the Money Chamber of Commerce. As a former member of the Money Chamber of Commerce, Shinrue deeply knew how terrifying the strength of the Money Chamber of Commerce was. It can be said that in the whole of China, the connections and resources controlled by the Money Chamber of Commerce, a word can make any industry instantly skyrocket. It can also make any industry instantly collapse. The garlic fiasco in the beginning was the product of their small test. In order to celebrate a newly promoted member of the Chamber of Money, the crowd customized this get-rich-quick plan for it. It was given 3 days to stock up heavily, and then they fired the garlic at sky-high prices overnight. That member then dumped the garlic when its price was at its highest, directly allowing it to make over $1 billion. Although $1 billion or so was just a drop in the bucket for them, but it just let that new member know what they are capable of. As long as you are honest and obedient, wanting to make money is not a problem at all. Ah Chang, where is Mr. Du? After finishing talking to Kenjiro Ono, Shinrue asked a young man behind him. This young man was Shinrue's righteous son and his most capable assistant. Shinchang quickly said, Righteous father, I will go over to look for it now. After saying his words, Shinchang took the first step towards the venue. Just as he entered the venue, he saw countless people gathered together, all looking at one place. What's going on? Shinchang called the security that maintained the order of the venue. That security hurriedly said, Mr. Du had a conflict with someone else and we have no way to deal with it. Who's so bold to mess with Mr. Du? Go, follow me over to take a look. Shinchang had a surprised look on his face and walked quickly towards the crowd. Make way. The security parted the crowd and Shinchang stepped in. Aya, who is this so ungrateful that he dares to mess with Mr. Du? As soon as Shinchang entered, he greeted with a smile on his face. Seeing Shinchang, Duchi did not give it a good face and snorted coldly. This is the reception held by your Shin family? How come any cat or dog can come in? Mr. Du, calm down. I will take care of it for you now. Although the strength of the Shin family wasn't bad, in Magic City, one still had to be afraid of the Du family for 3 points. As Shinrue's righteous son, Shinchang also had to treat Duchi with courtesy. Then he said to the security personnel beside him, Didn't you hear me? Why don't you hurry up and get rid of the people so that Mr. Du can calm down? Yes, Mr. Shin. As the security man's words fell, he beckoned to the distance. Instantly, more than a dozen security personnel wearing black suits with headphones rushed over. Chapter 62, Suit Thug. Dressed in a black suit, Zhang Feng walked out from the restroom. Just then, he heard the venue in disarray, and the sound of the security guards assembling kept coming from his headphones. He could not help but frown and ask, What's going on? Although the Universal Center building did not belong to the Financial Street Property Company's properties, the property fees were collected by the property company. After all, the Universal Center building was built within Financial Street, and for the reception organized by the Shin family this time, the on-site security was also managed by the Financial Street Property Company. Manager Zhang, someone is causing trouble at the reception site. The organizer asked us to handle it. Someone is causing trouble? Zhang Feng's complexion was cold. Surprisingly, someone dared to cause trouble in his own territory. Tired of living, right? As the manager of the Financial Street Property Company's security department, Zhang Feng was definitely Tang Yi's right-hand man. Hearing the report from his men, Zhang Feng directly rushed over with quick steps, looking around at the security personnel that kept gathering around. Yi Chen didn't care in the slightest. There was always a breezy smile on his face. Despite being in such a situation, there wasn't any nervousness. On the contrary, Su Xiaojia, who was standing behind Yi Chen, had some anxiety on her face. If Yi Chen was really thrown out from here, that would be a huge loss of face. Even if he recovered his face afterward, it would be a stain that couldn't be erased in his life. Du Xiao, calm down. This little matter can be dealt with for you right away. Although Xin Chang was Shinrue's godson, following Shinrue also had a lot of resources to utilize, but his ambition was not small. After all, Shunrui would not treat him as his own son and give it all to him without reservation. So he wants to borrow Shunrui's identity, develop a circle of his own, paving the way for the future. And Duchi is exactly the object he wants to make friends with. This time, when he saw Duchi being pouted, he directly took the initiative to solve the trouble for him. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly walked over and frowned. What's going on? Xin Chang said. Manager Zhang, there is someone causing trouble here. Why don't you hurry up and throw the people out? As for Zhang Feng, who came over, after seeing Yi Chen, he didn't listen to a single word of Xin Chang's words. Maybe other people didn't recognize Yi Chen, but he could never forget. When he was in Su Xian's company, he had met with Yi Chen. Old boss. Zhang Feng trembled in fear. Manager Zhang, what are you still frozen for? Seeing that Zhang Feng did not move, Xin Chang could not help but urge him. Splat! A loud slapping sound resounded throughout the reception hall. So is my boss. How dare you ask me to kick my boss out? Zhang Feng glared at Xin Chang with a fierce expression. Xin Chang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by Zhang Feng's solid slap. How dare you hit me? Zhang Feng directly laughed in anger. Scram you! An angry chorus of curses resounded once again. Zhang Feng was then seen kicking Xin Chang directly out. This is my boss. Boss, are you alright? After cleaning up Xin Chang, Zhang Feng respectfully stood in front of Yi Chen and carefully asked. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He also recognized Zhang Feng. Good job. Go back and ask General Manager Tang to give you a bonus. Getting recognized by his boss, Zhang Feng was very excited in his heart. Zhang Feng, what the hell do you mean? We paid money to hire you to come over and maintain the security of the reception. Is this how your financial street property company works? Xin Chang, who was helped up by his assistant, questioned with an angry face. Right at this moment, a sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. The door of the reception was pushed open by two security guards wearing black suits. Tang Yi with an ice-cold expression appeared in front of the crowd. General Manager Tang, it's Tang Yi. Why is she here? Countless people sucked in cold air. A man's name and a tree's shadow. The Junhu status Tang Yi possessed was that the Du family's old man was here today. It was estimated that he would have to be suppressed as well. This was a solidly ruthless person. And what made Tom explain even more was that Tang Yi's first words after walking into the venue. He actually called Yi Chen a boss. Seeing Tang Yi come over, Yi Chen was surprised and said, Why are you here, boss? Just now, someone wanted to smash your car. All of them were arrested by my people, and I thought of coming over to tell you. Smash my car? Yi Chen froze for a moment. Is my car alright? It's fine. Those people were discovered by me before they could do anything, Tang Yi said back. Yi Chen was relieved. What he was nervous about was not how much that car was worth, but he was nervous that this kind of car was not easy to order. It was a global limited edition, and there were no more than 5 of them, so if someone really smashed it, it would be hard to buy it again in the future, even if he had a lot of money. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly put away the smile on his face and faintly asked, Know who smashed my car? Yi Chen, who hadn't put away his smile all this time, even after being threatened by Du Qi and the others, finally became serious. Tang Yi's eyes glanced faintly at Du Qi. Those people said it was someone from the Du family who let it happen. Du family? Yi Chen frowned. Then his eyes looked at Du Qi in front of him. The one who took up my parking space is you kid, right? Du Qi was stunned by Tang Yi addressing him as a boss in one breath. After knowing again that Yi Chen was the boss behind Financial Street, his heart had already beaten a retreat. They couldn't even deal with a Tang Yi. And now there was a mysterious boss of Financial Street who was even more powerful than Tang Yi. How would the Du family dare to mess with him? Back then, he remembered that his old master had told him that it was fine to mess with Tang Yi, but don't mess with the person behind Tang Yi. And this person was most likely the boss of Financial Street. What kind of car? I don't know. Du Qi shook his head. In his heart, he had already remembered the scene when Yi Chen had called him earlier. However, he didn't have the courage to admit it. And in Du Qi's widened eyes, Yi Chen slowly took out his phone and dialed the owner of the car he had called earlier. A phone rang. The phone in Du Qi's pocket rang, while Yi Chen's face was already gloomy. Still ing saying it's not you. As the words fell, he directly kicked out. Du Qi's body directly flew out 3 to 4 meters away, hitting the table behind him. Before Du Qi stood up, Yi Chen took a step and followed up, punching and kicking Du Qi who was lying on the ground. Finding someone to smash my car, eh? Do you know that my car is a limited edition? There are only 5 of them in the world. You smashed it for me. Where am I going to buy it again? You. While fighting, Yi Chen also cursed. The crowd was all dumbfounded. Have you ever seen a handsome-looking, suited and booted teenager with foul language in his mouth while hitting someone? They had seen it, and they saw it with their own eyes. The crowd couldn't bear to look at the fiery scene. It was Tang Yi who frowned. Did this boss of his have violent tendencies? Probably having vented enough. Yi Chen finally withdrew his hand, his face regaining its harmless smile. Tidying up the suit on his body, he smiled and said, I'm sorry, gentlemen. A bit impulsive. Let everyone laugh. Aha, no laughing. No laughing. Boss Yi is doing exercise. It's understandable. Yes. Boss Yi is doing sports. A group of successful people have compensated for the smile of the road. Looking at Du Qi, who was lying on the ground with a bruised face, the crowd sighed. This unlucky kid, how did he kick a steel plate? You'd rather stand up and continue to be wild. Continue to treat Magic City as your own home. Chapter 63, call his family and ask them to come and collect him in person. Hearing that Yi Chen was the boss behind Financial Street, those successful people saw the wind in their sails and began to constantly flatter Yi Chen. Many of those who had just said that Yi Chen was ungrateful and dared to mess with Du Qi also instantly changed their smiles to flattering ones. The reason why they were afraid of Du Qi was because the Du family was a mob family. If this kind of family could not be offended, they should try not to. After all, what businessmen feared the most was this kind of unruly person. And although Yi Chen wasn't the kind of mobster that the Du family feared, but his status was even more intimidating than a mob family, because with one word, people could make the entire GDP of Magic City drop. It could also, with a single word, make you go bankrupt, and not a single person would dare to look for you to do business with again. Alright, everyone continue. It was supposed to be a happy day. Don't let a little thing spoil the fun. How bad? Yi Chen flexed his fingers and flicked the dust on the corner of his coat, and smiled harmlessly as a human being. Boss, what about Du Qi? Although the entire reception had caused everyone to be unhappy because of Yi Chen's appearance, but with Yi Chen's words, those people had to laugh out loud even if someone had died in their family. Once again, the buzz resumed once more. Lu Rohan, who was in the middle of the crowd, already had her eyes full of little stars. Too handsome, simply her ideal Prince Charming. Alright, don't be a nymphomaniac. Even if you're blinded by your eyes, it's impossible for someone to look at you. Zhangya turned her head to see her cousin beside her and couldn't help but say speechlessly, Che, he can't look at me, but doesn't allow me to like him. Lu Ruhan also knew that she was not in the same world as Yi Chen, but she still said with a stubborn mouth, what to do? Yi Chen frowned and said, of course it's to call his family and let them come to claim him themselves. Do I still need to teach you this? Tang Yi said thoughtfully, I know, boss. After saying his words, he took his cell phone and walked to the side to make a call. Although Tang Yi and Du Ruffing were mortal rivals and both sides were enemies, the phone was still there. Inside a huge manor in Magic City, an old man with white hair and in his prime, dressed in a tang suit and holding a dragon head walking stick, sat there and was listening to his son's report on the group's recent situation. How much money can our family group still mobilize? Du Ruffing asked indifferently. There are still $30 billion of funds that can be mobilized, but the group needs to leave a minimum of $2 billion for its operation, or else there may be a situation where the funds cannot be turned around. Du Changming carefully said. This old man in front of him was the current Du family's senior. It was also the person who had once brought the Du family to the very top. Unfortunately, in the end, Tang Yi's appearance had pulled them down from the peak. Good, then leave $2 billion for the group's turnover. Take out all of the remaining $28 billion. Du Ruffing clapped his hands. Du Changming wanted to speak. Looking at his son, Du Ruffing somewhat hated him. Mothers-in-law, how many times have I said, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have a fart, now you are the chairman of our family group. Doing things hesitantly, what kind of behavior is that? Du Changming was reprimanded by his father. He didn't dare to contradict and said what was in his heart. Dad, are we really going to take out $28 billion to partner with Shenrue in business? I heard that Shenrue is an old fox. I mean, what if he screws us over? Du Ruffing sneered. How dare he? As long as he dares to move his little mind, I'll kill his whole family. Alright, you don't need to worry about this matter. Go back to the company tomorrow and start the matter of funding. Yes. Du Changming didn't dare to say more. Right at this moment, a sharp phone ringing. Seeing the caller ID, Du Ruffing's complexion changed. Why is Tang Yi calling me? However, Du Ruffing still picked it up. Du Ruffing, I have your grandson in my hands, and the boss has asked you to come and collect him yourself. What? What have you done with my grandson? Du Ruffing directly couldn't sit still. Du Qi is the third generation of their Du family. If anything happens to him, their Du family will be extinct. It's fine for now. If I don't see your people for half an hour, it might be possible. Okay, wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Du Ruffing was so angry that he directly slammed the phone on the ground. Tang Yi, you bully people too much. Du Ruffing hissed angrily. Du Changming also looked worried. Dad, did something happen to Xiao Qi? Du Ruffing snorted coldly. Xiao Qi was captured by Tang Yi and asked me to personally go and collect him. Dad, You can't do that. No, I'll go over there. If that Tang Yi is unfavorable to you, it will be very dangerous. Du Changming hurriedly dissuaded him. Du Rufeng was also a bit hesitant, but still shook his head and said, even if it's a dragon's den, I still have to go through it. Shao Qi must come back alive. As for you, just wait for my news at home. If I don't come back tonight, it's a fight to the death. Don't let Tang Yi give me a good time. After saying his words, Du Rufeng directly called his men and asked them to gather people to follow him to Financial Street. Inside the Universal Center building, Shinrue and Ono Kenjiro arrived inside the venue, but when they saw the situation inside the venue, they couldn't help but freeze for a moment, only to see those invited big bosses, surprisingly all surrounded by a teenager, and in the distance, Shen Chang, who was being assisted, was trembling, but did not dare to go forward. Ah Chang, what's going on? Shinrue drank in a deep voice. Seeing Shinrue, Shin Chang seemed to have found his backbone. Righteous father, something has happened. Something big has happened. Du Qi was arrested by Tang Yi, the general manager of the Financial Street Property Company. And what? A bad premonition rose in Shinrue's heart, and also beaten up. What? Who is so bold as to dare to beat Du Qi? Don't want to die? Shinrue asked in shock. Shin Chang smiled bitterly and said, it was the Financial Street boss who hit him, that Yi Chen. Looking in the direction Shin Chang's finger was pointing, it was that teenager who was like a star in the sky. You said he is the boss of Financial Street? Shinrue asked with a surprised look. Shin Chang nodded. It's true. I heard Tang Yi personally call him the boss. How is this possible? Shinrue was a bit incredulous. What Financial Street boss? Ono Kenjiro didn't know what the two were talking about and asked suspiciously. Shinrue hurriedly explained. Are you saying that teenager can control the GDP of Magic City? A single sentence can set back Magic City's economy by 20 years? Kenjiro Ono said in disbelief. Yes, Mr. Ono, Shinrue said with a bitter smile. Yoshi, your China is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Such a young person has such a huge amount of energy. Looks like I need to get to know this one, Ono Kenjiro said with excitement. Hearing Ono's words, Shin Chang couldn't help but grin a little. You didn't see the scene where Yi Chen beat up Du Qi just now. If he had seen it, he wouldn't be so eager to get acquainted. However, he didn't remind, not knowing what was in his heart. On the other side, Lei Meng did not know when he squeezed to Yi Chen's side and handed out his business card with both hands. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Raymond. I'm the boss of Lei's finance. Yi Chen looked at the business card, took it and directly balled it up and threw it into the trash. What the hell? Put. Seeing this scene, Lei Meng almost didn't spit out blood. This was too much of a slap in the face. On the other hand, Zhang Ye and Lu Rohan were laughing. It was simply unaware of what was going on. People with Yi Chen's status would need to know you? P.S. 3 more. Thank you for your support. There's more later. I'll try to do more tonight. Chapter 64. I want 20% of Thompson Group shares. Hi little brother, remember me? Lu Rohan stepped forward, hands behind her back, and asked somewhat coyly. Yi Chen turned back and looked at her doubtfully. I'm sorry miss, have we met before? Yi Chen carefully recalled, and indeed did not recall meeting this cute girl. Lu Rohan's face instantly turned into a bitter melon color. Little brother, do you really not remember me? Here, this is my sister. You really don't have any impression at all? Yi Chen blinked and glanced at Zhang Ye. This woman was not bad looking. Around 90 points. A royal lady temperament. The beauty mole at the corner of her mouth highlighted even more charming, but she couldn't remember who it was. Are you introducing your sister to me? Put. Lu Rohan was about to vomit blood. Little brother. It was the day before yesterday when your car was hit. Do you remember? This time Yi Chen finally remembered. Oh, remember. It's you guys. Ha ha, you finally remembered. Wow. Little brother. I didn't expect you to be the boss of Financial Street. I said how your car was parked in front of the property company yesterday. My sister and I still wondered how someone dared to park their car in front of the Financial Street Property Company. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Well, I happened to go back to the company to do something that day, so I just parked it there. You guys also run a financial company? Well, my sister is the owner of Yeyuan Financial Company. Although Yi Chen hadn't heard of this company's name, he still nodded symbolically. As for those big bosses who came to flatter Yi Chen, when they saw that Zhang Ye actually knew Yi Chen, they had small thoughts rising in their hearts. At this time, Tang Yi walked over and said, Boss, the Du family has been notified, and it's estimated that Du Rufeng will be arriving in a while. Just now, I received a call from Zhou Jiwei, saying that she has already brought Brother Quan back, and is being held in a factory in the suburbs. Yi Chen nodded. Good, I'll deal with this side of things and we'll go over right away. Brother Quan was a very important person for him to deal with the Zhao family. He had to pry open Brother Quan's mouth and get the evidence of the Zhao family's violation of the law from him. The evidence didn't need to be too big, but it had to be real. so that he could move down the Zhao family in a reasonable and legal manner. This side, Yi Chen and Tang Yi had just finished talking when Shinrue and Ono Kenjiro walked over. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm the chairman of Asia Pacific Group, Kenjiro Ono. I'm glad to meet you here. Ono Kenjiro extended his hand very politely. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard the name. Someone from Little Day? Ono Kenjiro froze for a moment, but still nodded and said, yes, but I am very friendly to China. Looking at the hand that Ono Kenjiro handed over, a touch of disgust surfaced on Yi Chen's face. Ah, chew! Yi Chen sneezed and rubbed his nose and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I'm a bit allergic to people from the small days. Please lend me a hand. Yi Chen did not even look at Ono Kenjiro again and directly walked past him. Baka! Outrageous! You are just unreasonable. Yi Chen, who had just walked past, heard Ono Kenjiro's murmur and his complexion snapped cold. Turning around, he directly slapped him. Slap! What did you say? Tell me again what you just said. Yi Chen's eyes implied killing intent at this moment, and this was the first time Tang Yi had seen such an appearance of Yi Chen. That feeling was like being in an ice cellar, chilling one's body. As a person of the Fujita family, the boss behind the Universal Center building, how had Ono ever been so insulted? You Chinaman dared to hit me. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Fujita family. If you hit me, it's equivalent to hitting the Fujita family's face. The Fujita family won't let you go. The Fujita family? Is it very powerful? Sorry, never heard of it, but even if the Fujita family is very powerful, you have to remember for me, this is not a small day, this is China. As the words fell, Yi Chen grabbed Ono Kenjiro's hair and directly copied a red wine bottle beside him and ruthlessly smashed it down. Bang! The sound of the wine bottle shattering and bones cracking rang out. By the time Yi Chen let go of his palm, Ono Kenjiro had already collapsed with a limp body. Deal with him for me. I don't want to see this person in the future. Taking the handkerchief handed by Tang Yi in disgust, Yi Chen wiped his hands and ordered, yes boss. Tang Yi waved his hand, and Zhang Feng brought people over to drag Kenjiro Ono out. Shunrue, on the other hand, had an anxious look on his face. Mr. Yi mustn't Kenjiro Ono is a legitimate businessman who is registered in our country and is also a big taxpayer. The entire Global Center building can contribute $5 billion in tax revenue to Mordor every year. If something happens to him, it will definitely raise international issues. Yi Chen said indifferently. Sorry, my financial street can provide hundreds of billions of tax revenue for Magic City every year. And in the future, the operating rights of Global Tower will be managed by my property company. What do you mean by that, Mr. Yi? Shinrue didn't react. Yi Chen sneered. Of course it means literally. I'm in charge of the Universal Center building. Tomorrow I will have the company prepare the documents for the acquisition. And in the future, no company from the small days will be welcome on Financial Street. After saying his words, Yi Chen did not bother with Shinrue and directly walked up to the high platform. Standing in front of the microphone and clearing his throat, the crowd quieted down. Yi Chen's ruthless means and style of doing things without any delay. They had seen it thoroughly. At this moment, everyone had only one thought, and that was that they would never mess with Yi Chen in the future. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Chen. Perhaps some of my friends know me and some don't. I'll just introduce myself here first. I don't have too many requirements. If you all want to come and start a company on Financial Street, I welcome you all 10,000 times. Of course, you'll be my tenants from now on. I'll be your landlord. I hope that the landlord and the tenant can get along harmoniously, and that nothing unpleasant will happen. The crowd laughed. Don't worry Mr. Yi, you are so by billion close to people. How can we not be in harmony? Watching those big bosses patting Yi Chen's ass, Lu Ruhan skimmed her mouth. A bunch of hypocrites. Zhang Ye glared at her. Don't talk nonsense. You're not a businessman. You don't know what Financial Street represents. You just need to remember, as long as the company can open in Financial Street, that represents strength. Even if you are a purse company, as long as it is in Financial Street, there are countless customers who will rush to find you. Lu Rohan didn't understand. Anyway, she just felt that Yi Chen was too handsome. Alright, I still have some personal matters to deal with, so I'll excuse myself. I wish you all a good time. After saying his words, Yi Chen walked off the stage with a smile and called up Tang Yi to prepare to rush to the location where Brother Quan was being held. Su Xiaojia greeted him and said, Mr. Yi, thank you so much for tonight. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to get rid of Du Qi's entanglement. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved. Actually, I have long guessed that you have called me to the reception tonight for an ulterior motive. As for me, although I'm a good talker, I won't just be taken advantage of. You go back and inform MS. Su that I'm ready to acquire 20% of the shares of Thomson Company. Su Xiaojia's complexion changed. Her heart was a little anxious. Mr. Yi, our Townsend Group is a family-run business. We definitely won't sell too many shares to outsiders. Yi Chen smiled meaningfully. It's fine, just relay my words to Ms. Su. I believe she knows how to make a trade-off. Chapter 65. I promised you. They didn't. Second shift. Outside. Yi Chen sat inside his car. Tang Yi was just about to get into the passenger seat when she saw Su Xiaojia, who came out after him. I'm sorry, Ms. Su, my boss has something else to do. He's already told you everything he needs to say. Please go back. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, using you was my own idea. It's really none of Auntie's business. If you have any grievances, you can take them out on me. Please also spare the Townsend Group, okay? General Manager Tang get on the car. Yi Chen didn't even bother with Su Xiaojia. Really thought he was a little cutie. Is a landlord stupid son? People Chen Xingye used himself because she was his woman. While you are not related to me. Letting himself offend the Du family and not letting you spit out a little benefit. He, Yi Chen, would not let people think that he was an unjust seed. I'm warning you once again, Ms. Su, please don't be following us. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Tang Yi said warningly. Seeing Tang Yi's eyes, Su Xiaojia didn't dare to dwell on it, but the aggression in her heart was about to make her cry. The car sped along the roads of Magic City. Looking at the bustling scenery outside the car with its red lights, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel some emotions. Under every beautiful thing, I don't know how much filth is covered up. Tang Yi sniffed and nodded. Boss is right. Don't look at the current Magic City is very prosperous, but underneath this prosperity are tired white bones piled up. Only after reaching today's social status, Yi Chen realized how cruel the city of Magic City was. The strong win and the losers are eliminated. Those who were able to return in one piece were considered very lucky. And he didn't know how many people who came to Magic City to seek gold became someone else's stepping stone and could never return. Inside an abandoned factory building on the outskirts of Magic City, inside the empty workshop, Quan was tied to a chair. The surrounding black-clothed hunks took turns to inflict violence on him. Say it or not. Say it or not. A big man in black wore gloves covered with spikes on his hands and punched at Brother Quan. By the time he had collected his fists, Brother Quan's face was covered in blood. Please let me go. I really don't know about the Zhao family. The Zhao family has never asked me to do anything at all. This is the first time I've ever done anything for the Zhao family. Brother Quan begged for mercy. At this time, Zhou Shiwei, who was wearing a decent suit, slowly walked in. Haven't said anything yet? The big man respectfully said. Sister Wei, this person's mouth is very hard. He hasn't recanted at all. Just as Zhou Shiwei was talking to the henchman, the roar of an engine resounded outside, and two beam headlights shone on the factory gate. It's the boss and big sister coming. The gate of the factory building opened and three cars slowly drove in. The first one was Yi Chen's car, the Black Warrior Pagani Wind God. Crunch! Sharp brakes sounded. The three cars slowly stopped. Inside the Mercedes sedan in the back, Zhang Feng pulled Du Qi and Kenjiro Ono out of the trunk. As Du Qi was brought out, there was surprisingly an unpleasant pungent odor hidden. Waste. Surprisingly scared to pee. Zhang Feng covered his nose and despised. What the hell do you guys want? My grandfather will be coming over soon. If you guys dare to disadvantage me, my grandfather will definitely kill you guys. Du Qi said in fear. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to Du Qi and instructed Zhang Feng. You guys handle this little day person yourselves. He stays for now. Yes, boss. Zhang Feng hurriedly answered. Kenjiro Ono was horrified. What are you doing? I'm a legitimate businessman of your country. If you kill me, you'll attract international disputes. Zhang Feng did not even bother with him and directly dragged him aside. Only 2 gunshots were heard, and the factory building was once again quiet. Deal with it cleanly. Zhang Feng wiped the gun clean with a handkerchief and instructed his men. As if these men had done this often. Even the individuals handily loaded Kenjiro Ono's corpse into a sack and stuffed it into the trunk of the car to leave. And the bloodstains on the ground were also rinsed clean by a basin of water. And Du Qi and Quan, who witnessed all this, were all trembling with fear. Still no confessions? On the way, Tang Yi told Zhou Shiwei about the situation on this side. Hearing that Brother Quan had a tough mouth, Yi Chen came to be interested. Yes, boss. We've been beating him for an hour and he hasn't said anything. Interesting. Yi Chen quickly walked towards Brother Quan, who was tied to a chair, took off his jacket and directly threw it to Tang Yi. Unbuttoning his sleeves, he came close and punched Brother Quan twice. Several teeth fell to the ground. Blood flowed from Brother Quan's mouth. I'm asking you once more, are you going to say it or not? Yi Chen looked at Brother Quan with a smile, and Yi Chen's smile was like a devil's smile in Brother Quan's eyes. I really don't know about the Zhao family. Brother Quan cried and begged. Very well, since you don't know about the Zhao family, it's useless to keep you. Ji Wei, deal with him as well. Yes, boss. As he said that, a sound of a gun bolt being pulled rang out. A black hole of a gun was aimed directly at Brother Quan's forehead. Slow down. A layer of cold sweat instantly surfaced on Brother Quan's forehead. I know, you guys stop it. Oh, no again? Yi Chen, who was just about to leave, turned around with a smile on his face and said, but I have conditions. Say, if you guys promise to let me go, I'll tell you all about the Zhao family, and I still have evidence. If you guys don't promise me, I just won't tell even if I die. Quan could only fight for his life. He had previously thought that as long as he didn't say anything, these people wouldn't kill him. After all, he still had use value. But once this teenager came, he directly wanted to kill himself without asking. He was really scared. He didn't dare to bet on whether this person was telling the truth or not, especially the tactic of killing that little life earlier without hesitation. In case it came true, his own little life would definitely play out. Okay, I promise you, but what you say is going to be something painless. The consequences you know. Brother Quan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart when he heard Yi Chen promise him. I've helped the Zhao family to rob projects with dishonorable means, and I've also helped them to demolish people's houses. All the things they did, I have specialized records that can definitely be used as evidence. Originally, these evidences were the backhanders I left for myself. That is, I was afraid that the Zhao family would cross the river and tear down the bridge one day. Is that all? Yi Chen continued to ask. These evidences were fine, but they weren't enough. There are also some videos of Zhao Qifeng forcefully robbing women. There's also the account book of the Zhao family accepting bribes. Gu, you know quite a bit here. Alright, where is the evidence? Yi Chen pursued. In my family's safe. Since he had already said it all, Brother Quan wasn't holding back. He only wanted to get a life back. Yi Chen turned towards Zhou Jiwei and said, have the people who are in Hangzhou go to his house and pick up those things. After Zhou Jiwei left, Yi Chen found a chair and sat there quietly. As time passed, 10 minutes later, Zhou Jiwei's phone rang. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jiwei came to Yi Chen and said, boss, the things have all been found. Has it been sent over? Sent it over. Zhou Jiwei handed her cell phone to Yi Chen. Yi Chen opened the file and started browsing through it, looking at the action movie of Zhao Qifeng and the woman in the video. He couldn't help but TSK. This doesn't work either. Foreplay plus the process. The total added up to less than 10 minutes? Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei directly skimmed their heads when they saw the images in the video. They felt that Yi Chen was a bit perverted. What was there to see in this thing? Alright, there's no problem with the stuff. Just these things are enough to break the Zhao family. This side of Yi Chen's words fell. On the other side, Zhou Jiwei carried her pistol to Quan, and without saying anything, she directly hooked the trigger. Bang! A robbing eye flowing with blood surfaced in Brother Quan's head. Even after his death, Brother Quan's eyes were still filled with incomprehension and doubt. Yi Chen looked at Brother Quan's slowly fading vitality and faintly said, I promised you. They didn't promise you. Oh. Chapter 66 Yi Chen's troublesome operation. Du Rufeng was dumbfounded. Third shift. Outside the factory, it was unknown when the vehicles were parked. A man in a black suit with a cold look stood there with his hands behind his back. Du Rufeng had a head of silver hair, which was also so dazzling at night. The car door opened. First, a dragon head walking stick appeared in front of everyone's eyes, followed by a pair of feet falling down. Boss, the other party doesn't know what kind of trickery they're playing. Why don't I lead the people to go straight in and snatch the young master back? A scar-faced stout man said in a cold voice. Du Rufeng snorted coldly. If you have that ability, do you still need me to come? Are you able to beat Tang Yi or Zhou Jiwei? Hearing his boss say that, the scar on Blood Eagle's face twitched a bit and didn't dare to speak anymore. If he was facing someone else, he might have dared to blow a little. But thinking about Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei's pair of perverted women, he was truly fearful from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, he was Du Rufeng's most capable henchman, and also had the best hands. Back when he started out, one man and one sword exterminated an enemy's hall. When he was at his peak, Tang Yi came out of nowhere. The two had fought in a field. Unfortunately, in 10 moves, only 10 moves, he was beaten with only the power of defense and no ability to fight back. In the end, his face was slashed by Tang Yi, and to this day, on stormy days, he felt his face stinging and scratching, so that he could never forget that shame. Later on, after Tang Yi had his own hall, he rarely struck out. During that time, the Du family and Tang Yi had also had many conflicts. In one of the most important field fights, Blood Eagle originally thought that Tang Yi did not come. He was 9 out of 10. Who knew that there was another Zhou Jiwei? Obviously looks like a little lowly, but raw and fierce mess. Beat himself almost cannot find the north. With 100 people passed, only more than 10 people escaped back. The rest either went into the hospital or were broken up. The reputation of the Blood Eagle in the Magic City Road directly fell. It even became the joke of many people after dinner. But even if he had a great deal of hatred, he didn't dare to seek revenge on Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei. Alright, let's go in. Du Rufeng also knew the grievances of this beloved general of his, and didn't say any more. Creak. the door of the factory was slowly pulled open, only to see more than a dozen people lined up inside the factory. Originally, I thought that today would be a big scene. I didn't realize that there were only a few people on Tang Yi's side. Then isn't it a bit trivial to bring hundreds of people over yourself? If word got out, people would laugh at him. He, Du Rufeng, had roamed the magic city for decades, but he was so timid. At this moment, Yi Chen was smilingly sitting on a chair, with the humiliated Du Qi under his feet. Beside him stood Zhou Jiwei and Tang Yi, surrounded by Zhang Feng and his men, and behind them, there was a body tied up that had already cooled down. Inside the large factory building, it surprisingly looked a bit eerie. Du Rufeng and Yi Chen's gazes met. A smile surfaced at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. You are Du Rufeng? Du Rufeng looked at the teenager with a gloomy expression. Although this teenager wasn't very old, he didn't underestimate him a bit. To be able to make the two individuals, Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei, treat them so respectfully, this teenager was definitely not an ordinary person. Didn't you ask me to come and collect the people? I'm here. Du Rufeng stepped into the plant and said in a deep voice, well, it's worthy of being a member of the Du family. A little bit of courage, but it's just that there are quite a lot of people with you. A little bit of a small family. Hearing Yi Chen's words, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Du Rufeng's face. Alright, cut the crap. How can you release my grandson? The dragon-head walking stick heavily stuttered on the ground. Du Rufeng said in a cold voice, simple. If you promise me one condition, I will release this trash. What condition? Du Rufeng said in a deep voice, I want all of your Du family's properties. What? When Du Rufeng heard Yi Chen's words, his complexion instantly changed. This person was crazy, right? With just one word from you, you want my Du family's 100 years of foundation? Kid, aren't you afraid of bracing yourself to death? Truly the heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. On what basis do you want all of my Du family's industry? Yi Chen smiled faintly. On what basis? Of course it's based on your and your grandson's lives. Could there be anything more valuable than your and your grandson's lives? As Yi Chen's words fell, the Blood Eagle and his men beside Du Rufeng were on alert. Their eyes swept around, fearing that there were other people hidden here. But no matter how they searched, they did not find any hidden enemies. Du Rufeng said in a cold voice, Kid, I don't care what kind of trickery you're pulling here. I'll just tell you that today, you have to let people go even if you release them, and you have to let them go even if you don't. Otherwise you may not be able to walk out of here. Yi Chen laughed, leaning on the chair, his body slowly leaned forward. Is that so? As the words fell, Zhou Jiwei and the others pulled out pistols from their arms, and Du Rufeng's side was also prepared, pulling out guns one after another. The atmosphere became more and more gloomy for a while. Compared to people, there are more people on my side, and compared to weapons, there are also more on my side. I don't know where you get your backbone from. Taking a look at the situation between the two sides, Du Rufeng said disdainfully. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, the advantage is still with you guys. However, if you guys don't put down your guns, I won't guarantee his life. The palms of his feet slightly exerted force, and cracking sounds came from the bones on Du Qi's body, accompanied by Du Qi's miserable screams. It made Du Rufeng's heart anxious. What the hell do you want? Du Rufeng shouted angrily. As I said, I want all of your Du family's properties. Impossible. Asking for all of my Du family's properties is equivalent to asking for my Du family's life. I am not going to agree to that. Then there is no way to talk about it. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. As his words fell, outside the factory, a burst of engine roars suddenly sounded. A lane of headlights lit up in the distance. It was unknown how many people and cars had come. By the time those cars came close, everyone's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Originally, they thought that these people would be Yi Chen's people, but those who got out of the cars were actually the troops. A pair of straight long legs stepped down from a Humvee. Qin Yao was wearing a combat uniform and said indifferently, everyone is not allowed to move. I've received information that there are people here who are plotting to riot and want to affect the country's security. Anyone who resists is considered treasonous and will be shot on the spot. To be honest, if it was a gangster firefight, these punks were not afraid. But who are they facing now? It's the ING state apparatus. What kind of airplane is this? Look at their equipment. Even if they really fight, it is estimated that they will be able to solve them all in a few minutes. Inside a sports car in the distance, Qin Yu and Lu Xiao are sitting inside. Holy, big scene. Sister Yao is so domineering, Lu Xiao said excitedly. Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't get excited. Based on 6. My sister's domineering is more than that. You will see more in the future. Everyone inside listen. Immediately raise your hands and kneel down to surrender. Otherwise suffer the consequences. No one had expected that Yi Chen had informed the Qin family at some point and got the troops to help. Du Rufeng also didn't expect Yi Chen's tawdry maneuver. Kid, are you crazy? Aren't you losing both? Don't forget that your men are holding guns in their hands as well. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. What they are holding are toy guns, haha. As Yi Chen's words fell, Zhang Feng directly hooked the trigger and a plastic bullet flew 2 meters away and landed on the ground. It turned out that before Du Ruffing came, Yi Chen let Zhang Feng and the others dispose of the real guns. The reason for using fake guns was to stabilize the situation first and wait for Qin Yao's support to arrive. Just kidding, he wouldn't have a firefight with Du Ruffing. There are resources that are not utilized. Like a little cutie. Like a real fight with you? Just based on the crime of gun possession. And in such a large amount, it would be enough for the Du family to drink a pot of water. Chapter 67, turns out Du Ruffing is also an old 6. Damn, little redneck, shady us. Blood Eagle couldn't tense up, listening to the shouts of the officers outside. He couldn't wait to eat Yi Chen alive. Yi Chen, you're too unruly. Jianghu matters Jianghu now. You're now uniting the troops to screw me. What does that count as? Du Ruffing paused his walking stick. His angry face turned blue as he drank and asked. Yi Chen stepped on Duchi with his foot and laughed lightly. Hey, now it's a society of rule of law. Talk to be responsible. I can never admit that I'm a triad society from the beginning to the end. I am a serious businessman. Normal taxpayer. Now it's you who come to me with people and guns. If I don't call the police, am I waiting to die? Asterisk. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Blood Eagle was even more furious. Are you calling the police? You damn it, this is a direct pass to the sky. This is even more serious than calling the police. Damn. Little redneck, give me death. Now the Blood Eagle is also broken. This time into the estimate want to come out again will be difficult. With a pistol in his hand, he was about to kill Yi Chen first. Don't be impulsive. Seeing this scene, Du Ruffing's color changed greatly. Who was Yi Chen? Wouldn't killing him turn the sky upside down? Not to mention their Du family. Even those top families in Kyoto would have to be uprooted. There was even no possibility of turning over. But the Blood Eagle had already lost his mind. Just at this moment, a shocking gunshot, outside the factory building. A long-range sniper bullet broke the window and entered. It directly blew the Blood Eagle's palm with its arm into a bloody mist. Asterisk. Seeing this scene, even Yi Chen couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. It was simply too bloody. It's a Barrett. It looks like the range is over 1,000 meters or more. The person who shot it is an expert. Zhou Jiwei instantly blocked in front of Yi Chen. Her expression alert, her eyes looking in the direction where the bullets came from. Tang Yi said in a deep voice, stand back. If it's really Barrett, even if you block in front of the boss, it won't help. Zhou Jiwei thought for a moment and slowly retreated. Indeed, as Tang Yi said, if the person who fired the gun really used a Barrett, not to mention her blocking in front of Yi Chen, even if she used a steel plate in front of her, it wouldn't help. On the other hand, on a hilltop a kilometer away from the plant, a cold man wearing camouflage clothing, hidden in the darkness, holding a Barrett lying on the ground motionless. Beside him an observer holding night vision binoculars was watching every move inside the factory building. Beautiful. Old 6. The observer couldn't help but praise the Blood Eagle's arm that was holding the gun when he saw a shot that blew it away. While the sniper said in a cold voice, I said, don't call me Old 6 again. Old 6. I said, why don't you like this name? I feel it suits you. Observer joked. I said, don't you ever call me Old 6 again. The sniper took a deep breath as if he was trying his best to hold back. Fine. If you won't let me call me Old 6, I'll just stop. And inside the factory building, as Blood Eagle's arm was exploded, everyone looked fearful and surrounded Du Ruffing in a circle, looking around vigilantly. Blood Eagle had long since fainted due to the intense pain. Outside, Qin Yao, who was commanding his men, heard the Barrett's gunshot and knew that something had happened inside. Team 1 prepare for action. Team 2 cover. Team 3 is responsible for protecting the hostages. Yes, soldiers take obeying orders as their natural duty. As Qin Yao's order was issued, instantly those soldiers took action. The battle was soon over. Those from the Du family itself gave up the idea of resistance when they saw the troops coming. 30 seconds later, the factory door was violently broken open. Teams of soldiers rushed in and surrounded Du Ruffing and the others in droves. The sound of military boots stomping on the ground rang out. Qin Yao, who had a heroic face and long legs, walked in, reporting to the chief. A total of 112 criminals have all been captured, an officer reported. Qin Yao nodded slightly, take them all away. And while Qin Yao's side was capturing Du Ruffing, another vehicle drove up in the distance. Sirens sounded. The head of the Magic City Police Bureau personally rushed over with his men. Which unit are you from? Why did I not receive notice of the operation? Tell me the number of the unit and which department it belongs to. Just after arriving, the police bureau chief exasperatedly shouted out his question. An officer stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, we're from a classified unit and have the right to be able to not prioritize local notification. We received notification from our superiors that there are armed men here, and have come to arrest them. How dare you? What secretive force? Why haven't I heard of it? I don't care what kind of secretive force you are. Now immediately, release them for me. With those words, that police station bureau chief let his men go in. However, those soldiers raised their guns and confronted them. Qin Yao, who had walked in, heard the voices outside and couldn't help but walk out with a cold expression. Coming closer, she faintly asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that Qin Yao should be the highest leader here, the police bureau chief could not help but say, "I'm the director of the Magic City Police Bureau. I received a notification that there was an armed fight here, and I came over to arrest the criminals." It turned out that this Du Ruffing was also an old six. This time, not only did he bring all of his inner circle, he even left a backhand, let his own umbrella secretly assist. If he had the upper hand, of course the umbrella wouldn't have to step in, but if Yi Chen's side gained the upper hand, let umbrella step in and directly clean up Yi Chen. It was just that he hadn't thought that Yi Chen would be able to get help from the troops. Looking at the way these soldiers were doing, and the fine equipment, it seemed very unpromising. These people were not ordinary troopers. Then please go back. The matter here is taken over by my Special Operations Brigade. Fan number. The police bureau chief did not listen to Qin Yao's words. If it was in the past, he would definitely not dare to go against the troopers. But who was the person inside? It was Du Ruffing. He hadn't had many deals with Du Ruffing over the years. Once Du Ruffing was arrested, then his future was over. Even the dealings of so many years, once it is publicized, he himself has grown wings, but it is also difficult to escape. So no matter what, Du Ruffing must be rescued today. Qin Yao originally thought that if she said the name of the Special Warfare Brigade, this police station bureau chief would be honest. Unexpectedly, he still refused to leave. "I said I'm from the Special Warfare Brigade. Do you know what you're doing now? It's interfering with our mission. I have the right to dispose of anyone who interferes with the mission. Come on people, take it down." Qin Yao didn't even bother to talk nonsense with a tiny Magic City Police Bureau chief and directly gave the order. Yes, the officer standing behind him waved his palm, and two soldiers were about to step forward. "I'll see who dares." Seeing Qin Yao come for real, the police bureau chief became even more anxious. Things had come to this, so he had to go on even if he was hard-headed. Although the consequences were serious, it was still better than Du Ruffing being arrested and himself following suit. Chapter 68. Police Station Chief Scared Away. The police station bureau chief did not allow a step and confronted him with his pistol. Qin Yao nodded. "Very well, you have a lot of guts." Saying that, Qin Yao directly pulled out her own ID and displayed it in front of the chief's eyes. "Take a good look yourself and see which force we are from." Seeing Qin Yao being so overbearing, the police station bureau chief was also a bit weak, but having come this far already, he had to hold his ground anyways. However, after seeing the name on it that seemed to be imprinted by blood, he was so scared that he almost didn't kneel on the ground. What kind of people did this Du family mess with? Isn't this stabbing the sky? Blood Red Special Forces Instructor Qin Yao. If it was just the Special Forces, it wasn't the most frightening, but the Special Forces with the word Blood Red in front, it is not simple. It was only after he climbed to his current position that he came into contact with some of the secrets. Special Forces are divided into two grades. One is the ordinary grade, just to carry out ordinary tasks, such as catching terrorists, coordinating with the large army combat, and the other was the special grade, specializing in carrying out tricky missions. For example, assassinate the leader of a country, or infiltrate the enemy to destroy the most important defense system. It can be said that the special level performs a mission of life and death. If 10 people go, one may not be able to return, but to have a person to be able to come back alive, that is all will be promoted. If disabled, they will enjoy the treatment of general level. If there is no disability, intact, will be promoted, and will issue special medals. In any place in China, any city, directly is to see the official big 3 levels. Not to mention that he is the chief of the Magic City Police Department. It is the highest leader of the City of Magic to come. Also have to be honest. Angered, a gun to kill you, but also to give you a traitor name. And there's also the right to mobilize the local armed forces at will. No need to approve a note. The document was only given to the police station bureau chief for a glance before being put away by Qin Yao. "Do you know who I am now?" Gulp. The police station bureau chief rolled his throat down schematically. No, now. I order you to evacuate with your men at once or be punished as treason." Yes, I'll leave immediately. The police bureau chief didn't even dare to hesitate, and directly left with his people in ashes. As for Lu Xiao, who was sitting in the distant car, he saw the director of the Magic City Police Department fleeing in fear at great speed. Couldn't help but wonder, "Brother Qin, what exactly is this your sister's identity? Mordor is a special class city. Even the police bureau chief of a special class city doesn't dare to mess with her?" Qin Yu shook his head. "To be honest, I don't know what my sister does in the army. I only know that her current rank is 2 bars and 4 stars. Sister Yao 2 bars and 4 stars? Lu Xiao was startled. How old was Qin Yao? Surprisingly, she was already a 2 bar 4 star, so if she went further, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. If he were to go further, he would be able to go straight to the center of power. In the center of power, you have the right to speak. And that's not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is her age. How old is Qin Yao? Just 23-4, right? It's a mirage. After the founding of the country, the youngest general was still in his 30s, and he's the grandson of a decorated general, an honor bestowed by the state. After that general, it seems that there is no exception, right? After Qin Yu knew the level of his sister, he was just as shocked as Lu Xiao. He was shocked to the core, but thinking of his old sister's fierceness, he was also frank. After the police station bureau chief left, Qin Yao turned around and returned to the plant again, listening to the sound of the police sirens outside that were gradually fading away. Du Ruffing had despaired in his heart. Still can't do it. Even his biggest umbrella had been scared away. It seemed like the Du family was in trouble. Qin Yao, who walked in, did not look at Du Ruffing and the others, and came straight to Yi Chen. While looking at Qin Yao, who walked over, Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei were like enemies. This uncharacteristically beautiful woman unexpectedly gave them an extremely strong sense of crisis. They thought that they were already considered top-notch when it came to their physical skills, but this woman, however, was able to give them a strong crisis of death. Looking at Yi Chen, who was still sitting leisurely on the chair, Qin Yao said without any good humor, "You owe me a favor." Yi Chen smiled. "I'm sorry, I was the one who notified Elder Qin, so this favor is what I owe Elder Qin." "You?" Qin Yao's phoenix eyes glared in anger, but thinking about what Yi Chen said, she was right. She was ordered by her grandfather to come and help Yi Chen. It didn't seem like Yi Chen had sought her out. "No matter who you owe my Qin family anyway. What to do with it?" Qin Yao didn't continue to argue with Yi Chen and directly asked towards how to deal with it next. "You take away the others, and Du Ruffing stays for me." "Good." After saying her words, Qin Yao directly took away the rest of the people without any delay, leaving only Du Ruffing behind. After Qin Yao left, Tang Yi couldn't help but frown and said, Wei Wei, if it's you against it, what are the chances of winning?" Zhou Jiwei said with a bitter smile, "Big sister, to be honest, my chances of winning are no more than 10%. So low?" Tang Yi was slightly surprised. One had to know that Zhou Jiwei was undefeated in underground black boxing matches. Surprisingly, she didn't even have a 10% chance of winning? Zhou Jiwei nodded. "Yes, big sister." Looking at his walking posture, his lower body should be very stable, and he's from the army. What he learns should all be military boxing, but the army is about killing the enemy in one hit, although it's similar to what I've learned. But many forbidden arts are only available to the troops. I don't dare to guarantee that when we fight, those deadly moves I can block. "Forbidden arts?" Tang Yi said doubtfully. Yi Chen was also somewhat interested. How mysterious were the troops? Zhou Jiwei thought for a while and said, "I used to have an opponent when I used to box. He said that he was the one who came out of it, and had once learned the Black Dragon 18 hands, but what he learned was just the skin of the game. He said that the real essence is only qualified to be practiced by the mystic force." On the other hand, looking at the empty plant, with no one around him anymore, Du Ruffing had a bitter look on his face. "What exactly do you want?" Yi Chen said with a smile, "I've already told you my requirements." "Fine, I promise you, but I have one request." Du Ruffing knew that after tonight passed, there would be no more Du family in the Magic City. All his close friends had been captured, and he no longer had the capital to continue fighting with Yi Chen. Even if he escaped today, he would still end up dying. It would be better to use his own industry to negotiate a deal with Yi Chen. After all, the industries were all under his name, and it would never be easy for Yi Chen to forcibly seize them. "Okay, say it." Yi Chen directly kicked Du Qi to Du Rufing's feet. "It was useless to keep this waste now. Leave a queen for my Du family." Du Rufing's voice was hoarse. "Yes." Yi Chen nodded and stood up. "All right, Mr. Tang, I'll leave the next thing to you. Let him sign all the formalities." Coming outside, before getting into the car, Tang Yi asked, "Boss, cut off the roots." Yi Chen smiled meaningfully. "General Manager Tang, I said I'll leave everything to you. I only need the Du family's industry." Chapter 69, The Mysterious Blood Red Special Operations Brigade. After explaining to Tang Yi, Yi Chen directly drove his car to leave the plant. However, just after leaving the gate, he saw a teenager on the side of the road waving at him. Brother Yi, what about this?" Qin Yu directly got down from Lu Zhao's car and greeted Yi Chen after seeing that things were all settled. The car slowly came closer, and Yi Chen was puzzled. "You are? Brother Yi, it's me, Qin Yu." Yi Chen reacted. This should be his indisputable grandson that Qin Lao told himself about. When he sought help from Old Qin earlier, Old Qin had told him about it. His grandchildren were all in Magic City. That mysterious officer was Qin Yao, Qin Lao's granddaughter. and this teenager should be Chinyu. Well, hello, Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Chinyu was not polite and directly pulled open the passenger door and sat on it. I say brother Yi, my sister and I came to Magic City. You as the landlord don't make any arrangements? Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. No problem, I'll arrange it now. Speaking of which, I'm still thankful to you and Miss Chin today. Otherwise these troubles are really not easy to solve. Ha ha, brother Yi is righteous. Then my oldest brother will not be polite. As Chinyu spoke, Lu Xiao stood in the distance watching blearily. Lu Xiao already knew Yi Chen's identity and wanted to get to know him very much, although his identity was not low. In Jiangxia province, he could be said to be the number one son, but it was only Jiangxia province. There were many people with higher status than him in the whole of China. If there was an opportunity to make friends with someone with a higher status than him, he certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. Seeing Lu Xiao who was standing there blearily, Chinyu could not help but return his hand. Lu Xiao instantly ran over with a smile on his face. Brother Chin. Chinyu pointed at Yi Chen and said, call brother Yi. Good day brother Yi. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and didn't dare to put on his own cocky demeanor in the slightest. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Hello, brother Yi, this is my little brother Lu Xiao. His family's old man is a first-ranking official in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this teenager's family was the first family in Jiangxia province. Little Lu Ah. Yi Chen said that he will arrange it later. Then thank you brother Yi. Lu Xiao hurriedly thanked. Alright, I'll find someone to arrange it now. Yi Chen directly took out his phone and called Wu Yuan, the general manager of the National Gold Center. Hello, boss. Although it was almost midnight, when Yi Chen's call went through, Wu Yuan could always pick up as fast as he could. Sometimes Yi Chen felt as if Wu Yuan had been waiting by the phone. Now that Tang Yi was handling the follow-up matters of the Du family for herself, she could only look for Wu Yuan. Thinking about this, Yi Chen felt the need to find an assistant or secretary. He couldn't just look for Tang Yi and Wu Yuan for everything. At least the two of them were general managers and had a lot of things to deal with, so he could just let them run errands if he had something to do. General Manager Wu, I have 2 friends coming over from out of town, so arrange something for me. Okay boss. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yuan hurriedly opened his address book and found a phone number to call. Hey, old son, don't say I won't help you. My boss is arranging a dinner for his friends. I'm going to book a table at your place. What? Are you serious? Mr. Wu. A middle-aged man's excited voice rang out on the phone. Of course he knew Wu Yuan's identity, and who else could Wu Yuan's boss be? The chairman of the National Gold Center. No problem, don't worry Mr. Wu, I will definitely arrange it properly. Well, that's fine, I will go to your side now. Hanging up the phone, Wu Yuan called to inform Yi Chen of the location of the hotel, and then hurriedly dressed to rush to the hotel. It's so late, what are you doing to go? Wu Yuan's wife asked with a frown of dissatisfaction. Wu Yuan said, boss has someone to receive tonight. I have to go over and make arrangements. Boss, it's either the company or the boss all day long. Can you stop and stay home with me? Wu Yuan sighed and went forward to give his wife a kiss on her forehead. Wife, I also want to settle down, but I can't help it. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today step by step, and the new boss now has a very unusual identity. With good company maybe I'll have a better future. Don't you want to live a better life in the future? But with your present status and position, what better development do you need? The position of the general manager of the National Gold Center. Can't it satisfy you? Wu Yuan laughed bitterly. Wife, you don't understand. The current position is indeed enough, but have you thought about it? Even if I don't want to climb higher, then I have to be able to keep my current position. What if one day I can't even keep my position? For his wife, Wu Yuan does have a lot of shortcomings. Young in order to fight. Every day is not in the company busy until late. Is to come home to eat and sleep. People from nothing to accompany themselves over. Has been able to afford their own. The wife is not unintelligent. Just now those words are just venting some dissatisfaction. After being kissed by Wu Yuan, the dissatisfaction had subsided by a large margin. Alright, got it. Go quickly. Don't keep your boss waiting. Wu Yuan knew that his wife had already unraveled her heart, and couldn't help but nod his head. Okay wife. After saying his words, he came downstairs to the garage and drove away. On the other side, after Yi Chen received Wu Yuan's notification, he couldn't help but turn towards Chinyu and Lu Xiao. Marriott International Hotel. Okay Xiao Lu, let's go. Yi Chen looked at Chinyu who stepped out of the car and couldn't help but wonder. You're not coming with me? He thought Chinyu would take his car to go to the hotel, but he didn't expect to get off. Of course I want to such a good sports car. I still want to sit for a while longer, but you have to go pick up my old sister first. Your sister is also going? Yi Chen's mind flashed to Qingyao who was earlier in his special warfare suit, and he couldn't help but feel that this woman was not a good person to get along with. Sometimes it was like this. Both sides were domineering people, and if they stayed together, there would definitely be less conflict, both wanting to pin down the other. Well, my sister but greeted. I don't dare to go against her. If she knows that we didn't bring her to dinner today, I'll be killed. Yi-chen couldn't help but feel amused and couldn't help but say, okay, where is your sister? I'll go pick her up. I'll give you the phone, brother Yi, you ask yourself. With that, Xin Yu gave Yi-chen a phone number, turned around and drove away with Lu Xiao. Glancing at the number, Yi-chen directly called it, but when the call was connected, it was surprisingly hidden. This secrecy measure can be hello, which one? An indifferent woman's voice came from the phone. Hello, MS. Xin, is it? I'm Yi-chen. Your brother asked me to pick you up and take you over for dinner. I'll send you the location. You can come over directly. The phone hung up, and then an encrypted text message was sent over. What the hell? Looking at the text message with only an arrow on it, Yi-chen got a little curious. However, as the car started, the arrow was changing along with it. At every intersection the arrow would guide the direction in advance. Without realizing it, he unexpectedly came to the outskirts of Magic City, surrounded by forested hills with trees covering a darkness. On a tree, a man hidden in the darkness, binoculars in hand. Target spotted. Boss, the target has appeared. Should we say hello? Of course we should. Let's see what qualifications this kid has to make the instructor call us over from the base overnight. Okay boss, I know. Don't play too much. After all, we still have to look at the instructor's face. A teasing voice came from the radio headset. Don't worry, there's a measure. Can't play badly. Chapter 70, then I'll have a good time with you guys. Inside a campground, Xinyao crossed her arms and leaned on her delicate chin as she sat there quietly, looking at the computer in front of her. At this moment, on the computer, Yi-chen's screen was being displayed. Only Yi-chen was seen boredly relying on the body of the Pagani, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Instructor, is this the kid? He's quite handsome, but this weak physique, it's a bit of a no-no. A man wearing a combat uniform said with a TSK. Xinyao's eyes narrowed slightly and did not speak. In her mind, she recalled when she was a child, the situation when her grandfather and that kindly old man were sitting together drinking tea. She had vaguely heard the two of them talking about the marriage union. Although she was still young at the time, she remembered that incident vividly. She also knew that no matter how hard she tried, sooner or later she would be married off by her family. Although she couldn't change that fact, she had the right to pick. From today's initial meeting, Yi-chen's performance was not bad. There was that strong demeanor of a man who didn't change his face in front of Tarzan, but there was still a need to test it out. Moreover, Yi-chen's identity made her a bit dissatisfied. She thought that the person she would marry in the future would not be a strong man, but would also be someone who took the political route and would enter the center of power in the future. But she didn't expect that the person her grandfather had internalized for her would be a person of the underworld. From the means used to deal with the Du family today, Xinyao could tell that Yi-chen was definitely a sinister person. The means were a little too dishonorable for a full old six. Although Yi-chen's white channel status wasn't bad, being the boss of Financial Street, holding the economic lifelines of China, and the area that the Qin family needed the most, but it still made her a little upset. What she liked was a strong person, not an old sixth. It was also true that as Xinyao thought, what the Qin family lacked the most was support from the business sector. Elder Qin was in charge of the military, and the family was not prosperous. There were those in the sideline who were in business, but compared to the other three great families, in terms of business, it was a world of difference, simply unable to meet the Qin family's consumption. And nowadays, society is a capital era. Without the support of the commercial aspect, it is very difficult for the Qin family to carry out some things, and at this moment, there was already a change in the picture. Yi-chen, who was leaning against the car, suddenly felt discomfort coming from his brow, and a sense of crisis spread throughout his body. Ever since his body had been strengthened, his five senses had been enhanced by an unknown number of times. In terms of perception, it could be said that no one could compare to him. When a person stood in front of him, he was even able to sense whether that person was dangerous to him or not. Yi-chen didn't move and threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. Turning around, he extinguished the car lights, and instantly the profound path was plunged into darkness. Ha! The person in the distance who was holding a sniper rifle and observing Yi-chen through the sniper scope couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Kind of interesting. After that person was surprised for a moment, he once again looked at Yi-chen's place through the sniper scope. However, the place where Yi-chen was just now was surprisingly empty. How is that possible? No, the person disappeared. That sniper suddenly notified into the radio headset. Hey, old six, you're not kidding. Someone can actually disappear from your lock? This person with the sniper rifle was the same person who had earlier, in the factory building, exploded the Blood Eagle's arm with a single shot from a Barrett. No joke. that person did get out of my control, Old Six said with a grave expression. In the radio headset, the team members heard Old Six's words and also all put away their contempt. And inside the camp, Qin Yao, who had been observing Yi Chen's situation, suddenly stood up. What's wrong, instructor? The officer beside her who had been talking about Yi Chen earlier was puzzled. Did you see how Yi Chen disappeared? Qin Yao said with a gloomy expression. The man frowned. Instructor, I really didn't see it. Just now when the lights went out, there was no more than 2 seconds of darkness. By the time the surveillance resumed its night vision function, Yi Chen was no longer in the surveillance. But this is simply impossible. Even if it's the fastest member of our team, there's no way he could have escaped Old Six's lock and surveillance in 2 seconds. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem with this person. Thinking of this, the officer couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Instructor, he shouldn't be. Shut up. As a soldier, do you still need to be superstitious? There's no such thing as ghosts in the world. Immediately use our highest-end instruments to find Yi Chen's whereabouts for me. Qin Yao chided and directly issued an order. Yes, instructor. That officer sent down one order after another. Instantly, the members of the Blood Red Special Combat Brigade, who were in squads of 5, were out in force. There were also drones searching around them. Not far from where Yi Chen was earlier, there was a patch of grass. Yi Chen was lying there with an unhappy face. The harassment from the mosquitoes around him made him want to stand up and drive away. When had he ever suffered this crime? But he had already guessed the source of the danger. Good you, Qin Yao. Nothing to play this kind of trick with me, right? Let's see who can play over who. Today I'll give up my life to accompany a gentleman. No, it's a woman. Suddenly Yi Chen's ears moved and heard a subtle vibration. The body moved forward a little bit, and suddenly the body was absolutely still as a drone flew overhead. Yi Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously and was in no hurry, waiting until the drone flew far away, and then moved a little bit forward again. Not for a long time. He stopped his body once again, and the sound of footsteps, slight to the extreme, came from the right rear. Holding his breath, his extremely strong physical qualities allowed him to be able to act like a dead man for the time being, not making a sound at all. The tense muscles contained a terrifying explosive power. Eldest, I say, are we making too much of a fuss? A person who hasn't received any training, we need to be so careful? Let alone that untrained guy. Even if those special operations elites from the team came over, we wouldn't need to be so careful. Old 3, don't take it lightly, just by the fact that that person could disappear under Old 6's lock. It's not something a normal person can do. Don't you understand Old 6's powers of observation? Back when I followed my instructor to secretly capture that cunning leader of the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Corps, Old 6 was able to keep an eye on him for 3 days and 3 nights without losing sight of his target. And for this person to escape Old 6's lock, he's no ordinary person. While the two were talking, they had already arrived by the grass where Yi Chen was hiding. Suddenly, Yi Chen's feet stomped violently on the ground with a terrifying explosive force, directly causing the ground to leave a huge dirt pit. Not good. As the strong wind came, the 2 members of the Blood Red Special Operations Brigade reacted at the first time. One of them took a defensive stance, while the other one turned his gun around to counterattack. To be honest, these 2 people deserved to be the elite of the special elite, just based on this reaction power. Those ordinary special forces would never be able to do it. One should know that Yi Chen's speed was more than 10 times beyond that of a normal person. If an ordinary person's agility was 10, then Yi Chen's agility would have to reach over 100. In the case of an ordinary person, with Yi Chen's speed, he would probably be taken down before he could even turn around. But these 2, surprisingly, were able to react in a split second, with one person defending and the other counterattacking. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's speed was too fast. From rushing out, to striking at the 2 men, it only took 0 seconds. Bang! The terrifying force instantly slammed into the Old 3 who turned around with the gun. The tremendous force caused the Old 3 to almost faint. Holy! Lao San's body solidly crashed into a large tree. His eyes had golden stars flashing as a wave of dizziness came over him. As for Lao Er, while Lao San flew out, he had already drawn his dagger and stabbed towards Yi Chen. Too slow. Yi Chen sneered coldly. Although he hadn't learned any martial arts, his reflexes were there. It was as if a human's movements were in the eyes of a cat. It was constantly being slowed down. Just by taking a step back, he was able to dodge Lao Er's attack by a fraction of a second. Chapter 71, Terrifying Yi Chen. As the dagger narrowly missed the front of his throat, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved as he struck out like electricity, instantly grabbing the Old Second's arm. The moment his arm was grabbed, the Old Second's complexion changed drastically. In his senses, it was as if his arm was locked by a pair of iron pincers. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't move. The strength is also a bit worse. Yi Chen in front of him had a playful face. Seeing this scene, a sense of humiliation arose in the old man's heart. To think that he was an elite among the elite of the special forces, when placed outside, He was at the level of a soldier king. To be underestimated by an ordinary person who hadn't received any training, how could this make him suffer? The exchange between the two sides was only in a flash of lightning. From Yi Chen rushing out, to crashing into Lao San, Lao Er waving his dagger to counterattack, and then his arm being grabbed. It was only within a few seconds, but the process was thrilling. Any part of the process that Yi Chen had not handled well, he was afraid that he would have been defeated. The oldest two reacted very quickly, and after one arm was restrained, the other hand with the gun was about to be raised. Bang! Yi Chen's foot kicked out vigorously, and the machine gun in the old second's hand was instantly kicked away. But before Yi Chen had time to be happy, he saw Lao Er quickly touching his waist and a pistol appeared in his hand. With his heel raised, the pistol gently rubbed at the heel of his shoe, completing the action of loading the pistol with one hand. This set of movements could be said to be done in a single motion. Very beautiful. Facing the black hole of the gun, Yi Chen's head was slightly tilted, and he instantly slammed up against the body. Bang! Lao Er's stance was already very strong, even in the eyes of a professional, absolutely flawless. But Yi Chen's reaction was simply too fast, so fast that it was no longer human-like. It was as if his chest had been hit by a high-speed sedan, and the second finally knew how the third felt. That kind of feeling simply had the urge to make one pass out. However, the members who could enter the blood-red special operations team all had a tough willpower, forcibly enduring the feeling of dizziness. Lao Er wanted to fight back again. Yi Chen also showed no mercy, pulling the arm of the oldest two that he had grabbed. His strength spewed out, and he came back with an over-the-shoulder slam. Bang! The body made hard contact with the ground, and Lao Er completely lost consciousness. And in the distance, Lao San shook his head, struggling to stand up, wanting to go help his comrade. Unfortunately, when he was in his prime, he was still not Yi Chen's opponent, let alone in this state now, only to see a figure quickly rushing in, flying knee in the air, thumping against the oldest three's chest. The tree behind him shook gently, and the old man followed suit and fainted with a loud bang. Yi Chen smiled and pulled out the belts of the two people, tying them to the tree. Not long after, the two people woke up, saw the situation in front of them and struggled angrily. Yi Chen stood there and said, "According to the rules, you guys have been killed in action now. Please also respect your military quality. Kid, it's us who underestimated you." The oldest two calmed down. It was indeed as Yi Chen said. If they were on the battlefield, they would have already been killed in action. Yi Chen shook his head. Even if you guys don't underestimate, the result will be the same. While speaking, Yi Chen walked up and took off the radio headset from the two people's ears. Just as he put on the headset, he heard a man's voice coming from inside. "Lao Er, Lao San, please answer when you hear me." Calling Lao Er, Lao San. Hearing no reply, the man added, "Immediately locate Lao Er and Lao San's position." Listening to the voice in the radio headset, Yi Chen faintly smiled. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's ears slightly twitched, and without any nonsense, he instantly ran towards the distant dense forest. "Found it! The person is here." Suddenly a voice came from the headset. It turned out to be a drone flying over. At this time, the drone even had a thermal camera on it. Because the drone couldn't find Yi Chen's position, Xin Yao used the thermal camera. With the thermal imaging camera, not to mention Yi Chen, even an ant could not escape the drone's search. The special operations squad consisted of a total of 5 people. They were the captain, machine gunner, blaster, sniper, and scout. And the second is the scout and the third is the machine gunner. It could be said that the two were the most important people in the squad, just that no one expected that the two most important people would be solved. A sound of footsteps came and 2 figures appeared. One person had a cold look and wore a combat uniform with a tall and thin figure. The other had a sturdy figure and was covered in ammunition. It was none other than the oldest captain and the oldest blaster in the squad. "What's wrong with you guys?" Old 4 held a smile in his heart as he walked up and asked. "Cut the crap, don't hurry up and untie us." Lao Er and Lao San felt their faces burning hot at this time. It was too humiliating. The hallowed special warfare elite was tied to a tree, and still, 2 people were tied together. However, the oldest was very calm. "What the hell is going on?" The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 looked at each other. The 2 of them had a bitter smile on their faces, and finally the oldest 2 said, "Captain, to be honest, we might have met a tough opponent this time. That person is too perverted. Just by body slamming us, we lost the ability to resist." "Really that strong?" The burly blaster, Old 4, said with an excited expression. "Old 4, don't be gullible. Since Old 2 and Old 3 said so, that kid is definitely not simple. I know boss, but I really want to meet him for a while now." Just as he was speaking, suddenly the captain's complexion changed. "Not good." Old 6, the crowd also instantly reacted. If that person was really so powerful, then wouldn't Old 6, who was left alone, be in danger? Old 6 was actually the Old 5 among them. it was just that as snipers, they all liked to call him Old Six. After all, snipers are oldien than well, up so a nickname. In fact, the Old Six have been around them, only hidden in the dark, encountered a sudden situation. At any time you can fire suppression for 4 people to solve the siege. At this time the Old Six is hiding in a tree, hand-holding a sniper rifle, calmly observe the comrades around. Looking for the enemy can appear at any time. I don't know when. The Old Six suddenly chilled his hair. A dagger appeared at his throat without a sound. Don't speak, you're already dead. Yi Chen's faint voice came out. Old Six slowly took off his headphones and nodded. I know. Old Six, hear me, please answer. Old Six here, please reply. Listening to the lack of sound in the radio headset, Boss and Lao Si all had a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Old Six should be planted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the pervert come from? How did he find Old Six? It should be known that among their team, Old Six might not be the strongest in terms of hands, but he was the strongest in terms of single combat ability. Whether it was the sense of counter-surveillance or the ability to hide, it was not something that the other 4 could match. Despite this, Old Six was still planted. Just how terrifying was that enemy? Actually, it wasn't their fault. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but Yi Chen's physical quality was too perverted. The system rewarded remodeling of the form had strengthened Yi Chen's body to a perverted level. The perception of the 5 senses reached a level beyond human. Yi Chen's eyes looked towards the drones in the distance, and with a turn of his eyes, he had a plan. Chapter 72, Qin Lao's recommendation. At this time within the camp's main monitor, although Qin Yao did not witness how Yi Chen defeated his own men, however, she was very shocked when she heard the reports coming back from her men. She really didn't think that Yi Chen's fine-looking skin was so powerful. Without having undergone any systematic training, he had actually defeated a special squad on his own. One must know that the 5-man squad under him had once defeated an armored division alone in a drill. Of course, it wasn't a literal frontal defeat, but a decapitation plan that was carried out by secretly killing all the heads of the armored division, and that was done by infiltrating behind enemy lines in a large-scale core battle. After that maneuver, her squad was given the title of Lone Wolf Squad. It was as brave as a lone wolf in combat. More and more, the main thing was that this squad was trained by her own hands, and the squad members were all sharp soldiers selected from various armies. The officer next to him was Qin Yao's assistant. It had also received the message. Instructor, shall we continue? Qin Yao shook her head. There's no need, although there's still no one and no. For surviving, they've already been defeated. It's just a waste of time to continue. Sooner or later, they'll be defeated by Yi Chen. Call back the drones and the team members. Okay, instructor. The officer's assistant issued the order. Although the 5-member squad was unwilling, they could only obey the order. The one who came back first was the drone, and hearing the drone's voice, the officer took a step towards the outside of the tent. Just then, a figure rushed out from the corner, and the officer was also an elite. Feeling the incoming strong wind, he instantly felt for the pistol at his waist. One arm pressed down on his hand that was pulling out the gun, and the other arm suddenly pinched his neck. With a slight force, the officer felt it difficult to breathe, and a gust of fainting sensation came. At this time, the tent was suddenly lifted open, and a long straight leg instantly kicked in. The strong wind of the leg caused a gust of airburst to appear in the air. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he let go of the officer and leaned his body back to dodge the powerful strike. Just waiting for you. It turned out that the reason why Yi Chen was able to appear here was that he had tailed the drone all the way over. The camps of special forces were very difficult to find. After all, they were special forces fighting behind enemy lines, and their anti-reconnaissance ability wasn't something to brag about. Just the place where they were stationed was not that easy to find. If it wasn't for the drone leading the way, it would have been harder than hell for Yi Chen to find this place. Qin Yao was not the least bit surprised when she missed a hit. Through the news that came back from her team members, she knew that Yi Chen was not that easy to deal with. Bang bang bang! Qin Yao unleashed a blazing attack. Fists, arms, knees, legs, every part was a weapon of attack. Even if Yi Chen blocked them all, he had to admire Qin Yao. It wasn't easy for a woman to have such a skill. Stop it! Yi Chen stopped Qin Yao, who wanted to continue her attack. Qin Yao glanced at Yi Chen and said, "What's wrong? Knowing that you're not my opponent?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Of course not. Mainly I don't like to beat women. If I continue, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my power." "You have that strength?" Qin Yao felt that she was underestimated by Yi Chen and was a bit unconvinced. "This is the face I gave to Elder Qin. If there was another person, maybe you would have ended up in a miserable situation." Yi Chen was a bit speechless when he thought about tonight's incident. It was clear that he had come to pick her up for dinner with good intentions, but he was arranged first. Qin Yao looked deeply at Yi Chen. "Okay, wait for me to change my clothes." Not continuing to argue with Yi Chen, Qin Yao directly turned around and went back inside the tent. Qin Yao, who returned to the tent, didn't rush to change her clothes, but instead edited all of Yi Chen's performances tonight and sent out the information. In the capital, inside the Qin family villa, Elder Qin's cell phone dripped twice, and after picking it up and looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but change his expression. Then he took out his cell phone and made a mysterious call. "Good day, Chief." A respectful voice came from the other side of the phone. "I'll recommend someone to you. I'll have someone send you the information in a moment." A person personally recommended by the chief? The person on the opposite side was a bit surprised. "What? You don't want the person I recommended?" Qin Lao said indifferently. "Of course not. I'm just curious as to what kind of person it should be to be personally recommended by the chief." One must know that Qin Lao was a legendary figure in the military. Back then, on the battlefield, Qin Lao had forged many glorious deeds and served in many armies. Not only did he have great achievements, but he also had a very large number of old subordinates. It is today those who hold the power of military commanders and generals. There are many people have served under Qin Lao. Qin Lao for those people is the old leader, or the kind of good leadership has had the love of care. But Qin Lao is upright. Even his own family, he will not abuse his power. Son, grandson, granddaughter, each is based on their own ability to climb up step by step. Of course, the family's promotion process. Some people, in order to flatter the Qin family, deliberately sent a favor, and is another word. Qin Lao is not so pedantic to that extent that he would let his juniors go up and down. As long as those juniors were strong enough to deserve that position, he wouldn't say anything. This person after you read the information, you will know what kind of character it is. At that time, you kid don't come to thank me. Alright, it's not early, I'm going to rest. As for how to arrange this person, you decide for yourself. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lao sighed. Old fox you made a good move to be able to cultivate such an excellent grandson. I'm not as good as you. Thinking about when in the battlefield, he was not as good as that old fox. After the founding of the country, the game of power, had thought that he had won. Didn't realize that people didn't go into politics, but they became the boss behind the financial street, holding the economic lifelines of China. Now that the younger generation of the family was still inferior to others, Qin Lao became a little disappointed. After passing back Yi Chen's information to his grandfather, Qin Yao found a set of regular clothes, and after casually changing into them, she stepped towards the outside. And in the distance, 5 people with downcast heads walked back. Seeing Yi Chen standing at the entrance of the camp, the second and third shouted, "Boss, it's him!" Yi Chen looked over at the sound. Seeing the 5 people, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Blaster old 4, hearing that it was Yi Chen who had defeated his comrade, a wave of wariness rose, his feet accelerated, and he came to its front with quick steps. "Kid, are you the one who won us with dishonorable means?" Yi Chen said with a faint smile. "What do you mean by dishonorable means? You guys shouldn't be new recruits. The rules of the battlefield should be known. The winner is the king's vassal and the loser is the enemy. There's no such thing as dishonorable or dishonorable. Defeat is defeat. Could it be that in the battlefield, you're still thinking about the enemy coming face to face with you to have a fair fight? Good. Then do you dare to fight with me?" Old 4 spoke, throwing the heavy ammunition on his body to the ground, his body gnarled with muscles. "Meaningless battles are meaningless. If there's a bet, I might be somewhat interested." "Alright, you tell me how to bet. I'll take it." Old 4 agreed without hesitation in order to fight with Yi Chen. Chapter 73 Big Brother. We invite you. It's simple. If I win, you guys will be my little brothers and recognize me as Big Brother. Yi Chen smiled faintly and spoke out the bet. However, after hearing this bet, the 5 members of the Blood Red Special Forces had some hesitation. They were serving their country, so how could they take off their uniforms to be someone else's little brother? "What about if you lose?" Old 4 gritted his teeth. "I lose?" Yi Chen blinked. "It's impossible for me to lose." With these words, he almost didn't give the 5th person a chance to pass. "Let me ask you, what if you lose?" Old 4 held back his anger and asked again. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel amused. "If I lose, you guys say what to do, okay? Good." As the words fell, Old 4 instantly launched his attack. With a height of 1 meter 9, coupled with a burly physique, launching an attack was like a speeding car, ferociously rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen moved his feet and easily dodged, but Old 4's seemingly clumsy figure reacted very quickly. As the two brushed past each other, his bushy palms violently grabbed at Yi Chen. At a glance, Old 4 was a power warrior. If he was caught by him, this fight could already be over. On the other side, Qin Yao, who had finished sending Yi Chen's message to her grandfather, walked out of the tent. Just as she stepped out of the tent, she saw Yi Chen and Old 4 fighting, and couldn't help but frown towards the adjutant. "What's going on?" The adjutant smiled bitterly and said, "Lone Wolf and the others are not convinced after losing, and they fought with Yi Chen again." Qin Yao certainly knew the arrogance of the Lone Wolf 5. Each one of them was the sharpest of the sharp soldiers, the elites selected from various armies. Ever since the five had joined the Blood Red Special Forces, they had never lost a battle, no matter if it was a maneuver or a mission. Today's defeat at the hands of an ordinary person would definitely be unconvincing. Xinyao had only briefly exchanged hands with Yi Chen just now and hadn't tested Yi Chen's exact strength, so she didn't rush to stop him. Wanting to take this opportunity to take a good look at Yi Chen's true strength, she knew that after Yi Chen's information was sent to her grandfather, he would definitely make a move. As for where Yi Chen would be recommended to, there was no telling. One must know that his grandfather loved talent very much. Letting him know about Yi Chen's talent, he would definitely try to do everything he could to get him into the army to serve his country. Just as Old Four's palm was about to grab Yi Chen, a triumphant smile appeared on everyone's face. This kid is finished. This thought rose in the hearts of the other four members of the Blood Red Special Forces. The person was caught, but no matter how hard Old Four pushed, Yi Chen's figure didn't move at all. What? The onlookers couldn't see anything, but the person in question, Old Four, looked horrified. What are you doing, Old Four? Hurry up and beat him down. Old Three shouted loudly. Boss and the others were all puzzled as well. What was wrong with Old Four today? In the past, when the army competed in martial arts, Old Four would always split the winners and losers in a single move when he captured the enemy. Why hasn't he resolved his opponent today? Yi Chen had a smile on his face. The power is a bit small. With those words, he struck out like electricity, instantly grabbing Old Four's arm in reverse. Power spewed out, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Bang! The crowd only felt that the ground shook a little bit. The strong as a bear's Old Four was even thrown on the ground by an overshoulder fall. Dazed and confused, Old Four was shocked by the powerful impact and almost fainted. Old Four! Old Four! The four members of the Blood Red Special Operations team shouted out in worry. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Yi Chen. How much terrifying power was hidden in this skinny teenager's body? How was this a human being? It was simply a devil. Xinyao's small mouth also turned into an O shape. That expression was reminiscent of a person. It just so happened that Yi Chen unintentionally saw Xinyao's expression and felt as if his fire was a little too big. Convinced? Yi Chen shook off the thoughts in his mind. This was not the place to play hooligan. If he wanted to play, he had to find a place where no one was around. Crouching down, Yi Chen asked towards Old Four, who fell on the ground. Served? Old Four shook his head a bit, sobering up a bit, although he hated to admit it, but willing to bet to lose. I lost. Yi Chen nodded and comforted. There is no shame in you losing to me. These words almost didn't make the crowd spit out a mouthful of blood in depression. What do you mean losing to you is not shameful? Losing to an untrained person like you is what's shameful, okay? Yi Chen knew what the crowd was thinking and didn't explain too much. Just kidding, he is a man with a system. Okay, it's only embarrassing if I lose to you guys. Alright, fulfill the bet. You guys call Big Brother. Although they lost, these people were also bloodthirsty men. Entering the army, they had long understood the truth that the strongest is the most respected. Yi Chen was stronger than them, and they weren't too uncomfortable. Big Brother, ha ha, good, little old brothers, since you've become my little brothers, today, Big Brother will take you to go in style. Hey, Miss Chin, give them a vacation. This is my first day as their Big Brother. I have to show it. How can we let Big Brother show? We're treating. The five people had already accepted the reality, and again, they lost convincingly, and saw that Yi Chen was so brash, by the billions of near people, and suddenly their good feelings rubbed off on them. They volunteered to invite Yi Chen. Xinyao looked at his men with an odd expression. Are they unaware of Yi Chen's identity? A meal from him might be able to eat out a year's salary for the five of you, and you dare to rob about paying the bill? Well, since Mr. Yi has spoken, let's give them a day off. But they are soldiers, even if they become your juniors, it's impossible for them to take off their uniforms to mix with you in society, so don't have this idea. Yi Chen shook his head. I know, as the patron saint of the people, I'm not selfish enough to that extent to let them serve me alone. I am treating them as brothers without any other factors involved. Good, this is what you said. I hope you do it. Xinyao really didn't want Yi Chen to take away the men she had put a lot of effort into cultivating. Moreover, with Yi Chen's sensitive identity, it was impossible for her to let these people go down that path. The people changed into their regular clothes, and $100 million sports car drove the way, followed by 2 military Hummers, and drove towards the brightly lit inner city of Magic City, Marriott International Hotel. Qin Yu and Lu Xiao had already arrived here a long time ago. Wu Yuan waited quietly at the entrance with a middle-aged man, looking in the direction of the parking lot from time to time, a look of anticipation pervading his face. However, they did not have a trace of impatience, not to mention waiting for this 1 hour, even if it was a day. They still had to wait. Brother Yu, are we going in now? Lu Xiao asked doubtfully. Qin Yu shook his head. Wait for a while, Wait until brother Yi and old sister come. Not long after, the roar of a sports car sounded and two beams of bright headlights appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Inside the parking lot, it was already full at this time, with all kinds of cars, down to 120,000, up to a few million, as if it was a small car show. As a five-star hotel, most of the people who came here to eat every day were rich, so the cars that were driven weren't cheap either. But after Yi Chen's car and the military Hummer came, all the cars paled in comparison. Chapter 74. $88 million for a meal? Coming. Wu Yuan saw the boss's exclusive car at a glance and hurriedly greeted him. The owner of the Marriott Hotel was named LV Chow, and when he heard Wu Yuan's words, he hurriedly straightened his clothes and followed him. Because there were too many cars, the crowd could not find a parking space at all. The two cars searched around, but could not find a place to park. At this time, Wu Yuan and Lu Chao walked over. Boss, here, Wu Yuan shouted as he pointed at a large empty space set aside. Hearing Wu Yuan's voice, Yi Chen waved his hand and drove over. The Hummer in the back also followed. Boss, this is the parking space that Boss Lu personally reserved for you. Wu Yuan was worthy of being someone who could sit in the position of the general manager of the National Gold Center, and he was really watertight when it came to his work. Every aspect was very well thought out. This reserved parking space was not one that could only stop one car, but had a very rich space where 5 cars side by side could stop. Good. The 2 cars stopped successively. Wu Yuan personally pulled open the car door for Yi Chen. The co-pilot Qin Yao also walked down. Seeing Qin Yao's stunning face, Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the boss was followed by beautiful women. The one from last time, and this one this time, each one of them was a scourge of the country. At this time, they also noticed the military Hummer that came with Yi Chen. Especially after Lone Wolf and the other 5 people stepped out of the vehicle, they only felt an air of irony come over them. In their hearts, they knew that these 5 people were definitely from the army, and they were also very powerful characters in the army. Just how deep was the boss's background? Not only was he rich and powerful, but he also had such a deep connection with the troops. It seemed that his choice was not wrong. As long as he firmly held on to the boss's thighs, he would definitely be able to have greater development in the future. Because of the previous jungle battle, Yi Chen's clothes were also a little dirty. After getting off the car, he directly took off his jacket and casually threw it to Wu Yuan. Mr. Wu, is everything ready? Wu Yuan hurriedly replied. Boss, it's all ready. Top VIP hall. Yi Chen nodded slightly and greeted the crowd. Let's go, brothers. Although Lone Wolf and the others were all the ace of the force, they had rarely been in and out of this kind of big hotel. It could be said that it wasn't rarely, it was that they hadn't come to this kind of upscale place at all, and this was the first time. After all, before joining the army, each of them was an ordinary family's son, and after joining the army, they had been living in the army. Later on, they were selected to enter the Blood Red Special Warfare Team, which was usually a high-intensity training, not to mention exercises and missions. There was also no chance to come out in style. While walking, Lu Chao kept giving Wu Yuan a wink, meaning for him to introduce him. Wu Yuan just gave him a look back, meaning that you should not be in a hurry. Now is not a good time to introduce. And Wu Yuan knows, is now forcibly introduced, to the status of the boss. May not give a damn you, at most salty answer, then you are more embarrassed. It is better to find a suitable opportunity to introduce, so that the boss can also have a deeper impression on you. Lu Chao also knew that he was a bit hasty, suppressed the urgency in his heart and followed Wu Yuan. Brother Yi, you guys are finally here. Good day, old sister. Qin Yu and Lu Xiao greeted him, first greeting Yi Chen, then hurriedly talking to Qin Yao. He didn't dare to leave his old sister out in the cold for fear of getting beaten up. Although Qin Yao was usually strict, she still gave her brother face on such occasions and didn't say anything. Just after walking into the hotel lobby, the Golden Hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Chen and Qin Yu and the others did not have any reaction. The Lone Wolf 5, however, could not help but marvel. This is a 5-star hotel. This decoration, it's really nice. The 5 people's marveling drew many side glances from people passing by. After all, the people who could come here were all rich and well informed, and they rarely saw anyone come here to make a fuss. The 5 people also knew that they were acting a bit too low, and hurriedly shut up in embarrassment. Yi Chen said, Mr. Wu, my brothers are not used to drinking foreign wines, so don't fix those whatever red wines today. Fix some good wines from our country. Okay, boss. Wu Yuan hurriedly agreed. By the way, boss, this is the boss of this hotel, my good friend LV Chow. He heard that you are here. He strongly requested to pick you up at the door. Today's banquet is all arranged by him. Yi Chen heard Wu Yuan introduce LV Chow and guessed what Wu Yuan was thinking. He couldn't help but smile and said, Hello, boss LV. He stretched out his hand and gently shook LV Chow's hand. At this moment, LV Chow's heart could not be more excited. The chairman of the National Gold Center had actually shaken his hand. If this was spread out, he didn't know how many people would come to his hotel to support him, although he knew that he didn't have any relationship with Yi Chen at all, and was only saying something to himself for the sake of Wu Yuan's face. But if others didn't know, they would think that he had a relationship with the chairman of the IFC. Those who wanted to know the chairman of the IFC would definitely come here to flatter him. This is an invisible networking resource. Don't worry, Yi Dong. Today I guarantee that you and your friends will have a good meal, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Good, then I can wait and see. Yi Dong, upstairs please. Saying that, Lu Chao personally did the job of welcoming the guests and pressed the lighted elevator for Yi Chen and the others, all the way to the special VIP hall on the top floor. The double opening doors of the private room were very grand. Coming here was like entering the palace. The doors opened and the spacious private room was a sight to behold. There were various artificial scenery at the corners, artificially created bridges and water, and small fish ponds and so on. The shelves around the side had all kinds of artifacts that cost a lot of money. Although those artifacts were not antiques, the market price was around $10,000 each. This shows how much effort has been spent on just this private room. It was worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The huge dining table could seat 50 people. Of course, this kind of private room would rarely have so many people. It was just a matter of putting out the row. Which boss came here? Couldn't possibly sit crowded. Yi Chen sat on the main seat, invited everyone to sit down, and said towards LV Chow, Boss LV, you should bring up all your hotel's signature dishes today. Right, don't forget the good wine too. Don't worry, Yi Dong. I'll go down and prepare it for you now. After saying his words, Lu Chao excitedly left in quick steps. Mr. Wu, you also sit down. It's quite embarrassing to keep you busy in the middle of the night, Wu Yuan hurriedly said. Serving the boss is what I should do. Alright, don't be polite. Have a seat. Hearing Yi Chen's invitation, Wu Yuan didn't dare to be more pretentious and sat on the seat with his back against the doorway. Holy, this specification, this grade, is this the enjoyment of the rich? Lao San was the more cheerful and talkative of the five, and could not help but praise after sitting down. Boss, this meal has to cost a lot of money, right? Hearing money, the 5 members of the Lone Wolf Squad all perked up their ears. Just now, they had volunteered to say that they would treat Yi Chen. They were really afraid that the little money in their pockets wouldn't be enough. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved and he got up to tease. Mr. Wu, introduce these little brothers of mine. Wu Yuan had a clear mind and comprehended Yi Chen's meaning. Stood up and introduced. Hello everyone. This private room is the most luxurious private room in the Marriott Hotel. There is no one to be able to eat in this private room. The consumption price is a minimum of $88 million. The package contains imported seafood, Chinese dishes. Wu Yuan Linlin introduced all the consumption items. Liquor can be matched at will, and the price is about $500,000 or more in the package. Foreign wines, red wines, and white wines are optional. Holy, a meal costs $88 million? Old Three's eyes rounded in shock. The other 4 members of the Lone Wolf Squad were all somewhat unable to sit still. A meal costing $880,000. If they took out all their savings, they could barely pay for a meal, right? Then their years of life and death is not turned into a void? This is still an effort. Xin Yao couldn't help but laugh at the ugly faces of her men. Xin Yu and Lu Xiao also knew the identity of the 5 members of the Lone Wolf Squad, and all of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. P.S. Second shift. Today additional, more than 5. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75. Yi Chen's grandfather's terrifying mindset. Yi Chen felt that it was almost time. He couldn't help but say, well, don't worry. This meal doesn't need you guys to please. There is your big brother, I'm here. I can still make you guys pay for it. At this time, Xin Yu said, Brother Yi, say, this meal of yours is a bit too expensive, right? Do you want it to be so extravagant? Yi Chen said doubtfully, is it expensive? Isn't this a home-cooked meal? Put. The crowd almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Your family's $880,000 a meal is a common meal. The world of the rich is really hard to understand. Xin Yao, on the other hand, was pondering. Grandpa wanted to marry the Yi family. Was that the reason? Their Qin family was certainly in a high position of power, but they also had a shortcoming. There was no support in business. The children of the family were all living on a tight budget, and cannot use the power for personal gain. Use the power in the hands of their own interests. After all, the game above, very cruel, once the handle appeared, certainly will not be spared by those hostile people. How many people want to put their hands into the troops? If it were not for the Qin family to sit on the ground, the troops would have long been infiltrated by forces from all sides. The army was the country's last line of defense. If the troops were in disarray, then the country would not be far from extinction. That's why the Qin family is the last door. Nonetheless, over the years, there were many forces that had their hands inside the troops, but they didn't use means, they relied on real strength. For example, the Chow family, which had a strong grip on power, was clearly a dominant force in the official world, but still allowed the younger generation to develop within the army. Chow Lingshan is the most successful example of the Chow family. Chow Lingshan is no weaker than herself in rank, but she also holds an elite squad that doesn't belong to her own blood-red special forces. Right now, both of them had been secretly competing with each other, both wanting to crush the other. Unfortunately, in the last special forces competition, he himself had lost to Chow Lingshan for some reason. This caused the Chow family's reputation in the military to rise once again. It was now that she couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart, and her grandfather knew about her not, so he gave himself a few days off to relax. There are really a lot of things that are better when you have money. In the meeting, his grandfather can also have the courage to speak. He just didn't know how much capital this Yi Chen had, and whether it was enough for his grandfather to fight against the Chow family. Of the four major families in the capital, the Chow family was number 1, the Qin family was number 2, the Lu family was number 3, and the Li family was number 4. The Chow family is in charge of the political sector, the Qin family is in charge of the military, and the Lu family is in charge of the official Yanwang department. The Li family was in charge of national security. The four great families were clearly separated. However, over the years, with the decrease in wars, after countries focused on the economy and livelihood, Chow family's power is also getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, it had a tendency to pressurize the three great families. That's why the three great families have been trying to break through to take another step up, hoping to be able to fight against the Chow family. The Qin family's chance to take the next step up was in the business world. A marriage with the Yi family was imminent. As for other large consortia, there was no need to even think about it because behind those large consortia, there was the shadow of the Chow family. The reason why the Qin family was so sure that the Yi family wouldn't have any connection with the Chow family was because the Yi family had a relationship with the Chow family. The reason why the Qin family was so sure that the Yi family would not have any connection with the Chow family was because the Yi family and the Chow family had a long-standing enmity. Back then, the Chow family's oldest brother had worked under Yi Chen's grandfather as an adjutant general. During a counterattack, the Chow family's second master disobeyed military orders, did not listen to the command, and died on the battlefield. The Chow family then resented Grandpa Yi Chen and questioned him if he had ulterior motives for not stopping this tragedy when he clearly could have. Grandpa Yi Chen was also a domineering person. Of course he wouldn't be counted out without fighting back. One sentence directly made the Chow family completely furious. Don't say I didn't stop it. Even if he came back alive and disobeyed the military order, I would shoot him. In fact, what Grandpa Yi Chen said was not wrong. A wrong command. Not only did the Chow family's second master die, but also buried 3,000 innocent generals. It was obvious that the enemy was luring the enemy deeper and setting up a trap. Grandpa Yi Chen tried his best to stop it, and the second master of the Chow family secretly led the men to chase after them. In the end, more than 3,000 soldiers were killed. They were all soldiers that Yi Chen's grandfather had personally brought out from his battles in the north and south, and they were more like brothers than brothers. Those soldiers were tricked by the Chow family's second master into issuing false orders, and eventually died without playing any role in the battle. Who wouldn't be angry? Although the second master of the Chow family made a big mistake, there was nowhere to pursue the responsibility after the death of the people. Then the war subsided, and after the founding of the country, Grandpa Yi Chen knew it was time to unload his troops. Without saying a word, he put down his military power and left. And when Yi Chen's grandfather contacted Qin Lao and others, it was already more than 20 years later, after Yi Chen's father started a family and Yi Chen was born. Yi Chen's grandfather was so deeply protective of his family that he didn't know that the Yi family had descendants until recently. Moreover, Yi Chen took over the Magic City financial street as soon as he appeared, holding the economic lifeline of China in his hands, so that those who wanted to move did not dare to do so at will. Qin Yao was very impressed with Yi Chen's grandfather. This kind of calculation was simply terrifying. If Yi Chen was moved, the financial street would collapse, and the Magic City and even the entire Chinese economy would regress by 20 years. Moreover, if the Chow family wanted to move the Yi family, when the time came, it was the factions that stood with the Chow family that would have to have countless people come out to stop them. This was moving the very foundation of a country. What is being fought internationally now, of course, is the economic war, the silent smoke. The economy collapsed, then also play a fart, directly bankrupt. While the people were talking, the door of the private room was pushed open. Lu Chao was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, followed by more than 10 waiters in Shongsams. Let Yi Dong wait for a long time. This is the wine that I have treasured for many years. Please let Yi Dong taste it. Seeing the bottle of wine, Yi Chen was a bit puzzled, not knowing what it was. Wu Yuan, however, was surprised and said, "Okay, Boss Yi, you are willing to take out this bottle of wine?" As he said that, Wu Yuan was shocked in his heart. This old friend had really put in his blood. This bottle of wine was the finest of Mutai, the white porcelain bottle. It was said that the white porcelain bottle was circulated back from overseas. When it was first introduced, the final auction price in Mordor was more than $2 million, but the person who auctioned it off was unknown. I didn't expect it to be auctioned off by Lu Chao. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan remembered. Back then it seemed that Lu Chao was considered a relatively wealthy person in Magic City, and it was not a surprise that he was able to photograph this bottle of wine. However, LV Chao had no background and couldn't find a way to contact the relationship, so he was considered to be relatively rich in Mordor at that time, and didn't manage to develop too many industries, only opened this 5-star hotel. His assets amounted to a few $1 billion. In the Magic City rich group is considered a middle and upper reaches, and the top is still a distance away. Moreover, Lu Chao's education is not high, and he doesn't understand those profitable industries in finance, so can only step-by-step try entity. Of course, the reason why Lu Chao is the first part of the rich people. Why did not develop too big family business? It is a matter of domestic market. Those who have the power, of course, the most money to their own family. Lu Chao has no background. The hands of money also have no opportunity to invest.